What's the deal? Mic check, mic check. Pinning the link. What's the deal? Yep. Yes, we are. Being heard through the YouTube, Kick, Twitch, all the screens. Shout out to each and every single last one of you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Shout out to each and every single last one of you tuning in today. Bigotes, first one in the building. He said YouTube thumb, amigo, fins up, fins up. Shout out to you. As everybody tuning in can see from the title, Dolphins, ex-Dolphins lineman Jonathan Martin calls out Richie Incognito to a fight. Shout out Joe Riz, first one in the building, pulling up on a panel. What's up with you, my guy? How you feeling? You're in Toronto.
Yeah, man. What's up, Pete? Good timing, man. I just got back to my hotel room and opened up YouTube, and I get the notification you're going live.
Man, that is awesome to hear, Joe. I am so happy to hear that, Joe. Perfect timing. You're up here. Do you see the title?
Yeah, I do, but I don't have Twitter, so I don't have any visibility to all this.
Okay, there is. Jonathan Martin is exposing so many people. And he followed me on Twitter, by the way, Joe. He said he will have a show whenever he's contracted to be able to, I guess, come here, click the link, and But at the end of the day, I'm gonna talk about it because what he's exposing is a lot. And before we even get there, Joe, let me ask you: you think it would be a good idea for Jonathan Martin to fight Richie Incognito now?
That's funny. I don't know, man. I don't think either of them were big enough to have attention on the scale of like more than the Dolphins. I don't think anyone other than Dolphins fans really even remembers the beef and the bullying issues, but we remember Pepperidge Farm.
But that is exactly the material. You see, I should be a promoter. Stephen Ross, Garfinkel, Brandon Shore, you guys listening in? Listen to what I'm about to tell you, Joe. That is exactly what you use as the marketing tool, flooding the airwaves with commercials with. It's Richie Incognito, the ex-Miami Dolphin versus another ex-Miami Dolphin. They played on the same offensive lineman. What's up, Rafael? Shout out to you, man. Thank you for popping up. And that is the perfect material to use to market this. And you know how you can market this? You host it at the Hard Rock Stadium. Imagine that. You're hosting the fight. You got to get MMA. Dana White. Where are all these guys at? You know who tagged those guys, Joe? Jonathan Martin himself.
Oh,
He
really? So
tagged.
he actually wants to fight him.
Yes, this
Bro,
is
what if he
what's
got his
going
ass
on.
beat?
This is not just me bringing this up. This is Jonathan Martin and his tweets. He tweets things out like you wouldn't believe on the daily. On the daily,
I haven't
if you
seen
go to my
anything from
search on
Richie
Twitter, he's my
Incognito.
most searched guy. He
Is
just
Richie
tweeted out.
Incognito still talking? Is he talking trash back?
Oh man, look what he just tweeted out. No, Richie Incognito is not tweeting back. In fact, I think all these guys are running from Jonathan Martin now. I think they're running from Martin now. And 4 hours ago, Jonathan Martin tweeted out, Dolphins beat reporters all sigh audibly when they get a JM notification. Everyone hates Bullygate. No one more than me. But y'all better embrace this JM moment during off-season dead period. The comeback is brought to you
Calls himself
by
JM.
Omar Kelly and his personal beef hit piece. Yep.
Oh wow.
He's going. Jonathan Martin is hitting these guys over the head with a sledgehammer right now on the internet, is what I see. This is what
Well,
I see.
all the news I saw today about the NFL was Geno Smith. Did you see that?
Geno Smith with the allegations of him beating on his baby mother.
Yeah.
What? Another Ray Rice?
No, I don't know. This one's questionable because I saw a video from the woman where she was like on his property.
Are you ready to hear this? Are you ready to hear this Jonathan Martin tweet
Yeah.
after this? After go ahead, finish up with Rafael.
No, I was just saying, I saw a video where she was like on his property, like bugging him about stuff. So I don't know. This can be one of those ones where it's like a she said, he said type of thing.
This is what's confusing about this whole scenario, right? Check this out. Jonathan Martin tweeted out 18 hours ago. He said, "You want to know why Richie Incognito and I hung out so much?" He put a question mark. And he says, "Because I was brainwashed growing up in an almost all white environment to always make white people feel comfortable
Oh my God.
around me. So at the expense of my own sanity, I tried to make the raging racists like me." And it continues. "It was a super confusing mental state to maintain. I kind of like this dude, Richie Incognito. Sometimes. Then, other times, he's the biggest asshole I'd ever seen. Offensive line is around each other all of the time in the season. There is no escape. So he was my best friend in Miami. He was like Jerko and Hyde. I really like good Richie. You see, good Richie in interviews and on his new show with Skip Bayless. Conversely, bad Richie is legitimately a sociopath and a danger to society. The switch was instant, super confusing. What do you feel about that?
What is he saying about his show with Skip Bayless? Does he have a show with him?
I guess. I'm not sure. I never really knew he had a show with Skip Bayless.
The last thing I heard about Richie Incognito was the where he went into like a gym or something like that. He was I'm looking it up now. Okay, yeah, in 2018 was placed on involuntary psychiatric hold for his part in an altercation at a Lifetime Fitness health club in Boca Raton. Allegedly threw a tennis ball and a dumbbell at another gym patron and was reported to be in an altered paranoid state, suspecting that he was being spied on. And then a few months later, he was back into training, hoping to get back into the NFL. That's the last thing I heard about him. But there's another thing. It says also in 2018, he was arrested after an incident at a funeral home where he threatened to shoot employees while making funeral arrangements for his father. Police seized 2 Glocks, 3 rifles, and a suppressor for a handgun in Incognito's truck.
Ooh. Oh, shit.
He said, He said he wanted his father's head to be donated for research and walked through the funeral home punching caskets and throwing objects. Wow. Not the guy you want to fight, to be honest.
Yeah, but you got to remember when you go back to these Bullygate scandal, they made Jonathan Martin look to be a soft. You don't remember? Oh,
No, I
Jonathan
remember
Martin is
that.
a
Yeah.
snitch. He's soft. He can't take. And you know what's weird?
Well,
When you
I saw
bring
both sides of it. I saw two offensive linemen that I didn't want on our line at all, to be honest.
as a fan, you didn't want Jonathan Martin or Richie Incognito because I remember the
Exactly.
mass majority was at least Richie Incognito is the Pro Bowl player. Let's just cut Jonathan Martin.
But he
Was the
wasn't, though.
sense of the fans.
He was never that great of an offensive lineman, especially to justify what he was doing off the field and in the locker room. I don't know. To me, he was just an average offensive lineman.
Right.
It's not like we had a
I would
superstar.
if I was Brandon Shore, I would get this fight promoted at the Hard Rock Stadium. I would set it up because what this guy is doing on Twitter, listen to what I'm about to tell you guys. This is 22 hours ago. He tweeted out and went against Jim Turner. For those of you that don't know who Jim Turner is, he's the offensive line coach for the New York Jets. Or
He used to
let me
be
see.
our offensive line coach, right? He was a former
Yeah,
Marine, the one who was doing cocaine.
Big East. Wait, where is he coaching at now? Jets. O-line coach. Okay, so did you he goes, "Yo, Jim Turner, did you or did you not authorize the code red? I want the truth. And yes, I can handle the truth. If you want me to help you, you have to come halfway, just like I've come halfway." He goes, Jonathan Martin then tells Jim Turner again. He says, "I paid the biggest price, Jim. I'm the snitch. I'm the corporate witness. I'm the dude who had a target on his forehead the year I played with the 49ers. You think I wanted this life, Jim? You think I wanted girls calling me a disgraced athlete and employees telling me their secretary is scared of me? I did this for my friend now because he deserved better. He deserved respect. He worked hard and is genuinely a funny, friendly, cool guy living the American dream. And I did it to prove I wasn't a liar and I paid a huge price." Jonathan Martin is out of this world, bro.
You think this might be a money grab for himself? Like
You
a
know,
tell-all
that's
book?
he tweeted out to Jake Long yesterday. "Hey, Jake Long, you probably view me the way Alex Boone views me." Alex Boone is an offensive lineman that played with the 49ers. He said, "You know as well as I do, Incognito is a dude you have to control, as you did as the offensive line leader before not being resigned. You also know it bonkers to give Richie power." He goes, "Hey, John Jerry, can you even read? I'm being serious. Do you have the ability to read? Question mark. Mike and Richie would make one joke and you would repeat it incessantly. It was infuriating because my pit bull has better cognitive processing skills than you."
See that he's on here complaining about people talking shit about him while simultaneously talking shit about other people. That's it. That's what does. None of this makes sense to me.
All right. John Jerry was another name he name dropped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it doesn't stop
he's
there.
making it seem like this guy is not even literate, yet he's complaining about people bullying him.
He goes, and you see, I should be a promoter,
I think it's
Joe.
an attention grab.
You think so? Because 2 days
Yeah,
ago
because
he
I mean,
tweeted,
what set
two
Yeah,
all
he's
days
this off?
fading.
Two days
What
he
triggered all
has me.
this?
I think he has me because this is like related to the Dolphins and how everyone picked and bullied on Jonathan Martin. It kind of like feels like it's in that area, but he tweeted out 2 days ago, "Bullygate is the best kind of story. Black white conflict, multiple betrayals depending on your perspective," he parenthesizes,
Wait,
"media frenzy, animosity and hard feelings.
wait.
Plus
Is there a
12
documentary
years
coming
later."
out Is he
And
promoting a documentary?
Yeah.
that, you know what? He could be promoting a documentary. That's why I said that was a good question, because when he followed
Well,
me, he
yeah.
messaged me and said that he's not gonna be able to
Yeah, I
come on
saw
the
that
show
post.
because of the contract that he's under
Right.
with his documentary. So I'm
Yeah, but
guessing, like,
still,
but he's
you
still
can
talking a lot,
give him an
and that and
invitation once
honestly,
it
Joe, you
is
know,
released.
whether he unfollows me, whether he follows me, whether he likes me now, or whether he doesn't. I mean, this is what's going on.
It
He
seems like
doesn't
he's
like
trying to
that I'm
get.
repeating what he got going on, then that's kind of being hypocritical a little bit,
It
because
seems
he's
like he's
starting
trying to
this.
get trending so that people will watch this documentary, which he's getting paid for. That's what it sounds like to me.
I think his documentary is going to explode. And then
I
if
mean,
he
I'll
could
definitely
promote
watch it.
that documentary with a fight, you're telling me, Joe, you wouldn't want to go to the Hard Rock Stadium to watch Jonathan Martin versus Richie and bro, even Mike Pouncey, all of these guys he's calling out.
Yep.
I'd
Now
love to
Chris
go see
Long.
that.
I want them both to lose. I never respected either of them. I
See,
mean,
you got
to
a
be
great,
honest,
like, a point
it's
of view,
this
because
guy,
you're from
Incognito.
the outside point of view. You feel like both of them, Incognito and Jonathan Martin, ruined that locker room that year.
I wouldn't say ruin the locker room because our team has been ass anyway. But yeah, I mean, they didn't help. They didn't. They weren't doing their jobs at helping the team win. And Incognito wasn't even good really until he went to the Bills again
Oh, that was
after
good.
us. Like he was never that great with us as a lineman. In fact, I think one of the years he had, he was like one of the worst. And even before he came to the Dolphins, when he was with I think the Rams, he was part of like one of the worst offensive lines in history. So I never had really like a level of respect for Incognito. I think his Pro Bowls were after he was with the Dolphins, and this was by the time that Pro Bowls are dog shit anyway.
You know what? Do you think Jonathan Martin, like, do you think his reputation is tarnished forever?
For sure.
Because
But
look
it
at, and
seems like he
now that
doesn't
I'm
care.
reading this tweet, now that I'm reading this tweet from a couple days ago, he says, every time I get introduced to someone in a professional context or even talk to a girl, I have to wait and see if their energy changes the next encounter. Rejection is a part of life, but when your rejection rate is 80%, it can be frustrating. So I self reject, embrace isolation. And he doesn't stop there. He continues the
He's
tweet
having
by
a mental
by
crisis,
saying,
sounds like.
including talentless clowns who rush to piggyback off of Omar Kelly's clearly defamatory hit piece. I know none of you read my article. Only
See,
Homar did.
this guy's
He
full of
calls him
shit, dude.
Homar did.
This guy,
He
he's full
hates
of
me
shit.
and cucks for Richie.
He that's crazy. So he's saying because of the bullying and the hit pieces and stuff, he's unable to talk to a girl. That's wild. Just
And
find a girl that's not into football. That's so mind blowing that he's like.
yeah, but what if you like, oh, what if the girl says, hey, Jonathan, nice meeting you. I like you. You look good from head to toe. And what do you do for a living?
He could say, I used to be a football player, and a lot of
Oh,
people
you
do.
used to be a football player? Oh, great. What Jonathan Martin? Let me search you up. And when you search up Jonathan Martin on Google, I haven't done it.
Well,
But
he
what
could,
if the
or
first
he
thing that pops up when you search up Jonathan Martin on Google, if the first thing that pops up is something with Bullygate scandal, you don't think that's horrendous to live with?
I don't think
Shout out to
that
Cat in
most
the Hat
women
pulling
aren't
up.
going to give a fuck about the Bullygate scandal, in my opinion.
Do you
What?
If
think
anything,
Mark
they might. If
San-
anything,
you
they
think
might
Mark
Women
try to.
don't want to
Sanchez?
be with a man that's soft, Joe, that
No, I
doesn't
think that's
feel
hyperbolic.
protected.
What
Look.
about the butt fumble?
What do you mean?
You think the butt fumble? You think you think that phases Mark Sanchez? You know what I mean? Being
No,
known
I think
with
Mark
the butt
Sanchez is
fumble.
now
Well,
more
Mark
famous for
Sanchez,
his Indianapolis incident than his butt fumble.
Yeah. Right.
but that could be him talking
No,
all that talk on TV.
my
You guys think that these professional athletes that bummed it out of the league, and next thing you know, hating fans calling out things like Raphael just called out. Not calling you a hater. I'm just saying that as an example. Oh, Mr. Butt Fumble on TV trying to say this play isn't good or something. That guy went on a lunatic rampage on drugs, and what did he do? Stab somebody, Ralph?
Well, look
He
at
stabbed
Dan
somebody, right?
Orlovsky. Dan Orlovsky was
Truck
basically
driver.
famous for being the trash QB that could never win shit, went 0-16 with the Lions, and also ran out the back of an end zone. Yet he's on TV and working with major programs as an analyst.
Look
So
at Greg Hardy.
I think it's more about how you carry
He
yourself.
gets attacked hard too.
You know, he got off the field issues, bounced around from team to team. Later on, what, MMA fighting?
Talking about
That
MMA
defensive
fighting,
end?
this is a tweet
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
But
He said
his whole
he
point
called-
about not being able to talk to a girl makes me throw out his whole argument. Like, bro, just talk to someone that
Right?
doesn't talk to a girl that doesn't care about football. That's most of them.
You guys remember Nolan Carroll?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. The cornerback? Yeah.
Yep, the cornerback we had. He goes, Jonathan Martin tweets out, he goes, "Don't go on podcasts gossiping about how I'm pussy like Nolan Carroll did. Come show me I'm pussy. In the ring, I'm looking at you, Richie Incognito. Lift up and let's settle this once and for all like men." And he started tagging Jim Turner, Omar Kelly, Marquise Pouncey. He started tagging Mina Kimes, Real Clark, Richard Sherman. He started tagging more guys, Reggie Bush, Brian Hartline,
Yeah, he's
Sean
clearly
Smith,
trying to.
Jared Odrick.
So
He's
he's making
tagging
money
a
on this
lot of
documentary.
This is a Jake Paul 101.
Yeah, for
Stop
sure.
acting like you don't see me, bro.
What's up, Fred? Shout
What's
out
going
to
on,
you.
Rafa,
Pull up
you're
in the
you're,
building,
you're
Rumpy.
Fred.
spot on,
Chat.
Rafa.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, but let's not forget, this is a
He's drumming
guy.
up noise before his documentary.
Yeah, but this
Gotta
is a guy,
build up the
but
hype.
you don't think is right what he's doing, standing up for his right, calling out the racist.
Where was that 8 years ago?
Yeah,
Who-
normally you
who
go
we
seek
talking
counseling and stuff like that. You know what I mean? No Jerry
Jonathan
Springer
Martin,
style.
Fred.
Huh?
Jonathan Martin and Richie Incognito. It's Jonathan Martin
Ah.
versus the world right now.
I'll don't leave the dead alone, man.
Colors bringing up a good one in the chat. There was wasn't that Brandon Marshall supposed to fight someone a few
He
years
beat
back?
his son up. Something about his son. He disciplined his son
But this
too
is why it gets
severely or some shit like
controversy.
that.
But Joe, this is the issue. Jonathan Martin a few days ago tweeted out, Jim Turner and Richie Incognito have spent 10 plus years. Listen to this, fellas. Jim Turner and Richie Incognito have spent 10 plus years saying that Jonathan Martin has been ducking the confrontation on Bullygate, verbal and otherwise. He says, well, here I am now, trying to remove your excuse about me being responsible for your lack of career advancements. He
I
tags him
thought I
again.
heard somewhere that Jonathan Martin said he made all that shit up, bro.
You see? Y'all don't know the truth. And that's what's going on. Shout out to Young 3K, because this is what Jonathan Martin is coming out doing now. He's exposing the truth. He went on Twitter a few days ago, tagged Brian Hartline, and says, hey, Brian Hartline, you lied to the media in the locker room and defended the locker room. So this guy is coming out and calling out the players that lied, and these guys ain't coming out and doing nothing about it now.
Hey, man, y'all hear any background noise from me, man?
No, you're good.
Oh, all right.
He literally says, he goes, I want to fight Richard Dominic Incognito in an MMA or boxing match in Miami. He wants to.
Who does? Jonathan Martin? I mean,
Yes.
Gonna shake because he
Man.
looks like he's in right now, P.
he must.
Jonathan Martin.
And to all of
be-
the guys that say no one remembers Bullygate, this is what Jonathan Martin has to say to you guys. In quotations, he goes, no one remembers Bullygate. Move on. Brother,
He's
I
trying to
was
make
in an
money, man.
airport in Panama and some dude came up to me talking about Bullygate. I went to my dad's high school reunion and the staff is asking me about the Bullygate. I was in Vegas and a dude goes, Jonathan Martin from the Miami Dolphins, it stinks to be me. There is no escape. So I choose to fight the narrative now.
He saw the moment and captured it, Pete. You know, like you say, he may be tired of being talked about that all the time, but now I'm pretty sure now he's trying to make something off of it now. With, of course, this documentary, I'm pretty sure he's getting some type of money.
Just trying to make some money.
Wow. He name dropped Nolan Carroll, Channing Crowder, and who's this? Jeremiah Searles. And he goes, the funniest part about Nolan Carroll, Channing Crowder, and the other guy, I can't get his name, Jay Searles, and more, etc. Calling me a soft private school kid is you all want to send your kids to private school and show them a better life. My ancestors leveled up 5 generations ago. I will never apologize for that. So though Channing Crowder and Nolan Carroll making this like, oh, Jonathan Martin is soft. He's this, he's that because he went to a private school. Like, is that acceptable because of that? Is it okay to call a kid soft because he's smart and went to a private school? What's wrong with that? And a kid that goes to a private school getting hated on for going to a private school, since when has the kid ever had the decision to pick the school they go to unless they're like almost in high school? You see what I'm saying?
So Pete, I was just reading. There was a article that he worked on with ESPN a year ago, or a year and a half ago, or so, that came out, like talking about giving more context around everything. It didn't. I thought that article was supposed to be that like it was overblown.
You think it was overblown?
I thought that's what the article was about. That like, yeah, there were like obviously terrible things said by Incognito, but that the bullying was not like as in like he didn't feel as bullied as everyone made it out to seem, or something like that.
Let me use the code red because the offensive line coach, of course, that's a reference to the Marines.
Mr. Paul.
I'm curious when this documentary comes out to see if it's more of hazing than more of bullying.
That's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be more, not hazing even, but initially they had told Incognito to toughen him up.
I'm pretty sure it was, especially with the offensive line coach being in the Marines, bro. I'm sure he's going to use something from the Marine Corps to fuck with those guys as to make them as a tighter group.
You know break them down and build them up kind of thing.
Not only was it just on him, I guarantee that coach did it to every fucking player, not just one.
Well, what I read was that the coaches wanted to toughen up Martin, so they had asked Incognito and others to help toughen him up, not specifically say the things he was saying to him. But
is this our topic? Is this our topic for the day, bro?
Yeah, that's the title. It's Martin versus Richie Incognito fight.
All right, man. When's the next panel, Pete?
Fred doesn't give a fuck about this.
I'm telling you right now, it's dead season. You better be lucky, Jonathan Martin calling Omar Kelly. Like, how do you feel him going after Omar Kelly, Dave Hyde, calling these guys out as liars?
He wants the publicity. He's going for publicity.
Shout out to Cap. Shout out to Gunner and Chat GK.
And the Pete, your post the other day that said he's contractually obligated to not say much else. That means he's trying to make money on this documentary.
What up? Salute to it. What up, bro? What up? Salute.
So basically, you gentlemen think this is just a money grab? Because
in my opinion, yeah.
This is like The way I see it, I'm looking at it as this is a person that is tired of being cornered in a box and labeled something everywhere he goes.
But Pete, look at the post that you
Talking
made the other day, where he said he contractually couldn't say anything. The contract in question there has got to be a documentary, right?
Okay, Pete,
Yeah,
Pete,
yeah.
let me
So
ask you something, Pete.
he's obviously, there's nothing wrong with getting paid for a documentary when documentaries are pretty much made to be truthful. So that documentary to me is something that he put together to expose all of these people. It has to be real work. And the end of it is
Come
going
on,
to come
man.
out and it's going to show truth where he exposes guys like Omar Kelly, Brian Hartline, John Cherry, Cameron Wake, well, all these names that he's
Mike
naming.
Ponce.
Does he have a
Mike Pouncey.
Does he have a Netflix
Like,
deal or something?
I
Yeah,
have
are
no
those other players
idea.
going to keep the receipts and go back at Jonathan Martin and say, you know what,
But
that's
it's
not true?
funny. It's funny, right? Because a lot of these players, like he mentioned out on the tweet, has said for 10 plus years have been trying to call him out. And Jonathan Martin has been silent, has never came out. Now, when his documentary is about to drop, now he's starting to bring these people out. They don't want to come out. So it's like now have spun. First, they were calling him out. Now, when he's calling them out, they don't want to come out. So it's such a weird scenario. It's
Pete.
such a weird scenario. And it really becomes really sensitive material when race allegations are involved. And this is what he's bringing up. He's bringing up racist allegations, calling out whites for being racist, calling out other players for not sticking up, calling out journalists, columnists for not doing a right job and picking players over money allegations. Like a lot of these things are rumors, alleged, and this and that, but he's going to debunk a lot of this supposedly through his documentary. I understand it feels like he's coming from a money
Come on,
grab
man. Come on,
situation,
man.
but there is
Come on, man.
another
I need
side
the
of it.
conversation, bro. I need to talk about something, bro. Man.
Well, we do have some important things to
The
talk about.
Dolphins added
Hey,
a
man,
player.
can we
Yeah, 'cause
change the
I'ma tell you
topic
the
right now?
Yeah,
saying-
yeah, like Pete. And do you think
Yeah,
we was one of them teams that called for Shador? Because he's on the market.
The Jets
Shador Sanders?
called about Shador.
Okay.
Everything I
Okay,
said
let's do
wasn't 100% right though on everything I said on this platform. So y'all don't come up here talking shit. Like I told you, they use him for money and they got their money, and he's been a starting quarterback. And yeah,
No, but the Jets are interested in Shador because of the latest Geno Smith news that came out that I think is some BS anyways. There's going to be more. There's going to be more. Yeah. I posted the video in my
they said several
Discord.
teams. I heard Arizona. I heard Green Bay.
What's going on with Geno Smith?
I hear Watson's looking good.
There were accusations made of sexual assault by a woman close to him. Yeah,
It was more than
Close to
that.
who, KP?
No,
Close to
it
who?
wasn't
She recorded
sexual
some
assault.
video.
It was physical assault. Yeah,
His
Physical.
baby mama said that he don't take care of his kids,
But it's
especially need kids. That's what she
it's
said.
already been debunked. But of course that's coming from Geno's party. So it's definitely a story we'll be keeping an eye on because it's an AFC Easter. So I'll be
Cat,
keeping
didn't
an
they
eye
drop
on
it,
it.
Cat?
Geno Smith's history as a Jet is defined by getting punched in the face, and now this.
I think she's trying to frame him. But Cat, is she trying to frame him? Because wasn't she recording him? I heard she recorded him.
Yeah, no, the video's on my Discord if y'all want to go check it out.
The video doesn't help her
There's
case, in my
nothing.
opinion.
There's nothing in that
Joe,
video.
Did Geno pay that dude yet? Did he give him his money yet, Joe?
Let Cat talk. Go ahead, Cat. What you about to say now?
Yeah, because if you go and watch the video, there's nothing in the video really incriminating, right? It's just one side of the story being told through a IG video to make it seem like Geno's a bad guy. So we got to wait till the rest of the story unfolds before we can make any real.
And you can't leave out the New York media, which is going to be the New York sports media. Is going to be hungry for every lead, every suggestion at this point in time.
But it is kind of an interesting story to keep an eye on, right? Because Russell Wilson already left. He was their backup after Geno. So now, other than that, they got the rookie Cade Klubnik that they brought in. So they could easily be in the running for Brandon Sorsby. They could easily be in the running to try and get a Shedeur Sanders. And yeah, go ahead, Raphael.
You know what? This is interesting
Yeah,
because, for example, let me give you guys.
Get to
Yeah,
her.
I don't know, Gunner, how many teams called for Shadir Sanders,
Several.
but there has been. But one thing I do know, what's weird is it got reported yesterday, all 32 teams will have someone in attendance watching Brendan Sorsby's combine workout
Well,
this
I don't
week
blame
happening,
Yeah, it
and I
makes
believe
sense.
it's tomorrow.
I don't blame
So
them.
now,
Makes sense.
what is popping up into our head now? Because I'm happy, our team is there in the building. They're going to do their evaluation. They're going to look at what they're going to offer, and if we set up high, because think about it, I know Halfley and Sully are Malik Willis guys, but there's more to the punch. Now they have to deal with everyone in the coaching staff. Bobby Slowick has had Quinn Ewers looking sharp in OTAs, and Malik Willis has struggled during OTAs. This can have them right now in a position where we can target Sorsby with a high draft pick, see if we can pluck them in the supplemental draft, and the Jets could be the players that trade for Malik Willis.
Yeah, but I feel like we got our backs against the wall. Like the chips are stacked against us because if the Jets want Brandon Sorsby, they got 3 first-round picks. They could easily offer a
Why would
first-round
they
pick
want to use a first-round pick on Sorsby when they can
first-round
use
pick
a
is
third
crazy.
for someone like
For
Malik Willis?
Shedeur.
All right,
No, for
but
like Shedeur.
all right, so look at it from this perspective, right? If you aren't one of the bottom 5 teams, you're probably not getting one of the top quarterbacks in the draft next year. They have a team put together right now with the right quarterback. They can easily get 7 wins this year, right? So if you have 7 wins, you're probably reaching right around that top 10
What are you
pick
talking
point,
about?
right?
7 wins with the right QB.
You gotta look at that team, bro.
Shit.
You gotta look at that team, bro. Like,
Yeah,
You talking about
I'm looking
Jets,
at
right?
it.
they
I see
They forced
I see a
0
5-win
picks.
ceiling.
Right.
I think they're going to be right. We're going to be racing with
can
them all
easily
year.
squeak out 7 wins, bro. If I can write us 7 wins, I can write the Jets 7 wins
I don't know
too.
why you're writing 7 wins for us either.
Yeah, 7.
I got 5 wins for us.
Easy, Joe. Easy, Joe.
5 wins.
Easy,
Like
bro.
a 4.
We're looking at 2 5-win teams next year. We're going to be neck and neck. We're going to be mad at winning that game because it's going to fuck up our draft pick and they're going to steal our QB.
Joe, you got to
Oh,
stop
yeah,
with
I
that
got us
mentality,
5
bro.
to 7 wins. I got us in 5 to 7 wins.
This
5
is not-
being the floor
I ain't
and
gonna lie.
7 being the field.
If we fuck up to not get Dante Moore, I would be livid.
Oh, you okay? I haven't actually heard any names yet that people want to get in
But we
27.
got to see how next
Hey,
year.
talking about-
hey,
now,
hey, hey.
hold on. No, but here's the thing that let's not forget when half of them first came here, you know, and they already had their minds on Malik Willis, but they did make a statement saying that regardless of what the quarterback situation
We're going to
is,
draft
they're gonna
QBs. Yep.
they're gonna keep drafting a quarterback until they call themselves getting one. So
For
to
sure.
me, that means that they're not, you know, I'm not putting down Malik Willis and I'm not pulling down Quinn Ewers, but they feel that they may be better off getting a quarterback in the draft for the, you know, to sit behind Willis and Quinn Ewers. So they're gonna get a quarterback in the draft, or they can try to make a deal and go get so.
Am I
you
the
know,
only
just
one
gotta
in
see.
here? Am I the only one here that believes if the Dolphins go 4 or they have a top 2, top 3 pick, that the regime will be fired, the coaching staff?
I think so.
I've been said that. They should be fired for the draft. Me and Joe been said that.
Well, I definitely had a hot reaction to the draft, but I think they
Yeah.
have a
They
year
got
of
a grace. 1
Oh
year.
hell
you
no,
call it?
Joe! I thought you was with me. And
Hold
I'm
on,
getting fired.
Gunner. So who else is so Mr. Punk? You think they got a grace year like Joe does
Grace
too,
year,
right?
yeah, that's what
I
I'm trying
think
to
Yes, I
say.
they
do.
might even
I
have
sure
2
do.
grace years.
We're
Pete.
talking
They might
about
have 2
having
grace
a
years.
top 3 overall pick, 1, 2, or
Listen,
3.
I
okay.
think.
So hold up, Joe. Let me say this.
Mhm.
I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
If y'all think, and I understand how you feel, Joe, and I understand how some of y'all may feel. If y'all think that the Miami Dolphins are going to get rid of Halfley before this football season starts, y'all got it's something going on
No,
because
he's
they're
talking
not
about
going to do
next
that.
year. He's
Okay,
talking about
after
next
this
year.
season is over, with, yeah, there is a better chance that if the
Nah, I don't think
Dolphins don't look
so,
good,
Mr. I don't think so.
what you think
Yeah,
they're
I don't
gonna fire them during the season if they
I
have a
think
bad
No, I
season?
don't think they're gonna fire them after next season. Even if we're not good, they're not gonna fire them.
Yeah,
Listen,
no,
You got to give them a
hold up,
couple years,
let me
bro.
say it like this: if this
mm.
season goes bad, okay, they're gonna have one more season to prove themselves. After that, that's it.
Man, we
Who else
passed
is
on
in
this
line
the
with that
game,
thought
man.
I
process?
don't.
Who else is in line with that thought process?
Not me,
I
Pete.
am.
I
I
am.
am Pete,
I'm not
and
Pete.
this is why, because when Sully came in for the interview and they had the interview, he probably told Ross that it's going to look like this. Listen, bro, this first year we're going to clean house. We'll be lucky to get a handful of wins because we're going for a high draft pick for the next year. We're going to get a high draft pick. We're retooling this team. It's not going to look pretty in year 1. It might not even look quite so pretty in year 2. But by year 3, boy, golly, you're going to be glad that you waited because you got to
2028.
trust the process.
Okay, I
2028.
feel you, but
That's the year I've been.
Fred,
oh, go
Fred,
ahead,
you
Mr.
Nah.
Pope.
feeling that
Go ahead,
way?
go ahead, Mr. Pope.
You're on mute. You
Oh,
wanted to do a
sorry
lot
about
of
that.
talking earlier, Fred.
Yeah,
Why you
yeah,
quiet now?
yeah.
How you feeling about this?
Am I feeling what way? About what? Am I feeling about what, bro? What?
If we
About
get a top 3 draft pick and we lose almost every game, you feel the coaching staff gets a grace? Like they get a pass for that? They won't be fired? How you
Absolutely.
feel about that?
Of course, the coaches are going to get a pass, bro. You got to give
Wow.
them a pass.
Pete,
Hey,
So
Fred,
me
but
and Gunner up here.
Okay.
you know
So
the
all of y'all
Cowboys.
with the coaching staff and the GM get a pass having a trash season like that, right? Let me ask you guys a question. With the number 1 overall pick, what are you guys drafting with that pick?
QB.
Dante Moore.
It depends
quarterback.
what we need. Depends what we
There's
need.
no way we get first overall
Wait.
pick and we have a decent QB. It's just the chances of that happening are going to be slim
Yeah,
to none.
I'm with Joe on that one 100%. Like if we are landing the number 1 pick, like
That
yeah,
is
Malik Willis
crazy to
isn't the
me.
guy.
So
Guys,
y'all
we've had
telling
this
me
show a
the
million
coaching
times
staff gets
already.
a grace,
But hey,
but
Uh,
Malik
before I get
Willis
out of here,
doesn't? No,
hey,
this is why I want
Pete,
to argue that
Hold
point.
on.
So
Pete,
you
Pete,
telling me
Let
Malik
Pete,
Willis won't get a grace period? So this
Pete,
team
Pete.
is trash.
He should get a grace period.
Yeah, listen. We've had this
No.
show a million times already. I think everybody knows where everybody's at. I want to know about this Jonathan Martin thing. Pete, you're saying that there's a
hold on.
documentary
Before we get back
coming
on,
on?
I do have to go. But before I get off here, since we're talking about Malik Willis, I am going to be down in Fort Lauderdale for a meet and greet with Malik Willis, doing some Q&A on Friday. So if y'all have any questions, definitely drop them to me in the Discord so I can
I got a question.
some
Ask
good
him.
questions.
Ask him if he's looking for Pete's takes. If he wants to know where Pete's takes live.
Hey,
I'll give him. I'll slip him. I'll slip
ask
him the
him,
link, man.
ask him if any of these wide receivers now, which one he's feeling the most, bro. You understand what I'm
I'm
saying?
going to say
Yeah,
none.
yeah. Which one he's
That was
got the
funny.
most chemistry with?
Yes. That's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. The most chemistry with. Ask him that.
Well,
And you know
I
what,
bet it's
Cat in the
Malik
Hat?
Washington.
When you pull up on him,
Now,
you read his
I think
body,
it's
read
Fred
kind of
Jones.
like read his body and kind of complain that we traded away Waddle. If you could shed a tear, that'll be even better. Because you
bro, you
just want
know
to
how I
read how
feel
he
about
feels.
Waddle, bro. I was the one.
Because if he feels when you
I was
bring
not
up
high on
Jalen
Waddle.
Waddle and you bring yourself like I'm so down on this team,
Yeah,
Malik.
that was
You
stupid.
know, we traded my favorite player ever, Jalen Waddle. And you look at him real quick, if his shoulders go down or if he feels a little sad, that's hurting him too. But if he feels like if he comes at you like, you know, hey, don't worry about it. I'm gonna be all right. We got Caleb, we got that. Let him talk about it. See how that
Y'all let
response.
this sink in. So
I see where you're coming from, Pete, and that's going to take some
Yeah.
A-list acting from me because I already know I was on the boat of getting rid of Waddle. I literally called it the night before he got
You
traded.
got it. You got to act.
So I'm going to pull that off for sure, Pete. Oh my gosh, he was my favorite. Start doing the
Show up in a
penguin
Waddle
around him.
jersey.
Yeah, I mean, same here. Waddle's my favorite. Also, when we drafted him, but when he started
I still liked Parker
dropping
better.
passes and it's not all his fault either because some of us do as well. But he just didn't show the improvement that I wanted to see from him. So that's why I started toward the end, kind of losing faith in him.
All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. If you guys come up with any other questions before Friday, drop them in my Discord. Let me know.
All right, Cat.
And later.
I appreciate you.
Cat.
Jonathan Martin just wrote to me, fellas. He says, "Nah, I just deactivated my account sometimes. I hate social media, but here we are." Guys, I got some news. I have training camp.
Before you go to the news, can you give me a reason why you or can you give me what the news is that prompted the show title? I missed that at the beginning. I don't know what the issue is relative to Jonathan Martin.
So Jonathan Martin, I've noticed that he's been popping up on my timeline recently by exposing like Omar Kelly and a lot of stuff going on. Like he's calling a lot of people out as racist. The Bullygate scandal. It had racist allegations in it. It had everything that's going on now. And he's just bringing it up to light on Twitter or on X because he recently just joined X and he's bringing it up. And he's talking about, and he's calling guys out by name, tagging them. Brian Hartline, John Jerry, Cameron Wake, bringing up Jason Taylor, bringing up, Mike Pouncey. It's so many names. Jim Turner, offensive line jet coach or something. Like it's so many names.
But the photos that you were talking about and you were reading, tell KP about those as well with the shotgun.
He retweeted the old shotgun pictures he posted up years ago. He retweeted that, brought that back up. Like this is like it's honestly. At first, I thought it was like Jonathan Martin going through like a mental state. But now I kind of see it as Jonathan Martin. I honestly feel like this is almost therapeutic to him now. Bringing it all out, calling these guys out by name on social media, calling them out as racist. Everything he held deep in his corner, in his chest, I feel like he's using Twitter, tagging all these people to let it out, especially now.
He's venting.
Like Joe, he's venting, and with his documentary about to come out, I understand it could be a money plot as well, which is, if that's what it is what it is, because the story itself is gonna be something Dolphin fans might want to watch regardless. Because if we were lied to,
it's going to give us more insight on our team. It's going to give us more insight on our team. I get you. What is the name of the documentary and when is it coming out? I haven't heard anything about this documentary.
That's a good question. I don't have.
Well, it's an assumption based on what he said to Pete the other day, which was that he was under contract. And what is it, Pete? He couldn't talk about something, but you usually wouldn't use the word contract unless it was financially involved.
Something's in the works. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Well,
if it was like a legal thing, I think he would be off the internet right now. He wouldn't be doing all that.
Well, here's the reason I'm interested in the Jonathan Martin question that you posed here is the last player we drafted or had on the team briefly was Elijah Higgins, right? It was Elijah Higgins. He was like a stretch tight end, wide receiver, and then he went on to establish. Yeah, he went on to establish a career with the Arizona Cardinals. And so I don't know. I really don't know which way to go on this story, right? And I'm open to all perspectives on it. But I will say, the team, our team has been a loser for quite a while, right? And we all should be looking for the reason why, right? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that we're not the kind of team that a Jonathan Martin type of player or Elijah Higgins type of player can be successful on?
Why are you bringing up Elijah Higgins?
And that we prefer because he went to Stanford. He was the most recent guy we had from Stanford on the roster, as far as I know, right? So we're the kind of team, right, where guys like that cannot be successful, but instead, I don't mean to cast a Spurs on anybody's character because I don't know any of these guys, right? I don't know any of them, but we're the kind of team that has what was that center's name? The Pouncey, who was on a different kind of gate team, if you know what I'm saying. A Channing Crowder, a self-professed punk and bully, right? Yeah. We're the kind of team that wants them to just shut up and dribble and just be young, dumb, and strong. And we hear a lot of fans who back that. We want dogs on this team, right? So I'm wondering if the fact that we cannot find a home for those kinds of players has been part of the problem. Again, just an idea. I don't know.
Well, it's funny you say those things because he kind of. No, well, he does kind of that in a tweet, KP. And I would have to go look for it. I'm obviously looking for it now, but those are like the racist stuff that.
Well, I'm not. I didn't say the R word. You are. Just want to make that clear.
I know, but and I'm saying it because of what he said.
Hey, Pete,
yeah, no,
what I'm saying.
So you're telling
me we had no smart up the name of the documentary.
Well, I don't know. I don't know enough about the Dolphins roster from that. Looking at it from that angle over the last 20 to 30 years during this, but I know that other teams have had smart players, guys,
so Zach Thomas
who were successful. Well, he was a Texas Tech linebacker who got his head run over by his dad. So, I mean, I don't know. He might have been a brilliant guy, but typically when you're a linebacker,
you
and
don't
you get
need
your head run over, that's not associated.
And physicists. You need football
right.
players.
No, I'm not saying you must. I know we're not, but I'm saying this is just one factor in a bigger picture, right? This is also the team that allegedly paid a coach to lose games, right? And expected the coach to go along with that. What I'm trying to say is that there's and again, I'm not saying I believe this or not. I'm not saying that this is the point I'm making. I'm just saying something is wrong when a team is habitually losing over time, and we got to consider it from all angles. And one of the things we need to tell ourselves as fans is some of us fall in love with this idea of the non-thinking, intelligent dog, right? And we don't look at the humanity of the player. And it's not just a Dolphin problem. League-wide, there's a reason why guys like Myron Rowe fell in the draft. So I don't know. I've seen guys like Andrew Luck, who also went to Stanford, be successful.
What's your theory about Stanford? Are you saying they have soft locker rooms?
Well, no. I'm again. I don't know anything about anything here, Joe. I'm just trying to try to put some things together and just I'm trying to explore the question.
The problem's in the building for sure. It's something we don't get our eyes on.
No, KP, I know where you're going, and I know what you're thinking about, and I'm kind of there with you too. But also
company culture.
It's another big thing that really stands out, and it's that B word called bullying. What you talking about, KP, is on point, and I know where you're going with that. But the other thing,
and again, I want to make it clear, Mr. Paul, I'm not drawing any conclusions. I really don't have enough information. I do not have enough information.
Listen, you have to say no more. I understand what I know where you're going. I know what you're saying, but I'm not going to say it, for you because you can speak for yourself. But what I'm trying to say is that also this points back to that word I just mentioned.
Okay, so
that's the other thing. I know, and Pete.
So
go ahead, Pete.
Jonathan, this is a tweet. This is a tweet from the man himself, Jonathan Martin, on June 12, 2026. He said, "How many of my former college teammates are sucking their teeth in disgust at Jonathan Martin being an immature bully on X. He goes, "Well, I tried being a Stanford man. Unfortunately, me and workplace microaggressions don't mix. There ain't no black people in Bitcoin or real estate. Stanford football,
That's a lie.
nerd nation." Then he continues and says, "Oh,
Stupid.
and I sent out dozens of resume after graduating Walton. I played their game too. But Alice, every interview and first date is a conversation about Bullygate.
Oh
Degrees
my
don't
god.
matter in my
Cry me
case. So let's talk about Bullygate."
Joe, this shit's sad.
Yeah, it
How do you
is.
feel about
It
that?
is.
It's sad,
But
and also too, no, go ahead, KP.
It's sad on all
I-
ends. Like Joe Philbin, we had weak men leading our team. We had weak men leading that locker room. I agree with that. But this Jonathan Martin, man, he crying about girls and shit.
What's he talking about?
well, again, the only point I'm trying to make here, who's talking? I don't want to get your name. Young 3K.
3K. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Is that I'm not saying I agree or disagree with what you're saying, right? What we do know though is that the team has been losing now, going on 3 decades, right? And rarely challenging,
Right. That's
barely making the playoffs,
reflective
right?
of Joe Philbin, Adam
And-
Gase, and all the other weak men
Right.
that we had leading the franchise. Correct.
And during that period, we've been a
And the
team that's
GM.
ripe for scandals, right? So if
It
you
feels
line
like
those,
during this whole tenure, we're a
Because there's
team
no-
that just
there's
does
no
anything
leadership.
to hide all the scandals.
okay,
Like instead of worried about building a real
Yeah,
actual
we
team,
failed in that aspect.
every year they're building trying to hide a scandal.
right, and then and so we got to look at what do these scandals have in common. Somebody just mentioned Philbin, right? And I see Philbin's name in the chat.
Yeah, Joe Philbin.
When Philbin took over the team, there was, and we were on Hard Knocks that season. I remember watching it where
Yes,
the
I do
players
remember that.
had a leadership council, right? So you just mentioned strong
Reggie
leaders,
Bush.
right? And they said we're going to go and talk about our perspective with the coach. And then each
then
one
he
of those
didn't listen.
players were targeted and removed from the team.
Yeah.
Can I call my grandma?
You could tell Philbin was like a dictator. He didn't care. He was like Emperor Palpatine. He didn't care.
Now,
about
I don't know if any of
what
those players
people
went to
say.
Stanford or not.
It's
I'm
his
not trying
way.
to say that they did, right? But again, this is a team. Remember, this is a franchise that moved from Miami to Davie for the longest. I know they've since moved back to Miami Gardens because of the ownership interest of Ross, right? So, but I'm trying to paint a picture about some other things that aren't being mentioned. Bill Belichick is not in the league right now, right? He was coaching North Carolina University last night. Could it be that this Supreme Court approved lawsuit from one of the coaches is a little bit more serious than what is being reported currently? Remember, Bill Belichick started that scandal when he tweeted a congratulations
Yeah, I remember that.
Flores. No one's reporting that, right? What I'm saying again. Let me go. Maybe you miss it. This is a team that moved from Miami to Davie, right? And I'm just saying, there's a view of the Dolphins as a franchise in the NFL that a lot of people, don't want to they don't want to look at. Again,
But KP, you don't think we've learned from that with these the new hires? They're talking about high character. We're getting guys like Malik Willis, who has a high character.
Okay,
We got Brooks. We got. I think we've learned from Philbin. I think we've learned. I think we've learned from that. I hope we have. I think in the direction that we're trending right now. Yes, I believe.
Okay, let me let you in on something that you may not know. In the last couple of days, the Miami Dolphins announced their class of interns for 26-27, right? There's a community here in Miami who's brought up some pointed critiques of the class of young, bright, ambitious people who have been selected. If you pull up the 2026 interns, you probably will see where I'm going with this. Again, I don't want to be controversial because, again, I don't know. And I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody. But, there's
Man,
another
just say what
saying.
you think, man. Stop all
Hey,
this
if it
shit,
walks
bro.
like a
Just say
duck,
what you think.
talks like a duck, smells like a duck, it's possible that it is a duck. I can't confirm it, though, because those are just, characteristics. But something is wrong with the Dolphins franchise at a level that some people aren't comfortable examining. And I'm not saying Jonathan Martin is right.
Yeah.
No, I know what
I
you're
don't
saying.
know. I don't really.
I know what
Probably
you're
way
saying.
too a privileged background with elite education. He was
But
pampered.
you don't think
baby.
every NFL franchise is kind of set up similar, like in a way that those higher ups have the power ultimately, and it's not fair and just.
I agree. I agree with your critique that this is a problem of the leadership on the team. I do agree with that.
I don't think it has nothing to do. If we were winning, we wouldn't be talking about this. There would be.
And the fact that we are consistently losing is the dead giveaway.
No, but see, here's the thing. Why 3K? Even if we were winning, the problem is still that problem still exists. I know what KB talking about. It still exists, and it's not. It's still in this.
But we've seen winning teams. Well, my point is, we've seen winning teams with dysfunctional people and much worse shit than Bullygate. We've seen Charles Haley. We've seen dudes like Bill Romanowski. We've seen other guys win multiple championships, go to the Hall of Fame, and they're terrible people. They did terrible things.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's about production on the football field. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it takes all types.
That's why we all.
And Martin had zero production on the field. He was bad.
Yeah,
that's just the truth. That's the end of that's the reality. So he can complain about it 10 years later, 15 years later. But
another Ivy League guy we had was Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, was the genius coach. What was the Ivy League that he came from as a player and a student?
Yale.
He was a Yale. Okay. So I mean, again, I don't know. I'm just pointing out another point of another way to look at it.
That's every single team. Every coach has gotten their position because they knew someone. It's an old boys club. It's a club of friends. That's the NFL. But
that's what he's pointing out too.
That's exactly my point.
But he wasn't good enough, bro. He didn't produce on the field. That's what it's about at the end of the day. So you can sit here and complain, bro, 10, 15 years later, but
I'm not well, yeah, Jonathan Martin, yeah. Well, we'll see. Like I said, what
that's
Pete
what I'm
said,
saying. It's so late. It's 13 years later that this has got to be a documentary.
Well, John. Hey, more than a month ago, the Dive Bar hosted Nolan Carroll, and I watched that Nolan Carroll interview, and I listened. And unsolicited in that was about 5 minutes of Carroll bashing Martin at the time. Now, maybe Carroll was in on Martin's plan for this so-called documentary, right? And maybe he was, responding, and that was the fuel to his flame. But he brought it up 10 to 15 years later, and everybody on the podcast, the Dive Bar podcast, supported Carroll's position of calling this guy out 10 to 15 years later.
The Dive Bar podcast support that bull crap?
That's probably why he wants to fight him.
Again, I'm not saying they supported it or not, but they didn't push back against his perspective, and he was bringing that up on the blue.
When I get the Jonathan Martin up on this panel, we're going to Dive Bar podcast on their ass. You're going to see, Jonathan, y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy.
But I'm just saying,
Pete, the whole team is saying the same thing. Yeah. Why are you surprised? The whole fucking team
this is just
because Jonathan, I literally told you before this that I knew about what KP just said. I literally told you the tweet that Jonathan Martin called out Nolan Carroll for. So now it makes sense why, because it's not Jonathan Martin just going out of the way and say, hey, Nolan Carroll, remember this? No, Nolan Carroll opened up his mouth, and now Jonathan Martin, he's on X, and he won't keep his mouth shut, and now he's going to speak, and he won't allow his name to be bullied anymore.
Pete? So, Pete, is Jonathan Martin getting cyberbullied now? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what we're saying?
What I'm
cyberbullying. What I'm trying to say is, I think this is someone that's
Because he
coming
could just
out of
turn
his
the shit
shell.
off.
He's
Yeah.
coming out of his shell. He's
He's
held this
venting.
so
He's venting.
long.
Can't talk to
He,
So
girls. He ain't
yes,
talking
send
about.
him.
He ain't coming out of
and
no
he's
shell.
tired of
Pete,
it.
I got a
He's
great
tired.
therapist.
Too many
Pete,
people. You know what that man
great
said,
therapist.
3K?
I sent
You
her
know
the
what that
number.
man, Jonathan Martin, said, 3K? He
What he
says
said.
his mom pretty much did him wrong, but he didn't even know at the time. So he let his mom do what his mom thought was right.
Okay,
And it
Pete,
wasn't, because he
I
suffered
had problems
mentally
with.
through for years for this.
I
So imagine.
understand. I had problems with family
Maybe he's a
members
masochist and
too.
he
I
likes
went to a
bringing this up.
therapist and I got taken care of, bro. That's what you got to do. You don't tell people on social media your fucking family problems.
Come on,
Nobody
Joe. You
cares
got to
about
be
like
better
You know
than
what? You
that.
know what you just
How is
pointed
he a
out?
masochist and
I'm
he
being
likes bringing
serious.
this up when he's been the one
Hey,
quiet
Yeah,
for
G3K,
15
he
you know
years?
what you
likes
just pointed out?
self-humiliation.
Jonathan Martin
Y2K,
been
you
You
quiet
have
for
just
to
10,
pointed
respect
out.
15
that
years,
part.
bro.
You don't put your personal stuff on social media.
Yeah,
That
Right.
is
but
whack.
listen, but what? Listen to what Pete is
So
Go get
framing
a
though.
professional.
Pete is
no, go ahead.
pointing out that this guy Martin is
Yeah.
responding to bullying that's happened over time, right?
Yeah,
And
he's
he's
Okay.
venting.
coming out with his side of the
It's
story. Well,
okay.
let me make this point. And so this is, to me, this sounds similar
But
to the
KP, does it
Flores
matter that it's
situation
happening 10 years later?
because
Real talk. Does it matter
remember
that it's happening 10 years later?
Flores 5 years later, right? Well, not
Exactly.
5 years later. Flores was quiet when he got fired, but then similarly, the Dolphins were putting out stuff
Flores is a
about him, right?
completely, respectfully,
It's two
Flores is a
separate cases.
completely
Two
different
separate
situation.
cases.
Absolutely, completely
Exactly.
different.
Two totally separate
That
cases,
was
two totally different situations. But what's the
correct.
same? The team loses. The team and the franchise continue to suck. And in
Here's
fact,
my
they show
contention with it, KP.
preference.
Right.
They show
Here's my
preference. Let me
contention.
finish. But they show
Go ahead.
preference
Go
to
ahead.
obviously poor, mediocre guys like Tua, who have a certain fan base that comes along with them. And they did that before with Tannehill as well. So I don't know. Again,
I can't. It feels like you're reaching. Tannehill.
it is a reach. No, I'm not.
He
I'm
wasn't
not.
that
Again,
bad.
I'm
Tannehill.
He
being
ain't gonna
careful.
lie about it,
For
but
a
this is
certain
what
time.
gives he gets a thought. He
Tannehill
got a
went
thought
on
based on what's
after us
going
to
Yeah,
go
on.
I'm
to
not saying I know
a conference
anything, bro. I'm
championship.
not even making an argument. I'm just saying it's interesting how these things are
Right.
lining up.
Here's my contention with the KP.
Mhm.
If it was happening when Bullygate was that's bullying. I agree. But 15,
Mhm.
10 years later, I'm not going to sit here and allow you to say, oh, he's being bullied, cyberbullied,
No,
because
I'm
you
not
could
saying
literally
that. I never said that.
turn the
You
computer
didn't say
off.
that.
He has
I
money.
never said that.
Because he said he's being bullied online, so he has to respond. You don't have to respond. You can turn your phone off and go move to Vietnam or go live somewhere. You got money from the NFL and just forget about all this shit. Live your life, bro. Like Joe's doing. Like Joe, you see how Joe living? Joe
Yeah.
shit. He go. You
Well,
know what I'm
before I
saying?
came up here, I looked for any sign of Jonathan Martin's documentary, and I looked for him responding, and I don't see that popping up anywhere in on an internet search. But I guess Pete is taking this from the tweets. He's explaining this coming from
Twitter.
Jonathan Martin's Twitter.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yep,
interested
his
to
Twitter
see
page.
if this thing will have legs, if Martin will follow through with some of the things that have been mentioned. Again, just
I
to get
wouldn't be
insight
shocked if
on the
Jonathan
theme.
Martin is listening in to us right now.
And it don't.
Because I
And listen,
tagged him.
Salute to you,
and
Jonathan.
again, I'm not saying I agree with him or that I believe him. I don't know. I don't know any of these guys. I don't know anything. But what I do know is that it will add another perspective for us to consider as we ponder over why the team has sucked for 3 decades.
It does. It does. It does make me ponder and wonder. I'll tell you that much. A lot of the stuff, the scandals we deal with, and all of this stuff that that happens. Believe it or not, it's bad energy. It's bad energy. When do we ever get something good come out of the Dolphins? When? We trade Tannehill. We thought trading Tannehill was good. That man is over there winning division titles, throwing it in our face. Now we cut Tua. Now Tua is lighting it up in training camp and OTAs, and now it's
Nice
looking like
pivot,
it's about to bite us. But I'm just saying, like, nothing good ever happens. Like, no matter what ends up happening, honestly. So I've been about 2 weeks. I've been coming up with my own quarterback list because I saw Chris Sims. He's doing his all-time greatest quarterback list. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna have a non-biased actual top, because all I got at the moment is the top 10. And the list starts off, and I know a lot of people are not going to believe it, but the reality is Sam Darnold right now is the best quarterback in the NFL as of today.
Come on,
And then
Pete.
he's number 1. Number 2 is Drake May. Number 3 is Bo Nix.
Oh
Number
my
4 is
God.
Caleb Williams.
Oh
And
my
number
God.
5 is Josh Allen. That's
you
the
ho-
top 5 quarterbacks in today's NFL.
You forgot
Anything
about
else?
Mahomes?
Pete, you didn't
Mahomes?
say Matt Stafford. You didn't say Lamar Jackson. You didn't say Patrick Mahomes. Bro, oh my God. Pete, come on, Pete.
I'm not saying
This is crazy. Pete, I know you like the
this is
winning
why
bias, but what's his name?
this is why I started
Sam
off
Darnold
my
is not the
tweet.
best quarterback in the NFL. Come on.
This is why I started off my tweet saying
Correct.
this,
Yeah.
right? Listen to this, KP.
Man.
I said, only media-driven fans would disagree with this list. Here's the true top 5 quarterbacks heading into 2026-2027 season. Number 1 is Sam Darnold. Number 2 is Drake May. Number 3 is Bo Nix. Number 4 is Caleb Williams. And number 5 is Josh Allen. Like, where am I wrong on that list?
That group
I
only
think
won the
I
Super
think
Bowl.
Joe Burrow is going to be on that list. He's going to be healthy. He's got weapons. Hopefully, they fucking what's his name?
Let me give you my. I'm
Matt
gonna give you the
Stafford.
top 10.
Pete, did you not watch
6
Matt
through 10.
Stafford last year?
Listen,
the
because
best
you said
quarterback
Joe
in the-
Burrow, and Burrow's not even in my top 10. I just gave you the top 5.
Okay. What
Here's
about
6
Matt
through 10.
Stafford?
Number
What about
6,
Matt
Matthew Stafford.
Oh my
Number
God.
7, Jared Goff. Number 8, Dak
Damn.
Prescott. Number 9, Trevor Lawrence. And number 10, Baker Mayfield.
You haven't said Patrick Mahomes yet.
Baker Mayfield is 10. Baker Mayfield. Oh my God, but Baker Mayfield needs.
In your top 5, Pete, only 2 of the quarterbacks have been in the Super Bowl.
I may not agree, but good.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
A lot of y'all, you know what the problem is in today's NFL? A lot of y'all live of what Mahomes did a few years ago.
No,
a lot of y'all, like you're begging for Joe Burrow. Like Joe Burrow hasn't made it to the playoffs in some years. 3K. It's been years, almost going on 4 years since we seen Joe Burrow. Matthew Stafford is number 6.
He should be number 1.
He's number 6.
He should be
How
number
should he
1.
be number 1?
He got.
What y'all talking about? What up, Pete? What up, fellas? What y'all talking about?
Top 3, Pete. Come on.
I think Matthew Stafford got like 40,000 yards.
He had the hardest
passing.
schedule last year. He damn near won a Super Bowl.
I put Matthew.
He led the league in
Matthew Stafford
touchdowns.
is Matthew Stafford. I'm telling you right now, any of those other quarterbacks on top of him in that top 5 would have won a Super Bowl with that Rams team.
Let me. Are we debating who's the best quarterback in football?
No,
Yeah, he said Sam Darnold and then Drake May.
The debate.
Listen, the best way to answer that. The best way to answer that is this, fellas. The best way to answer that is this, fellas. If you have to win one
Pete
game,
named off his top 5 quarterbacks because Chris Sims made a top so many of quarterbacks. So Pete was going down his list, explaining his list.
Pete, what's your top 5 quarterbacks? Let me hear it real quick,
right
bud.
now, entering the year 2026, entering the season, the top 5 quarterbacks of the NFL today are Sam Darnold, number 1, Drake May, number 2, Bo Nix, number 3, Caleb Williams, number 4, and Josh Allen, number 5.
What's the matter with you?
Fuck no.
Where do you have Malik Willis? Where do you have Malik Willis, Pete?
Where the fuck is Patrick Mahomes?
I've only got to 10. I've only been
Wait, Pete, let me ask you a question, Pete. Let me ask you a question, Pete. Let me ask you a question, Pete. Because I hate that I'm going to have to do this, but I got to do it. When Michael Jordan didn't win the MVP every year, did everyone still know he was the best player in basketball? Yes, right? Everyone still knows Patrick Mahomes is still the best quarterback in football, bro. He still is. He's the best quarterback in football, bro.
He's not the best quarterback in football.
He's the best quarterback in football still, bro.
At some point, if you're not
absolutely
producing,
is.
when you're...
Bro, I think Joe Burrow's still like that.
Sam Darnold won 14 games with the Vikings the year before. Went to the Seahawks one year.
That's a team accomplishment.
Yeah, he had top 5 defenses both those years.
I'm just saying, the hottest quarterback in the NFL right now is Sam Darnold. There's no quarterback hotter than him.
No, Matthew.
And if there is one, it has to be one of those other names at
Josh
2
Allen
or
is
3.
better than fucking Sam
Josh
Darnold.
Allen is
Are
not
you
better
high?
than Sam Darnold.
Bro, I can
He's way
name. I
better.
can name.
Sam
I can name.
Darnold is not
Hey,
better.
Fucking Lamar
Josh
Jackson
Allen is
is
not better
better.
than Sam Darnold.
Lamar
Pete,
Jackson, come on,
Pete,
bro.
Pete, highlight.
It's over for a lot of those guys, bro.
Hey, Pete, highlight Jose list down there in the chat room.
Oh,
Highlight Jose.
Justin Fields.
The top 5 quarterbacks go Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Lamar 3, Burrow 4, and Matt Stafford 5.
I agree.
Hey,
I think
can
Matt
you highlight
Stafford should
And
be
you don't
higher,
even have
but
Sam Darnold on your list, bro.
No, he's not.
Hell
He's
no.
not. Come on.
You don't even have Sam Darnold on
No,
your list.
Pete.
No.
When Brad Johnson won the Super Bowl with the Bucks, was he the best quarterback in football?
Sam Darnold is not Brad Johnson, bro.
Fuck no.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sure wasn't.
Was
And
Jalen
Sam
Hurts
Darnold
the best
isn't-
quarterback?
Yeah,
Bro.
but the quarterback he
Bro,
was going
all
up against
5 of those
was Richie
quarterbacks I
Gannon.
just named, if you put them on
bro.
Seattle last year, they win the Super Bowl still.
Yeah.
You don't think if you put Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar on
Exactly.
Seattle last year, they don't win the Super Bowl? Come on, dog. They had the
Look who
best
won the
defense
Super
in
Bowl
football.
MVP. The running back. The running back won the MVP of that game. And they
Sam
had a great
Darnold has
defense.
50
They had the
touchdown
smartest defense
passes
I ever
in
seen.
the last 2 seasons and a Super Bowl ring.
That's a team of comp. Jalen Hurts has a Super Bowl ring. He's not top 5. Is he? I don't know. To me, he's not.
Hell no. Jalen Hurts ain't
Yeah.
top 5.
Yeah,
bro.
Exactly.
I agree.
Unless you're
Not
an
Hurts
Eagles
isn't
fan.
that high.
Bro, what? What are we
Come
This
doing?
man Mahomes, check this out. Mahomes in 2022, he threw for 5,000 yards, 41 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Damn,
In
that's pretty good.
2023, he threw for 1,000 less yards.
And he still won the Super
3,100.
Bowl, right?
Listen,
But he won the-
2024,
Damn.
he threw
Damn,
for
he getting cooked.
3,900 yards. In 2025, he threw for 3,500 yards.
I
In
don't care.
He
2022,
missed 4
He's looking
games,
at
Pete.
numbers on a
the
He
man
missed the
has
last
been
4 games, Pete. He
regressing.
tore his
Right.
ACL, Pete.
His
But the
team
man
changed.
has been regressing every single
The
year.
team has been
He's living
regressing.
off of 2 dominant seasons and a
2
few
dominant
Super Bowl
seasons,
rings.
Pete.
That's it,
Pete,
bro.
you
Wrong,
realize,
That's
Joe.
you
it.
realize,
When are
Pete,
we gonna
you
realize
Pete.
that Mahomes is
Oh my
regressing?
God.
Why
Oh my
are we
God,
afraid
Pete.
to mention a player is regressing?
Oh,
Because
really?
he had
So
a
when
few
Tom Brady
great
went
seasons.
10 years without winning
Yeah.
a Super Bowl, was he regressing?
Yes.
No,
Oh my
he was still
God.
He was still
Oh
leading
my
the league
God.
in touchdowns, yards.
Pete, stop it,
He
Pete.
had a come on,
Pete,
Pete.
stop.
He had
Stop.
come on.
What are we doing,
He
Pete?
because he had bro. He's not the Mahomes.
Pete, he went undefeated one year and threw 50
Right.
touchdowns. They
And he
lost the
lost
Super
in the
Bowl.
Super
He
Bowl.
regressed?
Right now.
He regressed?
You can't. He's not the greatest quarterback in the league right now. He has the greatest.
Brother, you realize in a
accomplishments in the
7-year
league at
window,
the
Patrick
moment.
No, I
Mahomes
see
already
what
has the
Pete's saying.
second most playoff wins ever, right?
No, I see what
He did that in
Pete's saying.
7
I see what
years.
Pete's saying.
Hold up. So
see what you're
Super Bowl is a team accomplishment, but when it comes
Yeah.
from Mahomes, y'all say he's the greatest.
Well,
But not
it's because
Sam
in those
But
Super
not Sam
Bowls
Darnold.
they had to come back most of the time. Like the Niners, they came back, they were down. At the other game, they had a game-winning touchdown, so he had to, will his team to win, in a sense. So
I agree.
Every
do give
single
him credit
year
for that.
since
Absolutely
2022, everything on his stats regress. Yards,
I don't
touchdown
care.
passes,
I don't
games
care.
played.
Joe
his
Montana,
ratings,
go
105,
Pete. Go look at Joe
92,
Montana's stats.
93 and 89.
But he's still come on. Stats
You
is
act
not
like
the
some of
end-all
these.
be-all.
So if this was Tua, a lot of y'all would be saying Tua's figured out. That's why he's.
Didn't he
regressing.
beat Tua
But
in
since it's
2023?
Mahomes,
Then he
the
whooped
man
Tua's
is
ass.
figured out, bro. The
Then he
man is
whooped
figured
Tua's
out.
ass in the
And a
playoffs.
lot of the thing is, y'all just don't want to give credit to Sam Darnold, who developed,
No.
who got better, progressed, and showed that he
Sure
only
he
took the
did, but he's
Vikings
not
to the Super Bowl
Yeah.
the
2
best
years ago.
quarterback in football.
He also has
absolutely
one of the
did.
Right now,
smartest
he is.
defenses I've ever seen that disguise the nickel blitzes and do all this weird exotic shit. Like, come on, bro. You got to give the
Bro,
whole team
Seattle,
some credit.
after the Texans, you could argue Seattle had one of the best defense with the Texans and Broncos last year. Like, those
Yeah,
were the 3
definitely.
best
They're up there.
defenses in football last year.
And then
no,
you also
no
got
doubt.
JSN, who's a dominant
And Clint
receiver.
Kubiak,
That
who's a
guy-
fucking genius play
Cooper
caller.
Kupp. Let's not forget who Cooper Kupp was. He had the most dominant wide receiver season ever. Triple
What you guys
crown,
fail
won
to
a Super
realize
Bowl.
is
Pete, all I'm
another.
saying is, Pete, Patrick Mahomes already has the second most wins in playoff history. He in a 7-year span, he won 2 MVPs, went to 5 Super Bowls, won
He
3,
won a Super
and
Bowl
just
with
because
McCole
Sam
Hardman
Darnold
and
won a Super Bowl this year does not make him better than him.
When's the last
right,
time Mahomes won a
absolutely not.
Super Bowl?
But
2 years ago,
2 years ago.
3 seasons ago, because last year, the year before was the Eagles, right? This year was the Seahawks.
We're not taking away none of his accomplishments, Nick. He is a good quarterback. But in today's
Good.
league,
He's a
at the
top 5
moment,
quarterback of all time,
he's
Pete.
legendary.
Pete, he said
In
he's a good
today's
quarterback.
league
He
right
could
now,
retire right now. He'll be top 5
he
considered
would
all
be
time,
first
he
bro.
will be a
People
ballot
got
Hall of
him.
Famer.
People
He
got
will
him
be a
over
Hall of Famer.
Rodgers and Breeze right
Nick,
now.
I
Right
agree with
now.
you. I agree with you, Nick. But at the end of the day, he's just not better than these quarterbacks right now.
Bo
Right
Nix is better.
now.
You're telling me Patrick Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in this division?
Not right now.
Oh.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Bo Nix.
All right, bro.
These
God bless.
are the top 10 quarterbacks.
What about
in the
Fernando
league right
Mendoza?
now.
Bo Nix.
These are the guys
But he
that
has
are
the best.
producing
Bo
right
Nix has the
now.
best defense
This
in
is
the
what y'all don't
NFL.
want to
You know
hear
that, right?
about the
No,
guys
CJ
that are
Stroud
doing
does.
something
Oh
right
yeah, you're right.
now. And those
Yeah.
guys are
Second best.
Sam Darnold,
Mm-hmm.
Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Josh Allen.
Caleb
That's
Williams.
the top
Caleb
5.
Williams.
And your
Caleb
6
Williams.
Caleb
through 10,
Williams after
Bears,
one good
Matthew
season.
the Bears,
Stafford,
Caleb Williams.
Jared
Yo,
Goff,
how you have
Dak
Josh Allen top
Prescott,
5? That
Second and
motherfucker
Trevor
third.
never
Lawrence,
beat Mahomes
and
in the
Baker
playoffs.
Mayfield.
He
Dak
never
ain't
beat
never won a
Mahomes in the
Super
playoffs
Bowl.
or
Dak
Burrow in
ain't
the
never won a
playoffs.
Super Bowl, but he's better than Mahomes is right now based on last year's work.
Oh, jeez. You know Mahomes was playing hurt. You know Mahomes was playing
It,
hurt last year,
it,
and then he tore
yeah,
his knee. Like his
Yeah.
knee wasn't healthy last year,
With
bro.
with
And
And
then
wide
he
then he
tore it.
that
receivers
means he
missing
that
has to
time.
come back and prove it. This is what I'm
No.
trying to tell
Question,
y'all.
Joe.
It ain't gonna y'all just giving it to some of these guys because of their name. Oh, you don't have Lamar Jackson up there? You crazy, Pete. Why? Because he's a double-time MVP? Bro, the man
No,
hasn't
because
done anything in the playoffs.
oh
A lot
my
of these
God,
guys
What's
bro.
Caleb
got
Williams
games.
done in the
What is
playoffs compared to Lamar?
Josh Allen done in the playoffs?
What's
besides
Josh
lose?
Allen
2 years.
done?
I mean, his numbers
Josh
are better than
Allen.
Lamar's in the
But
playoffs.
Don't
so
forget
we
about
know where
Karen
Josh Allen
Rodgers,
stands. He's still the
Pittsburgh.
same Josh Allen. He's gonna get to the divisional or
Dude, what did
championship
Bo
round.
Nix do in the
He's giving
playoffs?
you that.
I mean, he had
He
like
just
2
went to a
games.
championship game. He just went to a championship game. He
Got
took the
hurt.
Broncos. He
His
took the
team
Broncos
won
2 years ago in a historic dead cap season to the playoffs and won a playoff game.
Yeah, but that's one game, Pete. I'm not gonna decide these guys on one game.
You guys
I'm
fail
gonna
to
look at the
realize
regular season too.
you guys are living
Don't
off the
forget
past
Lamar.
and
Listen,
forget
Lamar was
about
hurt.
today.
Pete, Lamar was hurt last year. His team was
That's what
messed
I'm
up,
saying.
and he
And why do
almost
you
made the
think this
playoffs.
list
He
is
still
what this
almost
list
made the
is?
playoffs. His
You think I
kicker
want to
missed the
leave Mahomes out? You think I want to
how's that his
leave
fault?
Lamar Jackson out the top 10? No, it just happened because of the way they have been performing based on last year and the ending of some of it, how it ended the following the prayer years.
No Trevor
Yes.
Lawrence, Pete?
That's called peace law.
No, but see, if
This
we
is-
look at
hey,
Joe
Mr.
Burrow
Paul.
and
Hey,
Lamar
Mr. Paul,
Jackson
isn't the
2 years
NFL
ago,
not
they
for
were
long?
dominating the NFL.
You don't sit at the
So
throne at the top of the peak for long. Every year there's a transition, there's a change. But because some people's name are legendary in the game already, they want to crown them forever.
But so Pete, 2 years ago, when Lamar and Joe Burrow threw for 40 touchdowns,
the metrics order. They
If
failed
y'all,
to win
if y'all
the way
only
their
knew.
name carry weight.
I know
So-
what Pete is saying.
That's all it is. Right
No,
now,
but
the
Mr.
hottest,
Pog,
the
Mr.
top
Pog, what
10
I'm
hottest quarterbacks in the NFL. The top 10 hottest quarterbacks in the NFL. Sam Darnold, Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford. Who was number 7? I gotta find it real quick. Somewhere on my tweet.
You said Dak Prescott. No,
Dak Prescott,
Dak
Trevor
Prescott.
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
No, you didn't have Trevor.
Who does your list stack up with Chris
You had,
Sims' list?
who was that he had
No,
behind
but
Dak
Chris Sims was
Prescott?
doing an all-time
Oh,
great.
no, you had
like all-time.
You had Tampa Bay quarterback behind.
All right, my bad.
Prescott.
So I said, you're doing an all-time. Let me think about today's NFL. And I had to dig in and I had to look and I had to say, you know what? The NFL is not for long. It's about today. It's about what your team has built right now. There's a lot of these guys that have to come in and perform their injury status. Mahomes, how is he going to come in? You expect Mahomes to be a top-tier quarterback in the league this upcoming season statistically? Think about that.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yes. Look at his weapons. Look at his weapons. They signed Kenneth Walker. You got Xavier Worthy, who's coming along. You still got Kelsey. Rasheed Rice is probably gonna play. You know, you got weapons, bro.
I don't think he'll end up as a top 10 quarterback. Not this upcoming season. They ain't got no other running back other than Kenneth Walker and the other little Dick McCarter or something.
Yeah.
But then you got Stafford, Goff, Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, and Baker Mayfield. That's 10 right there. We ain't got no Joe Burrow on this list. There's no Justin Herbert on this list.
Exactly
no
what I was
Lamar
gonna say.
Jackson on this list. And there's
So
no
when Tom
such
Brady
thing
tore
as,
his ACL,
but they were injured last
How come
year.
Tua didn't make your list, Pete?
So when
How come
Tom
Tua
Brady
didn't make the
tore his
list?
ACL, he
He
wasn't.
made KP. He made Jose list down in the
Tua
chat.
got all the weapons.
Bro, just because a
Yeah,
quarterback
Jose
misses
is down in the chat room.
1 year, that doesn't disqualify them. When Tom Brady tore his ACL in 08, he just came off the most dominant season ever. That didn't take him out of the top 5. Joe Burrow 2 years ago had a dominant season. Lamar Jackson had a dominant season 2 years ago. If it wasn't for injuries and team situation, it wouldn't have went like how it went last year. But I'm not going to disqualify them, put Bo Nix in there just because 1 year. Come on, bro. Jared Goff.
1 year is 2 years.
Jared Goff, bro.
Bo Nix was a rookie 2 years ago.
No,
Last
Caleb
year was his
Williams
first
one
year.
is a little too high.
Yeah, but I like Bo Nix. He's great, but Pete.
Bo Nix is the fourth quarter guy. First 3 quarters, he sucks.
You know, that's more like Caleb Williams. But you notice both of those names are on my top 5.
Both of those guys. You're right. You're 100% right. Both of those guys
are in my top 5 because in the heat of the moment, you playing the game all game long. If the other team studied and slowed you down early on, you got to be able to do something. And it seems like Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, when it comes to the clutch moment, they just finish the job.
Yeah, they turn on.
And it doesn't matter if it's a lucky Hail Mary 4th quarter, 4th and 18 throw by Caleb. Doesn't matter if it's an 18-yard 4th and 17 scramble by Bo Nix. They make it happen somehow, some way to make that game and keep that drive alive to finish it and ice it.
So by that standard, where's Bryce Young? Hey, so by that standard, where's Bryce Young? He was the second clutchest quarterback in the league last year after Bo Nix. That's a fact.
Bryce Young
Him and Bo Nix were the clutchest quarterbacks last year.
I'm going to tell you right now, 3K, he's probably top 15. He's probably might make 11 through 15. So don't be surprised. I just got to work on the rest of the numbers for the next couple of days to get 16 through 25. And I think that's where it'll probably end through 25 because the rest of the guys will be rookies. Anyway.
Oh my goodness!
So Justin Herbert didn't lead game-winning drives in his career because you basing this off 1 year. I'm looking at the guy. I'm looking at 2.
But you gotta, but you also gotta remember, the regular season. There's a lot to it, but you also got to be able to perform in the playoffs. So that's what kind of hurt Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
That 0-3.
I mean, his team is bad.
Dak is. I got Dak top 10. Dak only has what, 2 playoff wins? See what I'm saying?
And Dak had better teams than her.
But Dak has had some good performances in the playoffs where it led him to lose.
Yeah.
Just like they say about Lamar Jackson, right? Oh, they didn't lose because of Lamar Jackson. They dropped the pass. So they all like everybody always wants to find an excuse off of the quarterback.
It's not every game though.
It's not all of them.
Yeah, I think quarterback. I think wins and losses is overrated
in the playoffs
on a quarterback. Yeah.
But
see, you only have one. Pete, you only have one sample size for the playoffs for Caleb and Bo Nix. You've only seen them in one postseason. What if, remember C.J. Stroud?
No, you only saw Caleb Williams in one postseason. You saw Bo Nix.
So what if next year Caleb Williams goes to the postseason and he plays like shit?
Then next year. Okay, next year we'll redo our rankings. This is
See,
a
but
year
that
thing.
I can't. I'd like to take into
This isn't
account a bigger body
you
of
see,
work.
that's the issue. This
You
is
know?
why you guys want to
Yeah.
crown Mahomes forever. He's the best. He's gonna be number
Well,
one
he's top
forever.
5. He's top 3.
No, y'all need to understand that quarterbacks take lead every year. Only because one did something great, he did it great that particular year. Did he hold it down? He didn't win it the next year. He
Mahomes
didn't follow
held it
that
down
up with
for
a
no reason.
three-peat.
Yeah.
He did,
Mahomes
but
is signed till
that run with that
2032.
team build, that Tyreek Hill team, all of that run
He
is
won
over
without
with.
Tyreek.
That run is over with. Now he's under contract, 3K. Notice how now under a $500 million contract, right? Notice how now he's missing games with injuries. Now he's not putting up the best stats in the book anymore. Why is that? Because he don't got the best around him anymore. So they're going to use excuses. I'm not taking away from Mahomes. He's legendary. He's great. But in today's NFL right now, he's not that guy because he's not winning. The guys they're winning more and they're putting up better stats than him. So
In
for
other
that,
words, he's saying he's becoming obsolete.
Yeah,
not
but I
obsolete
wouldn't
because you
take him
still
out the
respect
top
him.
10.
But what
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
saying
right.
is a lot of these big names that didn't make the list, they didn't make the list for a reason. Last year, injury. They didn't finish the season. They didn't perform. They didn't take their team to the playoffs. So now they're crowning these guys on top of guys that actually took their teams to the playoffs. And
Let's see,
that's not right. That's not right.
See, that's why I was laughing when Pete said what he said, because I listen to every word Pete said, because sometimes Pete says something, and if you don't listen to every word he's saying, you're gonna respond how should I say differently.
And you know what happens to them when I'm talking, Mr. Paul? Because you're absolutely right. You gotta listen. But when I'm talking, they're thinking about what they're gonna say in their head, and they miss the points
Can I
that
throw
I
a
bring
name
up.
out there for
They
top
miss
10
the points.
considerations?
Exactly.
Hey, can I throw a name out there for top 10? Because I haven't heard his name. Just Herbert, bro? Like what?
Herbert ain't no. He's not
I
top 10,
said
but he
that.
might make the next
Nick, I
list.
said it
Yeah,
earlier.
I wouldn't.
Bro,
yeah.
Herbert,
But
and I
yeah,
know
Herbert's
the
in a shitty
playoff.
situation.
I know the playoff stuff is bad for Herbert.
Right.
That's alarming. Through their first 6 seasons and
oh, sound like you're breaking up, Nick.
Yeah, they cut him off because he over here trying to bring up Justin Herbert. What? And the man has been horrendous in the playoffs. Horrendous.
But P, how many games is that? Isn't it? Hasn't he played 2 playoff games? So
And
we're
that's
gonna
what you
throw out.
evaluate.
We're gonna
That's what you
throw out the man.
evaluate.
Okay, but P, we're gonna throw out all his career, every game he played for 2 games.
Yes, because the past.
Oh my
in the
God,
NFL
on the motherfucking
doesn't
Chargers.
matter.
P, when was the last time the
past doesn't
Chargers was
matter.
good and relevant? Chargers is a shit organization too.
You can't,
Come on, bro.
It doesn't matter what the Chargers did 6 years ago. It doesn't matter what these players did 4 years ago.
Look what happened this year. His team was injured. He lost 2 of his starting O linemen. His weapons was trash. He got sacked a million times. He played with a broken hand, and he still took his team to the playoffs. That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive, but it's not impressive
is.
more than some of the other names that I brought up.
If you put some of those other guys in that same situation, they would look even worse. I promise you. I promise you, Pete, because he's carrying a
Some of those guys have
dysfunctional
played
franchise.
better playoff games than Justin Herbert. You know
because
how
they
lucky,
have better
let me tell you
teams and better franchises.
Do you know how lucky Drake? Because I was the only Bo Nix guy in this whole internet. I was the only one telling people, look at Bo Nix. Look, and this was his rookie year because I even missed him coming out of the draft out of Oregon. I had to dig in and watch, and I said, this man Bo Nix is something else. He's taken. Drake May is lucky he's number 2. But the reason why I put Drake May number 2 over Bo Nix, even though he kind of stole Bo Nix's Super Bowl run, his ankle, Drake May at least made it to the Super Bowl, my guy. But if you look at the playoff games, Bo Nix, I mean, if you look at the playoff path that Drake May had to take to get to the Super Bowl last year, his performances weren't really that good passing-wise. But you know, his moments came in when he picked up first downs on the ground in crucial times. So his passing performance wasn't on par, but he made it happen through the whole playoff story with him running for first downs and putting his team on his back.
Well, he also
And that
fumbled a
alone
lot.
is what
He
I
also
respected from
fumbled.
Drake May. And this is why I put him on top of Bo Nix.
Drake May
It's what you
fumbled
do,
like
bro.
3 times through like a bunch of picks against the Texans. He still won the game because of the defense.
And think about how special
Not
it is, because
because of him.
what you said, 3K, you're trying to, bro, the man only been in the playoffs 2 times. That's even special. That's even more special that Caleb Williams and Bo Nix, what they're doing now, only being in the league 2 years, you're taking that as not being even more special. That's what puts even more of a light into their names, because they're taking over names like, for example, Bo Nix. He's substituting a name in the playoffs everyone had penciled in as Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. He replaced one of those names in the AFC. And the same goes for Caleb Williams in the NFC. Who did they have penciled in? Cowboys. They had the Commanders with Jaden Daniels. They had them all penciled in as playoff guys coming in. Nah, Caleb Williams came in, stole the show, even though they laughed at Caleb Williams his rookie year because of how Jaden Daniels performed, because of how the other quarterback looked, and they were making fun of Caleb. And Caleb came back and took over the league by storm this upcoming year. So this list, whether you guys want to agree with it or not, your argument points are going to be really irrelevant, even though it might make some sense, because it's coming off what's happening now.
That's what I'm, yeah.
The past doesn't matter.
I don't agree with
get
it,
it.
but I hear
Nick
you.
could say, Patrick Mahomes. So let me guess, Tom Brady comes out of retirement right now, signs with the Raiders or the Dolphins or anybody. So now the Dolphins got the greatest quarterback on in the NFL. So if Tom Brady comes out of retirement, he signs with the Dolphins, he has the most accolades out of ever. So he automatically becomes the best quarterback in the NFL? That's how it works for some of y'all. It's not about what you done for me lately. It's about what you did for me once upon a time for some of y'all. It's incredible. It's incredible that Sam Darnold isn't being put on a high level right now based on what he's able to do the last 2 seasons alone.
He should be, but he's not. He shouldn't be considered the best in the league. It's just.
Yes, he is. He just won a Super Bowl.
I don't care.
He just ran a 14-win
Trent
season.
Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, but did Trent Dilfer go from the Vikings, win 14 games there? Then
he played well.
No, I agree. Pick on another team.
He deserves it.
You're on another team, a new coach, a new culture, a new everything, and you come in and do it the same. But not only the same, but you do it better this time.
I played great.
So
No, he played great.
You see what I'm
no,
saying?
He threw 0 picks. Pete, I agree.
Hey, you know what's crazy? If
threw
Lamar
0 picks
Jackson does that, Lamar Jackson is the greatest quarterback on the planet. If Joe Burrow would have done what Sam Darnold does, he's the greatest on earth. But since it's Sam Darnold,
Joe Burrow
it's crazy. People don't want to witness greatness at the moment. They want to label greatness for past longevity performances. Nah, man,
I just think
Pete,
I think you're.
You got to treat. You know what I don't like?
Because
they treat quarterback position differently than they do every other position. Every year, there's a new best running back in town. Every year, there's a new best wide receiver in town. Every year, there's a new tight end in town. But every year at quarterback, the list stays the same. Why? Oh, no, he's MVP. And he won a Super Bowl. And this guy has a Super Bowl. This is Patrick Mahomes. So Patrick Mahomes always going to be in the top 3. Always. Even if he's not putting up numbers compared to these other guys, just because of his history, he's top 3.
Yeah,
that's fake. You were top 3. But there's new guys in the league now that are outperforming you, that are out-dueling you. You're losing a lot of games now, Mahomes.
It's a team, bro. It's not one player. I'm not gonna give all the credit and all the.
It's not the team,
wins and the losses.
And this is a quarterback-driven league. There's a reason why quarterbacks can get paid $500 million, bro. You win and lose games because of your quarterback. And if you don't believe that, then you just don't understand football. It's point blank, period.
I don't know,
lose
bro.
a game because you win and lose them.
Who's higher on the list, Tua or Malik Willis?
Malik Willis. I don't even think Tua is going to make the list. You got to remember, we're going off what happened. Tua's regression by far
Tua played more
is
than
probably
Malik
the
Willis.
highest regression measurement that there is.
Yeah.
So
I
he's not
agree with
even
that.
the starter right now. That type of quarterback, he's not gonna make the list, Ralph. But if he starts playing and he actually wins the job and he comes up and turns around week 8, Falcons are winning games and Tua is doing his thing with Atlanta, yeah, the list needs to get reshuffled. It does.
Retuned.
CCR said, does Tua make the top 60?
Top 60. Travis Kelce used to be that dude who would convert 3rd and 15 late in the game, clutch moments. Nowadays, Kelce plays like a practice squad tight end. Chiefs should have got a stud tight end. You see, that's the thing. I like that comment. Everybody wants to just be scared of the Chiefs. I'm so happy we play the Chiefs as our season opener, a home opener week 3. You know that? I'm happy we play them week 3.
Well, Pete, that's what they say about the Bills.
Because we Dolphin fans, bro. We've been through this too long, Mr. Pop. How many times have we picked up the big famous name? Oh, he's won Super Bowls with the Patriots. He's won Super Bowls with the Broncos. He's won Super Bowl. We always get that. Does it translate to wins?
Nope.
Has all of that translated to wins here in Miami? Nope.
Nope.
So it doesn't guarantee it to translate to wins when other teams do it and when they have it. Simple and plain. Simple and plain. I like Mahomes. I love Mahomes. I wish we had a Mahomes. But stop thinking Mahomes is still 2018 Mahomes, 2020 Mahomes. Matter of fact, Mahomes might have had one of the most easiest, legendariest runs nobody wants to talk about anyways because he put up 50 touchdowns his first year starting. Bro, nobody wants to discuss the fact that Mahomes might have had it the easiest during the COVID period. What is Mahomes after the COVID?
I think Josh.
He won a ring. He won a ring in 2023 with Nicole Hartman and Rasheed.
In 2023?
Yeah, bro. He
In
played
a year
good
when
in the
every
playoffs.
quarterback got hurt. Wasn't that the year all the
Oh my
quarterbacks
God!
got
So
hurt?
this year, I don't give Bo Nix no credit because Joe Burrow and Lamar got hurt, and Herbert and Mahomes got hurt. There you go.
And Mahomes.
Who was his playoff
That's your
run?
logic.
Who was his playoff run?
Bro, Drake May had the weakest playoff run. You got him number 2. I don't care about the playoff run. You don't care about the playoff run. What are we doing here, bro? Come on, bro.
Hey, Pete, I go as far as to say, even though Josh Allen right now is still one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, he's starting to regress.
Yes. Why do you think he's at number 5?
Fins up, everyone.
When I
want to
had
go
Josh
after
Allen
me.
as number 1, when I had Josh Allen as number 1 2, 3 years ago, that's when he was number 1. And he ain't number 1 no more. He's starting to regress. And Bills fans don't like that. They don't like to hear when I tell them that. They laughed when I went into that Bills space and tried to point out that Josh Allen, the man just hit 30. 9th season in the league. The way he plays and carried his team, he ain't going to be able to do that for another. He could probably do that for another 2 more seasons. He could probably do that for another 2 more seasons. And he gonna fade. He's going to fade out. Fade out. Sad, tragic ending. They could never figure it out for Josh Allen.
I hope so. That sounds good.
The Dan Marino of today's era.
No,
Bills
don't you dare disrespect Dan Marino. Dan Marino made a Super Bowl. Since you like to talk about all that Super Bowl shit, Josh Allen didn't do that. So don't compare them. Don't compare them. Josh Allen is more like John Elway to me. A big, strong arm receiver. I have strong arm.
More like Jeff George.
Nah, but who's mobile?
Jeff George was mobile.
Yeah, Jeff George was pretty good. But
what was the name of the Colts quarterback? I think he came from Stanford or.
Oh, you talking about Phillip Rivers?
No, not Philip Rivers. Um,
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
From Stanford.
Yeah, that's who Josh Allen kind of remind me of. I'm not saying
Yeah.
exactly. He kind of reminds me of Andrew Luck. What's up, Sharif?
Hey guys, I think like I do not have to be proven. And listen, quarterback talk right now, but it really I can't judge it. I can't gauge it. You know, you got Bobby Slowick showing one side of the field. He doesn't want you to see a damn thing. I don't know. I can't evaluate my quarterbacks. So the only thing I can say is I've been able to see Halfley's defense.
Hmm.
I've been able to see the advantages of the defense, and then I look at the personnel that we have, and I've been able to kind of put together some things. Um, so notice, I want everyone to notice. Ooh, by the way, shout out to all Dolphin fans. And I don't know what has happened in the NBA trades today, so I don't know. Maybe Heat made a big trade. I don't know, but I'm just popping in off the cuff. What I've noticed about this front line, this front seven,
Hmm.
I think is about 3 months now. We all notice we don't have any edges, or we don't have any homegrown edges. It's people who we're gonna ask to play edge, right?
About Chop Robinson. We don't have
Chop
Chop.
Robinson is your move. He's really your moving piece. Like he's your Parsons. So Parsons is just gonna move to the right
Well,
hole after
but
the snap.
Parsons plays in a 3-4 though, right? Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah,
It
not anymore.
well, what it really is
I don't know.
so I think the wide
Because
nine and the wide five, right? I have to base it off of what Flores did, which is it's not gonna be a star who's gonna get 10 sacks. It's basically gonna be Siler, hold up your man. Biggers, hold up your man. Phillips, hold up your man. Basically, I'm asking you not to go in the backfield. Please do not go in the backfield. That's not your job. Your job is to hold up your man so Chop can come around and get the sack. That's how Ogba got 9 sacks untouched. Untouched sacks mean that you're coming free, right? And so, if I ask a quiz question to all Dolphins fans, they probably would get this wrong. What did Patrick Graham and Flores value on third downs? They value pressure
Sharif,
and taking
Sharif,
taking the quarterback off of the spot. The reason why I
Sharif.
say that is
We
go
don't have the luxury to blitz the way Flores did. When Flores was blitzing like that, he had
absolutely,
Xavier
Pete.
Howard. He
Right.
had Byron Jones. He had corners
so
that could play at
so
Great
the
corners.
high end and
I'm
stretch
glad
that.
I'm glad you brought that up, right? This is why we
We
have
don't have that.
22 cornerbacks, right? So if I bring
So you don't
in
think
and I don't want to use this example. If I'm
Sharif,
a
we don't
young
have
lady,
Xavier Howard.
if I'm a young lady, right, and I bring in 22 men, that means I want the best husband, right? So that's how I am looking at it from the
No, that means
standpoint
you a
of that.
hoe. That means you a hoe,
I
Sharif.
don't. No, no,
You
no,
want
no,
me to
no, no. I
Sharif,
see.
you looking for
I
a
don't want to
husband,
you,
you go one
but
man
but
at a
but
nah?
time. You don't go
You
obviously
didn't
22.
I
say
gotta
Sharif.
break it
Sharif,
down.
did you
I gotta
sleep with those
break it
20 men?
down.
Sharif,
So
did you sleep
listen,
with those 20 men, or did
I
you
gotta
just
break
go
it
on a date?
down because what
Right,
you
Pete. That's a
guys are
good question.
thinking is we're not even trying to address it. If I see 22 corners, you don't think we're trying our best to address it? So my thing is the cream will rise to the crop. So you're crying that we don't have Xavier and Howard and Byron Jones. I think we do. Just
So
relax,
you
bro. Moving on, moving on. You're stopping me, Pete.
okay?
So
Go ahead.
if Ogba has 9 untouched sacks because of the wide nine and the standing amoeba on third down, and that's what Halfley is installing, then I expect Ogba to come in untouched. running free to get sacks because you
I'm not
got
gonna lie though.
Jordan Phillips is going to sacrifice.
If
Right. Siler's
Sharif,
going to sacrifice.
if Chop is
They
coming untouched,
realize, right, because Ogba came untouched. Now, what did Patrick Graham and Flores value? They valued pressure, taking the quarterback off his spot, throwing an incomplete pass. Am I wrong, Pete? Didn't Flores
no,
value
you're
that the
absolutely
most?
you're cooking right
So,
now. I just gave you the angle of worry about the scheme that you think is
so
gonna
if
happen.
we,
Halfley
so
better
if
be right
we,
at corner.
if we value taking you off the spot, that actually helps the rookie corners or inexperienced corners,
But
right?
Sharif, look at the linebacker. We had coverage. I don't know if we have coverage linebackers as well. And I don't look at the safeties. I mean, the whole DB room is unproven. Pete was spot on with that. If you're creating pressure in a 0-man blitz or something like that, you better have the back end covered, or they're going to be wide
I
open.
wasn't. No. The one that's spot on here is actually Sharif. I was spot on, but Sharif is probably doing this from because I see where Sharif is talking about now. I'm looking at it from a schedule perspective, right?
Okay.
We could blitz the crap out of the Raiders, especially if they have Mendoza. That's a few sacks right there. Brock Purdy, he don't got that getaway speed.
I don't know.
We could probably, and he don't got the weapons to throw it to like that, like to take advantage of our cornerbacks. So Sharif, you're onto something, bro.
The question he is asking
cooking.
is, can the cornerbacks turn their head and hold up downfield? That's what he's asking, Pete. And if we brought 22 of them in, you don't think one of them are going to try?
Sharif,
That's my question to you all.
Sharif, you're right. You know why? Week 1 versus the Raiders, Jack Beck. Who the heck is Jack Beck, bro? Wide receiver?
Exactly.
Trey Turner? These are the guys that we're going to have to cover versus the Raiders.
Who's going to cover
Brock
Brock
Bowers?
Bowers?
Is a tight end. He's a tight
know
end.
Kyle Lewis.
He's a damn good tight end, too.
So is Kyle Lewis. He's a damn good Eric Rowe.
Man, we haven't seen Kyle Lewis play one down, man.
I've seen him pick off 2 passes and run into the house. I've seen him pick off 2 passes in practice. Yes. But I've seen him host it. Hey.
Funny, man. I love the spirit. I love the enthusiasm.
I've seen it.
Hope you're right.
And
you asked who?
Week 2 49ers. We could blitz him. Week 3 season opener, Patrick Mahomes. You might not want to blitz him as much, but with that peg leg, you might want to test his motion. Then week 4, Kyler Murray or JJ McCarthy. You could continue blitzing the first 4 weeks. And then when we play home against the Bengals, that's when we can disguise the blitz and confuse Joe Burrow a bit.
Pete, they're going to say I'm speaking wildly if I don't substantiate it, right? Okay, my substantiation is, how the hell are you going to run on Jordan Phillips and Siler on first down? So if you're 32 teams in the NFL, you guys argue to me the Dolphin defense, how are you going to run on me on first down? Because if I'm saying we're going to blitz you on third down, how the hell are we getting 3rd and 10 if our defense is supposed to be trash?
And that was my concern. I didn't think
if we're going to have a good run,
Sharif, but now when you look at the schedule, the teams that we face don't have the receivers that'll probably beat that.
But not only that, who made the biggest leap? If you've been paying attention, Dolphin fans, in the comments, you would have heard that the player on defense who has made the biggest leap is Jordan Phillips. They said from year 1 to year 2, he looks like a mammoth. So my question is, if our run game is based on Jordan Phillips throwing you to the side, and I'm asking my defense to please give me 3rd and 8, give me 3rd and 9. If my defense can get you off the field 3rd and 9, I'm guarantee you Halfley is bringing the house. I'm almost going to guarantee he's going to take the quarterback off his spot, number 1, or make him move his feet and throw an errant pass. Something that is very valuable. I did not say sack. I did not say takedown. I said off his spot, meaning an incomplete pass. Something that Patrick Graham and Flores valued very highly. And if we are going to move like that from Halfley, okay, if you guys need to verify what I'm saying, watch Ryder McConville.
No,
he
Sharif,
has a recent video with Halfley.
I'm looking through the
He has
schedule.
a recent video with Halfley's defense. I'm not basing it on that. Just Ryder McConville has a recent video on Halfley's defense, guys. So I'm substantiating what I'm saying to you because I can't say it over the audio. You need to see what Sharif is saying. So Ryder McConville actually has a Halfley defense, which is very similar to Flores.
Who?
And you kind of see Ryder
Who?
McConville.
Who's
He's a
that?
Dolphin fan. He does film work.
He has a podcast. He has a
I'm
podcast.
thinking you're talking about a coach or something. You're talking about another podcaster, a Dolphin YouTuber.
A Dolphin fan, yeah.
Yeah. He does a lot.
So
Does a lot.
So what Ryder did is something that I knew all along, and Halfley had already said he is a blitz defense, a wide 9. I don't say I'm a 3-4. Don't say I'm a 4-3. I'm positionless. I'm gonna ask the guy to go there and do this. He said that's all he said it doesn't matter if it's 4-3, 5-3, wide 9. I'm gonna ask the guy to do this, and they're gonna do it.
I just don't want another Jalen Phillips situation where we got a guy who's like a edge rusher and we dropping him back in coverage in like some weird 3-4.
That's Fangio and Weaver. I don't like that stupidness. That's one thing I disagree with Fangio and Weaver. Fangio and Weaver, they want their ends right. They want their ends to play off. That's the disagreement I have with Fangio and Weaver. They want their ends to play, like you putting them in a position where they're gonna be cooked. That's the only thing. If that was Flores, he would just let Eric Rowe hold the tight end. And that's the only disagreement I have with Weaver and Fangio.
What was that other player we had? We had another defensive back guy undrafted, and he played out well. I think he played in that same era. I can't think of his name. Good.
It's either Eric. Oh, Nick Needham. He came down and he played it for a bit. No, Nick Needham played.
Sharif, you know what? It's funny about what you said, right? Because I'm glad you be standing on these takes lately and you standing on business. Like a couple years ago, like 2 years ago, we didn't know who Storm Duck was. And he came in, he started playing really good corner. Out of nowhere, he was a good corner till he got hurt. And everybody was saying, Dolphins don't got that second corner. We don't know who that guy is. And Storm Duck came in and did a tremendous job. So you're right. You're absolutely right. Because now looking at this schedule, in all reality, I'm not worried about no Justin Jefferson, Addison, Jawan Jennings with the Vikings. They don't have the quarterback that's like that. And the Bengals, I am worried about Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. They have a quarterback. And the next team, the Lions. I'm worried about the Lions. They got Goff, they got Jamison Williams, A. Moran, the tight end. Wait, these are the only 3 games on the schedule I'm worried about. Bengals.
And watch this, Pete. As fat and slow as Ogba was, right? We know Ogba was a big boy like Kendall Langford and Lorenzo Bromell. He was a big defensive end, right? So what do we know about Ogba, Emmanuel Ogba? He's slow, right? What Flores did. Flores said, even though you're big and you're slow, you're not quick. We're going to let you get 9 sacks. So I will say this right now, making a prediction. Trey Moore is built from Texas to get sacks. They're going to sacrifice and hold up the left tackle so Trey Moore can come around and close. And if he causes the quarterback to go to the other side, you're going to run into Chop. And I believe it's going to make the Dolphins defense be much easier to run on 3rd down. Because if you hold up the left tackle, Trey Moore comes around, and then the quarterback tries to avoid him, all of a sudden it's Chop in your face. Trey Moore is very fast and quick to the quarterback. Look at his sacks in Texas.
What about Mason?
So all I'm going to say...
What about Mason?
They're first down guys. Mason Rieger and Max Littlewell, they're 6'6", 260. We need them on first down. Yeah, both of them, 6'6", 260. Yeah.
Yeah, because
so
I mean a lot about Mason Rieger, man. A lot of good things about
him. Yeah. So we're not thin at all. The thing is, how you gonna run on us? How you gonna run on Max?
No, they ran all over us last year. That's what we need to correct. Is for teams not to run.
So how you gonna run on a guy who's turned 21 and looks like a man in Jordan Phillips? They said when he came in camp, the one who had definition change all over his body, and he was already good as a rookie, was Jordan Phillips. So if he took
He
it
was
to
already
another
shredded then
level, he
before
about to
Sharif.
throw, bro. He about to throw people to the side. He about to throw centers away. If
Bro,
that's the
we don't have
case,
Jalen Carter.
He
He's
came
not
into the
Jalen
league
Carter,
like
bro.
that, Sharif. The one that was disappointing was Kenneth Grant. He was the one that was saying that this offseason that he was going to get into shape and come in better for this second year. But when the beat reporters seen him, he was not in shape.
well,
What?
according to Pooh Park, Omar Kelly, and Joe Shad, Jordan Phillips is throwing people left, right, and center. So from one year to the next, he's leaped higher than anyone out of camp. Have
So
you
I'm
heard that,
supposed to believe
guys?
Sharif. I'm supposed to believe those guys when they say.
I trust
Didn't Omar
Alan
say
Poupart.
Tua
I
was
trust
the future?
Poupart for
Okay.
over 20 years.
All right. All right. Just
Mhm.
checking. Just want to make sure.
No, you can trust Poupart. Trust me. If Poupart said Jordan Phillips is throwing people left, right, and center, that means from one year to the next, he's done unexpected things, which is leap higher than his pick.
I
You
just
see what
I'm
I'm
not
saying?
yeah, I'm not high on Chop Robinson. Chop Robinson needs to set the edge. And if you keep talking about Micah Parsons has a huge flaw in his game where against the run it's just he's non-existent. So Chop Robinson may
Right,
have similar issues, and that's not good. So that I
right.
don't know. I'm
Now,
not that high on him.
But
another
we
I
need
thing,
to
don't think
put
he's that
Chop
another,
strong. I don't
Robinson.
think he's that
But
strong.
the
That's
problem, what you don't
he's
understand, what
quick,
Sharif
but
was
he's not
saying,
strong.
our
they're gonna
defense
let
needs
Chop
to put Chop
Robinson be
Robinson.
untouched in untouched
Exactly. It's
situations.
gonna.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
on
I'm
first and 10,
sacrificing
our
holding up
defense
the
needs to
left
stop the
tackle
run.
so you can come around, Rob. You see what I'm
Yep.
on me? I'm gonna intentionally hold up the left tackle so you can come around free. You understand?
He just
Yeah, I
needs to
think
play
I
his
think the
role,
D
right,
line
Sharif?
is definitely our strength right now
Right.
on
So, but
defense
watch
and the
this. We did the same
linebackers.
thing with Flores. We did the same thing. They would stand around and move around, and then by the snap, I knew that I would hold up the left tackle so you can come around the edge free.
Yeah.
Sharif, that's good news
Everybody
to hear
else.
about JP
Mhm,
because just like how
mhm.
Ogba was slow, they might kick out Zealer to do edge because we're already hurting for edge
That
players.
that's what they're
That's a good
doing.
point. That's a great
He's
point.
down to 270,
If Kenneth
and
Grant is in shape, we could run those two at the D tackles. That's a great point. Or
right.
you will go
If you
3-4.
run Grant, if you run Grant and Phillips, and you run Siler at the left end, and you just let Chop stand up, bro. Just let Chop stand and wait for a hole.
No, I don't know about that.
But you could also let you can remember now if you play they like to tease me on this, Pete. But if you play Fire Zone Dog, you can actually let Gay come down and play the fourth end and let Chop just wait for a hole in his game. It's called gaming, waiting for a hole after the snap. So remember now, a fire dog zone means that the linebacker takes up the place of the left defensive end. You
That's what
understand?
that
So
means, Sharif.
because Gay is coming blitzing, Gay is going to blitz. You understand? So that means Chop can fade away for a while and choose his hole. Now, but I think what is very soothing is that they didn't add any defensive end in the first free agency wave. They
Hey,
added
Sharif.
Beal.
Sharif, do you have an idea
Mhm.
of who your offensive and defensive starters will be for the team in the upcoming season?
Didn't you say we would go through a 53 man? Maybe we should do it next week. We can do a 53 man now, but
Well, we could do the 53-man next stream, but just tell me the starters. 11 starters on offense and the 11 on defense. And you could also do
oh,
two
right.
on offense
I'm gonna
and two
start
on
from the
defense.
most
Whether if
difficult
you want to
ones
do
then.
different personnel. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, let's get rid of the easy ones. Malik Willis, A Chain.
No. So you got Malik. I'm telling you right now, I think Malik Willis's job is going to be lost during preseason.
Everyone,
But go
Pete
ahead.
said no.
Go
Pete
ahead.
said no.
No,
No,
because I
no,
think his job is going to
no.
be lost. If Bobby Slowick does not change this scheme, I think he doesn't have a shot, bro. It sucks to feel this way. But hopefully Malik can prove me wrong.
But my thing is this, right? He's bound to get injured. Just
He
because of
might
the
get
way he
hurt in training
plays.
camp
Now,
out of
now watch
frustration.
this.
He
We've been
might hurt
saying that.
himself.
Watch this. We've been saying that about Josh Allen for 9 years. They play that way. But what if he doesn't? Right? Because he's big and strong, right?
What if the coach keeps screaming at Malik Willis, throw the ball, you gotta learn how to get rid of the ball,
No,
throw
but
the ball, throw the ball, throw the ball.
You're
He ain't never
overlooking what
throwing
I'm
the ball.
saying.
And Malik Willis
There's a
don't like
big,
this scheme
strong
'cause he don't
quarterback
see it.
been running for 9 years. The NFL said Josh Allen should have been hurt. We have a big, strong quarterback who's going to start running for us. I guess he's supposed to get hurt too. They're big and strong, Pete. Just let it go, please. They're big and strong, Pete. Both of them.
Okay.
Do you know how big Malik is? He's 228,
Malik
6'2",
is two a
bro.
size. He's two a size.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, he's Tua size, but he's built different from Tua. Built different.
He's 228, bro. He's 6'2".
Built upper body, Mr. Paul, is why he struggles with accuracy. He has
Okay, you're
too
gonna
much
change.
muscle.
Okay, so we're not gonna settle on physicality for running. We're gonna talk about something else. Since you know you just lost that point, why do that, Pete? Let's just settle on. We know Josh Allen is physical. Malik Willis is physical. They should have been hurt a long time ago, but they're still running through people.
Bro,
Just
Malik got
accept
hurt
it.
last year, Sharif. Malik got hurt last
All
year.
I'm
He only
saying
played
is,
3 games.
all I'm saying is, they are
Accept
big.
that.
They are physical enough to do it. Let them
But he
do it.
played 3 games and he got hurt.
Well, that's why you got Quinn. That's my point. So if he does what he's supposed to do for this team, Quinn will get a chance because he will slide and someone probably will lift him up. You got some of these linebackers out there. They don't care about you sliding. I've seen it in the NFL. Some linebackers don't care about you sliding. They try to goddamn tractor your ass up. I've seen it. You try to go low, they try to go lower than your ass.
You think
They
these players
tractor
want to
your
do all that
ass
running
up.
for nothing? They want to hit you.
Exactly. So they'll take the flag. My point is, if it happens to Malik, fine. Get in there, Ewers. Get in there, Quinn. It's gonna happen, Pete. My thing is, I'm a Dolphin. I'm not a this quarterback or that quarterback. I am a Dolphin. Just like I'm a Panthers. Shout out to Brady Kachuk. Brothers are playing together. More rats on the ice. We're going for our 3rd championship in 3 years, 4 years, Pete.
You talking
Why did they
hockey,
let us
bro.
get Brady Kachuk?
I don't
Moving
care
back
about
on.
no hockey.
Moving
Y'all
on.
be talking. Y'all act like y'all
Listen,
really care
man.
about these other sports. That's another thing. Y'all be
Listen,
acting
man.
like
Pete,
y'all really care about these other sports.
Pete, and you wouldn't believe how I became a fan of hockey by playing NHL on PlayStation. By becoming a Panthers fan and playing with my team. That's
So you
how I
got
became a
bored.
fan.
So Sharif, you got bored and
Listen,
said,
man.
you know what?
I
Let me
scored
play a
100 goals with Oli Jokinen. I scored 100 goals with Oli Jokinen. You know who's my favorite player as a Panther? Pavel Bure. And everybody in the comments, they know why. One of the most skilled guys. He was skinny and small, but he was like Steph Curry. But Pavel Bure, one of the legends. Moving back on to Dolphins. I thought the Heat got Giannis. Didn't the Heat get Giannis? Somebody remind me.
He was supposed to. I gotta check that out because I kept.
No,
the same
no,
thing.
they're talking about it.
Well, I do got some Dolphin
okay.
news. The
Go ahead,
joint
talk.
practice schedule was released today.
Yeah.
The Dolphins host they play the Commanders August 12th. That's one joint practice for the Dolphins, August 12th against the Commanders, and then they play the Giants on another joint practice August 20th, and that one we hosted at home.
Pete,
so we got 2 joint practices set up.
Pete, you're gonna have another championship in a year.
Pete,
How
can you go
feel?
watch the joint practices? Are those open to the public, or is that?
Yes, they are, but you gotta go down
the joint
there.
practices.
How do you get?
Yeah.
If they're hosting us, you gotta go to
Those are
that
the
city,
best.
though.
Those are the best ones to go to. Is the joint practices. All that other stuff.
I think
is
TD
just
went to the
things set up.
Carolina Panthers one last year, so TD gave us some footage. I think Color is going down to the first one. I think Color is going down to the fans only practice when they open back up in a few weeks. Color's gonna sneak down there. I hear our boy Cat is gonna be down there. So
Yeah, Cat.
Color, Miss Finns is gonna be there. So we got footage coming in, guys. We got some footage to come back. We don't have to worry about Omar Kelly
You know what?
lying to us.
Are some of them about to ruin our season already, Sharif? Think about it. What the people you just named are gonna go over there. They're gonna illegally film because they tell us we cannot film our sessions. They're gonna illegally do it, however they do it, just to come up and say, I have this content. And they're gonna show the dolphin plays. And now other
No,
teams
no, no, no,
don't
no,
have
no,
to
no,
pay
no.
a
I think
Spygate
Color is
no more
smart enough.
because they can just go on these channels, take what they're doing, and say,
Yeah.
look, this is their scheme. This is
I
what they've
think
been
Color.
practicing.
I think
This
Color
guy
is
shows it
smart
off.
enough to know. I think Color is smart enough to know.
I don't think these guys care about that, Sharif. They do it for the content.
Mm. So that means 3 guys will be suspended from coming from games
You
if they
think
were
these
caught,
guys,
right?
you think content creators are willing to hide that stuff? Or you think these guys don't go that far in depth, looking like they're trying to hide these things just to sneak and get some film so they can sit here on the internet, post it, and say, look, this is my video. I posted it. Ha ha, I went. Not knowing they're hurting our favorite team by showing things off on that video that other teams,
Right.
their fans are not doing. So they're giving other teams an advantages early, all because they want to get paid $1 by social media.
Right.
That's the power
So-
of $1, bro.
Yep.
The power of
It's
$1
sad, Pete.
will have you turn on your own family. That is what we're doing when we do this to our own team. Our team
Pete-
got security guards that chase these fans out. They're like, hey, no recording. They're nice. These security guards need to stop being nice. That's the problem.
Well,
Start banging
we'll
them in
see
the head
someone.
with something.
Do you remember Jazzy Jeff
Some of these
on
content
Fresh
creators
Prince?
are not necessarily Dolphin fans.
Yep,
They probably
I
want to
know
go
you're
over
talking
there
about, Sharif.
just to
Well,
get material and post it up.
Pete, did you see Jazzy Jeff get thrown out the house on Fresh Prince? That's just what's gonna happen. Let's leave it at that. Moving back, running back A-Chain,
Yeah, but
and
are you
quarterback
aware they're
Malik
sneaking
Willis.
in? I don't know, bro. They're sneaking
Starting
in with
11,
glasses
Pete.
that have cameras. They got watches with cameras now. They
The
got
2 tight ends,
but
Pete.
they got shirt buttons that you can
Yep, that are
put
cameras.
on your
They
shirt
sure
button. That
They
is
got
the camera.
they got glasses. You can turn the light on.
Pete,
Look just like
Pete.
And these content creators are willing to go that deep just
They're
to
willing to get thrown out
Dolphin
like Jazzy Jeff. 2 tight ends,
It does-
Pete. I got
But how do you-
Kasmarek.
I get it, Sharif,
And-
but what do you feel about those fans, bro, that are doing
Nah,
that?
I don't want to
Forget
sell them
about
out
that.
any more
You
than
can
you're
say-
doing.
You can say they're getting thrown. You can, Sharif, you can
Pete,
say,
you're selling them out
Sharif,
already
But Sharif,
before they
Sharif,
even
what you're
enter.
saying-
Let it
Sharif,
go.
what you're saying, oh, they could get thrown out like this guy did at whatever show. you
That's
said.
why
But
I'm
guess
saying
what?
it in a way where
It's
they
not
won't pick
happening.
up. Jazzy Jeff,
That's not
it's getting
happening.
thrown out of the practice.
But that's not happening. So how do you feel? Is our security system, our security guards just too weak? They need to be harder.
I don't listen. I think that whatever
I never heard
they
TD
do,
say I got kicked out of training camp. I never heard DDW say I got kicked out.
TD always turned the camera back to his face.
I never
That's
heard
the
none
thing.
of these people that.
But
that
TD,
do
but we
and
know,
others.
but Pete, we know TD turns the camera to his face, and then he would call plays.
No,
But
TD
his
did
camera would be facing his face.
No,
You
TD
see what
did
I'm
get
saying?
caught. TD did get
Yeah.
caught one time.
Yeah, he was asked about the phone, and he said, "No, it's on my face. Yeah, I'm not facing." He said it in the
So
screen.
TD
No,
lied
it's on
to
my
the security
face.
guard. So TD lied because you just said he
No,
turns his phone.
no, it was his phone was on his face. He was play calling.
But then you
to
said
us.
he turns his phone, shows it real quick, a glimpse,
So
and then he'll turn it on his face.
when he can't show it, he would play it to us, looking down at us and to his phone. I don't think TD would go this year, but I said when he
And
did
you
it
don't
last
think,
time.
you don't think Dan Mitchell tunes in and listens to TD and starts talking about all the plays and the schemes? You don't think that Jet guy Richie,
I could care.
Richie goes on his little Jet channel, starts telling everything. Look, TD this, TD that. Dan
Well-
Mitchell, the Patriot guy, they're giving it all up. All content being spread throughout all different teams now. what the Dolphins are doing in practice, and you're okay with that because you're happy, you're getting
Listen,
information on somebody's channel
Halfley's
when they're
plays
giving the
already out
breakdown
there.
away?
You know, Halfley's plays are out there. Halfley's defense is out there. You know,
Oh, it is?
would yeah,
Yeah, I know it's out there.
Ryder. But my
Halfley's
thing
defense
is
is the
okay.
defense that got
What if
cooked by
what if
Caleb
some
Williams, right?
what if something what if something is out there? You remember Jalen Bronson is out there. Oh, but Wimby's gonna stop him. Oh, the young guys are gonna stop him. Harper and Castle. Didn't Bronson cook them for 45 points at game 5?
Wemby, I saw it.
But
Wemby,
hold on, there
Wemby's
was
good,
film
but
on
he ain't got
there
that.
was
He ain't got
film on
that it factor.
Bronson, Pete. Pete,
Wemby don't
everybody
have
and their
that what
grandma
factor.
knew Bronson. That's my point. Everyone and their grandma is gonna know the Dolphins. Guess what we're still gonna do, Pete?
What?
Run it down your throat. Everybody knew Bronson. Everyone you knew.
Bill
Take him to his
Belichick.
left. Take him
Everyone
to his
knew.
right. Take him to his offhand. Take him to 45 points and get almost swept. That's what you're gonna get,
You
even though
gotta
they have
do the
film on you.
basics. You gotta do the basics right. You gotta have the fundamentals. It doesn't matter what the
So
film
Pete has a great
Pete
point,
has.
but Pete has to remember that everybody has film and they still
Yeah,
get swept.
exactly. You need to execute the fundamentals. That's what it's about. Do the easy things correctly. That's what Bill Belichick would say. So
So we're gonna be fine, Pete, even if they go and
No,
practice and
I
lose
believe you,
film.
Sharif. I believe you, Sharif.
No,
Imagine that
even
elite run
if
game,
the film
a
gets
top
loose,
5. Imagine having a top 5 run game and a top 10 defense. Doesn't matter who your quarterback is, bro. It doesn't matter who your quarterback is. A top
imagine you
5
have a
running attack.
system starting from the both trenches, meaning that the trenches on the O line is set and the trenches on the D line is set. And if another guy comes in, if a different captain comes in, guess what? The train's still rolling because you're set at the trenches on both sides. So the factory is still running, even though there's a different captain. See, we should have done that from Flores and Greer, and that's why I'm pissed at Greer, because you lied to us and you told us, oh, we're gonna build for the draft and build this team, and this team is gonna get younger and younger. You liar, you. And if you kept your word, the Dolphins would have been very young. We would have kept Robert Hunt and Christian Wilkins, and we would have been younger. But no. And see, this is what Halfley is gonna do. We're gonna get even younger and younger. And you're going to have guys fighting so hard for their position. And boy, you know, what people don't understand is the reason why you had Larry Izzo and Zach Thomas come out of the pack. Remember, if anyone remembers, I think Jimmy Johnson drafted, it was 11 linebackers came into camp, if I could remember. Larry Izzo and Zach Thomas, including Jack Del Rio. When you get 22 cornerbacks in camp, what you're saying to the fan base is, we know we don't have Xavier Howard, but we know there's not going to be 22 cornerbacks on our team in September. And we also know that one of those guys is going to try to one-up the next 21 of those guys. I only can hope that Storm Duck has the lead in that room. I can only hope that a guy like Juju Brents has a lead in that room. I can only hope that Chris Johnson comes along at the end of the season, not at the beginning, because I think he's gonna get cooked at the beginning of the season. But coming down to the end of the season, I think you're not gonna be able to do it to
But
him
we're also
anymore.
gonna need some rookies to step up big in the beginning of the season. For example,
Right.
And he's
That's
not a rookie,
Proctor.
but Dante Trader, Jacob Rodriguez, and Chris Johnson. We're gonna need those 3 to start off hot. We need those guys to start off big time.
Right.
But
and that's
isn't Halfley the type of coach to start them slowly? Like
That's
on
what I've
special
heard.
teams.
No,
and
I don't know what that
contribution?
means, Joe. But what I mean I
Like
mean
per,
that
like
they
play
need to
count,
come out
The
week
limited
one
play
Packers,
count.
already
like he
knowing
means
their
like the
assignments.
Packers
No
picks,
learning.
they don't play them.
Welcome back, Joe. Welcome back.
What's up,
Yeah, I ran to the
Hey,
dispensary real
Joe.
quick.
Joe said I have to get
Oh
lighten
my
up.
God, Joe!
Yeah,
I
I'm
have to
marking
lighten it
that shit
up.
right now, Joe.
I
All right,
go on
like
Google Maps and I see one a few minutes away, and I plug it in, not even thinking. I get there and it's just an office building with a sign
yeah,
that
that's
says
how it
this
is.
is.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That might be the back rooms.
Oh,
No, it had a sign on the door that said this is not the whatever dispensary. And then I go on their
shit.
website and they just have that address, but they say they can deliver to that address.
They're trying to set
Listen,
you up, man.
Well,
you
Joe,
try to go for some liquor and you find the back rooms.
just so you know, Joe, as an old man, I am enjoying my travels through you.
You're enjoying your what?
Travel.
Travel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Mr. Buck.
Wait, where are you?
That's what's up.
Yeah, where you?
Oh, I'm in Miami, man.
Oh hell yeah.
Where you like? Where you? Where you
Wait, I
going?
thought you meant you were traveling right now.
Oh
Yeah.
no. I'm saying, see, you travel the world, okay?
Oh, you're enjoying. Yeah.
Yeah, he
I'm
was enjoying what you're
enjoying.
posting up.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Facts.
right now I'm traveling for
Facts.
work right
Facts.
now. I'm in Toronto, and like
Okay.
the most Asian suburb of Toronto. It's like 50% Chinese here. It's fucking
Hey,
awesome.
Aha.
Joe. There's a lot of Persians in Toronto. I'm Persian, so you gotta go check out. I'll.
There's a
It's called
mixture of everything in
Shamshiri. Hey,
Toronto,
Yeah,
man.
Toronto's a melting
Shamshiri.
pot.
You gotta go
That's
to
cool.
this
That is
Shamshiri. I'm
cool.
telling you, best kebabs in the fucking world, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh,
Sounds so good
I
right
think
now
also
too.
in
I
Chinese.
think
Kebab. Holy crap.
the thing with Canada,
Kebab and
right,
rice.
is
Oh my god.
especially Toronto, right, is that they accept and need finance, and they need stability. They have a lot of land. They have a lot of factories. They need a lot of workers to help the
Talking about.
infrastructure build, right? But the problem with that is it's letting in it's like 51% progressive when they do that, but then it's also letting in like the other stuff which some of us may disagree with. Like I don't have any problems
Oh, they're
with
saying they're very
yeah,
open doors
this
here.
they're so
Yeah,
woo, and
they
churches
are.
have a
They're
problem with it. I think
too
you
much.
guys know where I'm going, right? And
Too much.
so there, and it's whew. So
It's good
that's
to
the
obviously
right.
melt. It is a melting pot. Like there's a huge Persian community, huge
But
Asian
and
community, and
they're
they
not
all.
gonna say no to the
But you got to do
open-minded
it. You
people.
got to do it the right way. You got to do it. You know.
Mm.
That's
Now,
Things
now
about
Ireland has some prospects. Beautiful, very beautiful land.
Island?
They're actually
What?
giving you $50,000 to
Oh, is it
well,
Ireland?
uh,
Oh, Ireland.
Ireland.
Oh, I
Yeah,
just
I'm
sounded.
good
It
they
on
sounds like you
give
Ireland.
say
Oh,
That
Ireland.
Iceland.
shit is
Oh, Iceland.
rainy.
they're giving you
Pretty.
$50,000 for you to be married, and then when you get your first land, your lady would be a lady. She would be Lady Joe,
The food
and
is trash, though.
Right, and the
yeah,
They
and
got
you
like
would
no
be
no
Lord,
burgers,
you
no
would be
shepherd
Lord
pie
pizza,
is
Joe,
good.
and it would
no
be Lady
pizza.
Joe.
No, bro.
Yeah,
I
it.
can't eat shepherd's pie and Guinness for the rest of my life.
Imagine
I
this,
don't like
Lord
shepherd's pie
Pete's,
at all.
Lord
No
Yeah,
matter
Pete's
where they
takes,
make it, I
unseasoned,
can't
no
eat it.
salt, no pepper.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
like
can't.
it, but I wouldn't eat it for the
and
rest.
you would actually get a plaque that you're a lord and your wife is a lady.
Oh my
So
god.
Ireland has some
I
prospects. You
did.
can be a
But it
lord.
rains. It
I
rains
haven't
all
been
the
to
time.
Ireland yet, but I'd
Very
like to
rainy.
go. But I can tell you, if I'm moving to any continent, it's Asia. It's like without a doubt.
Ah,
Vietnam, Joe. I
No,
said
hey,
actually,
Vietnam.
I
out of all
think
the Asian countries I went to, Vietnam was my least favorite.
Really? Okay. I
on
just
that
like the
note,
food. What do you
on that
think?
note,
What do you think? Thailand?
Tua should go to places like Ireland where they
Go to
can prop
China
his
or
ego up.
Taiwan.
Man, I would
You know
like to
what?
go
You
to
know what I
Greece
just thought about?
and try their
Because
fish and
there's a
chips.
lot of quarterback controversy going on in the NFL right now, and I think a lot of it has to do with Geno Smith and his latest allegations that came out, and another thing that can easily be pushing the situation is, I think some teams like the Jets, who ironically have 3 first-round draft picks, I
Right?
think they're like a team that could be on the Sorsby play.
So
So the
Right?
teams that know that they
drill into
couldn't
that.
be on the Sorsby play, I think those are the teams that are possibly calling for Sorsby.
Pete,
I mean, for Shadir Sanders, that could be the Cardinals, that could be the Dolphins calling for Sanders, knowing you don't have a shot at Sorsby anymore.
How does this work when you've got multiple
Vikings.
first round picks? Are they like projecting what that pick is going to be, and that's how the order goes for the supplemental draft? Like, how does it? How do you wager?
They do it like a tier. It's a tier, so they go based
Yeah,
on your
there's
record.
3-tier
last year.
systems: the really bad teams, mid teams, and then the playoff teams. And it's a silent auction. So whatever
It's like
draft pick you put on there, you'll find out someone beats you. Then it's up to you.
But what if two mid tier?
So Joe, that is a good question because the Jets have 3, right?
They have
So
options. They could wager their late first round pick and it
technically-
not be as bad.
Yeah, but if they use their late first round draft pick, and let's say that's the one they traded, for example, let's just say the Rams, and the Rams are like 13-4, and they're picking at 27.
Right.
Should that not be? Oh no, that should be a three.
So
three
the
tier
tiers
list.
wins the tiebreakers.
Yeah, but
I know, but you can't use a
wagering
Rams
this
tier.
on
So let's say
preseason
the
assumption, right?
Jets use a first rounder and Miami uses a first rounder, but because the Jets are in a lower tier, they automatically get it.
I feel like we'd be in the lower tier too. Why wouldn't we be?
No, we're tier
because
2.
they came fourth. They came in fourth.
Yeah, we
Oh,
got,
have they already
7
announced
wins?
the tiers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so what if two teams in the same tier? Does it then go to record
Then it goes down to the record.
from the previous year?
Yeah.
And then conference. So that's
And
like
then what
Joe.
Yeah. Because it's not an actual pick number, it's a round number for the supplemental draft.
Right, but they should have picks across
So
multiple.
like Miami
rounds, right?
cannot offer a 7th rounder from this coming draft from 2027 because we don't have one.
No, but
How you feel
I'm
about
saying
that,
within-
Sharif?
within-
Bills fans saying that about you.
Within the first round, the Jets have picks in multiple tiers.
See, I know what you're talking about.
They have 3 first round picks.
Exactly.
The Jets have. They're in tier 1.
But all of their first round picks are tier 1. But because that wouldn't make any sense. Because if one of their
Jets are in tier 1 and they have 3 first round picks.
Yeah, but are all 3 of those picks in tier 1?
Right. So
They're in tier 1. The picks have nothing to do with the tiers.
Why wouldn't it?
Let me simply
Because
explain
the picks is what each team has.
Yeah, but if
The
you're
tiers are to determine their records and how bad of a team they are.
But if you're wagering a pick from the coming year, why would it not? Why wouldn't it be a difference between the
Because
Jets
it's a
first
gamble,
and-
Joe, because you don't know where that pick is gonna land.
Right. So you're wagering a pick because the
It could
player
be
on the
pick
board.
5.
So
it
how
could
does
be
the
pick
NFL decide which pick it
27.
ends up being?
Well, because
It won't
each
work
team,
like
how
that
they
because
acquired
the-
them, the Jets have their own, and then they also acquired 2 other first round picks
So-
from other teams. So
if
wherever
they
that team
wagered a
lands,
first
that's
on
the corresponding
Sorsby,
pick.
if they wagered a first on Sorsby, which one does the NFL choose to?
It goes
take?
down to the tiers. So if Dolphins offer a first rounder and the Jets offer a first rounder,
That would be so stupid.
No, I'm saying if the Jets get him on a first rounder, which pick
Yeah.
does the NFL take from them?
okay, that's what Jets have to submit. It
Don't
doesn't
they
matter
give
where
a
that pick
second round
actually
pick?
lands, like whether it's fucking pick 1 or pick number 32. The only thing that's counting is which one they forfeit, whether the one that's their own pick
Right, I'm saying
from
they get to
they're
choose up
allotted,
front.
or the other 2 first round picks they acquired.
So
in trade.
they could say, take the Rams pick from us. We don't care.
Right,
'cause that's gonna
exactly,
be, okay.
exactly,
So if they're
exactly.
selected, then they get to choose from their first round picks of
Yes,
what
yes.
they take.
So
Okay.
they have the actual ammunition. You know, it's the
So
same
what-
thing as moving up in the draft as well, having
Right.
that many picks.
So who else
you
is
know?
in the first tier?
Oh, I had to go through all the list.
Is
It's
that
all
the
the bottom
Cardinals?
ones. You know what I mean? The top,
The Raiders.
what is
It was
top
the Raiders, the
7?
Jets, the
Let
Cardinals.
me try.
Like that. The top 5.
Vikings.
Can I try? Can I try? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sharif,
Joe,
hey Sharif,
Joe,
now that we can
okay.
hear you, how you
Joe,
feel about
you
that
make a
Bills
pick.
fan saying that about you in the chat, bro?
Isn't that
Joe,
wild? That
Same thing.
What'd you think, bro?
Joe, you make a pick,
Don't look
right?
down there. Don't look down there.
You make a pick with your silent. Nobody else knows who your pick is, right? It's the person who's on the board right now. Joe, you just made the pick. I am the Dolphins, right? Let's just say you're the Jets. Your tier counts before we even made a pick because you're lower in record,
No, I get
conference, and
that.
home.
I understand that.
Now, because you're making the pick before me, right? What happens now is you want the same guy I want. Now it comes in tear kicks in now. Now you're
Yeah,
launching
Sharif, I got
something
it.
better. Right, you're launching
I
something
get
that is
it too. I
better than I
understand how that works.
right. So if you launch a first, I'm not gonna launch a first to counter that. You got Sorsby, bro. I'm not launching
There's
a
not. Is
first.
there a period where they can counter offer and upbid, or I
This
thought it was
is
just whoever
Yeah,
explain to
it's
bids
a
you
the
now.
silent
most?
auction, so
So that's the waiver claim in it. It's like you're the Jets. You've launched your first. I'm now going to counter with a third. That means you're gonna have Sorsby. I'm keeping my second and first. You just won Sorsby. You understand
Yeah.
now?
No.
the
Okay.
Jets also drafted a
Is
quarterback
this
as
like
well,
an
but
event
because the
where they
recent
like one
events.
person bids and then they see if someone else wants to outbid them?
Yeah,
Right.
Like an
So
option?
Right.
32
what they're
teams
saying.
can do that
It's like an auction.
in
Right.
that instance. Right. So 32 teams would have been able to do that in an instance. And if they would have bidded two firsts, the Jets would have lost Sorsby. Whoever team that would have been.
But
That's the
you do get the opportunity to counter off, like to bet more.
you would
Yes.
counter the
Yes.
Jets
Okay,
first.
cool.
Okay, I see
You
what
would
they're
counter our third, and you would counter whatever else with two firsts and win Sorsby in that instance.
So if you're the Jets, are you burning a first round pick
No,
out of
I
your
don't think
three
it's
on
gonna
him?
get to that point. I
That's
think
just an
second
example.
round pick
I mean, the
max.
Jets don't have anybody other than Geno
Or the
Smith. They do
Jets just
have
going to
Bailey
stockpile for
Zappi.
this coming draft in
Right.
case
That's what I was
they're
thinking.
not the first overall pick, they have the ammo to become it.
Right.
I don't know. It's interesting. The Jets were in this position like 4 years ago too. We were like, oh shit, they got 3 first round picks. It seems like
I mean,
every
they
year
just
they've got
picked they just picked like second or third overall. Arvell Reese or some shit.
multiple first round picks too, and again next year. But they had it. It was like I think it
Yeah, I
was the
think
year they got Sauce
they got.
Gardner.
I think they got
So
Seattle's first rounder and the Colts first
you're
rounder.
the Jets and Sorsby on
Sauce Gardner
board.
was a first round, right?
What would you guys rather if this was the outcome? The Dolphins got Brandon Sorsby for a first round pick next year, or we trade for Shadur Sanders for a third round pick.
Neither.
How about
Now
we
with the
win a
how
Super
many
Bowl?
good of
We win a Super
quarterbacks
Bowl
are
without
coming
a
out,
quarterback.
it all depends where he lands within that group.
Well, I've
I
seen enough. I'm telling you right now, I know what Ty Simpson did last year in Alabama for 1 year was special. It was, but it was special only in the beginning of the season. He looked like Tua. He threw every pass on time. And when people started figuring him out, he started becoming less accurate and people started going into those spots more often. I believe Brendan Sorsby would have never had none of these allegations and he would have came out. He would have been a first round draft pick, guys.
Yeah,
He would have been
been
a first round draft pick.
That's what I
But
heard.
look,
So
you only
now
had two
if
quarterbacks
you know
drafted
if
in
you
the first
go if
round.
you go just based on that alone because his game spoke like that, then you know he's worth the first. It's just these nasty allegations.
Not.
And in fact, I don't even think the NFL itself is mad that Brandon Sorsby has these allegations. Was what the NFL is mad at because the NFL loves gambling. They love gambling. The NFL loves everything about gambling. They just don't love when the players gamble. And I get it, but at the end of the day, it's not the worst allegations. Like Geno Smith he just beat his baby mother.
But gambling has to
mother's
do with
baby.
the game.
Geno Smith
That's
just got
different.
caught allegedly beating his baby mother. And
That has
probably
nothing to do
in
with
front of
football.
the kids. What would you
No,
rather
he
have
didn't, man.
as your
Stop,
quarterback?
bro.
Your quarterback beating a lady that's pregnant and probably
He
a
didn't
child watching and present, or your
Wait, she's
quarterback
pregnant?
betting on
Bro,
tennis and
Joe,
I don't
the
know, I'm
baby
just saying
mama is
allegedly.
crazy. Pete,
I
if
saw
your baby
the
mom,
I saw the
if your baby
video.
mom came on
I
Instagram
gotta go.
and
bad
told
was
the
the
world
video.
you
I
have a
So,
special needs child, how fucked up is that? Why do you
yeah,
need to
well,
tell
How
the
she's
messed
world
up
you
is
got a
that
special
for her
needs
to
child,
say
bro?
that? She's over
That's
here
a
saying,
fucked
she's
oh,
up woman,
Geno
bro.
Smith hates his
because
own
On a
son.
it's a
woman.
He
ticket.
doesn't want to take care of him because
It's a
he's a
trump card
special
that
I don't
needs.
wins social
care. I don't
battles.
Come
care.
on,
I
bro.
don't care if he's a
Like
deadbeat.
she's
You
lying.
take
She
care
could
of
be
that up
saying
with
whatever
him.
she
And
wants.
Bro.
She's trying to appeal to emotions.
She said the kid is special needs.
If I found you in the parking lot,
Imagine you was
and
that kid.
if
Imagine
I
you was
walk
that
up
kid.
on
Your
you,
mama just
if
told
I see
everybody
you,
you
hey,
special
hold on,
needs. How
3K.
fucked up is
If
that?
I see you
Come on,
at
bro.
What if you weren't
and
special
I
needs?
bring you
And she
to
just said
Exactly.
that.
What if
and
you
I
weren't
take out
special
my
needs? What if
camera
you were fucking
and I start
Einstein
saying things about
and
you?
your mom is a
Oh, look.
bitch? Come
Oh,
on, bro.
look. This guy is
Crazy,
this
bro.
guy is that on camera.
Probably a little
That
kid.
makes
It's
it
probably
true.
a little ass
That
kid
makes
too.
it
It's
true.
sad, bro. You use your kid for clout online that you try to make people think that
The
Geno
views
Smith
that
was a
are
bad
expressed
person.
on this channel are not made
She's
from
probably
the
mad
followers.
Geno Smith
Listen,
didn't
listen,
pay her money she wanted,
listen.
and she got mad, and she did that to him.
P,
I'm not
he's an
saying I'm not
NFL
defending
quarterback.
Geno.
He's not
Y'all
gonna
doing
be
all this
have
talk,
time to
but we
be at
don't.
home taking care of the kids. He's got
Right, but
Put up the
make
views that
money
are
and make
expressed,
millions
man.
of dollars.
Y'all
Put
doing
up the
all this talk,
disclaimer,
but
Pete.
we don't know all the information about this.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Put
for
up the
sure.
disclaimer, sir.
I
However,
don't
Let's
know
not
what this
let's
crazy
not make
lady is
assumptions.
That are
saying.
expressed, bro.
yeah. However, the
Let's
video
not make
shows.
We were about
assumptions until
we were about
find
to
out
The
get
all the
views
we were
that
about
are
to get the
expressed, man.
shadows right now, Sharif. We're about to get hit hard.
So the video showed she was like screaming at him in his garage, and then she started walking away, and as he came out to his car, she started running away like she was getting attacked, and then she turns around and goes back into his driveway to talk shit to him some more.
Right, he didn't do
The
that.
video is pretty damning for her side.
Right, she's
my opinion.
instigate. She's the one.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
she looks like the aggressor.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
He's
she looks
walking
like she's
away, mind your
instigating it.
business. Exactly.
Listen,
That's what
man.
you're supposed to do as a man. You
I
don't
gotta see
argue
this
with the
video.
woman. You walk away.
You are
Yeah, he
naming
just
the
That
starters
murdered
for
her.
the offense.
Exactly.
just
Can we
said
get
that.
back to naming
That
the
is
starters
this
for the offense?
You got to like a man.
that
You
is
got to
a
be like Jay-Z, right?
Y3K.
You got to
Nah,
take
bro, don't
those
ever
licks
turn
in
your
the
back
in
to a
the
girl, bro.
elevator.
No.
Listen,
Y3K, you are
can we
exactly
get back to
Come on,
How you
naming the
feel?
Titans
You
starters?
don't argue with a woman. Walk away.
Listen,
away.
Jack Marek and
Because there's nothing but charges and legal fees and attorney shit.
listen,
And
man. We
come
got
on, bro.
Ben
You're a
Smith
football player.
and we got Kagmarek, man. We got Kagmarek, guys.
Wait.
We got to
So a woman could argue with you,
Oh
but a man
no!
can't argue with a woman? That's what you're
Oh,
saying? A woman
Hey,
will
I-
argue with a
What
man,
he's
but a
saying,
man can't argue with a
oh,
woman?
what he's saying,
No.
Pete's turning into Kevin Samuels now.
if the argument starts to get too heated,
Pete's Kevin
Escalate.
Samuels.
it's time to walk away.
There's
Exactly.
nothing
I
wrong with an
had a mom.
argument.
Pete, my mom
There's
loved to
nothing wrong with an
argue.
argument.
My mama
There's nothing
loved to
wrong with an
argue with me
argument.
all
You can
day.
argue with your
I'm
You
mom.
not
think I
saying
didn't
can
learn
argue
how to
with your
walk
mom.
away from that
I'm
shit?
not saying there's nothing wrong with argument.
Oh
What I'm
man,
saying is that if the argument starts to get too heated,
Toxic.
it starts to get too
Yes.
toxic, it's time to
Exactly.
walk away.
You don't argue
this
with her because then you might
Samuels.
do something you regret. She might hit you and you have to defend yourself. You don't know what the fuck.
Then that just means someone doesn't know how to argue. They're not arguing at
She,
this point
she
anymore.
doesn't know how to
If
argue.
you have to
She's
hit, and
antagonizing.
then you're now attacking. You're not arguing.
Hey, Pete, did you see that
What?
report that NBC Sports just put out? They're saying that Malik Willis' favorite
Man,
target is the
Gino
tight
is
end Dulcich.
Yeah, I heard about that.
my dog.
Yeah,
Man.
I also heard
that's
that
his primary target. Who he's always looking for is Dulcich every time.
now, Raphael,
I'm gonna tell you guys right now.
he
If
has
we
connection
continue hearing that
he's
Malik
having,
Washington
chemistry
is the
with,
only receiver
with Theo
starring out,
Reese.
we're in trouble.
Listen, Ben Smith and Kagmarek. That's my starting tight ends.
Who's to
I'm gonna
say
give
that
you guys a
Dulcich
name.
doesn't
I'm gonna
do
give
the
you guys.
same as
I'm gonna
what
give you
Jono
guys a name.
Smith did?
I'm gonna
with
give you
Tua?
guys a name that been
I'm
popping
sorry.
out, and I'm gonna
I'm
give you guys
sorry.
a wide receiver name that been popping off, and nobody's really
I'm
talking about
sorry.
it. But when
Someone just
preseason comes
reminded me.
around, remember this name, AJ Henning.
Yeah, that's a speedster.
That, I remember him on the
Remember
bus.
this name,
I
AJ
remember
Henning,
him on the
fellas.
bus. I remember him on the bus last season. He took the EM bus.
What are we talking about AJ Henning for?
I think
talking
he's
about
gonna
a
be
guy
the one
who
that
took
shines
the EM
in
bus.
training camp.
Who
I think
I've
he's gonna
never
be the
heard of this
receiver
guy.
that
caught the
he's gonna
EM
buy
bus,
himself
man.
on the roster.
Yeah, he's a fast receiver.
He's a speedster.
Yeah.
He's fast on the Greyhound, man.
What is he, like 10th on the depth chart? What are
For
you
training
talking
He's
about?
camp.
gonna climb his way up.
What about
He's
Kevin
gonna climb his
Coleman
way up.
Jr.? Is he good?
I think he's the best receiver we drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His film.
Listen,
is-
well, it all depends on the
Why
other
is
individual
everybody
that's coming off
over?
an
I like
injury
him
as
better
well.
than Malik Washington. I'll tell you
I
that
think
much.
I think Bell is going to be
You know,
overhyped and overrated. Caleb Douglas got entirely too much hype right out of the
Yeah.
draft.
But
I
Bill,
hope
I don't
he's
think
good.
I don't think Bell's been overhyped. I think
I
he's
think
gonna
some
be a
people
good
are
wide receiver.
considering Bell like a top receiver, and I don't.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't
saying,
see
well,
it.
if he wasn't injured,
I'm not
he
gonna
would
say
have been a
that.
first rounder.
he's a two right now.
I don't see
Right
it
now,
though.
and then I'll see if he's a one. You know what I mean?
I
That
think
because of the pick.
Douglas is
Look,
overhyped.
look.
He's very
Now,
overhyped.
Like
let me ask you guys.
pre-injury, I never understood
Coming
Bell's hype.
out. Do you think Bell is coming out better than Waddle? Be honest, guys.
No.
I
What do
think
you
coming
mean?
out from what I've
Absolutely
seen,
not.
I can't say
I
that.
think he'll do
Absolutely
things
not.
better
Waddle set
than
the
Waddle
rookie
coming out.
reception record. You know that.
It's too
He
early.
had
I've
the
seen
most
him do things
receptions for a
better
rookie.
than Jalen Waddle coming out. So
Yeah, why are
coming
we talking
out,
about Waddle
he's
coming out?
He
That's
better
was
weird
better in
policy.
Alabama. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying,
Private
coming
comparison.
out, Bell is better than Waddle.
Shut
Why?
up, bro.
No, but
Based on
they're
what?
different. They're
Based
two
on
different
what?
style wide receivers, though.
Based
Like
on
based
what?
on like
And we gotta see
carrying
what Bill is.
19 dudes, run after catch.
That's a bunch of
Waddle
bullshit. Jalen
slides
Waddle is great
down.
run after catch.
Waddle
Did you
runs
not
out
watch
of
his
bounds.
NFL?
He would fall to the ground instead of getting tackled. Like you're not a full receiver. You're not the full complete. You know.
Okay,
So
we
to
don't know
me,
if Bell is a complete receiver. Yes, he has
I
physical
do
traits. He has
know
run after the
he's a
catch. But
complete
does he have
receiver.
route running? Can he create separation at a pro level?
Needs
Does
to
he have
recover
hands?
from injury.
Does he have hands?
Listen, I will
Catch
say
He's
the
this:
a
football.
complete receiver
Kevin
coming out.
Kevin
That's
Coleman
why
looks
I
like
said,
the real deal.
like, if you're
Kevin
still
Coleman looks like the
in
real
your
deal.
sixth season as a Dolphin receiver, you're sliding to the ground and you're getting out of bounds.
I
And,
don't
you
want
know,
to
you're
hear.
not.
I have a theory
Bro,
about Bell.
Hey,
If
Sharif, doesn't it seem ironic? We drafted a quarterback that was
What?
hurt. We drafted a wide receiver who was hurt. How did that quarterback pan out?
He was always limping. Did anyone notice Waddle was always limping?
yep,
Like, when the hell
I
are you gonna
did.
be healthy, bro?
I did. But listen,
When the hell will you always, bro?
Sharif,
I
he's in the
think
same boat as Tua because I watched Waddle at Alabama. Let's not forget he got hurt too. That's why that
Tough as nails.
the wide receiver
Won't miss
from
games,
the wide receiver
but
that's in
always
Philly
miss
right
up.
now went. That's why he went almost ahead of Waddle. What's his name? Devontae Smith.
Right. But coming out, what I've seen Bell do is what I've seen the guy in Tampa Bay, what I've seen
Igbuka?
I've
Mike
Bell
Evans?
remind me of
He's in San
Oh,
Francisco
Mike.
now.
Wait, you're comparing him to Mike Evans?
yes.
Oh my
From
god.
what I've seen
Wow.
Bell do.
Hey,
I've
this
heard
sounds like
Anquan Bolden, but
That might
I'm
be the
not
most
gonna.
egregious
Malik Willis with
comparison.
Lamar
If
Jackson.
you had said AJ
Mike
Green, I
Evans
would have
is
Not
accepted
run
that
after
more
the
than Mike
Mike
Evans.
Evans is a possession
Bill
receiver.
remind me of
Nico
So far
Collins.
from
I've
each other.
seen
He got
Nico
the same
Collins
build.
do what Bell is doing in college. I've
I
seen
have a
Nico
theory
Collins.
about Bell. If Bell was as good as you're claiming, even with the injury, would he not have gone in the second round or in the late
I think
first?
without the injury, he's the
There were
third.
still other receivers that got drafted in the first round that have injury
I think
concerns.
without the injury, he's the third receiver gone. You guys think so?
Who?
Huh?
I think
Bell
without
without
the
the
Third
injury?
receiver.
he's the third receiver off the board.
If that was true, he still would have gone in by the second round.
Yeah, I
He would
don't
not have
agree with
fallen
that.
all the way to us. I think people are a little bit too high on Bell. He's a great receiver.
Yeah,
but
people were
I don't-
talking about Anquan Bolden. We got to slow down and just wait
Right.
and see.
Well, I heard
No,
someone say
listen.
Randy Moss for
That
Caleb
was me
Douglas, and
saying
that's I
Anquan
lost
Oh
it.
yeah,
That.
he is built
that's
similar
insane.
to Anquan Bolden. I'm not saying that
No,
he is
He
like
plays
he
similar,
built,
yes, but right, but we
but he's still not
gotta
perfect.
see, man.
he's similar to
Anquan
Debo.
Bolden was a hell of a player.
Well, the Mike
look at
Evans
Right,
one's
Brandon
Debo was a
Williams.
hell of a player too. We don't know that.
Sharif, I might have to go to your dispensary if you think he's Mike Evans.
Right?
Right.
Don't you think he tries to be like Debo? Like he tries to like break tackles,
Yes,
bro.
in college. We don't know that at the NFL.
That's Debo's another
You
player.
know, you know what I
So
find
And
huge.
funny.
Debo
You know what I find funny, right? From the coach's perspective, all you hear is Malik Willis needs to throw faster, throw on time. But
Right.
all you hear from the fans is Malik Willis what he can do on the run, his
Right.
rushing, his that's a
Bobby Slowick
fan
is not
thing.
going to show
The
you that.
coaches don't want this.
Come
The coaches don't want this. So who
Yeah, because
are
it's not
like
sustainable.
Pete, Bobby Slowick is not going to show you a damn thing but his walkie-talkie, bro. He's not
That's
going
also
to show
true.
you. What do you want? You want him to just you want him
But
to expose stuff to the Jets and Dave. They're
Pete,
not
you
going to
don't
show
think
you shit,
Malik
bro.
Willis can play in a timing-based offense? You don't think
You
he
think
can
I'm
do it?
worried about Pete wants
'Cause
them
I
to
think
show
he can.
everything to the NFL so
Not
they
on
can
a, not
stop
on a high level. No, I don't think he can do it not with that accuracy.
They've already
3K.
said he's having problems in camp reading.
The
Oh,
man, I've
good.
been telling y'all, the man
That comes with the
doesn't have
territory. It's his
wants them
first
to
accuracy.
year.
see
He
everything so the
doesn't
Bills
have
can stop us.
accuracy.
In fact, I'm hearing that Quinn Hughes is reading doing a better reading than Malik
Yeah.
Willis.
Mr.
That's
Polk,
what
when
I'm
the
hearing.
pressure is
Yep.
real,
But
when
that's a
the
good sign,
defensive
Mr. Paul,
answer
because
is
this is his
coming
second
down,
year
yeah,
in the
we'll see.
system, and he's already outperforming the other
Exactly.
guy
And
that
there's
they
no
brought
real
in.
pressure. There's no real
I'm,
pocket pressure.
Yep.
There's not.
no, listen.
Once
what do you
that
mean there's
Listen.
no real pressure? They
People
already
like
got on
there's no
Malik
D
hard because
tackles and
Malik Willis
DNs
got four
trying to
sacks
take
in
your
one
head
play,
off.
one day.
They're
yeah,
not trying.
people running
Pete,
up
you
to
know
you
the
and touching
NFL
you.
today is soft as baby shit. So they just
No, I
find the Bucks for a physical practice. It's not physical enough in the practice. Under pressure, Quinn
Right.
you
Ewers
don't
will
want to.
fold
And that's
like a
why
lawn
half
chair.
of that
I'm telling
That's
you.
a
would be
lie.
the time
That's a
Malik
lie.
Willis won't.
That's a lie. Under pressure, based on what we've seen, it looks like Malik will fold more than Quinn.
Nah,
Because
because Malik can make
Quinn's calmness,
off-platform throws.
Quinn Ewers' calmness is what wilds everybody.
He's too
And what
calm.
I
He's
love,
smoking the shit Joe's smoking. He needs to get some, drink some
Listen, talk
liquor
that to
or some
me,
coke.
man.
Get some coke, man. Shit.
Okay,
He needs to
all I
speed
was
up.
saying, right, when Tannehill got injured, we felt like Matt Moore could come in. We feel the same way there with Quinn Ewers. That's all.
I don't
If
know. I don't feel that way about Matt
I
Moore
feel the
was a
same
Matt
proven
way
Moore,
veteran.
like y'all
I
love this
no, I feel
nostalgia
Yes,
that
he
way.
does.
shit. He played
I
good
feel that
last
I
way.
couple
love
games.
Matt Moore.
I
Y'all
feel
love
that
to
way,
romanticize Matt Moore and all this shit, bro. Man, shut up.
I
bro.
think we're
What I'm
gonna
saying
end up
is,
trade.
you
I
got
think you know
two
what I think.
talented
Fucking
This
backup.
regime is gonna
accept it,
end up getting Quinn Ewers out of here for like a 6-rounder. Watch, they're gonna
bro.
trade him.
Accept that you have two
Trade him for a
talented
profit.
quarterbacks. Just accept it, bro.
They're gonna trade him
Now my thing is
because as
this:
soon as the
you had
camp
it
thing
before.
happens and he starts popping off and making Malik look bad, this coaching staff might not want to be in that fire. So they're gonna end up getting rid of Quinn Ewers and keeping Gronowski or the other guy, Cam Miller.
Cam Miller, yeah.
I think the Malik Willis
I'm not.
contract situation allows them the flexibility.
I've heard
Even
mixed
if they
things
did
about
bring
him.
him in to be QB1, they'll still
You,
be okay because it isn't like
bro,
they're overpaying him to be QB1.
and,
You know what I mean?
and contracts will be ended, and Ewers would have one more year. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna be honest with you,
The
Raphael.
contract will
I sat
end, and you
down.
have one more
I
year with
sat
Quinn.
down
What are
not
you
too long
talking about?
ago. I sat down not too long ago, and I got in some deep thoughts about the
Dude, you're
Dolphins,
so
fellas.
dumb as a
And I was
GM if
like,
you do
and
that.
it was after the stream we had when Sharif was talking Super Bowl. It was like the day after. I got into a deep sit down, and I'm like, Super Bowl, how? And my conclusion was, we must use it's not the Wildcat, because we're gonna come up with a formation called the Wild Dolphin. And the Wild Dolphin, I came up with a Wild Dolphin
You
formation.
was
And what
smoking
it
that
is,
shit too.
it's a two quarterback system, fellas. It really is. And the reason why it has to be a 2 quarterback system is
Oh,
because
shit.
like Don Strock
from the
or
20
not
to
Don
from the
Strock.
20 to the 20,
Ah!
I think Quinn
Woodley
Ewers
and
will be able to move downfield and get us into scoring position. And Malik Willis's dynamic legs and his throwing ability
oh my
in
god.
the red zone, like we can use him as a Taysom Hill,
Yeah, you're
as
high,
a
bro.
quarterback, as a gimmick player, and finish the
You
drive
want to
off
get
with
A
a score.
gimmick.
You want to
Yeah.
get
Oh,
Malik.
man.
You
I
want to
don't
get
know.
Malik
I
out of
mean,
here.
I don't
But
think
that's
we
so
want Malik.
predictable, Pete.
You want
That's so
to get
You
Malik
I
predictable
don't
can't
think
when
we
he
want
gets
find
to the
Malik
that.
edge.
running
I'm
the
like,
ball
what
or
is that?
design run plays for
Yes.
himself. You know, in the limited time he played in Green
Ralph,
Bay,
this
He
is
can
he
this is
got
throw the
hurt.
hey, so
football.
you guys understand for a second. It's not
First
that
catch,
wild,
Do they?
blah,
okay?
Yeah.
He acting
Picture
like
Hey,
this.
it's the
let's play
Picture this.
1960s.
It's not
The
Sharif. It's
50s.
not that
Black
wild.
quarterback
Picture
camp.
this: regular shotgun formation and A chain in the slot. You got Malik Willis right there next to Quinn Ewers in the
He
shotgun.
gets
That's
blown
easy.
up and then
You
get
can
out of
you
there.
can
Let's
hand
play
it off to
quick.
Malik. He can
Yeah,
run like a
yeah,
running back.
yeah.
You can
Pete,
play
come
action
on.
to Malik, and
He
or
wants to get
bro.
blown up. He wants
This
Malik
is
to
how you
get
gonna win
blown
the
up.
Super Bowl,
You
mind you.
crazy?
This is how
Quinn
it's
Ewers
Hang
can
on,
turn
let
around.
Pete
Listen, Quinn Ewers can
let Pete
turn
land.
around. Quinn Ewers can turn around, hand the ball off backwards
And get
to Malik
blown right
Willis,
up from a
and
middle
he can
linebacker.
run. He could either run the jet sweep if it's open, or he can pass the ball. This is a deadly
That is
formation.
pretty
It'll be called the
confusing.
Wild Dolphin, a two-quarterback system at all times, fellas.
That's
Because Malik
revolutionary.
could be he could be a
He's
weapon.
gonna get it
You don't think Malik could be a weapon if we pass him the ball?
I've never heard
Nah,
of
man, you trying
If
to
he
get
runs a
him blown up.
4-3, if he runs a 4-3,
Hey, it's masterful plan, right? I couldn't keep McDaniel in here, so I'm gonna get Malik blown up on the first play.
Why you think you're gonna get
I'm gonna
Malik
get
blown
blown
up?
up on the
McDaniel couldn't put it together. He couldn't adjust. If the line isn't protecting the quarterback, you got to run some bootleg or something else, bro, to
No, you know
get
what
the
they're gonna
offense.
do?
You
It's
know,
like
give the
Steve
quarterback
Young. Go
time.
watch Steve Young, the West Coast. You move him
Yeah,
off the
Jeff
spot.
Garcia, same thing.
I'm talking
You
about
run
a two.
the
Y'all, shout
bootleg,
out to Fred. I'm
the
glad
play
Fred back.
action, the move him off the
Yeah,
All right,
spot,
Steve
roll
roll.
out,
DeBerg in Kansas City.
and you can create
Hey,
Hey,
Fred,
throwing
am I
angles.
crazy for that, bro? Am I
hey,
What's
crazy
that?
for that?
Crazy for
No,
what,
it's
bro?
interesting.
Crazy
It
for
would
what?
be a new type of offense.
What's the question?
A
you
new
think
type
like
of
Chris Bell,
offense. You
CDR?
remember our Wildcat formation, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, I remember
yeah.
that.
Ricky and
Now
Ronnie.
picture Wild Dolphin formation. Same thing, but now we got
Yeah,
two quarterbacks back there. We
yeah,
got Quinn
yeah,
Ewers
yeah,
at
yeah.
shotgun,
Fred Pete on
Malik
that
Willis
shit.
Yeah,
right
I
there
feel
next
that,
to
Okay,
him.
hey,
Okay,
actually, I think the
okay, Quinn,
Steelers ran that
Hey,
with
Pete, no, you ain't.
Slash
I think you ain't no
Yeah,
way.
they
and
You ain't
did.
Neil
nowhere. You
O'Donnell,
ain't no
Cordell
way wrong
Stewart.
for that, bro. You got the right idea, Pete. I see how you thinking now. That's how you
Michael
supposed to
Vick.
think, bro.
Pete, like one of them
But
coaches from the 50s. The black quarterback, they gotta be
What?
tight end. They gotta be wide
he's gonna
You know
get
how
it back.
dangerous
They
we
ain't get
become?
no
We'll
black
become dangerous.
quarterback.
We are. Look, listen. With that type of system, you gotta respect Malik Willis's run because you can
hey,
hand it off
Pete.
to Malik.
Tell him,
Yeah,
there you
Hey,
go,
Pete.
Pete.
how about,
And
how
There
and
about
you go,
even if
I
you
don't
Pete.
want
hand it
Malik
off to
running.
Malik, there's a
why
way
you
you can hand it off to Malik that
Pete,
keeps him still
Pete,
Hey, let me
a
tell
why
you.
you
legit
think
Wait a minute.
passer.
Wait a
Go
minute.
So he
for
can
Hold
why
on,
still
you
Pete.
think
pass.
there's only
Hold on, Pete.
30
Man,
mid
the Dolphins
linebackers?
never gonna
Hold
recover
on,
from
Pete. Hey,
that.
Pete.
I
Hey,
feel
Pete.
Why
you.
Hey,
do you
Pete.
think
Pete.
there's only
Who?
30 mid
Hey,
linebackers in
who said they don't want Malik running? Who said that?
Sharif
I
said,
said
"I'm
that.
trying to get
I
Malik
don't
ready."
want a design play like how they have like the Baltimore
Well,
Ravens
he
with
Nah,
Lamar
that ain't
said he
Jackson. They'll
Sharif.
wants to
That
design
ain't
a
hand
play
it
Sharif.
off
where
to
Nah,
Malik.
bro. Nah, let me
I
say
Fred,
don't
he
something,
mind
bro.
said he
Malik
wants
running
to
if you're
hand
Sharif,
it
taking
this is
away
how
off
I
from
saw
to
it, bro.
him.
defenders.
Sharif, you
When you
talking
say
super
when you
cold?
say
This is
you
how
don't
I
want
saw the
Malik
What's
play.
running,
up,
bro.
Cap?
Hold on, Pete.
Fred,
Hold on,
What up,
Pete.
he
Cap?
said
When
he
Relax.
you
wants
say
to
when you
hand
say
it
you
off
when
to
you say
Malik,
you don't
Fred.
listen to me, man. Chill out, bro.
You
Chill out.
can't
Give me
hand
1
it off
second.
to him,
I
Fred.
just got here,
You got
bro.
to let
I
him.
just got here. Give me a second. When you say you don't want Malik running, bro, you're
He
asking
I
said
him
don't
he
want
not.
wants
You're
to
design
hand
asking
it
him.
plays.
off to
You're
him,
Yeah.
asking him.
Fred,
Let him
not you.
finish.
You're asking him not to go into a game without his superpower, bro. You're
Fred,
asking him not to
ask,
do his natural thing, bro.
Fred,
His
ask
You're
X
Pete
factor,
why
handcuffing.
he
not
You're
his
wants to hand
superpower.
the
His
handcuffing.
ball
X
to
You're
him.
factor.
Ask
handcuffing
His
him,
Pete
bro.
X
why
Come
he
on,
factor.
man.
wants
Come
to.
on, man. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out, bro. Cut it
Yeah,
out.
that's his
Because
X
it's
factor.
Pete. He's asking him to hand the damn. He wants Quinn Hughes to hand the damn ball to Malik. What is he talking about, Fred?
No, I think
Don't
Pete.
want Malik
Listen,
running.
I'm not agreeing
Oh,
with Pete. I think Pete.
we
Pete
want
looking
Malik
at.
staying in the pocket and then just falling down with a guy coming at him.
Well,
I get
Fred,
it.
Well,
No,
of
I
course,
want
I
Quinn
avoid
get
the
it.
to run.
defender.
majority, he
But
needs
To
to
run
stay
on
in
his
the
own.
pocket.
I
Pete
don't want
wants a
Quinn
How
Hughes
about
design
on.
how
run
about this,
Joe
play
bro?
said it
How
for
about this,
Malik
earlier.
bro?
It's
Willis.
not
How about this, bro?
sustainable. You
When
can't.
you
You're gonna
when
get
you
hurt if you
I
keep running.
understand that, bro. I understand it, but in the heat of the game, bro,
Right.
this
You're
Yes,
gonna
quarterback
pick
is
up
use
the
not
them
going
foot.
to be
legs.
thinking about not
Absolutely.
running, bro.
Absolutely.
He's thinking about running away, not getting tackled, bro. That's what
Right,
he's
you can do that.
Come on, bro.
But
And
what Pete's
design
saying
runs
is
isn't even bad.
design, run, play for the quarterback. That's what
But
Pete's
why
saying.
not? Certain situations, if it's a 3rd and 1, I would love Malik Willis could do a sneak. What's it
You
called?
goddamn right.
Look at the limited time in Green Bay. He got hurt,
Let me
bro.
ask something, man. Does the
Hold on.
quarterback
What
does the
say?
quarterback roll out?
Oh, you
Does the
talking about like
quarterback
with
does the quarterback roll out? Does that still count for anything like
Fred,
round the
Fred,
5,
if I'm
10-yard
Fred,
line?
Fred,
looks like
Fakes
a
the
Fred,
handoff.
we
Just
need
runs
him
that
to roll
power
out.
out, bro.
Fred,
Bro, Joe
Fred, if
Montana
I'm
rolled
at
out.
shotgun, Fred, if
Young
I'm
rolled
at
out.
shotgun and I'm Quinn Ewers, and instead of A-Chain being to my left, I got Malik Willis to my left, I got A-Chain in the slot as a
No,
receiver.
no.
What?
You can
Listen,
forget
Now
that.
you
No,
see what I'm saying,
no,
Fred.
no.
Now you
Fred,
understand what I'm saying,
That
Fred,
don't
Fred.
make
listen.
sense, Pete. That
That's
don't
what
make
I'm
sense,
talking
Pete.
about,
That don't make
Fred.
sense, Pete. I
Fred,
ain't going that
listen
Man,
to
far.
me, Fred.
you trying to get Malik blown up, man.
Yeah, that Pete. That don't
No,
even make. That don't even make sense.
listen,
Man,
Fred. Listen,
man,
Fred.
that's
Here's the
laughable,
safety
Pete.
valve. Tight, snap the ball. The pressure comes. You pitch it to the left, backwards.
Wow.
Malik can still catch it. He can
Come on,
still
Pete.
pass. He can still
Season-ending
pass.
injury.
Or
Oh,
he
hey,
can
Pete.
run.
Hey, Pete.
Or he
I
can
see it,
run.
Pete.
Season ending.
Hey, Pete.
As
You know
long
what?
as the
Now I
ball,
see it, bro. Now I see it,
as
Pete.
long as the
You
ball
trying
goes
to? You trying
backwards,
to?
Malik can
You
still
trying to?
pass
You trying
and
to
he can run.
sabotage
You're trying to
Malik,
kill
bro?
him.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
you
man,
trying
you
to
trying to get him
sabotage
No,
bad
I'm
Malik?
not.
again,
No,
man.
I'm
You
not.
trying to get
No, I'm
Malik
not.
Why
hurt,
you
bro?
think I'm
No,
laughing?
I'm not.
You trying
No,
to
I'm
get
not.
Malik hurt for nothing,
Why
bro?
you think I'm
You know
laughing,
how
Fred?
Man.
dangerous,
Because he trying
Fred.
to get
Fred,
him blown
I got
up,
this
Trying to
dog.
shotgun formation.
sabotage
I got
Malik,
this
bro.
shotgun formation from the 3-yard line. I got this shotgun
Man,
formation from the
no,
3-yard
man.
line.
No, you
Quinn
trying to
Ewers at
sabotage
quarterback,
my
Malik next to
quarterback,
me.
man. Cut it
I
out,
can
bro.
hand
Cut
it
it
off
out,
to
bro.
Malik. I can hand it
Nah,
off to
man. You trying
Malik.
to
I
sabotage
can
my
run it in.
quarterback, bro. Nah,
Mm.
nah.
I'm talking about
I
two
thought
Oh,
it was,
you ain't
quarterback
trying.
I
system,
thought it was
and
Trying to
we
only
get my
use
me.
Malik,
get
Fred,
my quarterback
and
hurt
we
just to
use
keep Quinn
Malik
Ewers,
as a
bro. Cut it
weapon. He
out,
needs
bro.
to be the Taysom Hill, bro. He's
Nah,
Season
gonna
man.
ending,
catch
Nah, you
goddamn
trying, you
passes.
trying to
Fred.
I
try,
knew that's
you
what
trying
Pete
to
was
get my
doing.
guy hurt
That's why. That's why.
so you can see
See,
your guy,
that's
bro.
why
You
I
want to
mentioned
get
the
my
Saints.
guy hurt so you can
He
see
can
your
have
guy,
I
bro.
knew Pete was
he
worried
could
about
be
the
the
Saints.
you know what's crazy, Fred? Malik Willis could
Yeah,
probably
the
be
way
the
you
only
thinking is
player.
crazy. Yeah, that's what's
Listen,
crazy, man. The
no,
way you
no, it's
thinking,
not
bro. That's what's
because the way
crazy,
I'm
bro.
thinking could be historic. Malik Willis
That's why
might
I'm
be the
laughing,
only
man.
player
There's
in
not a
NFL
Fred,
chance,
he
history
come
man.
up with
that
a
can
specific
get
play to
a
get his ass
thousand
Come
yards
killed.
on, man.
passing, 1,000 yards
Fred, he
rushing,
came up with a
and a
play to
thousand
get
yard
Malik out of
receiving.
Come on, man.
Has
Come
never
on,
been a player do that.
man. No, Pete. No.
there.
You can forget that
Homeboy
theory,
came
bro.
up with a play to get Malik out of
You
there,
can
man. He
forget
like,
that,
I'm gonna
bro.
put
That
Malik
man
here,
can have
and I'm
1,000
gonna put
rushing,
AD
1,000
here.
passing, 1,000
Pete
receiving in
was
a
thinking
season.
about. I knew Pete was thinking about the New Orleans
Pete,
Saints
that's
You
what
know
they
what?
used to do in like
to
I have to
mention
go
football.
with the panel on that one, Pete.
I
I have
knew
to go
it.
with the panel on that one,
I
bro.
knew it.
That's
He
like
was
That's
thinking
I'm
going
about
telling
that
insane
you
right
rushing
right
there.
He
now.
attack.
said, man,
Doggone
Come
it.
he
on,
said,
man.
I'm
man, I'm
telling
gonna
you
get
right
him
now.
out of
I
here
feel like
today.
we use
I'm gonna
Malik
put
as
him
a
in top.
weapon. I think we could take that to the Super Bowl, Fred.
He
I
said,
think that
man,
makes
today
this
No,
I'm gonna
offense
no,
even more
get him out of
dangerous
here.
in the
no,
red zone.
Get him out of here.
nah, Pete.
Oh
Nah,
yeah.
nah, I ain't
Oh
doing
yeah.
that, bro.
Oh
I
yeah.
ain't
He
doing
said,
that,
man, I'm
Pete.
gonna get him out.
Nah,
One
bro.
play and season ender. That's
Yeah,
it.
Pete,
I just
that's
need
too
one
much,
play.
bro. That's too much.
Pete, now think of
Come
this,
on,
Pete.
man.
I use Quinn Ewers as another receiver. That's three receiver. That's Dulcich.
Yeah.
That's Dulcich.
It's Sharif.
So
You know, it's
I,
Sharif.
no,
Sharif.
let
Sharif.
me cook. Let me cook.
I'm
Let me
not gonna
cook.
let you
I
land
need
because
my
you make no
option.
sense. You can
No, if
Malik
I'm
Willis at
dropping
least
back,
has the abilities, bro.
I didn't
At
say
least he's
Malik.
fast.
I didn't
But
say
at the
Malik. I said Quinn. If Quinn is dropping back,
Quinn
I don't
ain't that
need Malik as
Quinn
no
ain't no
running
wide
back.
receiver,
I
bro.
need Dulcich as a receiver so I can have three options. Why would a offensive coach kill one position to put another quarterback when that can be Dulcich or that can be Colbert?
Stop thinking about him as a quarterback.
No,
I just
no,
told
Pete,
you
no
he's a
coach would
weapon.
do
It's
that.
a gimmick
I'm just
gadget
telling you, no
offense. It's
coach
the
would do it.
wild dolphin.
Yeah,
No,
but
no coach
I
But when
jumped
has
in
would do
that
that.
here.
ever
I
Nah,
For a
Pete.
limited
I jumped in here
receiver.
for the simple
Yeah,
Just
come
a
on
fact
in, man.
that
Come
limited
on in,
to
man.
so
hold the
Come
receiver
on
when
in,
you
man.
did
Come
that.
on in,
yeah,
man.
I jumped in here because I had to defend
Bro,
on Pete on this one because we've actually talked about this
You know, you need
before,
to
right?
jump back out there, man.
Fred, because
let him
you
go.
gotta
Let him
hear
go.
me out, right? You
They
gotta
don't
hear
want to
me out because
listen.
I'll listen.
Let's
you
I'll
remember
listen,
when
bro. Go ahead.
you remember when I tell you about Bobby Slowick using everybody in in that offense for 2023, he was doing exactly what Pete is talking about. He used 2 quarterbacks on that field as gimmick players. I'm serious. He did it 2 times in that 23 season.
But Cat, hold up, Cat. Here's the thing, though, Cat.
man.
Right
Like
now,
2
if I'm not
times, bro.
mistaken, I think we have one tight end that actually did
No,
quarterback
but
plays in
like
college. So
you're not.
I don't think they're gonna use both quarterbacks that way. They may use the quarterback in. I think is it Greg Dosage or Cashman? One of them also did quarterback. I mean, did the Wildcat in college. I'm trying to figure out which one it was. Was it Cashman? One of them did it. One of them did the Wildcat in college. So I think that's one of the players that they may use on the trick play.
But, no, my point is it's not far fetched to see Malik Willis get at least one receiving touchdown this year because like he plays some kind of weird
Come on,
offense.
man. Come on, man.
I'm
Come
serious,
on, man.
bro.
Yeah,
It
man.
doesn't
Maybe
necessarily
I
maybe
mean
know,
it's
I
going
one,
to
know
be Quinn
Malik's
but
Ewers.
that's
elite,
not
bro. I
sustainable.
know he's
That's not
elite,
an
bro, but you're
offense.
asking too
Now,
much, man.
I didn't say
You're
he's
asking too
elite,
Cat,
much.
bro. I
Cat,
didn't say
you're
he's elite,
absolutely
bro.
If
right.
something happens one
Watch
time,
it.
it's not the norm.
I can see Cat. I can see where Cat is right, but then I can also imagine an I formation toss to the right. H takes it. Malik goes straight up the seam, and then the fake run to the outside
It's like
becomes
a
a look
double
down.
reverse.
Right, right. Now
A
18
double
is
a
looking
double
down.
reverse to Malik
Right.
Willis. I don't know. Maybe.
No. When Malik snaps it and pitches it to 18, 18 runs to the left. Malik just runs the seam.
Oh, a fake
Malik just
toss
runs the
rollout.
seam.
Yo,
Right.
you
So
guys are getting
Malik is on the seam
Yeah,
now,
I mean you could do things
and
like
the
that.
defense is
this is what
following
happened.
18 to the
This is
left.
what
And
happened.
Sharif, you
This
could
is what.
spread the offense out and just run up the gut
Hey,
like Josh
wait a
Allen
minute, man.
does,
Wait a minute, man. Ain't
or
this what the
Jalen
Dolphins
Hurts.
were? Ain't this what the Dolphins were known for with the Mike McDaniel thing? The gimmick shit. Didn't we
Right.
complain about the
It
gimmick
never
shit, bro?
works.
Didn't we complain about that?
Yes.
Didn't we complain about the
touchdown.
gimmick offense, bro?
Cordell Stewart never won.
Come on,
When
man. So
Hold
if
on
this
now.
ain't
18 has a
gimmick you
touchdown.
guys are talking, if this ain't gimmick you guys are talking about, I don't know what is, bro. I don't know what
Touchdown,
is.
Flash was
Fred.
good, but what happened when Ben
Come on, man.
Roethlisberger came?
Y'all, you
He
lucky
won
I was
games.
muted. But if it
Stop, Fred.
translates to wins, Fred, does it matter? If Malik Willis has 1,500 yards passing, 12 passing touchdowns, only 1 interception, he gave us 700 rushing yards, 6 rushing touchdowns, and he gave us 38 catches, almost 40, for 500 yards with another 5 touchdowns. And we're in the
Look,
playoffs, hosting
look,
playoff games. You think
Y'all think he a last that long? I don't
The
think he a
only
last that
design
long.
play, the only
Terry,
design play, I went down there in the red zone, bro. It has to be within 10 yards, bro. Only design play I went for Malik is only 10 yards. That's all. That's the only design play I went for him in the red zone. From the 10-yard, fake a handoff, fake a toss, and then just run to the pylon, bro. Run to the pylon. Outrun everybody
And
to the
that's
pylon.
what I was saying, Fred. And you
Quarterback
disagree
sneak,
with me, and
bro.
I said he makes our red zone offense elite.
No, but you talk about putting 2 quarterbacks in, bro. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
talking
Yes.
like Don
Yes.
Strock and David Woodley back in the 70s with the Dolphins.
I don't know
How
anything
they
about
would,
no Don Strock and David Woodley, but if
well,
the
you should
Dolphins
look
did
at
that
it.
already, then we
They
got to get
would
back to
play
those
the
2
roots.
problem with that
quarterbacks.
play, the
That's
problem
probably
with
why
that
we haven't
Pete,
They
won,
would
because
play
we
2
haven't
quarterbacks,
we
just like you're
ran off
talking
those
about.
roots. That's a winning route right now with
the
based on
problem with
They
that
never
Pete,
won.
and
They
Malik.
never won nothing. They never won nothing. Dan
the
Marino had to
problem,
show up. Then,
Pete,
and
the
then they went
problem
back
with
to
that is, no, the defense. You're not really fooling that defense, man. They're not
exactly.
gonna
It's
really pay
predictable.
too much to Quinn Ewers, bro. But they're gonna be watching out for Malik, bro. They'll be watching out for that.
Exactly.
If the
And
defense is
and,
good,
and Quinn
they
Ewers
will
and
watch out
and
for
that
Malik, bro.
and
You know
that
that.
is going to slow the rush. That's going to slow
No.
the defenders. That's going to help out these young receivers where Quinn Ewers can easily just pass the ball in those short to intermediate passes. He can eat in those
Nah, man.
areas
But
now.
he can do that
He can
without
eat.
being a gimmick. He could do that as the quarterback.
But we
Like
have
he
Yeah.
to
can do that
use
regardless.
Malik. He's a because you guys are seeing it as Malik is a gadget player. He's a weapon. I
No,
understand
no,
that.
Pete.
Fred,
I'm
you
gonna
want
say
to
you.
get his
Bro, Taysom Hill
Pete,
got
hey,
$100
Pete,
million
his ass
contract
blown
from the
up, Fred.
Saints.
Hey,
Taysom
Pete, I'm gonna tell you what, Pete. This right here, this tape
Taysom
right
Hill had
here.
$100 million deal.
Hey,
Taysom
Pete.
Hill can't throw. Malik is
Hey,
showing
Pete,
he
you know
can
what,
throw
Pete?
the football.
I feel your plan,
pass.
Pete. I feel your
I
idea
don't
of
want
your
this money
plan,
to be
Pete.
wasted on the bench, bro. I
Pete,
don't
I
want
feel
this
your
67
idea.
million to be wasted on the bench when Quinn
Feel,
Ewers
hey,
takes this
Pete,
job.
I feel your ideal. I feel your idea and your plan, bro. You know, and it's better than the fucking Richie Incognito, Jonathan Martin take, bro. I give it that, bro. It's better than that, bro. Yeah, man.
Listen, man, Pete said, man, I'm going to wake up today and I'm going to get Malik out of there. I'm going to use something to get. Watch when I open this live stream. I'm getting Malik out of there some way or the other. Listen,
Right
guys,
on that.
I got a shotgun play for Malik.
I told you,
Cordell
Sharif, you
Stewart.
were the one that brought that up because you started talking
No,
Super Bowl.
no, bro.
And I'm like, man, Sharif started tripping with this Super
Listen,
Bowl
man.
talk. And I got
Listen,
deep in my,
man.
and I said, you know
No.
what?
This is
He
the
gonna
way.
put Malik
This
there
is the
running
way.
back and get his ass
This is the
blown up
way.
again.
Because who was up here that confirmed, right? They heard through OTAs, Quinn Ewers has been stealing the show with his accuracy and his quick passing.
And of
So
all the
everybody here
quarterbacks,
already
he's
knows that.
outperforming all of them.
You mean Bobby Slowick
Yes.
walkie
So
talkie
we know.
been
So
telling you that?
if our quarterback is doing good with these young receivers, AJ Henning,
Right.
Theo Wees, Caleb, if Quinn is able to work with these guys because he got the timing and everything down, then Malik just needs to be a weapon. Go out there, be the
Yeah,
second,
but Malik is
weapon,
getting the same.
tight
He's getting
end
the same
/
thing.
receiver
They're
/
saying
running
Theo
back
Wees
/
and
quarterback.
and
And you might
Sims
have, and we might
Dawson.
need
They
Malik to
also got
throw
connection
at
with
least
Malik too.
8
They got a
passes a
chemistry
game.
also.
If we get him to
So
throw 8 passes a
in
game,
fact, the
8
last time I
rushes
heard
a
about
game,
Theo Wees,
with at least 4 to
actually have a
5 catches
chemistry
a game,
with
come
Malik.
on, man.
So that goes both ways.
This offense will
Let's
be
unstoppable.
unstoppable.
Let's break down the starters, man. So you think
No,
Dolphins
you know
got
what, Sharif, you know what the problem is? You always say people always move the goalposts, and you never even answered the question I asked you because you went on this long soliloquy when I asked you, can you just name the starters? Give me the
right?
starters.
Kegmaric,
You went to naming.
and
You went
Dulcich.
to naming. You
No,
said
you said
defensive
no,
tackle.
no, no, no,
It's
no.
this guy.
I don't think
It's James
Kazmaric's
which
gonna
way?
start,
And
bro.
you spoke about that defensive
You
lineman
said
for
Malik
an
Willis
hour,
ain't gonna
bro.
start.
No, I think
You
it's gonna
said
be
Malik
Dawson,
Willis
Sim, and
ain't gonna
Cash.
We
start.
could play him
Here's
in a
why.
13 personnel, but
I said
I
just
don't
give
know
me
about
your
He,
11
but
starters
he,
on offense and
but
defense. And
okay.
whoever has them,
So
if you got them, Fred, let me know who they are.
but my thing is,
Based on what
you
you've
said
heard.
Malik Willis. You said Malik Willis ain't gonna start. Here's why Quinn Ewers is gonna win the job. So you stopped the conversation on the QB battle. I was
I
about
let
to
you go
talk
and you
about
kept going.
18, but I
And
was
then you
about to
started talking
talk
about the
about
defensive lineman.
no. We're on Kagmarek and we're on Dulcich. The starters on offense, 11. You started to explain why Quinn Ewers would
Okay.
have
what
Malik
about
Willis.
the
Go
other
go with
tight
the
end? What's his
go with the
name?
11 starters. Tell me the
James?
name.
So
Quarterback,
okay,
Malik. Running back, A-Chain.
Dulcich. Do you guys agree? Dulcich, Kagmarek, 1-2 tight end.
No, Dosage Sims.
I'm gonna say
Yeah, Dulcich.
I'm with Mr. Paul. Doses and Ben Sims.
Dulcich?
13
Yeah.
personnel you can put
You gotta
with
remember. Malik Willis was with Ben Sims in Green Bay as well, so he has
So
okay.
that
experience.
comfortability.
Okay, experience over the rookie. Okay, so left tackle Paul Proctor, Aaron Brewer. Do you want Salyer to fight with Sabinaya, or
DJ
do you
Campbell.
want?
Jonah, we got
Let Jonah go for the right guard.
yeah.
Okay,
We gotta
Jonah,
give him
You
another
got
Sabinaya,
year.
right.
Jonah and Austin Jackson. So we got our
there
5.
you go.
Okay, we all agree. Cool. Okay, on to the wide receivers, which will be very hard, I'm sure. I like Tolbert, Tutu Atwell, and Coleman as my slot. Anyone disagree?
How
Um,
about
I
that first
actually love
rounder
that.
that the Eagles that we got? Jalen, whatever.
Rieger?
He's a bust.
Yeah.
he's gonna be a punt return guy.
Yeah.
Who?
I
Who gonna
think
be a
Jalen
punt
Tolbert
Jalen
returner?
Rieger.
Jalen Tolbert.
Um,
Jalen
he's
Malik,
Rieger.
Malik
he's
Washington is gonna get a starting role on this
Yeah,
offense.
yeah.
Right. At the
I,
In fact,
slot,
he
probably.
probably wide receiver 1.
okay, so Malik Tolbert,
I
Malik
don't think
Tutu,
Malik
I
Washington
think
might even
Tolbert.
make the
But
roster.
I'm gonna tell you right
No,
now,
they've already
Coleman.
hold on because
Remember, this team
they've
does not.
already tried
I think they're
branding.
using him as a propaganda. They're trying
No,
to
they're
trade him.
already trying to brand the Malik to Malik thing. They're trying to figure out a name for it for when
They're selling it.
they get him.
They're
Yeah,
selling it.
exactly. So yeah, they're selling him because he's going to be the number one.
He could be a surprise cut.
Exactly. No.
What about Coleman and
I think
Douglas?
Malik Washington
The
could be a
two
surprise
rookies.
cut.
Listen, whoever said Coleman, I like Coleman. In fact, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I like Coleman over Douglas and at present
But
Bell.
Douglas is 6'3" though, Mr. Paul, and he got good route
6'4".
running. 6'4", and he got
Douglas
clean
is gonna
route
show off in preseason and
he
training
just
camp.
drops
Watch.
a lot of footballs, bro.
Exactly. So
So
he's starting to
And I
give me
mean,
that. Starting to
honestly,
give me that.
But
I
you
think
can
the way
fix
that this
that.
offense is going to work, I think we can confidently name 5 or 6 wide receivers that are going to be starters because they're going to have packages that are designed specifically for them.
I agree with that. It's execution time. Who can execute
Yeah.
in their pack? I
Yeah,
agree. They're young.
everybody's going to have packages, and I believe all the wide
Yeah.
receivers that make the cut will have time on the field.
Yes, I think young teams get packages because you haven't proved shit yet, and if you get more on your plate when you prove it, that's how. I hate to say
And
it,
you know
guys.
what?
But
I'm so tired. You know what I've been hearing the last couple seasons that a lot of y'all have been telling me, laughing at me, making fun of me, because y'all say preseason never matters.
No, it does. It does matter.
Y'all
It
keep
doesn't
telling
matter
me
for the
year
starters.
after year after year that
I said
preseason
OT in
never
some way
matters.
OTAs don't matter.
don't matter in some way.
Guys
That's
in
what I
shorts
said.
don't matter.
I didn't say
Guys
I
in
didn't say
pants,
I didn't say
So
preseason.
but joint
guys in a
practices
red shirt,
and preseason matters, right?
guys in a red shirt don't
It
matter.
matters. It
Joint
matters to me in a
practices
way.
and preseason matters, right?
Scrimmages and
Okay.
preseason matters. Like how the
Not OTA.
Lions basically dog walked us in scrimmage.
Exactly.
I
Scrimmage, joint
remember that.
practice. That's like a scrimmage. Perfect.
Mm.
And a preseason game. That's like a scrimmage. So those matter. What you do on those that matters.
That's when I started naming the 53. After the second scrimmage and the
Right.
second preseason game, I'm getting locked in. I'm getting locked into for the 53. That
So we
second
did good on
preseason.
that offense. I think we all
Okay.
agreed. I got
No,
Tolbert.
some guys want
Tutu.
Caleb in. I want
You know
Tutu
what?
in, and I want Coleman
The
in.
two
Some guys
surprising
got Caleb.
receivers that won't shock me if they find themselves starting on this team will either be AJ Henning or Theo Weiss Jr. One of those guys, for some reason, I feel like is going to be a
I
star.
think we can break out if he got more muscle.
Pete, I agree with you on that. I like what you just said. I agree with you 100% on
And
that.
it might not, and Mr. Puck, you know what? They might like pop off during preseason, and during the regular season, they just might be on the depth chart. They might not get playing time. And if it goes as bad as Vegas and all these fans hope it goes, then I can see AJ Henning and Theo Weiss, one of those guys,
What if he gets
turning
hurt?
up late in the season and just turning up and giving us at least some good, like
What
amazing
if
highlights.
Malik Washington gets hurt? Then that raises an opportunity.
First of all,
That
my
would raise-
eyebrow just raised when you said, "What if Malik Washington gets hurt?" Like, I do not see him as being a heavy contributor. If anything, he might be the player if our running backs, Jalen Wright doesn't make the cut, Ollie Gordon is not liked by this coaching staff. This is probably the reason why they're moving Malik into like the running back position.
No,
Because they don't like what they see at these other
Pete.
guys.
No,
They
Pete.
love. I'm telling you for a fact. From Allen Pool Park, they got. Remember now, this is the Green Bay Packers who took Chris Brooks from us and re-signed him. You don't think they're coming into here? They already got Chris Brooks. They got Ollie Gordon, the
There you go.
second. You think they don't like him? They said they
Bro.
love him.
But Sharif, remember, like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, before the confirmation of Bobby Slowick saying that he was gonna do the same thing, I was like I was high, right? I was like, oh, maybe Jalen Wright in a different scheme, we're gonna be good now. But they confirmed we're gonna run the same McDaniel outside zone scheme. He is not a scheme fit. So Sharif, he's not going to be popping off like you think he is. Jalen Wright, I'm speaking of. And in fact, that's another name we should trade. If we could get something for Malik Washington and Jalen Wright, we should trade both of those guys right now because they're
This is
not
not to
good
you.
scheme fits right
Pete,
now.
This is not to you, but for everybody who thinks that A-Chain is somehow going to grow from 12 carries to 21, 22 carries a game, he's not, okay? He's always
He
going to be
will.
a 12 carry guy.
First of all,
and
He's going to be the
gonna
main
be-
focus.
First
Don't
of
be
all,
surprised if A-Chain is going to lead the team in rushing and receiving yards.
I'll be
gonna
surprised if he leads it in
he's gonna
receiving, to be honest with you, Ralph. But I'm going to tell you
Yes.
right now, Sharif, miss me
He's
with
going to
that.
be the main focus.
Listen,
Guy.
it's not about rushes,
Guy.
Sharif.
It's not about the
rushes.
carry.
A-Chain
He's
needs
also
to
going to
have
get 10
between
touches
18 to
receiving.
22, 18 to
Right.
22 touches
So
per
my
game.
so what?
Per
But you're
game.
missing my
He needs to
point.
touch that
My
football.
point even if you have Miles Gaskins, you're gonna need at least 2 running backs to spell a guy who's a star but will only give you 12 a game because of his body.
Listen,
So
right
you
now,
need all the boys,
He's not,
and you need
and I wouldn't be shocked if he's in the 25 touch
and
per
you
game.
need Jalen Wright
no,
because you
not
have a
listen.
guy
Hold up,
always
hold up,
gonna give you 12
hold up,
carries.
Sharif. Hold up, Sharif.
18 is
Not
not going above 12 carries.
hold up,
Sharif, with
Sharif.
what
So
we have
Hold
going
up,
on
hold up.
right now, I can see A-Chain get 19 carries and 6
Oh my
catches.
God. There we go. He
That's
wants A-Chain
25
to get
touches
blown
per
up now.
game.
You're
Hold up.
sabotaging the running back and the quarterback
This is what
now.
we paid him
No,
for.
hold up.
Bro,
Here's
he's
the
not that. He's
listen.
not
Says
that.
you.
He will never be
Says
that.
you. If A-Chain click
He'll
that link
never
right
be
now,
a
he'll say
20
I'm that.
carry guy.
He'll say I'm that.
He'll never be a 20 carry guy. We need him to last through his contract, not because you overload him. We need him to actually
What is
last to the
we
end.
need him? We need
Listen.
him more than we ever needed
They
him. We need
listen.
him
They
now more than we ever
listen.
needed him,
As
Sharif.
far as
Fine.
listen,
But you
as
need
far as
him
Jalen
at
Wright,
under 300 carries a year. You need him
we
at
need
like
listen,
290.
Sharif.
You need him at
We need to
280
feed him the
carries.
rock so much that's what teams need to key on and try to focus
No.
and stop. And when they do that, that's when the safety will cheat up, the
This is
corner
what
will
I'm
bite
trying to
in,
think the
and our
Dolphins
young
fans.
receivers with speed can
This
make
is a
plays
teaching
on
moment.
one-on-one. This
Yeah,
This
but
is
is
I
a
what
think
we
teaching.
need.
I think the
This is
biggest key that we're
that
forgetting about Devon A-Chain is the fact that if we give him an
Give
inch,
that
he's going
man
to take
10
a
touches,
mile.
man. Teams
So
ain't gonna key on that. Everything else will get shut down.
if he
I'm
gets the
sorry, Cap.
holes, if he gets the holes, he could easily get 10, 12, 13 touches a game and be super productive in this offense, getting 20 to 25 yards per carry. That's exaggerating highly, but you get what I'm saying. Like we know he's got the capabilities of producing very highly, so he doesn't need 18 to 20 carries to be efficient and effective for this offense.
and
He
also
just needs to
let
maximize his opportunities.
let me say
which is
this
about
because
two
I'm
touches,
looking at
10 of them receiving. And what
I'm
we're
looking
just trying to tell
Hold on,
Pete
let
is,
Mr. Paul go.
go ahead, Mr. Paul.
listen. What I'm trying to say is this real quick, and this is not as Zach science. Right now, the Dolphins have pretty much a running back that's built in stature similar to Jalen Wright and similar to Ollie Gordon and also similar to A-Chain. So they have 3 running backs who physically, I'm not saying they run the same way, but physically
There's
are
3
similar
levels
to
of running
the
back: quickness,
star
speed,
running backs.
and bully. Right.
Bro,
So
every team has 3 running backs, and you can say the same thing, but not
But
every
what we're
team has an
trying to,
A-Chain.
all we're
Not
trying
every
to
team
say
has
is,
a James Cook. Not every
always,
team has a
always trying,
Jonathan Taylor, Jameer
right,
Gibbs.
right. And
Yeah,
18
I
is
agree
not
with
that.
Pete out
We
here.
want him to last through the
But
contract so he's not dinged up.
We're not in
That's all we're
position,
saying.
right, Sharif? You trying to win a Super
You
Bowl?
have Ollie Gordon, Pete. You
Sharif,
have
you want to
Jalen
win a
Wright.
Super Bowl? Or you down with this? Let's rebuild
Donovan
crap.
Edwards,
Because if you want to rebuild,
Carlos
then you want to
Washington
talk
Jr.
about, oh, you know what? We might as well put A-Chain on the bench.
In
Let's
fact,
not
Carlos
even
Washington
use him.
Jr. had the same build as
Let's
Jalen
not
Wright.
even use
This
him.
is the
Because we're
teaching
not
moment.
Super Bowl
This
ready
is
Donovan
the
this year,
Edwards
teaching.
had
Sharif.
the same
Let's
This is
wait.
the
had
Let's
teaching
put
the
moment.
same
let's
build
Mr.
as
put
Paul,
Jalen
hold on,
Wright.
Mr.
A-Chain
Paul.
on the shelf.
Hold on, Mr.
Let's
Paul.
shelf him.
This is the teaching
Yep.
moment because what I
Let's put
explained
A-Chain
earlier,
on the
about
shelf.
15 minutes. I explained
If
this
we put him
about
on the
15
shelf,
minutes
then
ago.
we didn't waste his body.
I
Huh,
explained this
Sharif?
about 15, 30 minutes ago. Pete, what is a good running factory? When you hit on
Jalen
a
Wright
Paul,
is not a
when you
scheme
hit,
fit. So he's
listen,
not good.
listen. When you hit on Paul, when you hit on Proctor, when you hit on Aaron Brewer, when you hit on Jordan Phillips, when you hit on Kenneth Grant, you have a machine in the trenches in the front 7 and in your 5 offensive line, meaning you have a factory. Meaning if a different captain comes in, the factory keeps rolling because your trenches is set. Once again, you're
Did you
depending on
see how
someone.
quick,
But
Sharif, did
Listen,
Pete,
you
you're
see how
depending on
quick this
someone who's
organization
the fuck
under
funneled
does
up
that
that
have to
210.
do
money?
with the
Why
fucking
don't
Did
you
you see
depend on
how
the
running
quick?
back?
factory instead of
Sharif,
depending on
What
Sharif,
is
someone
the front
210?
defensive
Depend on
side
the
of the
Sharif,
factory,
equation?
Pete. Depend on the factory. Stop depending on one player. We're trying to teach
No,
you to depend on the factory, bro. It's
Sharif,
a factory they're building.
but you need,
hey,
but
Sharif,
he's
when they looked
gonna need
inside
to
the
carry the
factory,
football.
they didn't see the
No,
produce
but you
get
can't
made
carry
on
the football.
time. They
A-Chain
tried.
cannot carry the football like he's
They
been
tried.
the last few years.
A-Chain held out. They looked at Ollie
The
Gordon.
man is
They looked
dinged
at
up.
Jalen Wright.
He's on his
They
third
said,
or
you know
fourth
what?
season.
Let's
So
pay up.
you can't
Yeah,
give him the ball that
but
many times.
20, but
He's not gonna
20
last the whole
carries.
season.
But Mr.
If y'all
Paul,
want
20
A-Chain
carries.
to take
Come
us
on.
where we need to go, you cannot run him the way you've been running him. You're gonna
I
run
agree,
that man
but
in 2
20
rounds.
carries
He will
isn't
not last.
20 carries isn't like some astronomical amount. 20 carries, you should be able to run the ball 20
He
times
wants his
a
fan
game
base to
if you're
be
Devon
governed to
A-Chain.
stars instead of a
I'm not
factory
saying they
being
have
built.
to because they
If
could
the
use him in the
factory
passing
is
game.
built, it doesn't matter the
But if they
running
want
back.
to
It
win the
doesn't
game,
matter
they
the
probably have
quarterback.
to.
It doesn't matter the backup running back because it's a factory in the front
It
trenches.
does matter because they're
He
not the
doesn't
same as
understand that.
A-Chain.
He
He just said
understands the
Jalen Wright
210
doesn't fit the
running
scheme.
back who he's
Jalen
tied
Wright
to.
doesn't fit the scheme. He's right. He's right,
Come on,
bro.
man.
No, hold up. Whoever
Jalen
said
Wright,
The
Jalen Wright
offensive
does
line
not
is
fit the
fixed.
scheme.
Therefore, any running back will run through a hole. Pete, don't you understand that? If the offensive line is fixed,
You need
any running
vision to
back
run
can
through.
run through. How about that?
That's
How
not
about
true.
that
Not
idea?
true, bro.
Okay,
That's not
hold up, Sharif.
true.
Right.
Hold up, Sharif. Hold up. Whoever said Jalen Wright doesn't fit the scheme may be right, but
That's what
guess
Pete
what?
said. I
That's why they
agree.
brought in a guy named Carlos Washington because he has. It looks like he
Bro,
has the
I'm
same
giving
build
Peter, I'm
as
giving Peter
Jalen Wright.
Dolphins
He might be
application by
somebody
week 10 because when
that
we're 9-1,
that
Pete is
replaces
not a
Jalen Wright.
Dolphin fan. Remember that. I'm giving Pete an
Now I'm
application
not a
week
Dolphin
10
fan.
But
because when
Mr.
we're
Paul is,
9-1, I'm gonna remember him saying, "No, we're not." I'm gonna remember him
but
saying, "No,
it's not
we're
only the
not."
scheme.
I'm gonna
But
Jalen
what
Wright
are
remember
we
is
him
saying
not
no,
as
saying
we're
that.
not
good.
about?
Okay.
He's not
But
as
what are we
fast
saying
as
no, we're
A-Chain.
not about, Sharif? About
No,
Jalen Wright. Keep that same energy, Sharif.
yeah, exactly. When Jalen
No,
Wright is
but
not
I'm
doing
telling
shit
you,
halfway
the
through
no,
the
but
season,
Dolphins
that's
keep
are
what
that
building
same
an
energy, bro.
offensive line that has become a factory in Paul Proctor, Aaron Brewer. Whoever runs behind that or passes
Yeah,
behind that, they're
what
running
a
a
factory,
machine.
Sharif.
The
Come on, you
machine
can't
is
be.
Jalen
fixed.
Wright
So
So
runs
Sharif,
through
anyone
if
can
defense.
that's
run it.
true,
Defense is
The
why don't
open.
machine
Best
we?
is
offensive lines
fixed.
in
Why don't
football.
you
So
use
anyone
Jalen,
can
the
A-Chain?
run it.
defense
The
is
machine
Philadelphia,
open.
is
correct.
fixed.
He
You just
runs
So
correct.
everywhere
Correct.
anyone
open in
can
the
run it.
field.
You understand?
All these teams that can run the football extremely well and have a history of running the football
They
extremely
have a
well.
machine
All
in
of a
the
sudden,
front seven,
the
bro.
Dolphins are building Dolphins are building a factory. Give the world a break. You're an idiot.
Oh, but tell them why, Mark. But don't just explain why, though. I would like to know, because he has a point. I
Sharif,
mean,
you gonna let
we
Sharif?
do
You
have a
heard
good
that, bro?
front seven. Yeah, you gonna take that, Sharif? Damn, he said you helped him take a shit.
No, what I'm trying to Pete is depending on milking. Pete is depending on milking a guy 210. That's
Mark is
fine.
hilarious.
But if you build a machine, it doesn't really matter who the 210 guy is
But
because
I
the machine
disagree
is
with that because
walking for
A-Chain is
them.
If the
clearly
man has bad vision,
heat
Sharif,
right.
he
He
grinder.
has
has bad
bad
vision.
vision.
I
Right.
don't
It's
care.
been
I
20
don't
years,
Hold
care.
on.
bro.
I would rather have a factory machine so any quarterback or running back can come in. I do not care about your star vision for 18. I don't care about it.
No,
I want a
but
factory
Sharif,
machine.
we're
Period.
gonna have to give
It's not a
A-Chain 20
star.
carries.
It's
Bro.
not about
Like,
no
what?
star factory for A-Chain, bro. That's
Right.
just what
It's
he
about
is.
winning the game.
He is the lead back. That's what
Exactly.
he is.
Right.
Sharif.
We paid
So
him
stop
all that
acting
money.
like we
Come
paid
on,
him to
bro.
be his lead back. So stop acting
Exactly.
like
His way of
What?
A-Chain is
thinking
only
is
gonna get
why we're
12
never
touches
gonna
because
win.
he'll get
Because
hurt.
he want a
No,
star. I
you
want a
give him
machine
25
so
touches
anyone can
every
take
game.
over and it still runs. He just wants one guy to somehow milk it like Jalen Bronson. I want a machine so that anyone can come in and be successful. Pete, you're not gonna get it. You're just not. You're not. You want
Can
a
I say?
star running back
Let me say.
who can take us over the hump and kill the guy later on in his career. That's what
Listen.
you want.
Let me say
I
one
get
more
what
thing.
you want, but we can
Hold on.
run with anyone because the machine is gonna make holes for
It's
them.
not true
That's
though.
all I'm saying. You don't
Can't
get
run
it.
with just anyone.
No. It may
When
it may
Emmitt
not be
Smith
true,
went out
but
2 games, they lost those games. They couldn't run with anyone. They had a great O line. They had the best O-line ever. But without Emmitt Smith, they couldn't win. It's the same shit, bro. It's the same
No, but
shit.
here's the thing, though.
You-
If you go hold up, if you go look at the roster right now, look at the running back roster. if you add to, and this might just be a coincidence. Look like to me they have brought in players similar to A Chain, similar to
So
Jalen Wright, and
3K.
also
I'm
similar
sorry.
to Ollie Gordon. So to me, it might not just be a coincidence. It may be a reason. I'm not saying that those three guys that they brought in are going to start, but what I'm saying is that it might not just be a coincidence that they bring these guys in who are similar to the start who are built similar to the starting run back we have now. A Chain, Ollie Gordon, and
None of our running backs are built like A Chain. It's only A Chain. But I'm glad you brought up a good point,
no,
3K,
why
because you
not?
just
It's
brought
it's
up
right
Emmitt
back.
Smith, right?
No. Hold
And
up, Pete.
Emmitt
Hold up,
Smith,
Pete.
when
Hold up,
Emmitt
Pete.
Smith
Yes,
was
it
out,
is.
did the
It is.
Cowboys have a
There
good
is a
run
running
game?
back on the roster that's
No,
built similar to A
no,
Chain. He's 5'8".
Wait.
He's
So
5'8".
Emmitt Smith got
I'm
out
not
of the
saying he's
game,
A Train.
and the
they,
Cowboys didn't have the same run game?
no, they lost both the games.
Wow. So the team with the greatest offensive line,
Yes,
right, that carries Emmitt Smith cannot carry the backup running back?
exactly,
There's a
exactly. Pete.
difference, fellas. There's called vision.
Right. And Pete, I really hate how we lower the standards. I grew up like with the running backs. We looked at Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith, Marshall Faulk. These guys, LaDainian Tomlinson. Now they're crying about 20 carries a game. I never thought I would ever hear something like that. You
No,
just
no.
paid the
Listen,
guy to be the starting
Me
running
either.
back,
listen.
and you're scared he's going to run 20 times a game. That's a red
No.
flag.
I'm not saying that.
That's a
What I'm
red
saying
flag.
is this. What I'm saying is don't run him into the ground like we've been doing
I
in the
agree,
past
That's
but
few
then
the
seasons.
you
old
can't
time
go
running back.
Let me
extreme and
finish.
say,
That,
"Oh,
that's
he
a
can't get 20
that's a
carries a
very
game."
Let me
They didn't
finish.
say
Let
that
me
about the
finish.
other great running backs of
No,
all
but
time.
hold
So
on.
if
but
this
that's a
guy is as
very
But
great
but
as
rare
we
but hey,
say
thing.
he
You
is,
not,
see
he's
a
gonna have
full
I
to.
time
mean,
running back.
what I'm saying is
It's
this.
a
I mean,
rare
If you
if
want
it's
to
a
this
rare
have
season,
A Chain, if you want to have A Chain long enough to be able to give us a chance to go to the playoffs or Super, well, no, I'm gonna say Super Bowl, then you got to keep them healthy. If you give him too many plays where he's running the ball, or he's out there as a receiver, we will not have him
I,
around that long to give us that. That's
I
what I'm
and
saying.
agree.
which is
I
if you
why
agree.
want,
Marshall
after
if
Falk
you
got
want my
20
Ollie
honest,
Gordon
carries
if you
though.
want
he's
my
gonna
honest
get
20
opinion about how
carries
this
though.
Ollie
season's going to
Gordon's
go,
gonna
I truly believe the defense is going to help keep some of these players on the offense healthy because I stand behind when I say I think the Dolphins are going to lead the league in turnovers. And that means that there's going to be a lot of short fields. So the offense isn't going to have to be
turnover
out there a whole
I
lot.
don't know about this shit.
turnover
Telling you.
chain, Cat. We're bringing
I'm
it
telling
back,
you.
Cat. Oh, don't
I
forget
don't
we
The
had
know.
only,
24
I
games
mean,
in a
look,
row with a
we
turnover.
might be in 2 possession games in the second half, meaning we might be down by
Oh,
2 scores.
Cat,
We might be down
listen,
by two
Cat, you got
scores in the
fired
second
up.
half. And that's not even an avenue where we can sit here and say, okay, put A Chain on the bench. Because we might need A
I
Chain
didn't
as a
say A Chain on.
receiver this upcoming season in the third quarter. 3 minutes left. We're down 24-10. It's 24-10 in the third quarter. 3 minutes to go. The run game, we're not going to wear them down. So, but we need him on the field, at least as a receiver.
We've
Would y'all not agree?
we've seen him take a check down for a touchdown against the Panthers. He stepped out of bounds, but he took a fucking check down
So I'm trying
for
to find like
like
this.
you need him in the
I,
offense.
yeah, I'm saying we need him,
I'm not
even if it
saying
is
that
to come
we
back and
don't
win.
use him in the
So
Yeah.
there
offense. I'm
is no
saying that
time, like
I'm
Mr.
saying,
Paul.
listen,
Okay,
no,
he
no, no,
just
no,
got a
hold up, hold up.
okay. It's 3rd and 8. Okay, we're not gonna run the ball. That don't mean A Chain hit the sideline. We're gonna put the pass blocking running back in Ollie Gordon on 3rd and long.
No,
But
A
A
Chain
chain
he
can
might
wants
block.
have to
someone
Say
go
to
to
that.
the
do it.
slot,
Pete, I
and
did not say
Gordon
that. And
and
Pete, you know
Gordon
how I
might.
feel about
But
Ollie
but
Gordon
but I don't know what
because I said
y'all
no,
with
no.
this whole
Hold up,
wear
hold
and
up,
tear thing.
Pete. Hold up,
That's
Pete.
what I'm
Because
saying. Like
No,
y'all, like I think we
don't paint me
need
in
him.
the wrong way.
We need
The
him.
thing I said about Ollie
A
Gordon is
chain is
this:
a third
you
down back. Ollie
hold up,
Gordon just comes in when he's
hold up,
tight.
Sharif, Sharif. Let me say what I'm about to say with Ollie Gordon. I said the best way to use Ollie Gordon is when it's 3rd and short, and also when we're in the red zone. To me, that's the best way to use it. Now,
Yeah.
as far as Jaden Wright go, he may not fit the scheme, but for right now he's still on the team until they get rid of him and what have you. Then with A Train, I'm not saying that they have A Train sit on, but I never did say that. I said don't use him as much as we did when we first got him because he's not still, even though he's still good, he's not the same A chain. So we have to, if you want him to last throughout the season, then you have don't give him too many snaps like we've been doing when he started getting dinged up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
In all
sit him
reality,
on the bench.
See what you're saying.
A Chain, his rookie year, he was barely used.
I think he's
So
talking
You
about
know what I'm
last
talking
year.
about. You know what I'm talking
He's
about.
talking
Come on
about
now.
last
Don't,
we
year.
only
don't
used
do
him
that
as a
now.
full-time guy
Don't do
1
that.
year.
I
This is
do
his
think we
second year as a
overused him
second
a
time.
bit last year. We might have overused him a bit last year.
We
That's
and
probably
you know
why he's
what?
hurt
I'm
right
gonna
now.
disagree, and
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
think he
That's what
Let me
I'm
because
look
overused
at
him.
the
what
numbers.
Mr.
What
Park is
he
saying,
wants
Let me
what
him
look
to
at the
Mr.
numbers.
step
Park
up
is
in his
saying. Listen to
career.
me, fellas.
You never
What Mr. Park
overused
is
him. But
saying
he
when he
wants
wants
him
to
to
use
step
Ollie
up to
Gordon
carry. He
only
can't
on
do that.
3rd and 4th and shorts. I still think A Chain is more of a threat to convert that into a first
Not
down than
because you
Ollie
get
Gordon is.
older.
But hold on. You know
Not because
why
you
A
get
Chain is more of a
older that
threat?
more
Because you're
carry.
using A Chain on the rest of the downs. Like the way that Mike McDaniel used Ollie Gordon on those 3rd and shorts was stupid because he
It
brought
was
him
obvious
in and
football. The
telling the
fan knew what
defense
was
that
happening.
exactly. So it really limited the potential that Ollie Gordon really does bring to the table. So that's why I always say like Bobby Slowick just has to make sure that he uses the run game properly and not fall into the same rabbit hole that Mike McDaniel went down because it wasn't successful. Ollie Gordon can be really successful for us. I think he's the future after A Chain as it stands right now. I don't think Jalen Wright's going to be here beyond this year. I think he's going to get traded this year. He's going to be one of those guys that gets pushed out around trade deadline because they did draft other running backs that will suffice. It's going to be the Ollie Gordon and Devon A Chain show for the most part. Because if you go and look at any successful team that uses a clear running back, a number one running back like a Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Jahmyr Gibbs, like they always have somebody that is decently good that can come in and still create holes, you take advantage of the holes that are created, make plays, and be viable so that the number one running back can get the rest. They're not superhumans, even though I ranked them as superhumans earlier today. They're not technically superhumans, and they all need a break here and there. So no, you can't run any running back the full
I can
length of
agree
the
with
4
that.
quarters.
Seattle had Walker and Charbonnet. Charbonnet got hurt. They let Walker walk. They let Walker go to Kansas City.
But then they picked up
Just like I was
Jadarian
saying,
Price.
Detroit had that two Montgomery and Gibbs.
Yeah, well now it's Pacheco and Gibbs.
Yeah.
They took away Knuckles. It's not Sonic and Knuckles no more, so that's going to be an interesting. So Jahmyr Gibbs is definitely.
And Chris Wood, he would get a lot of playing time in Green Bay because of Josh Jacobs' legal issues off the field that he's going through. And they also lost Eugene Wilson.
And
I can't remember what team he went to.
And that's a reason why I can put 7 wins on the record for the Dolphins, because the Green Bay Packers might not be a formidable team by the time we face them in week 15. Like, imagine if Josh Jacobs gets tied up and he's not there. Like, that could be a completely different team we're talking about. That's why,
it all
when I go
depends,
through my schedule, when I go through the schedule and I'm doing these, like I'm trying to do my predictions, I definitely take everything into consideration when doing it, like all
who
the
are we
things that
playing
could
week 1?
possibly happen.
You know what?
Are we playing Kirk Cousins or
We're playing
Fernando
Kirk.
Mendoza?
We're playing Kirk Cousins. That makes it harder for us, in my opinion.
Week 3 versus Kansas City, are we playing Mahomes or Justin Fields?
Now, see, that's still up in the air. Like, I've gotten reports that it could go either way. I've gotten reports that he'll be fine, but they're going to just
He's
kind
ahead
of.
of track right now, supposedly.
Yeah, he's ahead of
That's why he signed that monster deal to 2032.
Man,
I don't know
I'm
if you guys
starting
seen
to
that.
get goosebumps, fellas. I'm not gonna
Listen,
lie.
I got a question for the panel.
I just think we're gonna win. We're gonna probably start the season off 4-1. We might start the season off 4-1.
I can definitely write a scenario for you where we start the season off 4-1. And
I think we start.
I'll do it. Let me do it. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and do it, bro.
I think we start 4-0 and we lose that Bengals game right before.
Yep, that's exactly how it happens. So week 1, we play the Raiders. You don't know what either team's going to look like, right? So we're going to call that a dub for the Dolphins.
It's 2 AFC games and 2 NFC games. So
and then we stay out west, right? We stay out west to face San Francisco, who's going to be coming back from Australia. Maybe they're jet lagged. Maybe they have some cramping and they're just not 100% when they play the Dolphins, man.
Or maybe it's just our team. Everything is already in sync. Our offensive line is coming back. We only got one new guy on that thing. One new guy on that offense. It's a first rounder. Everyone else, a snubbed all-pro Aaron Brewer. Patrick Paul getting into his game. Austin Jackson. Salvanea needs to pick it up. But everybody else is pretty much in cahoots.
Well, everybody's reported
just
with
having the
Salvanea.
offensive line and an elite run game in the beginning of the season, that's going to propel us fast. Like, that's going to activate these receivers. That's going to get everything flowing quick in the beginning of the season. I just feel like we're going to start off hot. It's crazy.
With
4-1.
Salvanea, though, all of the rest of the offensive line has said ever since moving over, it's been like night and day with him. So,
yeah, the thing is Austin Jackson. He's the key one on the offensive line. He's the one that's gonna make everyone move around if he can't stay healthy again.
but let me ask y'all a question. And I know this is like a Pete question right here. This is a Pete's take type of question, man, because we've seen it. We've seen other players before kind of not want to play for Tua. You think that might have been what Austin Jackson was doing?
Well, no, because the blind side would be.
I think he's.
Well, yeah, that could be because his blind side is the what? Right side? Yeah.
Tua's blind side would be the right side, yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason I would disagree because playing with Tua, your offensive line job is so easy. He gets rid of the ball so quick. So
Well,
you would like a quarterback like that.
Okay, well, I got a question for the panel because there's talks about trading Jalen Wright. What about seeing Jalen Wright going to Green Bay out there with the Packers? Can
He
you
might.
see that?
He might work out.
I think they drafted a running back.
They do a more power running back, uphill running.
So
Pick
he'll
a
be
hole
out
and
there
go.
with Chris Brooks.
He'll be out there thrive. He needs that. And remember, the center in Green Bay, he's no small guy. That guy's like 6'5", 350 pounds. That dude Ryan, he's huge. That's what I'm saying. Like, this Aaron Brewer center thing didn't really make no sense because the Green Bay guys, they love big centers. And it's the opposite now. But it is what it is. If Brewer's that guy, he's that guy. But I'm going to tell you right now, Brewer is not starting in Green Bay over that guy, right?
Yeah, Green Bay needs to. When every opportunity Wright has had, he's shown that he's had fumbling issues every time. And I'm assuming if he continues that, especially during preseason, he's gonna be gone. And then his father is also tweeting Jalen Wright, like similar to Brett Grimes' wife, complaining about him not getting touches.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if his father was still doing it this year. He was doing that online last year.
Well, I mean, it's just like Pete said earlier, man. The kid has no vision.
I think his dad even pointed out that this wasn't a scheme fit on a tweet.
Yeah, yeah. You know the franchise wasn't liking that.
Man, I love Brent Grimes, man.
And one thing about parents,
crazy.
Let me tell you, one thing about parents, they're always in their feelings when their kids don't get playing time.
But
here's
the thing with Brent.
Been to a Pop Warner game?
You hear those parents around? They be begging for their kids.
Oh, yeah, bro.
They complain
Put
to
him
the
in.
coaches. Hey,
Gets
the coaches got to
blasted.
tell them, hey, it's only mandatory for your kid to play 9. We're trying to win a game. That's sad.
For real,
Hey, put my kid on. That's kind of bad.
Brent Grimes was a steal because we got him. He was slightly injured, and man, when he got well, oh my goodness, that man opened up.
Right.
I mean, he was
Definitely
man.
outperform his height and
Yes,
weight.
goodness. Yes, goodness. But like I said, unfortunately, is why I kind of messed that up. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
So before you guys get upset, I definitely have us. I think I want to say, based on you guys' terms, we might overuse Devon A. Chain, and he's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be a star, and I think he's gonna excel.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna have,
well,
and
I
that's
want him to.
and this is why I think we're gonna win a lot of games, fellas. We're gonna upset a lot of these teams, and it's crazy to me. Like the Raiders, week 1, A Chain might have 180 scrimmage yards that game, 2 touchdowns.
Right. Hopefully they trade Max Crosby. I heard that the Niners are interested in him, and the Commanders.
And how interested is Max Crosby now in it really that bad for the Raiders?
Right.
Even if they don't trade him, he ain't gonna be all reckless and relentless like that. Y'all try to get him out of there. There's
How about the
feelings
Baltimore
involved.
Ravens? That was the most epic Walmart return ever, yo.
What up, Craig? Welcome up, buddy.
Hey, Pete, how you
Then,
doing
then,
tonight?
What's
then we
up,
play the
Craig?
49ers.
What's up, guys?
Brock Purdy. They don't have like George Kittle coming off of. Everybody's coming off of an injury. Brock Purdy, George Kittle. I mean,
And then you got
they don't
Brandon
have
Ayuk.
Yeah, but I mean,
Brandon Ayuk
if you go, I
situation
want
is
He
you,
wants to go to the
bad on
Commanders.
them.
Pete, I want you to
You
go
don't.
and
That
pull up.
looks
I
bad.
want you to go and pull up Brock Purdy's stats for those 10 games that he was in. Man, if he can stay healthy and play a full season, he had MVP stats, bro. Like he would have
You
taken
know
it
who else
from
had? You know who
Matthew
else had
Stafford.
MVP stats? Mac Jones, his backup.
Yeah.
Did he? Really?
Brock Purdy was
Yeah.
inconsistent last
Mac
year.
Jones was
No, he
lighting it
wasn't,
up,
man.
Craig.
He had bad
Yeah,
games.
but now,
There's some
now,
picks.
isn't Brandon Ayuk from the 49? Isn't he in trouble? Didn't he
Yeah,
do?
You know
Yeah,
what?
he
I'm gonna
he
be
posted a
honest with you.
video.
A Mac Jones.
Antonio
I'm gonna be
Davis.
honest with y'all. A Mac Jones versus Quinn Ewers quarterback
Wow,
competition
that'd be easy,
would
Mac
have been
Jones, bro.
better than a
God.
Malik Willis and Quinn Ewers competition to me.
Hey, you know where I ranked Malik Willis in my rankings today? He almost went into the sidekick section, but we gave him street level. But he almost went into the sidekick section.
What does that mean?
Malik.
Yeah.
Does that mean top 20?
No, buddy.
Top
It's
30?
kind of. It's
That's
what he's
almost your
saying
bottom
is
tier, bro.
I
what he's
understand.
saying is it's almost
He has
like a Batman and Robin situation. Correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
We'll see. I mean, hey, look,
Yeah.
we got to give this whole thing a year because
It's
it's
good.
not
It's
going to
good.
happen overnight.
It's good. He needs to
but see,
prove himself. People like Cat in the Hat.
Here's the
Like,
thing. Here's
gonna
the
have
thing,
to
see,
prove
Craig.
all this.
himself.
Earlier on the
Gonna
stream,
fuel
right?
him.
Yeah.
Earlier on the stream, I was giving out my top 10 quarterbacks heading into the season. And
Okay.
it's a lot of what you did for me recently. The guys
Mm-hmm.
didn't like my list, and I get it, because when you hear Sam Darnold as the number 1 quarterback, they're going to be like, I don't want to hear the rest of the list.
Pete,
But
I didn't say nothing
I
like
gave
that.
out my top 10. Malik Willis, based on the metrics that I'm rating these rankings, Malik Willis is landing, I think, about 13 or 14 on this list in the NFL.
Would that bother
Because,
you?
like I said, you only
Would
go
that
based
bother
on.
you, Pete?
No, I'm trying to let
Yeah,
everyone know
yeah.
that
No,
we
I'm just
have
saying. I think
a
that would
top
be good
15
for a
quarterback
first-year
in the league
starter.
right now, and I have
Yeah.
him ahead of possibly Patrick Mahomes as well.
Well, I don't
Malik
know
Willis.
about that. I don't know. But we'll
I
see.
know
I
you
don't know.
guys
They
don't
might
know
be.
about
They
that,
might be
but
getting
that's fine.
Tyreek Hill. Like Tyreek Hill tweeted the
That's
other
fine.
day while he was in Kansas City. So
Oh, he wants to go back to KC?
you know how Tyreek Hill is. He always sends
Yeah.
cryptic messages. It's hard to read. But they're
Yeah.
going into the offseason. Like I look at 3 teams that are really intriguing for Tyreek, and obviously Kansas City is at the top of that list. Why not just go back and retire? You could probably get one more Super Bowl on your way out by doing that.
Yeah.
The Chargers make sense,
For the Bills.
which would
Yeah,
also
yeah,
the Chargers would also make sense because like after that whole Mike McDaniel, when Mike McDaniel was getting fired, y'all remember I was like going on his Twitch and talking to him there and shit. Like after the
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel firing, his attitude towards the organization completely changed.
Yeah.
And then, so that the Chargers make sense, but I also thought about Atlanta too, because there was one point before Tua went there, he had put out another tweet, it'd be nice to go home. Well, he's from Atlanta, Georgia. So it could have been a cryptic message meaning Kansas City, but it also could have meant Atlanta at the time. But now that Tua is there, I don't see that being a landing target for him anymore.
I was just about to say
No,
that.
no.
I was just about to say that. That man
So
don't
it
want to
is.
be nowhere near Tua.
So yeah, I would almost put money on him landing in the Chiefs at some point this season. May not
Don't
be
they
by
have that?
by the start of season, but at some point he'll be back in Kansas City.
Don't the Falcons have that one really good wide receiver? I can't remember his name, but don't they have that
Drake
one guy?
London.
Drake London.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I did want to bring this point up because sometimes I gotta pat my own back. You know, I gotta just
Oh,
pat my
here we
own
go.
back sometimes.
Uh-oh.
I've been consistent with this whole Quinn Ewers and Malik Willis. You guys know why. I don't have to repeat it multiple times about the scheme. What I love about it, what I said right months ago, and I continued that. Now I don't know if you guys are aware, but Ross Tucker podcast, he had Greg Cosell on his podcast like he usually does. And to sum it up, someone pretty much said, it's very interesting. As Omar Kelly has mentioned that Quinn Ewers might have looked better than Malik Willis in camp so far. They also mentioned that while Malik looked good in the small spurts, his game is not built for the on-schedule timing system that he's going to run. Dolphins will play the guy with the contract, but some intelligent folks think this could go awry, which shows there might be a deep floor for Willis. And then it goes to show Greg Cosell saying he did not love Quinn Ewers' tape in college, but what Quinn Ewers showed last season in the 3 games he played, he loved everything about it.
That's how I feel.
But I keep telling everybody.
Played the last 3 games.
But I keep
So
telling Pete,
when
and I'm
all of
telling
you
everybody.
guys called me crazy for betting
Yeah.
a Panthers fan about who and why I think that stream alone, I tell y'all, this is why I think Quinn Ewers might win. It's the same system. And Malik in this timing / system might struggle. So if this is what they got Malik Willis for, to force him in this system, then we're getting a player, putting him out of a scheme and forcing him into a scheme that doesn't fit him. That would be like trading for Shaquille O'Neal and forcing Shaq to shoot 3-pointers all game because nobody's covering you at the 3-point arc, Shaq. Figure it out. You're always left open at the 3-point, Shaq. Figure it out.
But this is what I've said to you, Pete, and I'll keep on saying it. It's nothing against Quinn Ewers. I like him. You know, I've heard I like him. The only
We
thing
love him. We love him, Greg. Based on what we used to have, we love him. But are they going to create an offensive system for him?
But what I'm saying is,
No,
when you look at this new regime, Pete, what I'm saying is, they're not married to Quinn Ewers, and there could come a point this year or next year, and they say, you know what, we're not married to him, we're married to Malik.
Craig, you know what's weird? Craig, you know what's weird?
What, buddy?
It really feels like they're more married to Quinn Ewers than they are Malik, bro.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go.
I think that depends on how you look at it.
When we got Tua, we were desperate, looking for a system for him.
Yeah.
Right? We get Malik late in free, like during the process, and we didn't sit here and try to create a system for him.
Yeah, but
it's been consistent. We're running last year's system.
I hear you on Quinn Ewers, and I do think that there's people rooting for Quinn Ewers to get this starting job. Like I said, I think Bobby Slowick is rooting for Quinn Ewers to get this starting job.
I agree with that.
But if you read between the lines and you pay attention to everything, like Malik Willis is he is the clear starter right now. Even ask all the players, they talk about how he comes in after hours, he stays after hours.
Yes.
to put in all that extra work. Like he's
he's
contacting all the. Hold on, he's
But for
contacting all
how
the players
long?
out of the
But for how long
facility,
will he be the
hosting
starter?
dinners and stuff like that. I mean, how long will he be the starter? That really depends on him, right? Like it's his job to lose right now.
I agree.
And that's really what it is. It's his job to lose. And if he can't go out there
And when are the possibilities of him
to his
losing
advantage,
his jobs?
because that is his advantage right now. And Jeff Hafley said that in that interview that we talked about, where he did give Ewers flowers, but he also gave Malik flowers. And he said that Malik has that unique ability about him, talking about the legs. So if Malik Willis can't be at least serviceable through the air and able to throw defenses off the edge with his legs, like alleviate some of that pressure, then it's his job to lose.
That's how,
and that's how it is.
Cat in the hat.
That's how Randall Cunningham was early in his career. That's how Randall Cunningham was.
Hold on, I can't hear you,
the
Raphael.
better quarterback, but yet they forced Tua to take over. You know, you don't want to see that again happening with another franchise where you got a better quarterback that's riding the bench and they're forcing the other one to play.
Well, I think that's
Can you believe? Can you believe that,
was
Raphael?
a slightly different
Listen to this, Ralph.
situation because you're talking about a Ryan
If this
Fitzpatrick
fan
that was
base
already
does
on his
not crown
ninth
Quinn
team.
Ewers as the next Dan
So-
Yeah, but he
Marino,
was outperforming
I don't know
Tua.
what they would say.
He was.
Think
He
about
was.
this. He benched Tua with that big contract, and now they try to force Malik over him with that big contract, and Quinn Ewers puts him on the bench. Forget about it, bro.
Right?
Forget about it. It was an overlooked
and this is why
quarterback
it's
that
this
everybody
is why
passed
it's
that,
a
and
different
he's gotten
situation.
two
No,
high-paid quarterbacks on the bench. Quinn Ewers is going to come in and win games and be special. This guy is going to be like Peyton Manning, Dan Marino 2.0, because you hear it from the coaches. The man even said it. He's like, the man sees things so fast. What quarterbacks know that? Brady, Manning's, when they see things so fast. And you know what's crazy about it? And you know what? And you know what's crazy about that? Exactly. And you know what's crazy about that? He's only entering year 2. You think this guy is not a real deal quarterback? I'm sorry.
What's up?
When I hear things like that, I see special.
So Pete, training camp dates are out, man. You gonna meet me down there for any of them?
No, I'm glad you brought that up. Hey,
I can get you.
Kat,
I can get you the tickets.
No,
They're
no, but let me
free.
ask you, Kat, you're gonna get the film up, you're gonna get the clips and all that, and do all that stuff for your show.
You already know, man.
What I told y'all. You aware, bro? You about to hurt this team before it even starts?
Uh-oh.
Who's that?
Uh-oh.
Cat in the hat.
I'm about to hurt this team before it even starts. Yeah.
Uh-oh. I heard this earlier, but I'm not going to
Allen Iverson. We talking about practice?
Go ahead, Pete. Say your thing. I know what you're about
Go
to say.
ahead. Let's hear it.
Cat in the hat. Now, I told y'all, fans that go out, and when the teams don't allow you to film, and you guys go out there out of your way and film just to put it up for fans on content, you guys are not helping our team at all. In fact, you're helping us lose faster than win because you're giving out material. These other Jet fans, these Patriot fans, these Bills fans, they're going to go up and they're going to say, oh, look, the Jets and the Dolphins are doing this. And they're going to talk about it. And you know where they got it from? Cat in the Hat. Because Cat in the Hat got the secret film in practice where he shouldn't have filmed.
There we
but
go.
you brought it up. And I know it seems like you were doing a good deed to all your subscribers because we all want the film and we all want to see our team. But in reality, you're hurting us because these other fans are going to blow it up too. So you got to it's two sides.
And I like where your head's at, Pete. I like where your head's at because I've already thought about that stuff too. And I take all of that into consideration, and you're not going to get any of the trick shit, bro. I'm not gonna put our team on blast in the wrong type of way. I totally get what you're saying, and I will keep that in mind when I'm putting my film out.
Because that's you though. But I get that. And now that you said that, I respect that, and I'm glad I'm able to let you see that because I really feel that. But you think these other guys care, bro?
Kat,
You think these other guys
you're not
care,
the only
bro?
one, Kat.
Be honest, Kat. You're
Now,
not the only one, bro.
I know I'm not the only one, but that is something because like last year when I started doing it, and I thought about that too. It's like I was doing it, I'm like, man, but you know, I don't like that I'm like putting the film out there, so I started editing the film to where it was like only small little clips, and I'm just trying to show you the small little details that we're looking for, right? So
Now I have a question.
You're not gonna see widespread angles. I'm gonna have it zoomed in and cut out, so like you're not gonna get the behind the scenes whole look.
Now I have
Nah,
a
but
question.
you're gonna
Is
show
that
the
something
routes.
you
You're
can
gonna
get?
show the steps. That's all the corners
It's
need.
more,
Oh, he's
bro.
doing a
Really,
7-step and
for
go
me
in.
though.
Oh, they're
For
working
me
on
though,
7 steps.
the
Okay, boom.
film
So I
is
gotta
just
pay
for something
attention
to
to
y'all
that.
to watch.
You're
Like
giving it
I'm
Is it
routes
something
alone.
you can
I'm
get in
taking my
trouble
notes and my
for?
knowledge, and that's what I'm putting it out there for.
The
Like
routes
really,
alone give it up. Imagine you post up a good comeback route on the sideline. No team was expecting us to do a comeback route on sidelines no more because they haven't seen the Dolphins do those type of plays with Tua for a couple seasons. They think all middle right now. They're still thinking all middle right now with a little bit of change because we got the same game. But now with this guy, really, he does different route trees. And you start going out there, these other podcasters, these other guys go clip it, showing all our routes, showing how we're doing different things. You don't think that's gonna affect us? They're gonna get that, bro. And
Yeah,
these
but
other
could
guys
he
don't
get in
care because
trouble for
they
that,
really
Pete?
only do it for content. They want to be the
Can he
first
get in
one to post
trouble
it
for
up.
that? If they're saying not to film it and he films it, and even though he shows a little bit, is that
That's why,
something?
Craig,
Is that something you can get in
Craig,
trouble for?
Yeah, they ban them from
Craig,
practice.
that's
They
why,
even make them,
That's why
maybe
I
even
said
confiscate it.
our security team, you know what I think our security team for the team, the Miami
Uh-oh.
Dolphins, I think they like YouTube. I think they subscribe to Cat in the Hat. I think they're subscribed to TD Fins Talk. I
Okay.
think they're subscribed to Reason. So they watch all that. So they don't ban a lot of this, you know? They
Okay.
should
I
be
was
because
just
there's clear
wondering. I mean, I
signs,
was
no
just
film.
wondering.
It should be a catch one, no tolerance.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah.
caught filming, you're kicked out, and you're not allowed to come back to practice this season.
yeah, they
Welcome back
don't kick
next
you out.
season.
They kind of just tell you to stop.
Straight to jail.
But you tell them
We
that
have a
you tell
weak
them that you're taking
security
a picture,
system.
and they kind of just walk away from you.
Exactly. We have a weak security system. They're not doing anything. Cat in the Hat should have been banned with all the material he got on YouTube.
I was
Should
just
have been
wondering.
banned
I didn't
right
know
now.
Should
how.
have been banned.
I've never been to a practice like that, so I don't know how something like that
So
works.
I'll
I
take
was
that as
just
a no,
asking.
Pete. You're not going to be meeting me down there.
That's
You
a
know what?
baby.
Just hit me up. Hit me up. When is it?
He'll be
August
like, I don't know
20th?
him. No, I
The
don't know
rookies,
him.
the rookies
He run
report.
away.
The rookies report July 21st,
No,
and then
no. If
veterans
anything, the
report
one
July
I'd be
28th.
interested in going is the
Oh,
joint
okay.
practice, August 20th at home
Yeah,
versus the Giants.
that's August. Yeah, August 20th for
That's
the
the one.
Giants.
That's the one I'm
And that
trying
should
to check
be
into.
I got to warn you now. When you see Pete, he's
when the
not gonna
rookies are
look. He's
reporting. I
not
think
gonna look.
that's the supplemental draft too.
He's not
They
gonna
haven't
look
scheduled it yet, but
consecutive.
usually.
He may have on this
Oh, is
guy.
that the supplemental draft that's in July?
He's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
be
right
hiding his
before the
face, huh?
rookie. I want to say they haven't
There you go.
scheduled it yet.
Okay.
Pete, hey, Pete, how old are you, Pete?
Say that again, Mr. Pop.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Well, see, Cat, when you see Pete, he's not gonna look 36. He's gonna probably look about 55, 56.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
Mr. Pop, Tua done stressed me out, man. You're right, bro. You know
No,
how
I'm not
many?
talking about. I'm not talking about to stress you out. You gonna be you gonna probably have some makeup and some other things on to make you look older.
He'll have a false beard on and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Maybe I should do that, Mr. Pop. You're right.
Oh no, Pete.
God.
Oh shoot, Pete, I do that.
And now security will be like, "Hey, we just saw Pete's take. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's here. Look
I
where
can
he
see
is."
if I could try and get you some fake credentials too, man.
You can never say I did that to the team. I'll call Stephen Ross up, fellas. You guys know I called on draft day. The secretary answered. She didn't listen. I said, let's draft Fernando Mendoza. I called Stephen Ross on speed dial real quick. I'll call him right now. Hey, Stephen Ross, if he answers, old man goes to sleep early, golf in the morning.
You leave Stephen Ross alone. He's got enough
I
on his
can't.
mind.
He's the most hated owner I've ever seen, and all he does is ditch out all his money on this team.
Wasn't it supposed to be like either when he gets rid of the team or passes on whatever? What is it? His daughter and son-in-law get the team?
It's a guy from Asia that's supposed to be interested in the team.
Yeah, the guy from Asia. The
Yeah,
guy from
something
Asia
big.
just recently bought in. Yeah, he just recently bought in on the stadium. and the rights with the stadium.
And just to be clear, when I say the guy from Asia, I'm
That
not
was just
putting
Ross
down
saying,
his,
"This is how I
his coach.
recoup
I
dead money."
don't know his name. I don't remember his name.
It's
Yeah,
something Bin. It's something Bin. I remember that. I
Yes,
can't remember
yes.
it, but and he's from Japan. I've looked up stuff about him, and he seems. I'll tell you what. He seems very knowledgeable on sport.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished person. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, well, did you see the owner of the my Vegas Golden Knights? He wants to bring a pro basketball team to Vegas now.
You might as well.
Yeah, they want to bring back the Supersonics, so you have to
Yeah,
bring
or
another
he
team
said, or even Seattle. But yeah,
to
he
even
wants
it
to.
out. Well, you could bring two teams and you keep, and then you move New Orleans, or you can move one of the teams like Memphis to the east.
What about Oklahoma?
Yeah, I think that's more Midwest. But Memphis is in the east. I mean, shit.
Man, you got
Tennessee
me
is in the
thinking
east.
now, Pete, because that's going to be what makes the Dolphins stand out this year is the element of surprise. So y'all might just get notes from me, to be honest. I might just give y'all notes and tell y'all what I saw.
And then there's going to be a pop quiz, right? Okay, this is what I saw. Now there'll be a test
Cat,
on it
don't think about
Friday.
it too much, man. I just talk, bro. It's no big deal.
Cat, the
Give us
Jets
that
could
good
send
stuff.
sleeper cells to our things and record all the plays.
Oh,
Nobody
geez.
would never know.
Here we go.
Or the Patriots. I think the Patriots did do that.
Everybody else is gonna do it, Cat.
Yeah, anytime Diana Rossini's in the building of another team, she's reporting back to Mike Vrabel.
Yep. I agree with that.
That's another thing.
He's
That's
hitting
another thing. Like the Patriots, the way they looked last season against playoff. Y'all don't remember? Oh, the Dolphins
bad.
were good versus below 500, but when we played playoff teams, we looked bad. The Patriots did too. The only thing is, they got lucky. They had a like defensive plays.
They
had the
should have
coach with
lost
the
to
defense. Like
Houston in
they
that
got
playoff
they should have
game.
lost a lot. They should have lost a lot of those games, but they
Should have
didn't.
lost to Houston
And they only had like 5 of those games. This year, the way they struggled, I'm telling you.
All right, I got to get out of here, guys. I'll see y'all later.
The division
Take care,
could
buddy.
be
All right,
the division could be a 10-win team. I know what I'm telling you guys. A
It could
10-win
be.
team could be the
I
division
think
winner.
New England takes a step back this year. Even though they got
100%.
AJ Brown, I still think they take a step back.
Yep. I
Because
agree.
isn't it the first 7 games they play almost all playoff teams?
And they could probably start 3-4 easily.
They can prove themselves. That's their
And
proof.
the Bills?
Test
And so
themselves.
look like the Bills going to be the best in this division, in our division.
But you know what's funny? I've said it before. All these Patriots. Oh, we got AJ Brown. I'm telling you what. The first game,
The Bills
he
don't
only
got it
gets
easy
thrown.
either, Mr. Paul. They play
Craig,
the
you're saying he's
Texans.
going to be
They play
reading
the
books?
Texans week 1. They play the Lions week 2. They play the Chargers week 3. They play the Patriots week 4. They play the Rams week 5. That's their first 5 games. The Bills could easily be 1-4.
Yeah. Well, my
They
brother
could
Mark's
easily
standing
be
right here.
2-3.
He heard
The
you
Bills
say
could be 2-3.
he heard you say about the Rams playing the Bills?
Yep.
He said, "Well, that's a loss for the Bills."
Exactly. They could lose to the Texans in the opener. They could lose to the Lions week 2. The Bills can literally start 0-3, even 0-4 if they lose to the Patriots in week 4. And week 5, they play the Patriots. The Bills can start 0-5, fellas. So
I
all
think
of
they'll
these
win a
Dolphin
couple
fans
games, though.
over
I don't
here
think the
talking.
Lions will win. I think the Lions are regressing since they lost Brian Johnson.
Remember the Lions.
Bills
The
still
Lions
have
had a lot of
some-
injuries. Aiden Hutchinson and everything
Yeah,
last year.
they
They
got
get all
that
that
too.
back.
But
They
they
get all
lost their
that back.
offensive coordinator. That you got to admit that guy was pretty vital to their offense. Like
He's the
how
head coach of the
unpredictable it was.
Bears now, right?
Yeah, and look at the
Ben
Bears'
Johnson.
success.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, he did a good job with Caleb Williams. He
right, that
really
tells you
did.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did. He got some offensive linemen in the second season that
Right.
gave him
Yep.
some.
Yep.
We'll
Yeah.
see if he has a different master plan in year two and this is the NFL. This is why I told y'all, this is the NFL. This quarterback list, you guys got upset with me. It's not for long. If you can't adjust and
Yeah.
change things up when the film is caught up, you won't gain a yard.
Yep. That's why I'm interested in Halfley. Like when things aren't going well and it's halftime, and say we're down
You
10
know what?
points, okay, we got to make adjustments. Let's see them make the halftime adjustment.
Thank you, Craig.
Craig,
Thank
that's
you,
such an
Craig.
amazing point, bro.
I like that.
That
That was
is
Unlike
good.
something
Mike
right there.
McDaniel, Mike McDaniel couldn't make halftime adjustments.
And I don't
Exactly.
care if our team is playing like sloppy. I want Halfley to be mad on the sideline.
No, so
Like
do I.
show some
Same here.
emotion, show some
Yeah.
anger.
I
Don't
want to see
be
some
with those
anger.
shades covering your eyes,
I
hiding
want, I
behind the
want, I
play
want, I
call.
want to see him
Yeah.
put his finger in some of these guys' face. That's what I
Yep.
want to see.
And he won't be afraid. He doesn't care who you are. Like say Chop Robinson, he's not playing well and doing stuff. He'll put him on the bench. He'll say, "Okay, go sit in the bench."
Well, Craig, he already started that with OTA because I heard, and I don't know what wide receiver it was, but a wide receiver had dropped the ball and he went up to that wide receiver.
That was Douglas. That was Douglas.
That
That
was
was the
Douglas.
rookie.
No,
Because
and
I
no
think he
way.
said,
No.
"Are you gonna do that
No,
when the
no.
game really counts?"
That's crazy because we were just talking about Caleb Douglas and dropping the football.
Yeah.
No way he cussed him out.
Yeah. Well,
The
but that's
Bills
what
are
you
gonna
need.
struggle.
And
Yo, I'm so
I
happy
like
the Bills play this
That's
schedule.
good.
what I like about Halfley guys
I
is
like
this. Come on, let's run. We're not walking. We're
his
running. Come
resilience.
on,
Exactly.
He
get
has a
off the
certain
field. Running. What's
he
this
has
walking stuff?
resilience.
And guys are
Yeah,
looking at him like,
yeah. Hey, Jordan Fields. They said Jordan Fields is running on the field and off the field because he's
yeah,
one of the players that's mainly
There you
doing
go.
that.
yep.
Jordan
See,
Fields.
that's more like Shula. That's what we needed.
And what's his name?
Exactly.
Who was our first round draft pick last year? What was
I
it?
think it was
Kenneth
Kenneth
Grant.
Grant.
Grant? I heard he looks good. Lost 15 pounds.
Okay. I think someone earlier said that he came in to camp out of shape.
No,
And the
that's a
Patriots
false.
don't got it
That's a
easy
false
either,
statement.
fellas.
Okay.
Look, the Patriots play the Seahawks week 1. That's a L. Steelers week 2. Maybe that's a dub. Jags week 3. That's a L.
You think
Bills
so?
week 4. Yeah, the Jags are underrated, especially with Liam Cohen year 2. They should get a boost. Bills, that one is a toss-up. So let's say at minimum right now, Patriots are 2-2 heading into week 5 versus the Raiders, which they'll probably beat. They're 3-2. Then they play the Jets. They'll be 4-2 until week 7. They play the Bears. They're at 4-2. So only the Patriots, based on these predictions, will have a positive record, and the Dolphins. So it'll be Dolphins
Well,
versus
we'll see.
Patriots by week
We'll see
7
what
if
happens.
we start 4-1.
You know
But I'll
what,
tell
Bat?
you what, I haven't been this excited about Miami in a long time with this new regime. But like I said, the way the coach is, and I'll tell you what, if you're not performing outside of the quarterback and a guy here and there, he'll cut you. He'll cut you or he'll trade you. He'll say, "You want to do this? Fine. You want to be late for meetings? Fine. We'll get you to somebody else."
Hey, Craig, here's something else batting held down the comment mentioned that's also true. McAdee could barely get the play in without getting the delay of game.
Oh, how many of those is he going to get with the Chargers? Come on.
No, but what I'm saying, we're not going to see that with half.
Nope.
I don't think
Nope.
we're going to see
Nope.
that with half.
Nope. No.
Well, who's
Well, him-
the play caller? Is it going to be Slowick?
Yeah, it's Slowick. It's
Bobby
Slowick.
Slowick is the old offensive play caller, and Halfley will be the defensive play caller.
Yes. Yep.
Along with
That's
Dugan.
why.
But we won't have
That's
to
why.
hear
That's
after
why
games.
Quinn Ewers better win us the Super Bowl.
Well,
Hey,
Halfley's not going to be
but-
smoking his vape pen on the sideline either.
Slowick might get. Who y'all think? What do you guys think will happen first? Slowick gets fired or Malik Willis gets benched?
Malik Willis gets benched.
Yeah, Malik gets benched.
I mean, who's to say he doesn't even make it to QB1 before even week 1? You know, let's say Ewers tears it up,
Exactly.
man. You
He's
know,
clearly
look
That's
the
what
what I think.
Skylar
QB1.
Thompson was able to do. He's similar situation,
Mm-hmm.
Oh
7th
my
round
God.
pick.
What did Skylar Thompson
Mm-hmm.
do? Exactly. That was
He
so
tore
He
it
good.
up
looked
in the
better than Tua.
preseason.
He tore it up.
He looked better
Yeah, he
than
tore it
Tua.
up in preseason. Preseason's different
Preseason,
though.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I kind
Congratulations.
of, in some ways, we kind of ruined Skylar Thompson's career. I hate to say it.
Yes, I agree.
I think he had potentials if
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
things
Yeah,
went right.
right. Everything has potential, Mr. Punk. I mean, come on. That's crazy.
That
We'll
was the
see.
problem.
I
We'll
have
You
the
see.
see, I told you,
potential to
Mr.
date
Paul,
a
no
model.
matter what quarterback you plug
Not
next to
have it.
Tua, you were going to like his potential because Tua's potential was so bad. So that's why they call me, oh, you like Rosen, you like this, you like that. I liked all of them.
You
Of
like
course, when you put
Rosen?
it next to Tua, I liked everything.
Oh my
You give
God.
Well,
me
Tua's
anything, I
max
like them.
T.
ceiling
Rosen was
was like
Give
bad
me.
Let
I
me
too.
was
ask y'all
happy with
something.
Mike
T. Rosen
Mr.
was
Paul. We
bad.
were
Come
happy
on,
with
bro.
Mike Glennon, bro.
Oh God, that
the
Let me
guy.
ask y'all.
draft.
God.
Let me ask y'all something. Was Rosen good in college?
I
He
Who?
think
was
so.
outstanding. He
Josh
was gonna be the
Rosen.
next
Yeah,
Aaron
he was
Rodgers.
good. He was
He
good.
was
He
because he
was
got
good.
drafted
Yeah.
high.
But the problem with
He was
Josh
just
Rosen was
terrible.
he was a head case. He,
Okay, I
he
ain't
was
know
a
much.
no.
So
That's
yeah,
okay. No, I'm telling you, he was a head
uh,
case. And then
But the
he's
thing
like, when
is,
he got drafted
he
so
his
low, I'm gonna
mhm.
make all these teams pay for me for not drafting me. And that, see, you can't be like that.
There was a
gotcha.
report, Mr. Park, that he made over $400 million in Bitcoin.
Damn.
And say what
Good
That
for
now?
him.
guy, that
Yeah, I think
there
he's
was
an
a
agent
report
I mean,
I
now,
his
read
isn't
that
last
he
he?
name is
made over
Rosen,
four
so
hundred
he
million
probably knows
dollars
something
in
about money.
Bitcoin.
Who's that?
So
Rosen?
So
yeah,
he
so
doing
that
all
guy,
right
Really?
then.
yeah, money was never,
Yeah.
yeah, he just
But you
didn't
know,
like
see,
people
So,
putting down on him.
but you know what, Pete? That proves the point though. And this
Speak.
for all the kids out there going to college. Make sure
mhm.
you get your education to fall back on,
Yep.
because anything can happen to you where you're
Yep.
not able to, to
Yeah, but Mr. Polk, you
participate in
got
sports and things
I.
like that.
NIL deals.
What
Yeah.
happened now?
Yeah, and you know what's
No,
crazy,
Mr. Polk, you
Rafa? In
got
a few
some
years,
players are getting NIL deals, and then now some schools are implementing it that if one player is getting paid, they distribute between all the players.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
and now they're trying to bring it all the way down to like if you
High
they're
school.
not high school, and they're
Yeah, I've
gonna
heard of
try to
high
get
school.
it all the way down even lower. You guys ever heard of that little kid that plays football, Baby Gronk or something? What's
Mm-mm.
his little
Oh
name?
yeah, I remember that little dude.
Yeah, you remember
Yeah,
him? Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
if you have, if you're playing on a Pop Warner team and you have a social media team behind you like that, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get like sponsors. So NIL is gonna step in even to
Well,
these young
his
kids if
parents
they
But
got
you
a
know what?
big
But
following.
but
exploited
but
that.
but Pete,
It's
let me
like the
mention this.
ball kids.
When I was coming up, there were Pop Warner teams, depending on depending on their location, that if they played a team that's out of the district, that they got paid.
Interesting. I know there was travel teams and regular teams in Pop Warner. You had like within that city or hmm,
Yeah. So there was a
this
little
was a
bit of
long
that
time
going
ago.
on back then.
The thing
And
about
oh,
back
and also
then,
too,
players, it felt
Alonzo
like players really didn't play football for the money back then.
Alonzo Highsmith.
There's a
I
difference
don't know
now.
about him, but I think Alonzo Highsmith was really staying in Canada, and I think I'm not just a guess. Now I could be wrong. I think Columbus paid for him and his family to move down here so that he can play for Columbus. I'm just guessing now. That's what I heard when I
But
was
that's
coming
been
up.
my biggest concern, and I hope that's a lie. How about that? I
No, I
hope
hope it is too.
our offense, I hope our offensive system has been a whole lie the whole time. And Bobby Slowick is going to create an RPO offense, something similar to like what he did at least in Liberty, where he thrived in college. Build him some system like that, quick, fast pace, let him use his legs, and he'll win games because that's what he's comfortable with. You're taking him out of his
Hey,
comfortability.
go back and watch Steve Young. You could run. I know it's a huge ask, but you could run a similar offense where it's West Coast, but you're still moving the quarterback out of the pocket, like
Yep.
a
Steve
rollout.
Young
Steve Young
did
was
that
great,
very well.
Yeah, I was
and they would sprinkle in some
3K.
vertical plays too. So it's been
3K. I
done
was
before at a very high level. So
3K. I
Malik
was
Willis
saying
has a
this. I
blueprint.
was when I was
We just
asked
need
when I was
the
asked
personnel.
go watch Bo Nix. That's what you're saying. Go watch Bo Nix. That's what I was saying. We need a Sean Payton Bo Nix
But
offense for Malik Willis. A heavy
but Pete, I
rollout,
don't
move
watch
him
the
in motion quick.
Broncos that much. Is Bo Nix in a more of a West Coast or is he a vertical?
It's
Is it
more
both?
vertical,
It's
but it
both.
moves him a lot. Yeah, it moves him a lot.
Yeah.
Back shoulder, sideline throws, move
Right.
it, cut the field
Yeah.
in one
Roll
side,
out to the
catch
left.
them.
Roll
Yeah,
out.
catch the
You think,
crossers
Pete?
underneath. It's three.
You
Yeah,
think Waddle will blossom in that system?
I think I think the one that's gonna blossom in that system even more now is Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With
He's a good wide
touchdowns. Yeah,
receiver. I
yeah,
like
he's
him.
great. But I feel like he's gonna get touched. I think Waddle's gonna be like the Deshaun Jackson over there, Craig. He can go
Yeah.
back to
Okay.
his college roots. He
Yep.
doesn't need 100 catches to get 1,000 yards. Waddle just needs like 65, 70 catches in the
Yeah.
season,
Deep ball
average
target.
28, 30 yards a game, 30 yards per catch, and he's getting 1,000, a whole bunch of yards.
The only thing I
And
wonder
Cortland
about
Sutton
Waddle
could be
is
the
he going to be able
receiver
to play
taking
in that
the
cold
first down.
weather?
Yeah, because he's only catching deep balls. He's not gonna be asked to catch slants all day and take on all those hits. That affects you throughout the game, Craig. You take 2, 3 big hits catching slants on these little quick screens by the linebackers. Next thing you know, you're asked to catch a deep pass on the next play. You're still a
Yeah,
little
you gotta be
blurry.
physical. You gotta be
But
physical.
but
Yeah,
you know
you're
what
still
though,
a little
that bring,
blurry as him being so small.
but you know what, that brings up the question, and this may sound crazy, but do y'all think Waddle all the time well, let's put it this way, when Waddle's first season he was blowing it up. But do y'all think because he actually knew how let's just say how bad it was, maybe he was just sort of being laid back until he can go to another team? I know that sounds crazy.
Oh no.
No?
No, what I called
I
out,
think Tua was just bad.
what I don't think it was that, Mr. Park, but the
Mm-hmm.
reason why he exploded his rookie year, he had to.
Well,
He was number one,
they over
right? He was the
targeted
only
him.
receiver,
Right.
but he
They
didn't
threw
really
That's
do
him a
no
right.
million
damage.
Yeah,
screen
that's right.
Everything was
passes.
underneath.
We didn't have
Everything
Right,
Tyreek.
a
was
That's right.
underneath
million
quick.
2-yard
Right.
throws.
We didn't have
Yep.
Tyreek. That's
And
right. I
then
got
when we got Tyreek, it opened him up. But the thing is, he was happy. But once the film caught up and it was like I called out, Mr. Park, slant, 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 slant. They
mm-hmm.
already knew he was gonna do
Yeah.
a slant. And once it was figured out, like he's catching the ball, he's getting hit. He's getting hit. He's getting hit. Tyreek, why you think some of these guys I'm not doing a slant. They allowed other receivers to come in and start running slants.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another question too, tied into that. Now, one thing I noticed with the last regime with the with the wide receivers is that when the quarterback had to scramble, they did not come back to the ball. Do y'all think that these wide these wide receivers gonna do that with the new regime? Where no, not how should I put it? That they are going to if they see that their quarterback is in trouble, they're gonna come back to help him out. Because I didn't see that at all the last regime.
No,
Off script.
you
They
didn't.
need with this scheme, they're not gonna run into that situation much.
Okay.
So they're not gonna have that concern. Then when they practice against, what do we practice? The Commanders in joint practice, they're
And
gonna
the
get at
Giants.
least, and the Giants, they're gonna get at least some reps at a mobile quarterback that uses. Look at Jackson Dart, RPO,
Yeah.
shotgun all the time.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? That you got to be able to use the mobility. And if we're not doing that, our defense is not going to have to cover the receivers all down.
Yeah.
So our receivers are not going to get accustomed to, oh, Malik bought time because he's not doing it in practice. The coaches, Mr. Park, the coaches are harping on him.
And you know what they're harping on him on? Get rid of the ball quick, Malik. Throw the ball on time, Malik. Quinn Ewers is throwing it here at this time and he's completing the pass. Malik. And Malik is like, I get it, bro, but I ain't trying to throw that slant and get 3 yards and get my receiver hit, probably in his head. Malik probably in his head wants to break that box, scramble, and hit that deep guy that's going to do a deep post because he read pre-snap that is one safety high. So he wants to hit the deep play. He don't want to hit the quick pass. And that's the issue. But ironically, what's been happening is the opposite during what we heard during OTAs. Okay, Mr. Paul?
Mhm.
We heard Malik scramble not once, and he's been checked down Queen. And then Quinn Ewers has been the quarterback in OTAs that hasn't been checking it down. And he's had receivers stand out, as in Theo Weiss Jr., AJ Henning. He's had Cat Merrick stand out, Ben Sims stand out. So has Malik. But he hit Ben Sims on a good one. But Quinn
That's
Ewers
good.
has
So I
stood
think they're
out
trying to work
because
on their
he's been
weaknesses.
gunslinging the ball.
Who
He's been
just said
throwing
something
it
about
deep.
Weeze? Who said something about Weeze?
The coaching
What's
staff
up,
said
Malik?
something about Weiss because they bumped up Theo Weiss and AJ Henning to the number ones for Malik to get some chemistry with them.
Yeah, but I don't think he's not the only
When?
one. Well, oh, that's right. That's right. You're absolutely right. I keep forgetting Weeze is mainly associated with chemistry with Quinn Ewers. But yeah,
Yep.
but the thing that I'm liking though is that they're trying to have all the wide receivers and tight ends work out with Quinn Ewers and Malik.
Yep.
That's the thing I
Joe,
like.
who you talking to, Joe? Who you said
They don't want all the wide receivers to work out with Malik. To work out with Malik, you have to earn it. There's backups, there's second strings, and there's third strings. This
Yeah.
is when I started telling you guys when these reports came out that AJ Henning was balling in practice and Theo Weiss was balling in practice. I called it out. I says, y'all know why they're balling in practice? Because Quinn Ewers is flinging that rock. He's throwing it. We're not hearing Jalen Tober. Everybody was hating Jalen Tober. Oh, he's trash. He's trash. It's like, bro, y'all not paying attention to the reports. Like I'm here live breaking down the
No,
reports, and y'all still saying things
no,
that are
no,
not
Pete.
matching based on the reports.
No,
If
Pete. I
Malik
hear you.
Willis is just hitting the running backs, Jalen Wright dropped the pass, Ollie Gordon dropped another pass. They're reporting that the running backs are dropping passes. Who are these running backs practicing with? Malik Willis. We know that. Then the receivers aren't making no passes downfield. Tutu Atwell. Then when Tutu Atwell finally gets a report that he does good, they put it in quotations. Quinn Ewers made a nice deep throw to Tutu Atwell. Then they made it seem at first Tutu Atwell wasn't playing good. Then Tutu Atwell goes with Quinn. He's making big plays. Then what do you hear after that report? AJ Hennings and Theo Weiss Jr. have been balling out in practice. Boom. Now you're hearing Malik Willis throwing to them in practice.
I got a
That's
question. In practice, do they practice against the same defenses, or aren't there first team, second
That's a
team?
good
So
question.
who do we know who's balling on who? We don't know if it's the
yeah.
starters or the
The,
backups.
the positions that are starters, that are
Uh-huh.
guaranteed starters, let's say the 5 offensive linemen. If they all
I'm talking
participated,
about
they're all 5. They're all with Malik Willis. And the
okay.
5 defensive linemen, for example, those starters, they're all in front of that offensive line. And then in order to get a spot in those starter roles, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn it. You gotta make plays on second string. You want corner reps, you gotta pick off Quinn Ewers.
Well, we'll see more like when training camp comes around, who's doing what. That's what I'm more interested in.
With the
Exactly. And
pass
you know
zone.
what my favorite thing is in training camp, you see, again, and I know what I was saying. I was just saying just to say what happens and what could happen. That doesn't mean I want these people to stop giving us these clips, because in reality, that's the Dolphins' job
Yeah.
to
I want to see
adjust, like
that.
Craig pointed out, adjust in the game and figure out and win. Whether that's fans getting clips of your practices for content,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. But my thing is, and it's always been consistent, first, I hear my little source I reach out, boom, boom, what's going on? I try to hear what I can if he got anything to give, anyways, right? And then I hear the reporters from the team, and then I hear the content creators like TD, and then I hear the beat writers were from the team, pretty much the same thing. And then I hear also the fans that go in the chat because you see the fans, they'll tell you in the chat, hey, I'm going to camp and this is what I'm seeing. So I measure all of that and I base all of that based on all of the reports we're getting. I submit all of that. And the ones I tend from the recent years, right, that we've been doing this, the ones that tend to be right, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, are the guys in the chat.
Yeah.
The ones that go to camp, the ones that have no, like, they're almost like no filter. They don't have to worry about a channel. They don't have to worry about a favorite. Like some of these guys in the chat will tell you, oh, I went to camp and Quinn Ewers looked the best out of all the three. They can say what they want, but I'm telling you what I'm telling you. And I write a check mark on that person's name and I remember what that person says. And then I see the report and I see the report. Other names are being highlighted. And then you see then you watch the games. Then you watch the preseason and nobody likes it. I don't know why. Nobody has never liked it. But when I bring up preseason, people get mad. And then it aligns with some of what the people in the chat were saying that said they went to the practices. And then my sources, it aligns with the source that I was having, same situation, for example. And now I'm like, what's going on? You got Travis Wingfield saying this, and you got this guy saying this, and this guy's name is not even brought up. Never. And for sure, there's practices, right, that nobody, not even the media, is allowed to go. But these guys like Omar Kelly, they get information from those closed practices. They do. They just don't give it out. A lot of these guys, they don't give it out. They'll just be like, oh, you know what I heard? You hear something like Omar Kelly, for example, be like, oh, you know what I heard? I heard AJ Henning, he's been turning up. He said he heard AJ Henning has been turning up. I'm just giving
Who
this
the
as an
fuck is
example. I'm
AJ
not saying
Henning?
this happens.
Did
But
he
yet,
really say
we
that?
haven't had a single report or a clip of AJ Henning balling out. You know what that means?
Sure haven't.
In
I've been
these
hearing
hitting
about him.
practices
That's the
where they're
UDFA?
not open to the media or
No, no, no.
nobody,
AJ Henning.
these
No, I
guys,
think he was the
He was
UDFA
the
like 2 years ago or a
Yeah.
year ago.
Yeah.
and we picked him up.
2
We
years.
picked him up what
Last year
last year? We picked him up
with
last year.
with Theo, or was
yep.
Theo a draft pick?
No, Theo was a
I think Theo
UDF
was
too.
undrafted.
Theo was a UDFA.
Yeah, so he and then we had like that tight end, Conyers.
Jalen Conyers.
Conyers is
I
out
think
for the
they cut
season
him.
already, right?
I don't know
What's
what
that?
happened to
Oh, I thought
Conyers.
he got hurt.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I think they
no,
did. I
listen,
think the injury settlement, maybe. I think. I don't
no,
know.
he got hurt. He got hurt last
I thought
season.
he got hurt
They put him.
recently in OTAs. Could
Oh
have sworn
nah,
that's what
that part
happened.
I don't know. I don't know that part. I got to check on that. Let me see. Let me look that up real quick.
He was waived in May this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I remember I said it on a stream. I brought it up. Jalen Conyers. And a lot of people were high on Jalen Conyers.
Oh, I was. I ain't gonna lie.
I was too.
Because if you go look at his film, he's to me he's a tight end that can block. He can tight end. He can catch. And if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm getting messed up with another tight end, he also was on trick plays throwing the ball in college.
Malik Willis. There we go. Put him at that tight end spot.
Oh,
Boom.
good.
Drop back 3
Why
feet.
did I say that?
Quinn Ewers toss. Backward pass. That's like doing a halfback pass, but having it more times. I don't know, man. Shout out to Sharif for getting me into that wild dolphin thought. That's why I called it the wild dolphin formation. This will be the wild dolphin for us. 2 quarterback system. We already know Quinn Ewers is more accurate. Malik Willis is not going to be more accurate than Quinn Ewers with a football in his hand overnight. It's not going to happen. So if this offense is going to ask for accuracy, this is Quinn Ewers' job to lose, regardless of whatever contract they gave you. Now, I just hope if that is the case, Malik Willis runs that Taysom Hill role because he could. He's athletic. I know he could catch. He can run, and he can give us a few gadget big plays.
Oh.
What happened?
Said I don't want Taysom Hill. That shouldn't be what we're striving for.
He's from the Saints, right?
Yeah, but you're not. But Joe, would that not be a smart avenue? Imagine.
I hear what you're
Joe,
saying. It's
because
just not like
yeah, but
it
Joe,
just doesn't sound that appealing. You know,
you got a new job, right? You got a new job, Sully, and you hired your new head coach. Boom, your buddy that you trust. You want this goal. You want to win. You need a floor of a quarterback. You see what Malik Willis is. You're comfortable with that. But the reality hits real early in OTAs that you didn't know Quinn Ewers was this good. And now you got to start him. Are you not going to try to put your other guy in a position to play as well if he's uber athletic? What's up, Cat?
Rafa, hey, okay. So my thing is, I'm hearing you.
Uh-oh, that sounds like Cat for life.
Hey, Mr. Pope, hey. Okay, so,
yes, sir.
hey. So my thing is, bro, I'm hearing now that Jalen Tolbert was in some type of like compression sleeve or something like that.
Oh, he got injured?
I don't know. Somebody fact check that for me. Was Jalen Tolbert in a compression sleeve?
Let me try to check on that.
Yeah. I don't think he was, but maybe he was. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
My thing is, if we're really concerned about the receiving core, bro, and the last thing we heard too was Douglas being on a tricycle. I mean, at this point, why not go after Keenan Allen?
Isn't he like 34, 35?
Might as well bring back Tariq Hill then.
He's like Pete's age. He's an old man.
Hey, easy. I'm going to be 60 in August, so easy on that.
I'm just kidding. That's a blessing.
Hey, who's left out there though, receiver wise? Who's really left?
Is DeAndre
We got a lot
Hopkins
of guys,
retired
man.
or not?
That's a good question.
Debo.
He's
Debo.
old too. He's washed up. Debo's
all of them are like the better the better side of on the other side of 30. So
I think Brandon Ayuk is the only one, but with the off-field issues,
insane.
Depending on what you want to give up for that,
he's a liability. No, never.
Listen,
that's another Antonio Brown. That's like giving.
Okay. So if
here goes
if you guys
Nick.
know,
y'all want Xavier Leggett?
Hey, hell no.
No, go
no
play
dice.
in
Y'all
Canada.
don't want Xavier Leggett?
Hey,
Go
hell
play in
no.
Canada.
No dice.
No?
No.
He'd easily come over there and be your one or two.
Hey, I heard you guys are having a hard time. Hey, I heard you guys are having a hard time trying to coach up Chris Brazzell, bro.
Nah, that's not true at all. He's been looking good.
That's not from the film I saw.
What film? From what?
You didn't see the breakdown they had the other day from Carolina camp, bro? They were like trying to tell him, bro, like, he's having a hard time, I guess, like dissecting the playbook, bro.
Nah, he's been doing all right.
DeAndre Hopkins is technically a free agent.
How old is he?
He's 34.
So
damn.
No.
Keenan Allen's also available.
Old guys.
If you got Hopkins out there, you got Allen out there, and they're on the other side of 30, would you want to still booster up the receiving core, or would you want to make the defense stronger?
I'll give you guys. I'll give you guys a name, and you don't even have to look far for it because for what the system they're running, they brought in Jacoby Myers. Liam Cohen likes Jacoby Myers. He loves Parker Washington. They have Travis Hunter. Bro, BTJ, I don't know if you guys heard the rumors. He could be available low key because we saw how he wasn't utilized. We saw how he wasn't utilized in Cohen's offense, bro.
They're not
Bro,
shaking nothing, bro.
they were featuring Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers more than him all season, bro. All season.
Bring back Dwayne
I'll trade a
Eskridge.
second for BTJ, Nick.
Right now.
Straight up.
Hell yeah.
They're not gonna
And
do
if
it,
you
bro.
could,
If
you
the
should.
Dolphins could beat, if the you know what, the Dolphins could fix their problems just
You
like
gotta
that
think. Hold
overnight.
on,
They
but
could
you gotta
get
think, Pete.
supplemental draft. They could
Pete, you
get
gotta
Brendan
remember.
Sorsby now and BTJ
They
now with the second and
I
get
don't.
ready to play ball.
they didn't
After having him
have
in
a first
fantasy,
rounder
I don't
this
want anything
past
to do with it.
draft. The Jaguars, so they might want to be. They might be in like catch up mode. Like shit, let's stockpile some draft picks. Plus, they might want some in this draft because they didn't have a first this past year. They traded it away for Travis Hunter.
And he
Yeah,
got hurt.
Travis Hunter's so goofy.
I don't know, but now he's getting a. I always said, Joe, I was like, dude, him married, but like now that he's getting a divorce, like the kid already loved football. If he doesn't have a girlfriend now, that kid's gonna be dedicated to football like full time. Like we might see Travis Hunter be a demon next year.
Yep.
He might be
That,
demonic next year, bro.
he
Both sides of
was
the
the one with
football
that gold digger,
legit.
right?
Like,
I heard he's
huh?
playing
He had that-
strictly corner now, bro.
Nah, they're gonna have some. He's gonna be strictly corner, but they're gonna have offensive packages for him. They're gonna have like an 8-10 package playbook strictly for him. Like he's
Man, leave
gonna
that
still play
man on
some
defense.
offense.
You guys got enough receivers, bro, over there on
then
Jacksonville, bro.
by hearing that right there, Nick, BTJ ain't going nowhere. It's just rumors.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. There were a
Nah,
lot of rumors.
after dealing with BTJ and fantasy, I want nothing to do with him.
Oh,
Not
don't
in
get me
Liam
started,
Cohen's
bro.
offense. Not in Liam Cohen and Bobby Slowick's offense, sure.
Welcome
I
back,
like
Chad GK.
I like what's his name? Strange.
I'm not gonna lie.
Strange
A
is good, bro.
receiver that's
Strange is nice.
underrated. A receiver that's underrated that I'd like us for trade.
Jalen Coker.
If
Oh,
it's
you ain't trading for him
no,
though.
if it's a second or a third rounder, I'll get Jordan Addison
Coker's
from
alright. I like
Minnesota.
Coker. Coker's
He's
alright.
too much,
He's always
dude. You
hurt
do
too,
not
though.
listen. Addison got arrested for loitering. Like
Speeding.
he was at no, and then you didn't hear about the casino incident. He was at a casino. He got fucking shit faced thrown out, and then he got arrested for not leaving the casino. Like you put that motherfucker in Miami, bro. He's gonna go. Nah, you do not want to do that, bro.
You talking
You
about
do not
Matt?
want to do that.
Who
Jordan
y'all talking
Addison.
about?
Jordan Addison. Yeah.
He'll go crazy at the nightclubs down there.
Yeah, bro.
Man,
He'd
that's the
go.
kind
He'd
of
go
thinking
he's
that
berserk
doing
in
that in
Miami,
the
bro.
And you know what? I'm gonna be
That's the
honest
He's
with
kind of
you.
finding ways to
thinking
get
that
trouble.
And I'm gonna
He's
be.
finding
And I
ways
hear
to
those
get in
That's
trouble in
allegations. You know
bullshit.
who else has
That's
little
total
weird
bullshit.
allegations? I want a nasty wide receiver like Puka Nakua. I would love for my team to trade for
Well, they
Puka
got
right
Puka
now.
Nakua in the 5th round, bro. So
I know, but I want him on the Dolphins right now. Give him to Malik Willis, someone that's gonna catch everything thrown at him.
Listen, the only reason I came back up here is to just remind you guys not to listen to Pete's bullshit as he attempts to deride Malik Willis before even seeing him. Okay? Let the man play first before you make up your opinion.
Let the man play, bro. Let him play, bro.
Wait. What you
I'll be
think?
back.
This wild Dolphin formation 2-quarterback system, Taysom Hill, Malik Willis is like bad on him?
Oh boy, here we go.
That is horse shit. That is total horse shit. And Pete, you comparing him to Taysom Hill is tantamount to a character assassination on the guy. Again, you totally ignore the fact that his 3 games last year were the best combined 3 games of any NFL quarterback in the
but
league
you have
last
to
year.
also, but you also have to take into consideration he wasn't the starter in any of those games. He came in
who
as
you
a
compare
backup.
Taysom Hill
Defenses
to?
didn't game plan against him.
Regardless, he played.
Did you hear me?
He
Did
did
you
play
hear me
good
do that
though.
cat in the hat?
Regardless,
Did you
He
hear
did
me
play
do
good
that cat in the hat? Is that what I did, cat in the hat?
Hey, Taysom Hill, you compare
Did
who to
I
Taysom
ignore
Hill?
that?
Is Cat up here? Cat's not even up here.
Or sorry, was that Nick? Sorry. Did I? Is that what I did, Nick?
No, I'm saying Malik Willis has potential to do great in Bobby Slowick's system.
Of
To
course,
be honest,
we're gonna see once he does or doesn't.
I don't know what Pete's talking about. I mean, yeah, I agree with you in this aspect of you should give the guy a chance. I mean, I've said a million times, I think he's just a bridge quarterback. If he's gonna get more, like he has to earn the opportunity to get a bigger contract extension. He essentially got a 2-year deal, but. Yeah, he looked great in the 3 games he played. He looked sharp as shit in those games. You know what I mean? Like he looked really good. Like you go back and look at that Chicago game, he looked fucking phenomenal. Throwing and running.
Ravens. Ravens.
You know what
How
I
did
mean?
he
So
look
like,
phenomenal in the
bro,
Chicago
what?
game when
Bro,
he only
what?
threw
He
for
looked
11 passes
poised. He
that
looked,
game and it went to
bro. He
overtime?
looked,
He
bro. He
made
looked
throws, bro.
every in the Giants
He
game.
rushed for
In the
touchdowns.
Giants game, go look at the Giants game when he came in. Go look at how he did in
You
the
said
Giants
the
game when he
man
came
looked
in,
phenomenal passing in the game. He threw 11 times and it went to overtime.
bro. Go look at that game. Go look at the poise. Go look at the Giants game. That's all I'm gonna say. Granted, he wasn't the starter, but he
Ravens
still
game.
had to come in. He still had to come in and do what he did. He looked poised and he looked like a wily veteran. He
Was
looked
that
great.
when Jordan Love got hurt?
Yes, he got hurt in the Giant game, and then he missed the. I think he missed both Bears games, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
He missed the
Yeah.
Bears and the Ravens game.
Yes,
The
and
Ravens
then the
game, he had
Giants
like
game, he missed like
400
a
yards.
half. Like Malik Willis played like a half of that game,
Yeah.
and he looked
The
good in it.
Giants game, he was 2 for 2 for 6 yards, bro.
What did
The
he do running?
Vikings game,
What did he do
he
in the
was
running
1 for 1 for 7 yards
last year? The Vikings. No one's
last
talking about the
year.
Viking game. What about the Giants run? What did he do running the ball against the Giants?
1 carry, 16 yards against the Giants.
I mean, he was in for a short time, but he made a big play.
Yep.
2 rushes for 3 yards against the Vikings with
Now
1 pass
read the
with a
Ravens and
completion
the
for
Bears
7 yards.
stats. See, why are you cherry picking read the Ravens
Then
and
in
the
the
Bears
Bears
stats.
game, he
Yeah.
went 9 for 11
That's
for
pretty good.
121 yards,
That's
and
very
he
efficient.
lost that game in overtime.
But he didn't lose.
And what about the
Jordan Love
rushing?
came back
What
in that
about
game.
the
He had,
rushing?
and you forgot the rushes too, Pete. He had 10
Exactly.
carries for 44 yards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the Baltimore game, he was 18 of 21 for 288, bruh. 18 completions for 288 yards. What are you doing?
His
With the
Last
interception,
season,
hey, his
41. How do
touchdown
you go
interception
18 for
ratio, bro.
21
His
and
He went
touchdown
lose
18.
31 to
interception
He
24?
went
ratio.
18. He went 18 for 21 for 288 and a touchdown against Baltimore last season.
Look at his
Bro, he
interception
lost.
ratio,
And a
bro.
rushing touchdown, I'm pretty
Look
sure.
at the
Which
score on
last
that
season
No, he
his
Baltimore
had
game.
not.
total stats.
Whoa.
All right, I have his
Score on
total
that
Hold
stats.
on.
Baltimore
His
game.
total
Hold on.
stats
Let me
are
read. Hold on.
30 of
Hold
35
on.
passes, 85.7% completion percentage for 422 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, adding 123 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns on 22 carries.
Yeah, the
that's pretty
Baltimore game.
good.
Now,
He
In
was
3 games.
18 of 21 for
now,
288, and then he ran 90 for 60 yards and 2 touchdowns
Now,
as well. Like
none
he
of
There
went
you
that
go.
is a
berserk.
That's
guarantee
berserk.
that he will be successful this season. None of that. I'm not saying that is a lot and lot stock and barrel that he is going to be a superstar. I'm not saying that because I agree with you, Nick, that he has a lot to prove. He has to show that he can. I mean, that is more than elite production right there. If we take that sample size, and it is a Yeah. small sample,
I mean,
but he's got to show.
Baltimore's defense
He's got
was
to show.
horrendous last
He's got to
season.
show that he can be consistently
Baltimore
good.
didn't even make the
But hold
playoffs
on,
last season.
Pete. But go back to the year before. He played in 3 games very well. He was 12 of 14 for 122 and a touchdown against Indianapolis. He was 13 of 19 for 202 against the Titans for a touchdown as well. And then he played against the Bears the year before, 10 of 13 for 136 with a 77% completion percentage. Like,
Was that
bro,
with the Packers or the Titans?
yes, this was with the Packers. Because the
Okay.
year before, Jordan Love's always hurt. Like he'll
Yeah.
always miss 2 or 3 games. So Malik Willis, the past couple years, has came in and played very good football.
Yeah.
Yeah, he earned
And,
that spot.
and
He's
all
very
this
versatile.
tells us is that Pete's description of this guy as a runner only is unfounded.
Right.
How did I say a runner only, KP?
You got to think too. He barely played
Where
when he
are
was
you
on
getting a
Tennessee,
runner
bro.
only?
He
What you
barely
doing?
played on Tennessee.
Right. What do you
What
think
is
Taysom
KP?
Hill and
Hey,
Tim Tebow
KP,
were
where do
doing?
you
And
get
what
a
did he
runner
say? He's
only?
the Taysom Hill. And
Uh-huh.
you say his
Taysom
comp
Hill
is
can't
Taysom Hill,
throw past
that's what
30
you're saying.
yards.
Yeah.
No,
Can't
what
throw.
I'm saying, KP, if he loses the quarterback battle, I don't want to just have him on the bench because I see him too good of a football player where we can use him as a Taysom Hill. He can catch the ball. He has 4.3 speed. He can run. We should just use him if he loses the quarterback job as a Taysom Hill. What's wrong with that?
He's not losing the battle.
Listen,
No,
combined the
no.
2 seasons, 134.6 passer rating, 972 yards, 6 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 261 rushing yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Small sample size, yes. Unproven, yes. But don't disparage the man by suggesting that he cannot throw is inaccurate
Okay.
because he
Let's
hasn't
go
put
by
that on
this
paper.
instance.
He hasn't put that on the field.
Let's go for this instance. Let's say we're in week 8, and it doesn't look bad at all. It doesn't even look bad at all. It's just not winning us games. We're at 2-6, let's say, and statistically, the team decides, we're gonna bench you. Do you feel like now 2-6, we bench Malik as the starter and only the starter quarterback, and Quinn
If he
Ewers
deserves
comes
to be
in?
benched and is benched, then he's benched.
That's
But
it.
the point I'm trying to
So
make
that's
is
it.
that we don't know what he's going to be yet. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but like Pete, hold on, real quick. Can I make one quick point? Yes, okay, you're right. If you're 2-6, but context matters in football too, bro. Like, what if 5 of those 6
Okay, Nick.
losses you
Let me give
lost
you an
by
example.
4
I'm gonna
points
give
or
you
less?
context.
You
I'm
know
gonna
what I
give you
mean? Like,
context.
what if
I'm
you
gonna
were
give you context
barely
because you
losing
were
these
about
games? And hold on,
because
hold on,
Nick.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me land the plane. What if it's one of those situations where it's like you are a young team with a young coach, but your coach is showing feistiness, your team is showing feistiness, and you're just losing these small games by small margins? Teams are still like, people are gonna say, yeah, the Dolphins are 2-6, but they're trending in the right direction because they're a tough, feisty team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, context matters too.
Yeah,
If you get
yeah,
blown out in 5 of the 6 games, that's different.
yeah,
But if you're losing games 24-20, 24-21, 2017, 2016, it's like, bro, you're right there. Like, it's like you just need a couple more pieces and the
yeah,
shit could go north
That's
real
a great
quick.
point, Nick.
yeah.
What's going to come down to is, does he give our team a chance to win, both
Like
throwing
I
and running?
mm-hmm. And
That's
I
Yeah,
want to
that's
make
how
one
he's
more
going to be
quick point, and
judged.
I'm gonna go on mute because I'm about to roll up this blunt.
Yeah,
Like,
you know why that's not gonna
no,
work, Nick?
let me make one more quick point, bro. Like, I understand this is the NFL, and like people say there's no such thing as a moral victory. Yes, when you're a Super Bowl contender, like, the Chiefs or things of that nature. But like, I was trying to explain this to Panther fans a few years ago when we were rebuilding. Like, bro, there is such things as moral victories when you are in that phase as an organization. And I told Panther fans that, like,
Like
when we were
I get
losing
what you're
close games, it's
saying.
like, yo, we're showing fight, we're showing grit. Like,
Uh,
this is what builds the foundation. You know what I mean? Like, shit
No,
like
you know
that.
what? I'm glad you
Pete
said
don't
something
like the
about
way we rebuild. I
moral
love to
victories
rebuild,
because
but Pete
there's
don't
no
like
such
that
thing
way.
as no moral victories. More so
When you're a Super
as
Bowl contender, sure, but
no,
when you're the
but the
Cardinals, the
position we're in,
Jets, the
I
Panthers
get
3
it.
years
I
ago,
get it.
yes, there is.
I get it. If we see Chop Robinson become a great defensive end and Kenneth Grant turns it up and we see light in a lot of these draft picks, for example, that we didn't think was there, and but we're losing games and these guys are standing out. I get the moral part of that. But the thing I'm having is, oh man, I kind of forgot my point because I wanted to think about other players that I could have added
We're
there.
talking about moral victories.
Moral
Moral
victories
victories.
and
No, but
and the
before that
rookies
popped up,
and the
it was about
rookies.
Malik Willis. It was about Malik Willis.
Oh,
What you guys were just saying. Yeah, Malik Willis with these moral victories. Correct. This is the problem with the Dolphins, the way they're structured with those moral victories, the quarterback position and the head coach. This is what's going to happen. When you lose a game, like you mentioned, Nick, 17-20, we're going to be up here as fans. KP is going to come up. He's going to hear me say, oh, we lost the game because in the third quarter, Malik Willis fumbled the ball and gave the Packers short field, for
but that's not
example.
true.
KP is going to come up and be like, that's not the reason we lost, for example. He's going to come up with a different
But that's
scenario that
okay. But
possibly
even if you
he's
do
going to
lose the
come up
game
with
like that,
listen, he's going to come up with a different scenario that possibly happened in the fourth quarter that happened later closing the game about the defense and this and that. And so every fan is going to have their moments on
but
why
that's
we
what
lost
fans
those
do,
games.
right,
And
bro?
that's 100%. And I'm not saying
Yeah,
there's anything wrong with that,
yeah,
but that's
yeah.
only going to be allowed for so long until the locker room start pointing fingers. And you know why it's going to happen? Because when the offense does bad, all the fingers are going to get pointed to Malik Willis.
and the head coach a little bit. But now, when the defense is losing the games, and now we're losing games because the defense lost it in the fourth quarter, and it's not the quarterback's fault this week, that story's going to get
Bro, if
old
there's a
too
reason why the Dolphins lose games next year, it's
Jeff
because the
Hafley
lack
is
of
also in control of that. So
Pete.
you
But
see how
my
there's like it's gonna backfire losing even those
but
close games that you say that are moral victories. With the way we're set up, there's really no
Pete.
moral victories because when we blame the offense, we're blaming the quarterback.
Listen,
When
what
we
Pete
blame
is trying to
defense, we're
but to
explain to
blaming
you
be
the
honest,
guys
offense.
Pete, but
is
to be
that no
honest,
matter
real
what
quick.
happens, every loss will be blamed on Malik Willis by him.
No,
That's what he's trying to set up right now.
realistically,
No, because I'm not
Yes.
KP, no,
saying
hold
that.
on, hold on,
I'm
Anytime
not
hold
we
on.
saying
lose,
that
he
because
will
Hold
I'm
on real
blame
quick.
Willis.
validating KP. I'm validating that we will have games where the defense loses us the game, right? But if that
Yes.
happens for too long, even if Malik plays big in those games where he could have against Joe Burrow, KP, Malik has 5 touchdown passes. We put up 35 points, but the defense
And
gave
lose,
up
you will
42.
blame him still. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna blame Hafley and the defense.
No, you will blame Willis. That is the track record you're establishing for yourself.
Well, there's an app.
Yes,
Well,
he
if you
will.
want me to give you a
Yes, he
scenario
will.
where I would blame Willis in that scenario, it's 42-35, a minute 30 left on the clock, 1 timeout left, and you got 60 yards to travel and go take the lead and score a touchdown and tie it up.
But
If
Pete,
you have
hold
that
on. Can I
opportunity
make one
and
quick
that
point,
doesn't come
Pete?
in clutch, you lost us the game,
Pete,
quarterback.
who is Malik throwing to? Because I can tell you right now, what's going to be a trending topic for y'all
Who was
next
he
year. The
throwing
reason
to
we
when
all
he
go
scored those first 5
the reason
touchdowns and
y'all are
kept
not
up
going to
with
win
Joe
games is
Burrow in the
because of
first place?
the lack
That's
of
what I be
perimeter
saying,
weapons
KP.
on the
That's what I be
outside.
saying. This is a
You have no
quarterback-driven
wide
league.
receiver
Sometimes
And
threats.
the
you might get
relative
put in
youth
that
throughout
uncomfortable position,
throughout the
KP,
roster.
and you're lucky
Yeah,
I gave him
yeah.
one timeout. He could be put in 45 seconds in the fourth quarter, got to travel 60 yards to score a touchdown and tie it with no timeouts. And that's the game. That's where you at with it. You got to make it happen. Don't we make fun of the Bills for losing in 13 seconds?
You're trying to legitimize unfair expectations on Willis. I get
Hey,
it.
KP, can I say one quick thing? I got to bring this up because with that logic, Pete saying, man, he would be defending Bryce Young to the fucking grave, man. Because, boy, that kid was nasty in the fourth quarter. But carry on. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pete, I want to hear you slander Bryce Young with you talking all that fourth quarter clutch stuff because Bryce had 5 game-winning drives last year.
Oh,
5 of
did
them
he
joints.
really? Really?
Yeah, Bryce Young had 5 game-winning drives last year.
Huh.
The only quarterback
Yeah.
who had more was Bo Nix.
Let's put
Bryce
things
and Bo
into
Yeah.
Nix were the
I
best
perspective.
fourth
still don't
quarter
like Bryce
quarterbacks
Young
last
long
year. So
term,
all I'm saying is
but
like
he
with
did
this
show that
logic,
he's
Bryce, I don't want to
clutch.
hear you slander Bryce again.
Okay, let's put things in
Listen, Bryce
perspective.
Young, I don't like Bryce Young as a quarterback still, but the one thing you cannot say about him is that he is not clutch and that he does
Facts.
not have heart. Okay? He is the opposite of Tua,
Yeah, see, that's a perfect
but
example,
with a
KB.
similar skill
Perfect.
set.
Bryce got
Yeah,
Bryce got the intangibles. You know what I mean?
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like he got the shit
Yeah.
that matters that doesn't show up on a stat sheet.
Right.
So in other words, he could
Exactly.
be struggling, but then the fourth quarter comes around and he
He
pulls
fucking
out
turns
2
up, dude.
touchdowns. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He fucking turns up, bro. I don't
Yeah.
know what the fuck happens to him. He turns into like prime Drew Brees, bro, when we need it.
Can we put this in
Last year.
perspective
I'm
here,
not even talking
guys?
about before.
Okay, first of all, there's one winner, and there's one winner, and there's 31 losers. That's the way things work in the NFL. That's fact. And sometimes when you're going to be 4-13, accept you're going to be 4-13, or worse, or maybe a game better, and live with it. That's what I keep trying to tell you. And somebody just brought up a moment ago that the Dolphins' lack of a perimeter game is going to come down and kill them. I
That's
don't care
me,
how
yeah.
good.
Tri-State.
You're just not going to. You just don't have the
Yeah.
physical talent this year, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just you're in a rebuild. Come to grips with it. Accept it. Quit trying to blow smoke up people's ass and say, "Oh, this team could win 9 games." I was listening to Sharif, and it was absolute insanity. Oh, when the Dolphins are
I
going to be
agree.
9-1, yeah, okay, they're going to be 9-1 when you're a fucking porn star. Give me a break. This is probably with this and the Cardinals. These are the 2 absolute worst football teams. As a matter of fact, if you were to combine the Dolphins roster and the Cardinals roster, you still wouldn't have a representative roster.
Damn. Jeez.
Yeah, but
I don't know
Pete,
about that, bro. What? Hold on. Hold
what
on.
Pete wants you to
Malik
know
Willis,
is
Devon A.
that
Chain,
it's Malik
Trey
Willis's fault.
McBride,
Yeah, Trey McBride.
Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson. That's a pretty nasty offense, bro. Low key.
Okay.
Pretty nasty offense.
Okay, let's just play. Let's just play. We have 106 players. Can we take 106 players out of the roster? So who's your quarterback? Okay, Malik's going to be your number one quarterback. You probably have Brissett number 2.
Don't start your shit, Mark. Don't start.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
No.
Who are the running backs going to be? You're going to have Devon A. Chain. You probably have Jeremiah Love. You'll probably have Ollie Gordon. And
Trey Benson, Tyler Algier.
Yeah, Benson. Okay. So you got that group. They got Marvin Harrison. You've got Michael Wilson. You got Trey McBride. Name me a third receiver on that combined roster. Seriously,
Chris Bell.
Well, he's hurt. He's hurt, probably out for the year. So forget him until
they're going to redshirt him. Then
they're probably going to redshirt him, which would make sense.
Who the fuck is Arizona? Arizona got another kid.
They got that Greg Dortch guy, no?
I think Dortch is gone.
So, yeah, and then you got Dulwich is the other tight end. You got Patrick Paul. You've got Brewer. Maybe the Paris Johnson as the other tackle.
Oh, the Cardinals got Kendrick Bourne, bro. Kendrick Bourne went over there.
Oh, okay, all right. And then let's see. The Cardinals have Walter Nolan. They have Bubba
Sweat.
Baker.
Buda Baker. That might be a playoff team, Loki. Actually,
yeah,
it might be a playoff team.
You might get close to 9, maybe 9 wins. With
might
that,
be a playoff team, Loki.
Yeah, but as long as we beat Buffalo one game, I'll be happy.
Yeah, if Buffalo lays down or they, pull a tank job like they did last year in Miami, that's possible. I mean, you could actually beat the Patriots. That's possible.
Patriots going to take a step back this year.
Big time. I think they're about a 9-win team.
Yeah, they're going to
Mark, what do you have the Bills projected to go this season?
With AJ Brown? Wow.
Super Bowl. Bills are going to the Super Bowl this year.
No, Mark. What is your prediction for the Bills?
Let me just think here. You take a look. First of all, their schedule's tough.
Hold on. I got the schedule right here. Can I go over for you? Week 1, Texans. You guys play the Texans on the road. D'Amico Ryans.
50-50 game. Because it's the first game of the year. Only because it's the first game of the year would I give Buffalo a chance to win. 2 or 3 games into the season, they're not going to win that game. 50-50 first week. Okay, week 2.
Week 2 versus the Lions.
Home opener, new stadium, Thursday night. Detroit's having to come up on the road. Buffalo, that's a win.
DJ Moore is gonna abuse that secondary that week, that game.
Yeah, it may not be pretty. Okay, week 3.
Home game versus the Chargers.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough game. Chargers are going to be a really good football team this year. The only advantage I give to Buffalo in that game, to be honest with you, is the fact that the Chargers have to play in an Eastern time zone going cross country. I'll give Buffalo that win, but man, that's a tough game.
Is that a 1 o'clock game?
That's a 1 o'clock game in Buffalo. That's a West Coast 3 hours early.
Yeah.
Okay, week 4, New England.
Another home game versus the Patriots. You got the schedule, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna roll New England. I have no doubt in my mind. If you take a look from the second half of last year's game in New England, they just bitch slapped them the entire rest of the second half. After being down 24-3, they killed them like 31-7 or something. It was pathetic. Okay, so that's either 3-1 or 4-0. Week 5 at the Rams, loss. They're not going to go on the road. Pardon? I just don't see them. I just don't see them going out to Los Angeles.
He says we're KP. He says we're going to be trash. He don't understand why fans like Sharif could think this team could win 9 games. And what is his projection with these Bills?
Well, we don't want to bring Sharif back
the
up because I already told him my mouth
was listening to him. Promise. That's all we need.
Okay, so let's 4-1.
5 to 7 wins.
I say 4. Okay, so let's say 4-1.
I already exposed Sharif for being a fake Dolphin fan, bro. But all right.
Well, anyway, so we go on. They're going to win in Las Vegas. Vegas is another poor football team, getting better. That's 5-1. Then they have their bye. Terrible time for a bye, by the way. That's at the end of 6 weeks. Not good. They go home. They have a bye week. Baltimore has a game against Cincinnati the previous week. Buffalo's probably going to win that game. So now Buffalo's looking at 6-1. And you need to give me a break on the schedule here, Pete. Could you bring that up for me?
You're at Baltimore week 8.
No. We're home against Baltimore in week 8.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 6-1. 6-1 with a bye. And then
After
who's the
that,
game?
Week 9 is at Minnesota.
I
Week
think
10 is at New York Jets.
Okay, I think they lose in Minnesota, and I think they beat the Jets. There's a game that Buffalo should always win, and they always piss it down their leg, and I think that's one of the games they're going to piss down their legs. They roll the Jets to go 7-2, and then 7-3. Who's the game after the Jets?
The Dolphins in Miami, buddy. And
No,
it's still
game's
hot.
that game's in Buffalo. Dolphins game is next to the last in Miami.
11. Oh yeah. I'm sorry because I'm thinking I'm the Dolphins. Week 11 at home versus the
Okay,
Dolphins.
they'll beat the Dolphins at 8-2. I think the next game is Thanksgiving against Kansas City, right?
Yep.
That's 9, and that's a game they always beat the Chiefs at home in the regular season, and they always go to the playoffs and fucking gag on Mahomes' cock in that game. So let's say 9-2. Next game.
Whoa.
At New England and then at Green Bay after.
At the very best, it's going to be 10-3, but a very reasonable chance of being 9-4. Let's say 9-4.
The Bears. Home
probably win that game.
Bears,
that's a Saturday. That's a Saturday night. That's 10-4.
At Denver Friday night.
Oh, that's a Christmas night game. That's a 50-50 game.
8-8. You'll be 8-8 by that game.
Yeah, we'll see.
Josh Allen's getting his revenge.
You know, Buffalo was a better team in that Denver game. 5 turnovers. They outgained them by 100 yards. Buffalo's going to win that game. Now, the game that they could lose, and I'm going to give you guys credence on this, by the time you get to week 16, going down to Miami, it's not going to be heat. It's not going to be horrid. But at the same point, the Dolphins are going to significantly grow from week 1 of the season by week 16. By week 16, there's a distinct possibility Miami could easily win that game. So I give Buffalo 12-5.
That's what you guys went last
found
year.
our identity by then,
You guys went 12-5 without DJ Moore, and you guys go 12-5 again, and you got better. Where did the Bills get better at?
They did lose pieces. You give and you take. You gained DJ Moore, but they lost pieces too. They lost David Edwards on their offensive line.
Replaced him. That's fine because they are 12 offensive linemen deep. Miami would kill for that. But where the issues are going to be with Buffalo is all about the defense, and the reason why McDermott was fired in the first place.
That the Bills are 12 offensive linemen deep.
He's crazy, bro.
Really? I'm really not crazy.
Crazy.
Think about it. They have Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins as their starting tackles. They have Alec Anderson. They have Tylen Grable, and they have Corbett, and they have the rookie that they drafted. They've got linemen. They have offensive linemen up the kazoo. They're gonna cut somebody like a Cushenberry, or they're gonna trade somebody like a Cushenberry or a San Fran Ranger Gamble. They're gonna trade somebody because they're at least 10 deep, and they have 2 more practice squad guys on top of it. They're good. Now, where the Bills' problems have been is on defense. McDermott played a soft zone 4-3, bend but not break. They couldn't stop a nosebleed against the run. They haven't been able to stop a nosebleed against the run for years. And what would happen is McDermott would protect his offense by playing a defense that couldn't stop the run, would try to hold teams to a field goal, and have this incredible offense that could ring up points, which they still do. So the changes come this year. Out goes McDermott, in comes Jim Leonard. Now you go from a 4-3 defense to a 3-4 defense. You bring in a Bradley Chubb, which I think is going to help. They've got Rousseau that's going to play outside linebacker. Their inside linebacking has got some holes. I totally agree. I'm not necessarily in love with what they're doing with their 3-man front. I wanted to get a pure nose tackle. They don't believe in one. I think that's problematic. The first part of the season, I could see them giving up and getting gouged against the run until that solidifies. I love the secondary. They're very deep at safety. They're pretty deep at corner. And I think that looks fairly good. I think they're going to give up more big plays than they did last year because McDermott's defense wasn't going to give up big plays. But what would you rather give up, a 70-yard touchdown bomb or 14 plays, 70 yards, and have it shoved down your throat? Take your pick.
Pause.
You know? But that's where I see that Buffalo team at 12-5, and I see New England maybe at 9-7. I think the Dolphins will get better as the time frame goes on, and the X factor to me is the Jets. The Jets have
Mark,
significantly amount of talent.
Regress?
The Patriots are definitely going to regress.
I agree.
It's the Diana Rossini shit. Like that shit's gonna hover over them all season.
No,
bro.
I think more
it's
than
gonna
anything
hover
else,
over
I
them
think
all
only
season.
if they're losing.
It's gonna bother the team.
I think it's the schedule. Look at what they played last year.
schedule
They
is
had a
significantly
really
harder
soft
than last
schedule
year.
last year.
Really,
I
haven't even
terrible.
looked at the. Let me go look at the Patriots schedule.
They open up in Seattle.
Yeah, last year it was very easy.
Then they go to a boiling hot Jacksonville in week 3. Come off of that boiling hot game in Jacksonville, fly to Buffalo. That's a team that's going to be 1-3 at the beginning.
Yeah, but right after that, they get the Raiders and Jets at home.
If
Two layups.
They got 2
If
layups.
they are 1-3, though, that noise is going to be loud.
The 3 of their next 4 games are layups. It's fucking Raiders, Jets, Bears, Dolphins. They're winning 3 of those 4.
The Bears are not a layup, guys.
I said 3 of their next 4. I said 3 of their 4 I said 3 out of the 4. The Dolphins, Raiders, and Jets are layups. The Bears won't be a layup for sure, but I'm saying like the 3 out of those 4 games are layups. They're gonna win 3 out of those 4.
They also have to play Detroit. They also have to play Green Bay. They also have to play Minnesota. So they do have a tough schedule. They have a tough schedule last year. They still have to play in Denver next year. They still have to.
I see their gauntlet. Yeah, Packers, Lions, Chargers, Bills, Chiefs, Vikings. Oh yeah, that's rough.
Well,
that's
Vikings
rough.
That's why I say 9. That's why I say 9-8 for the Patriots. But anyway, like I said, the Jets are the X factor team. I think in the AFC East.
No,
Jets have way more.
Listen, I'm gonna fill you in on something. I'm gonna fill all y'all in on something. If shit goes south in Cincinnati, the Bengals, the Jets are gonna trade for Joe Burrow this offseason. Mark my words, bro. If shit goes south in if the Dexter Lawrence shit fucking backfires, Joe Burrow's gonna become disgruntled. And he's gonna want out, and the Jets are gonna swoop in and offer 2 first rounders this year and a first rounder next year because they got 3 first rounders this year.
Ones that are gonna
That's true. Let me throw this out there really fast. I want to get the opinion of the panel on this. I think Cincinnati has a reasonable chance of actually going 14-3 or 15-2 because of their schedule. Somebody, Pete, could you please bring up?
They underperformed last year, so they got a nice favorable schedule.
If Joe Burrow is healthy, they're in every single game they play. So.
Yeah, when Burrow came back last year and they went up to Buffalo to play the game against the Bills, Burrow hit literally every third down and whatever.
Bengals' first 4 weeks are tough, bro. They start with the Bucs at home, then they got to go to Houston, go to Pittsburgh, and play Jacksonville at home. That's rough. The first 4 weeks.
Yeah, but don't you think Tampa Bay's regressed also?
No, but they're going to because Mike Evans being missing is a huge factor.
I mean, and what is Pittsburgh? You got a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers and a bunch of 30 to 35-year-old guys on defense. That's a team. That's another team that's looking straight down the barrel of, oh my God, we're fucking old. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. My Panthers play them week 16. I can't wait. Aaron Rodgers won.
You think maybe the Steelers go like 6 or 7?
Half that team.
Whatever?
Cam Hayward might not be there. TJ Watt, Aaron Rodgers.
I can see that team. Well, see, Pittsburgh's got a really bad problem because they got 4 really, really good outside linebackers, and the guy that they really should get rid of is TJ Watt, but nobody's going to take him because of the salary.
Tell you what,
take him out, man. Put him out there misery.
If Herbig and Highsmith were starting and TJ Watt was someplace else, but that's $41 million and nobody's going to pick that up.
Yeah.
And Baltimore, I see a huge regression for Baltimore. I don't even see all these guys saying.
No way. I
Vegas,
disagree.
It's like 11 and a half
Baltimore's going to have a bounce back year, bro. Watch.
Where is it coming from? Where is it coming from?
Because when Jesse Minter was there as defensive coordinator, they had the number 2 defense in the NFL, and they were a great defense.
He was never there at defensive coordinator. It was the kid that's with Seattle, McDonald.
Yeah, after he left, Jesse Minter was there, and then he left and went to the Chargers, and now he's back.
Was he with the Ravens? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then he went to the Chargers, and now he's back with the Ravens as the head coach.
What happened at the Chargers? Did he get fired?
No, he was the D coordinator, and they offered him a job.
Yeah, he became head coach.
Yep, he was the D coordinator for
Wait,
the
what
Chargers, and
year
the
was that?
Chargers
Oh,
had a hellified
that's
fucking.
right. That's right.
If
He
the
was
if the
before.
Chargers had, I tell people this all the time. If the Chargers had Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater as their tackles, like they were supposed
Wait,
to,
let me go to
they
that.
would have beat the Patriots wild card weekend.
Absolutely.
The Chargers' offensive line was decimated all year. The fact that Justin Herbert even got them to the playoffs was a sheer miracle.
The
PFF
fact
had
Justin
them
Herbert got to the
on a
playoffs and it actually
PFF.
was
You guys
functioning.
go look it on PFF has a 0 to 100 rating for the season they give for offensive line, and the Chargers had a 5.
Yeah. That's 2 straight years of their O line just being obliterated by injuries. So
Oh, it can't be like that every year. It's like,
And
who's
yeah,
the
the one year they're
coordinator
gonna stay
now?
healthy is when they get Mike McDonald. Well, Mike McDaniel. The 1 year they're gonna stay healthy.
and
Watch.
actually, I think McDaniel
They're
is.
gonna get Tyreek Hill, bro. The Chargers are gonna get Tyreek Hill. Watch.
Who's the defensive coordinator of the Ravens now?
I don't know, but I don't know. I think
No, I think
it is Weaver,
Minter's
but I
actually
think
going to run.
Minter's
He's
gonna
going to
call
run
the
the
plays.
defense. I think Minter's going to run the defense.
Oh,
now.
it is
But
Anthony
I don't
Weaver.
like. I'll tell you why I don't like the Ravens. I don't like their passing game. Lamar has been shaky for years upon years, and Lamar goes down as one of the worst
Lamar has
class
the high.
quarterbacks I've
Lamar
ever
has the
seen.
high. You realize Lamar has the highest passer rating. Yeah, hold on. No, I got. I got one. I got one stat that trumps all that, brother. He leads the. He has the highest passer rating in NFL history through
Until
his
the
career.
playoffs, and in the playoffs, the guy makes
I
bonehead
mean,
mistakes.
you know, and Peyton Manning didn't win shit his first 6-7 years in the league. He couldn't.
That's a good.
Peyton Manning lost 41-0 in his 5th year to the Jets
That's a
in
legit
2002.
critique of Jackson, but if Andrews catches that pass, we're telling a whole different
Could you
story.
guys imagine what would have happened if Twitter was around when Peyton Manning
Yeah,
lost
you're right.
41-0 in
That-
2002 to the Jets? They would have crucified him.
Yeah. But I don't like the Ravens receiving core. They got Zay Flowers and then Bateman's okay. And they drafted 2 of the same guys back to back. They drafted Surratt and they drafted Lane out of USC. Those are the same guys. It's the same exact. Those 2 and Bateman are the same
They're just
players.
taking swings on receivers, bro.
I
Zay
know.
Flowers isn't that bad. Zay Flowers is a good
Zay
receiver.
Flowers is good, but
Yeah,
then
but he's
on the
only
other hand,
he's strictly a slot guy. Like you can't put him
Yeah,
out at the
yeah.
X. Yeah, he can't go outside.
That's why
You
they
need
never really
you
looked
need a
at
good
him.
outside guy to
Yeah.
complement him. Like I don't know. The Ravens are doing the wrong thing, like going after Max Crosby. They should have been trying to trade for a big time wide receiver.
well, the thing that the Ravens didn't do also is
Should've
their
got Mike
guards are their guards. They did the smart thing in the draft. They drafted the guy who I thought the Dolphins should have drafted in Ione at guard. But their other guard position is god awful, and their tight ends are all gone except Andrews.
I do know one thing in regards to the Dolphins.
Where did Likely go?
If
Likely
Malik
to the Giants.
to the Giants, if Malik Willis does well enough and shows enough, then the Dolphins could be in position of, if go fucking after Jeremiah Smith, bro, next year's draft, bro. Like,
yeah,
go get him, bro. Go get Cam Coleman out of Texas. I'll give you guys some names. You got Dolphins need a receiver. Y'all need a guy in college to watch. Everyone knows
Go get
Jeremiah Smith. Go watch Cam Coleman out of Texas.
Right.
Well, there's some serious
kid.
receivers coming out.
If Cam Coleman's the number 2 receiver in this upcoming draft, bro, he would have gotten drafted before Carnell Tate in this draft. He would have easily been the number 1 receiver in this draft.
If we're sitting at number 3, and let's say Arch Manning and Dante Moore off the board,
Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith.
1,000%
Jeremiah
I'm getting
Smith.
Jeremiah Smith. I don't want no other quarterback. You're getting the 3rd best. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to
then
get
at that
best.
point, it's like I said, bro. Malik has a 2-year deal essentially. So now you have Malik with a weapon, right? Now you see what Malik can really do, and if he regresses, then it's like, all right, you can get off him anyways. Now you bring in your quarterback, and he has a nice little shiny toy to walk into with Jeremiah Smith. You know what I mean? Like, it's essentially a win-win situation if Malik shows, because if Malik doesn't do well, now it's like you have to go get your quarterback.
But Nick,
You know what I mean? So that's
what
the
is-
interesting thing with Malik this year.
If Malik doesn't have weapons, and we understand that Malik does not have weapons in his first year in Miami, so what would you consider a successful season for Malik Willis, considering the talent and the schedule?
Can I give an honest take on that?
You know, Mark, Puka Nakua wasn't a weapon until he became a weapon.
Let's put a metric on it, Joe.
Michael
Let's put a
Jordan,
metric
it's
on
like you didn't sell
Jalen
$162 million
Tolbert is a
for shoes
weapon.
in the first year if Michael Jordan
A-Chain
didn't put his
is a
foot in it.
weapon. Doach is a weapon.
No, Dolphins is a
The
mediocre
metric
tight
can't
end
be
back.
passing yards because he's
some
only
numbers?
on.
Let me offer some
Remember,
numbers.
can I go back and can I say one name here for the Dolphin fans that think about Dola? That Dulcich is going to be a great tight end.
Yeah, but hold on, Mark.
Johnny
Let's
Smith,
ask the question. Let's
Smith was a
answer.
great looking tight end in Miami because they threw to him all the time because there was nobody else to fucking throw to.
See, this
And
is
Tua
the
just
problem.
want to throw there. Let's put a metric on Willis. Let's put a metric on Willis.
It
You
can't
asked
be
that
passing
question.
yards.
Okay, no, right. Well, I say if he approaches anything north of 16 to 20 touchdowns, 16 to 20 touchdowns passing
in the air,
with another 4 to 5 rushing, I think, and with low interception numbers and low turnovers. Yeah, but if he approaches that, I mean, I have no idea what the yardage is going to be because I think that's limited by the talent players that we have on the roster, unless one of those receivers develops into a big play threat, which is Willis' strength as a passer.
I want to cite a stat. If your quarterback ends up with around 3,000 yards, 20 touchdowns passing, 9 interceptions, runs for 620 yards, and another 6 touchdowns, how would you consider that? What would you consider that year to be?
Oh yeah, he's earned his second year.
It's pretty solid. Pretty solid year, dude.
You know who had those exact stats in the second year? Josh Allen.
Right.
Is there a point to that? Or
Yeah, there
just a
is.
coincidence?
Because it says if you get a guy that goes 20 touchdowns, 9 picks, 500 yards or so rushing, rushes for 5 or 6 more touchdowns with the roster talent that the Dolphins has, that's your guy.
Right.
That's going to give you 7 wins. How many wins did Josh Allen get that year, Mark?
10.
That gets us higher
10
than
games
7
the
wins
second
if
year?
our defense is
How
anything.
about his first year? He won 7?
First year, I think 6. And I think he was injured for like 2 or 3 games. He was like 6 and 7 as a starter.
For me, a big metric is going to be how many games he plays too, because if this guy gets banged up this year, I don't want to have a injury prone or injury problem.
Yeah.
QB again.
That's fair. That's
Well, I
definitely
think
fair.
he might be a comparable size to it, but he's actually built way different. He can. I think Malik can take hits.
Right.
Those stats that you gave out, KP, to me, that's a 7 to 10 win season.
Yeah, but see, I don't expect him to have anything more than 7 wins. Again, my window is 5 to 7 wins.
I mean, we got to understand this defense is
team
no
gets
Swiss
7
cheese.
picks, 7 wins. It's really good. If you guys get 7 wins, but like I said, my X factor here, and I want some opinion on this. What about the Jets? I mean, assuming Geno is just mediocre like he always is, and he's not.
The news on him,
and he's not beating up pregnant women and stuff.
Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Here we go. Making assumptions that we still don't know all the information yet.
I know, but we don't.
That's the problem with some people.
Well, here's the thing: the Dolphins knew Tyreek Hill was a violent criminal, and they still took him on.
It talks about his team like they peaches and cream and we trash, and y'all sit up here and agree with them pretty much all the way. No, I'm not.
But if you look at the bulk of the Jets roster,
you can run that with them, Mark, but you're not gonna get that with me. I'm not gonna sit up here and admit that my team is.
There you go, Mr. Paul. Yeah, was Ben Roethlisberger a criminal?
I sat up here and listened to you, and you just really put down our team, but you boost your team up, and Josh Allen is not really is regressing also.
Where is he regressing?
But your team is come on now, come on.
The Buffalo has major question marks this season. They do. You painted a rosy picture of Buffalo that may not fully materialize, especially if Josh Allen gets hurt this year.
And you know what's crazy, KP? When you play 3-4, one of the Rams going to be the most important position to have is that nose tackle in that 3-4. And that's
it depends on the 3-4. Denver didn't have that big nose tackle last
because
year.
they don't even got the scheme guy to play that position because it's broken based off them having no nose tackle, bro.
Pete, a 3-4 is not a 3-4 has different routes to it.
You guys don't have a nose tackle. You're cooked. That defense is gonna be weak, bro. You need Vita Vea.
The betting odds
Y'all need a trade for
Really
Vita Vea. If you want to win and your GM really wants to win, he'll trade right now for Vita Vea. That's who you guys
No,
need.
no, with some questionable linebackers means run all day on Buffalo.
Right. The inside,
All day.
the
All
nose,
day.
the
And
nose,
you know
the
what
nose
happens?
tackle.
You know what happens? The safeties get tired of tackling, KP. They
Let
get tired.
me ask you a
And you know
question.
what happens? They get torched over the top right after when they get tired of tackling.
Pete, calm down for a second. Look at Denver's personnel last year, and you tell me that Denver's personnel and Buffalo's personnel aren't relatively similar.
Absolutely not. Because
Oh,
Denver's
I think they are.
has an elite secondary, and their defense, they never let nobody get over the top. They had one of the best Russian defenses, didn't they?
No, Buffalo ran for like 160 yards on him in the playoff game.
They had pass rush. Denver had pass rush.
What Denver had was pass rush. Yeah. And their secondary was really not all they could. Buffalo's secondary is actually better than Denver's last year. It's appreciably better. All Denver has in their secondary is they have that one stud corner. But who's one of the top 5 corners in football? Christian Benford. Rated by PFF, rated by all the rating agencies. One of the top 5 corners. They have Maxwell Harrison. They had the kid they drafted this year from Ohio State. They have D. Alford. They've got Cole Bishop. They have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They have players in the secondary that are better than Denver's. What Denver has is they have the one linebacker that's really good, and then they have the other guy that has some sexual abuse issues. Jonathan Cooper. They have Jonathan Cooper, and I forget the name of the other
coaching too.
Oh, what's the name of the other Denver linebacker?
Hold on, dude. Whoa, hold on. You can't just skip over Jonathan Cooper and not say what he did, bro. Did you hear what he did?
On a football field or off the football field?
No. So supposedly his girlfriend went lurking through his phone, found out he was cheating. He took her phone and ate her phone.
What the fuck?
I gotta admit,
I'm not kidding. Look it up. I'm not kidding. Look it up.
Oh, you gotta be kidding about that.
I'm not kidding, bro. Look it up. Look it up. Search up Jonathan Cooper, Denver Broncos arrested. I shit you not. That's what you're gonna read on multiple outlets.
If I had a linebacker Buffalo could eat a telephone, then I'm going to the Super Bowl. Right now, I don't have a linebacker.
Brother,
Buffalo.
he is an absolute demon.
In the face of the telephone.
He's a fucking demon.
You heard that, fella?
I want him on.
You heard
I
that?
want him on my football
I want y'all to
team.
be aware. I hope y'all heard what Mark just finished saying. Mark, can you repeat that?
I said if Buffalo had a linebacker that could eat a telephone, they go to the Super Bowl. Right now, Buffalo doesn't have a linebacker that can get hit in the face of the football or with a telephone.
Yet having a soft defense, having no nose tackle that fits that scheme right now. There's more question marks on that defense, and you lose the defense. You lose the defensive mind that you guys had that was good in Sean McDermott.
Well,
that defense is about to get
plastered
plastered by everybody.
Let me ask you. Let me tell you something.
You swear you guys are going to be good on defense this year.
Pete, in Buffalo's playoff losses, the great McDermott's defense gave up 33 points a game. The defense is really fine in regular season when you have 8 or 9 games against the slop of the league. And let's be honest, Miami and the Jets have been the slop of the league for the last decade or so. Miami, 2.5 decades, by the way. And you had a relatively soft schedule, so you don't play quality quarterbacks. But the moment the Buffalo defense had to play quality quarterbacks, they got carved like a Thanksgiving turkey. That's why the change was made. So is this change better? Talk to me next December, and I'll tell you. Right now, I got a 325-pound fat nose tackle, and I have 2 inside linebackers that are small. I'm not liking what I see.
But listen, I think I speak for almost every Dolphin fan right now. We are in a good place today, regardless of what the situation is.
You're at a better place than
The Bills are the ones shaking. You guys are the one nervous.
I agree with you, Pete, but you got to restate it. What you're really saying is that they have question marks than us. We have more certainty at more positions, even though we may not have the same outlook or ceiling for our team. But we have more certainty, except for a defensive end, perhaps, and
corners,
and I think
quarterback. Wide receivers, offensive line.
Huge question mark outside of Josh Allen, I don't know what you at tight end.
He's screaming DJ Moore. He's screaming DJ Moore. DJ
No,
Moore.
DJ Moore is nice. He's one of the most underrated
Marshall
receivers of
Jr.
this
can lock up
generation.
DJ Moore, bro.
Mark,
DJ
what
Moore is one of
happens
the
when
most
the Bills
underrated
go down
receivers of the
early?
last 10 years.
What happens
30
when they're
years old,
losing
bro.
in the first half and they go into that locker room and they don't have McDermott getting them ready to make their halftime adjustments, which they've been so good at over the last few years? They got rid of McDermott.
That's something we
Now
got to
you're
see.
telling me Brady's going to walk in there and make those
We
halftime
really don't know
adjustments?
what's going to be. Yeah,
We
but
have,
I
we
would.
have that
Larry
same
McDermott
That's
broke
correct.
that locker room, Joe.
We have the
DJ
same
Moore,
They broke their belief.
DJ Moore is a stud wide receiver that they never had.
Stud?
Or the last time they had a stud receiver was Stephon Diggs. Now they're going to get back a DJ Moore who is physically bigger than Diggs at 6'2",
I
250.
wouldn't be calling him stud receiver though.
If your number one receiver catches, let's say 80 balls next year.
DJ Moore is really one of the most underrated receivers of the last 10 years.
He's
That's
a good
been in the league,
receiver.
bro.
I don't know if I'm using the word
Good,
stud.
not great. Yeah,
I'm talking about somebody who's going to
He has
be. He's going to be a
8,500 career receiving yards in like 8
He's a very
years.
good receiver.
Nick, you're a
When
homer
you say 8
DJ
years,
Moore
I
fan,
hear
bro.
painful
He
knees.
was a Panthers. I get it.
Because I know
But he's
how
not
good
that
he is.
guy.
Because you know why, Pete? Because I saw him produce as a number one receiver with Kyle Allen as his quarterback, PJ Walker, Teddy Bridgewater, Sam Darnold before he was good, Baker Mayfield before he was good. Like, he had a revolving door of quarterbacks, and he just put up 1,000-yard seasons like it was nothing. 1,100-yard seasons, like 3 straight years with those 5 quarterbacks. Like, bro. And then he leaves, goes to Chicago, and has a 1,400-yard season with Justin Fields. With fucking Justin Fields.
And with Williams.
Underrated.
And with Caleb Williams.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, DJ Moore is going to be a stud receiver, plus some Shakir, plus the 3 tight ends that they have, plus James
Josh
Cook.
Allen is
plus an
raving
offensive
about
line.
him, bro. He's raving about DJ Moore right now.
What's his over/under on yards for the season?
For Allen, probably about
No,
30,
for
probably
DJ
about
Moore.
3,700
DJ
yards because the Bills are still going to be a really good running team. They're going to throw a little bit more, but they're going to run the football.
I'm going to look it up.
DJ Moore's number to hit is about 800 yards. Basement. Anything
No, I
north
think DJ Moore.
Oh, he's getting 1,000. If he stays, God willingly, healthy, plays 17 games, he's easily clearing 1,000. I guarantee it.
Well, you should bet on that then because
listen,
the line is
because
8.25
listen,
yards.
like I said, I've watched DJ Moore. His best ability is when the quarterback breaks down and the play is thrown out the book and you got to kind of just wing it. Josh Allen's ability to wing it and DJ Moore's ability to wing it, that shit's going to do wonders. I promise you. There's going to be games where Josh Allen's going to scurry away. He's going to create a few seconds and he's going to huff that bitch 60
And you
yards
know
down the
what?
field. And there's
And you know
DJ Moore
what? And
catching it.
you know what, Nick? You're spot on because that's what DJ Moore has thrived on with all those bad quarterbacks is out of structure. He's thrived through every quarterback. That's why somebody earlier was saying they don't really like Zay Flowers, but Zay Flowers' chemistry with Lamar Jackson out of structure is just dynamic.
But you have to look more.
Your mic is messed up.
You just have to look at that whole factor and see the whole package. What Baltimore had is what Baltimore had. They had Zay Flowers and they had 3 tight ends. That's what Baltimore had plus Henry. So that's what made them special. Henry's a year older. Lamar. There's the tight ends aren't there anymore, and you got 1 receiver and you got 3 of the same guy who are basically number 3 receivers. That's why I don't line. So
Big
that's why I
fucking
said.
whoop.
Like I said,
You have
don't
a
look at
decent
Cincinnati's
receiver.
schedule. See, and you tell me why. If Cincinnati's players don't produce, and Cincinnati added a lot more than Dexter Lawrence on defense. They added the linebacker from Seattle. They drafted. They got a corner from Kansas City. They've got younger players developing. Hendrickson didn't play last year, literally at all. I think
And
Cincinnati's
the Bengals called the Dolphins to
see.
trade for Jordan Brooks. They're about to give up T. Higgins for Jordan Brooks. How do you feel about that?
Ooh, I like T. Higgins. Yeah.
Cincinnati.
They got-
I'll tell you that covers. See, Cincinnati's biggest weakness is Buffalo's biggest weakness. Cincinnati's inside linebackers are young and they're bad. Buffalo's inside linebackers are small. So take your pick
Which
of what works.
corner are you talking about from Kansas City?
They got Cook. You got a safety in KC.
Oh, safety, yeah.
The Rams got the 2 corners.
Snead went back to Kansas City, Joe.
Who? What?
Well, so Darius Sneed went back to KC.
No, I was talking about who Mark said went to
Byron Cook.
Brian Cook. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cook went to Cincinnati, and that's got Boy.
But they don't have that many. I mean, they did most of their work was on the defensive line. Their only starter that's different is Brian Cook in the defensive backfield.
And they got like they like what done in with their front.
They added Kyle Duggar too.
So Cincinnati's got personnel. Cincinnati's got offense up the eyeballs. You know what I would interestingly see? What happens if Stephon Diggs goes to Cincinnati, becomes their third receiver?
Why? They have Iosivis. He's
solid. But he's not
disappointed.
He's not all that good. I would love Diggs. I love either Los Angeles or Cincinnati. You watch where that guy ends up.
They drafted a receiver in the 4th round this year too.
Who was the team that drafted that receiver that had like the ridiculous sets of numbers? He had like crazy. He was like 6'3", 225, ran a 4.3. He was like a Jeremiah Smith as far as numbers were concerned. Was it Jeff Caldwell? I think it's Caldwell. Some kid I know of Caldwell.
Who did Cincinnati draft, Joe?
Colby Young.
Colby Young. Yeah. Okay.
From Cincinnati.
Right? Yeah.
Where did he play?
Dolphins, though, let me tell you why the Dolphins excite me in the late in the season.
Georgia.
If our young guys avoid injury, that D line is going to be a monster by the end of the season. Similarly, the O line, they're going to beat up on teams. Even though I know that's the toughest part of our schedule this year. How about the Dolphins? But we're set in the future to win late with the size and aggression of this team on the line.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, KP, because that is something to look forward to.
That's
because the fact that the end of the year we already know is tough and it's a gauntlet, that's going to give these players and these coaches experience against some of the best teams. So they're going to know what it takes to beat some of the best teams next year, giving them that experience.
I like Miami a lot in 2027. You got about $120 million in caps availability to spend. You got draft choices. If Malik is the quarterback that everybody thinks he is, and he very well could be, then if you get a Jeremiah Smith on top of it, plus $120 million, Dolphins are a 10-win football team minimum next year.
Pete doesn't think he's that guy. So,
he could be. He could be that guy.
Yeah.
He definitely could be that guy. But again, I don't think he's going to be that guy if giving the grace that all of you guys think he has. I don't think we're going to even have that grace with the coaches. All of you guys think, if we're picking top 3, we're going to bring back Malik, and because of these moral victories, and we're going to bring back the coach because it's year 1. I'm not bought into that.
No,
I really believe
I think the coordinators are the ones that burn if we're that low.
Let me ask you a question, guys. If the Dolphins lose 27-24 in overtime to Buffalo in Week 16, do you consider that a moral victory?
Here's the thing, and it might be funny to Mark, but the reality is, if the Dolphins are that bad, there's going to be discussions of coaches like Sean McDermott being available, Mike Tomlin being available now to coach. They've been a year out of the coaching. They might come back up in these circles, and this is where
Sean McDermott should have been the hire.
We already had Halfley, right?
Oh, right. That was right after it, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Bills already had. Yeah, I think that was.
Are we sure?
We didn't have a shot at it. I think we hired Halfley, and the Bills made the decision.
I'm gonna look it up.
I remember Halfley before McDermott got let go.
I thought we already had Sullivan, but not Halfley yet.
Could be.
Let's see. So McDermott got fired January 19th.
Don't forget we had the interim GM. I forgot his name.
Champ Kelly. So January 19th was the Halfley hire. The same day.
Those hiring close.
Yeah, so we hired Halfley, and then we later found out. They fired McDermott.
the news came before. Well, the hire decision was probably the day before, but damn, I wonder if that would have been different had we known McDermott was gone from Buffalo.
I don't know. I think with Sullivan's hiring, I think Sullivan's hiring locked in halfway.
No, I agree. I think he went into that interview for the GM position knowing who he would have as his head coach.
I don't know. McDermott would have got an interview comparing Halfley to McDermott. You think Troy Aikman and the upper brass would have been okay with that?
Well, I think the GM got hired to install a plan that he has, and I think that Halfley was part of this guy's plan, and that's how he pitched it to Ross.
Yeah,
I can kick back and you take care of this, sure, and that's how he got hired.
Well, I got a crazy question to ask the panel. If Mike Tomlin come back, what team would be his landing spot if he was to come back next season?
I think he should stay. I think he should stay in the division.
With the Dolphins being in a good position with a lot of free agency money to spend, with a good draft pick and a good young roster, the Dolphins are now a place of like everybody wants to come coach. Like I highly doubt anybody would want to reject this offer now, prior to the prior 2 years. That's what I'm telling you. Like they're using this coaches, this whole Green Bay thing. This is like a whole scapegoat. It might go so bad, you guys might start saying that we don't want these coaches by week 8.
I mean, it's going to be hard to pitch me on that, but it's not impossible.
Because it's easy to say, oh, you guys could have moral victories, losing games 24 to 20.
So you talking about Mike Tomlin coming here to the Miami Dolphins?
I could see that.
I like Tomlin, but the reality is he hasn't won a playoff game in 12 years.
Yeah, but you get Mike Tomlin, you got Troy Aikman's fingerprints to finding a quarterback.
I don't think Aikman's that involved.
And you get all that other stuff out the building. The Brandon Shores having
I think it's a PR stunt, mostly.
Yeah, if you get someone like Mike Tomlin, you're getting a real coach that's going to really coach. His question mark is finding a franchise quarterback. He can't. So he needs help at that.
That's why we got to keep rolling the dice. If we got to make a clear decision on Willis and not let it drag out too long on if
we have the number 1 overall pick, Joe, and Archie Manning won the national title. He's the consensus best quarterback coming out. The Dolphins have that pick, and they have a new coach to look for. Like Mike Tomlin might run into a favorable situation, or whoever that next coach might be, because they get to pick their quarterback. Do they want Arch Manning, or do they want the quarterback that lost in a national championship game?
In my opinion, the pendulum swings, and we'll go offense, defense when it comes to our head coach. And we just went from offense to defense. So if Halfley gets fired, we're probably going offensive-minded head coach.
Okay, what would be some other landing spots for Mike Tomlin besides Miami?
I'd like to see him go. I'd like to see him stay in the division and go to a rival, go to Cleveland.
If they fire Todd Monken, he has a terrible year. Another coach, that's
what
an
about
hires.
you, Mark? What you think about Mike Tomlin landing spot?
What was that, Mike Tomlin where?
Landing spot.
He's got his landing spot. It's on NFL Sunday Night Football. That's where he's going to be.
Mike Tomlin might be coaching the Bills next year. Joe Brady might do so bad.
That'd be so
defense
funny.
in Buffalo. Josh Allen plays like crap. Y'all might need Mike Tomlin next year.
Yeah, I would agree. Joe Brady's got the shortest leash in NFL history.
He has no excuse. If the Bills miss the playoffs,
what you said? What you said, Joe?
He's got the shortest leash because they're going from McDermott, who is perennial in like playoff runs, and if you all of a sudden take 1 year in regression, I think he's axed. And that could be like a 9-win season where he's a 10-win season and he still gets fired because they are a wild card exit or something like that.
Wow.
Like, he has no room on this leash after they're fired. Like the pressure is on for whoever stepped into this Buffalo head coaching job. Because if they made that bold decision to fire McDermott after year after year after year of success, there's no going backwards from that and saying, well, let's take.
I already have, and you know what? You just confirmed it. I already have three coaches that are currently on the hot seat right now.
Yeah.
And Joe Brady is one of them. Joe Brady,
He
Todd
could have a
Monken, and Jeff
10-win
Hassel.
season in his first year as a head coach. He could have a 10-win season, and then they could take a wild card exit, and he could be gone.
If they don't win this year, I wouldn't be surprised if they trade Josh Allen and do a rebuild over there.
No, that's not
100%. With a new stadium they have,
Nah, they'd lose their city before they lose Allen.
You think so? You think he's that generous? I don't know. They've come close. 2 seasons ago with that, that heartbreak against KC, or maybe 3 seasons ago now. But
I think they want to see 15 plus years of Josh Allen.
They're going to have to retool and rebuild that whole team, though. I don't know if Josh Allen would want to stay.
But he's not. He doesn't command. He's not like a top 5 paid QB, is he? He's somewhat friendly on his deals, right?
Yeah. But at some point, you're going to have to decide whether he's going to retire with them or whether he's going to, do like a Matthew Stafford and want to get somewhere he can,
But that's the thing. Like with Stafford, they weren't even getting close. They weren't even sniffing the playoffs most of the years. But with the Bills, they're right there, front and center. They just can't get it done.
Well, I think this season is going to be key. Then, they've got to be a serious contender again this year.
Gosh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Having the Bills fan base in absolute panic about that.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
And I think that's a possibility, man. I like I said, I think there's a whole lot of question marks on that side. With new coaching, retool defense.
I feel the same way about the Bengals with Burrow. If they can't figure something out here in a
confidence with
year.
the Bengals though, because injury has so deflated what they've tried to do over the last 3 seasons. If Burrow stays healthy, I know the offense is going to be damn near unstoppable, and they're in every single game they play.
What about Dallas with Dak? Do you think he's?
That's another curious case. I know
that's another coach on the hot seat, but I actually think Dak and Cowboys might have a good season.
Dak's in what? How many years has he been with the Cowboys now? It's been like 8 or something, right?
10. He got drafted in 2016, Joe.
Holy shit!
Yep. So that's it. We could have got him that year too. He was what, a 4th round draft pick?
Third.
Okay, yeah.
Well, let me ask y'all this: who's Dallas' backup quarterback, or second, or should I say?
And you know what, KP? We might be a team that's in position to be like the Cowboys pretty soon. Because if Malik Willis is the Tony Romo, where he could hold it down for the next 4 to 6 seasons, let's say, and we're just building the team with great talent, and we're consistent playoff teams. Eventually, if we build it right, the quarterback we draft beats out Malik Willis in year 6 or year 7. Now we got a real franchise quarterback.
Yeah, well, let me clarify. This team is poised to construct that next season. So, there's a lot on Willis's shoulders to win or lose. His whole career is right in front of him this season. He's got to show enough to show that he can be a franchise quarterback. If he can, he'll be in a great position next season when we have the money and have those draft picks to really put a contender together around him. So we'll see. I'm not guaranteeing that he's going to be successful. I don't know that.
That's going to be the biggest question mark, KP.
I think
if Malik puts us in a position that it has us picking where the quarterbacks are there, what's going to keep the organization away from peaking at these other quarterbacks? Malik has to do that. Malik has to do something where we're too far away from selecting a new guy in the draft, and he has to play to where this coaching staff and the owner is saying, we don't even need to look at quarterbacks. Well, let's build around Malik. That's big. That's big. He needs to do big boy things.
That's why I say he's got a lot on his shoulders. And let me also say one more thing. I don't disagree with you objectively, Pete, that there will be a lot of heat on him, and there will be a lot of people who want to put all the blame on him. That is true. That is very much true. But that doesn't make it not unfair. You know what I'm saying? And an objective football fan should be able to say that that's unfair, but it is the reality that he's stepping into.
But you know where it starts becoming, it starts sounding unfair, but at the same time, some people will make it fair because when we got him, we were told this, and this, and this, and this. And then in the games, we're seeing sack, fumble, interception, losing. Like, where is all this escapability? Where did it lead to? It led to nothing. All this, he could run and make something out of nothing. What you see, those are the things that, especially myself, we're going to point out. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But since it's so saturated, it's oversaturated right now with those takes, it needs to be said so the fan base could hear what they were spewing back. Because, that's what I do. But I'm hoping for success, and I do see a better quarterback than Tua. I'm happier at my quarterback position more than ever. The only thing that I'm a little upset at is the fact that we still have the same scheme as last year. And I'm actually shocked that this fan base hasn't been irate more than anyone else based on us knowing it's the same style offense as last year, and nobody cares about it right now at the moment. It's actually shocking to me. It really is. I thought that would be controversy. That's already a red flag to me, and nobody's looking at the flag.
We got the real deal Brock Purdy, not the fake one. We got the Terrell Owens is Chris Bell. I'm being like.
If we got if we get a faster version Brock Purdy, then I don't know why this fan base is not talking, big boy things. Because Mac Jones last year and Brock Purdy last year, all their weapons were hurt.
Is Roger Craig.
All their weapons were hurt. The only thing that stayed healthy was Christian McCaffrey. But Brandon Ayuk didn't play. George Kittle got hurt. Offensive linemen missed games. But guess what happens? All the no-name receivers, they came in. Mac Jones came in. He thrived in that system. Brock Purdy came in. He thrived in that system. They kept winning games with no-name receivers. KP, go look at it. Go look at it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying Willis could be just as good as Purdy.
So our expectations, if he's a Purdy and a tad bit faster Purdy, we shouldn't have a low expectation win volume on this team. This fan base should be talking playoffs, if you ask me.
So where do you guys think Tyreek ends up?
Did you guys see that thing he dropped? Reborn, Cheetah Reborn.
Kansas City, Chargers, and I'm even though
I don't think he'll want to go play with Mike McDaniel again. I mean, he did have good production with McDaniel, but
where I see Tyreek probably going to is the Baltimore Ravens, if you want me to be honest with you guys. But where do I want him to come is to the Dolphins, obviously. But the Ravens are a team where if a player like Tyreek lands there, matter of fact, Tyreek Hill is like a DeAndre Hopkins. He could come in, be the number one.
He's not getting the 50s like DeAndre was.
What I'm saying is a big name like that comes in and they hyper extend it like as a number one. Lamar Jackson really doesn't care about it. They could say what they want, but they still have
that would be terrifying. Lamar, Derrick Henry, and Tyreek.
That sounds like if they could stay healthy, that's like Super Bowl right there.
You heard it here first. Watch the Commanders and Tyreek Hill.
Commanders?
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of people kind of forgot about Jaden Daniels after his past year. But if he comes back and he starts playing like he used to, people are going to start talking about the Commanders again.
I think they're just coming out of their whole contract vest this season.
If I'm Tyreek Hill and I got the Ravens and the Commanders calling, I'm choosing the Ravens all day. It's not even a question. I'm staying in the AFC, and I'm going to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, and I'm going to go to the Super Bowl and win it with Lamar. Why not?
I think Tyreek would want to play in Vegas. somewhere big time. He can enjoy himself.
But look, I'm gonna be honest with you. The guy's popping back up. I would love to see Tyreek Hill with the Buffalo Bills. Got to be honest.
I would rather give myself circumcision with a butter knife.
Jeez.
I don't want that fucking criminal anywhere near my football team. That man, the criminal.
says that, maybe I would want to see him with the Bills now.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. This is the flat out honest truth. If the Buffalo Bills signed Tyreek Hill and won a Super Bowl, I would actually be morally disgusted, and I really wouldn't celebrate the Super Bowl. I have a belief in people's character in life, and character to me means something. I don't want some guy who's beating pregnant women and hitting children and beating up marina captains, et cetera, anywhere near a football field that the team that I root for is on. That guy is pure garbage. He's a bad human being. He's a freaking criminal, and I want nothing to do with him. Other than that, it's perfectly fine.
Did you say the same thing for Ben Roethlisberger?
Well, you actually could, as a matter of fact.
Good point. Good point.
That's a good point. You know, these guys get away with so much stuff, and it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's embarrassing that they don't have the same laws of civil conduct that other people do. It's a significant embarrassment, and I don't think, when Miami got Tyreek Hill, I'll go back to that time frame. When the Dolphins signed him, the first thing in my mind was that, what are you doing as an organization making this person the face of the franchise? What are you doing? How can you possibly conceivably do that and bring a guy onto your roster that is a known criminal? I mean, I looked at Kansas City. I looked at, Hunt, who's another guy who's another woman-beating criminal. So if that's the way you want to win, and that's the way you want to celebrate a Super Bowl, well, fine. God bless you. Whatever. I think I have a little bit more character than that. At least I hope I have a little more character than that.
That would be such an epic clip if the Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl with Tyreek Hill, and we replay that.
You know what would be even better? If the Bills were to win if the Bills were to win the NFL championship Super Bowl with Tyreek Hill and they cut him the next day.
Did you almost call it the Stanley Cup, Mark?
I was close to Buffalo this year. I hadn't been to the playoffs so many years, It's ridiculous, We finally got 109 points, lost in the finals, or lost in the Eastern Conference semifinal, Game 7. It was close.
Yeah, back to the depths you guys will go, though. I'm in your stomping grounds, by the way. I'm in Toronto.
Well, I'm going to keep it a buck with you, Mark.
The Florida Panthers look good. Got Kachuk's brother.
Yeah, that's right. That just happened.
Mark, I'm going to keep it a buck
fan,
with you. I understand you got Josh Allen, but you don't even want to understand this real quick. Week 1, you guys played DeMeco Ryans. He's a better head coach than Joe Brady. Easy.
Well, we don't know. We really don't know.
Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. DeMeco Ryans is light years above Joe Brady. Let me tell you something, Mark. Joe Brady wish he could be like a DeMeco Ryans one day. Now, next game, you play in week 2. You didn't want to say it. You didn't want to say it, but I'm going to tell you. That's an 0-1 start for Buffalo.
I said the 50. I said the 50. I said the 50.
All that. Okay, and I'm telling you it's a loss. Now, week 2, the home opener stuff, that's a cool story, bro. But the Detroit Lions, to me, honestly, are a better overall team, coach and player-wise, than the Bills. So you guys are losing to the Lions, 0-2. Then that loss is going to be that 0-3 to the Chargers, 0-4 versus the Patriots, 0-5 versus the Rams. You guys are not going to get your first win until week 6, and that bye week is perfect for you guys. Earlier, you said that bye week was crazy. No. You know why it's going to be crazy? Because you got your first win, and it's finally going to feel good to try to turn the season around. Because after the bye week, you guys play the Tyreek Hill-led Baltimore Ravens, and you guys are going to bounce the ball to 1-6. Then you play the Vikings. Wait. You're 1-6. Then you play the Vikings. You're going to win that, 2-6. Then you're going to beat the Jets, 3-6.
You might beat us because it's your home game, 4-6. And then the Chiefs at home again, I'm going to say you guys lose that. You fall to 4-7. At New England, you guys are going to win that. What, 5-7? At Green Bay, you're going to lose that, 5-8. At home versus the Bears, you're going to lose that, 5-9. Travel all the way to Denver, you're going to lose that, 5-10. Bro, you guys might have a crappy record. You might lose. By the time you're 5-10, Joe Brady's fired. You're going to lose to the Dolphins week 17. That's 5-11. And the Jets at the last game is the game you might win because of this new interim head coach. You guys might have a 5 to 7 win season, Mark. I'm being honest with you. And you know what Bills fans are about to learn? The head coach and Sean McDermott was important to you guys. He at least kept it structure-wise. You guys lost that.
Pete, here we go. Give me a common restaurant that exists both in Miami and in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Because what we should do is we should put a wager out right now in front of God, Country, and the panel, and say who's closest to final projected records. I said Buffalo 12-5, and I said Miami 4-13. So that would be a net combination of 16 wins and 18 losses. So I have 16 and 18 for those two games. If we find a common restaurant, pick something relatively reasonable. I don't know if there's a whole lot of really great restaurants in both locations. And the winner goes ahead and buys the other one dinner.
Mark, I thought I had a bet like that with you at one point.
We did it one time. We were talking about someplace we were going to go do something with fish.
House in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it was called, though. And I forget what the bet was, too.
I don't know.
I think you won it, though. I think it was about the Bills.
It was about the Bills, as a matter of fact.
Or the Bills head-to-head against the Dolphins or something.
Oh, well, Mickey's had been eating like a pig.
Yeah, but I don't know. Who the fuck goes to New Mexico? Wait, you're still in New Mexico?
I live in New Mexico.
Oh, actually, Rafa, you're in New Mexico, aren't you?
No, I'm in Arizona now.
Oh,
I
that's
left
right.
Cali.
Arizona.
Yeah, I'm on the outskirts. I'm close to New Mexico. I'm up in the mountain area.
I'll tell you what we got out here. We have no snow. We have no snow that stays on the ground after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We have days like Friday that were like 104 degrees with like 12% humidity. Can't beat it.
Yeah, the humidity's starting to get to me. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a little rough down in the southern part of the United States. I used to be in nuclear submarines down in Kings Bay, Georgia, and it is miserable.
Japan's like that. How was the humidity in Japan compared to? It wasn't that bad.
Wasn't bad. Taiwan felt like Florida, though. Taiwan was brutal.
Hey, Mark, you ever been in Roswell, New Mexico?
Is the air quality different over there?
I've never really been to Roswell. I've heard about it, and I know a lot about it from a history standpoint, but I haven't actually been there.
Do they wear masks over there? Like, they still do the mask thing?
Some of them.
No, New Mexico, I have, there are a few people that choose to wear masks, but those are people that just, have your basic fear of germs.
Pete, you weren't talking to Mark there, were you, about New Mexico wearing masks?
No, I wasn't. I was talking to you, Joe, but it's funny.
Right.
In all reality, to be truthful, like, I find it weird. Like, to me, people that wear masks are weird, but that's just me. I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but like, it makes no sense. Like, if there's something in the air, the mask isn't going to stop it. Think about that.
I'll tell you what, there were a few planes and airports that I was in my Asia trip where I definitely wanted one because everyone around me was sneezing and coughing and sick.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm normally on your side, Pete. Like, I think it's kind of like strange that you can't see like a good portion of someone's face, but
if you catch somebody sneezing wearing a mask, I'm gonna give them like a big salute for that.
Right.
There's a reason you could.
Well, no, not so much them sneezing over
there and sneezing.
if you're all snotting and
Mark
sneezing and
just
you're
said the
sick,
key word.
yeah, but
He
I'm
just
talking
said the
about
key
people that
word.
just wear it
It's
just
not
to
that
be,
much
because one of you
density
guys
to those
said it.
masks.
Oh, the you guys said a germophobic. Like if you're just wearing it because you're wearing it because you're scared of everybody else, like that's kind of weird. But people that are sick, Joe, that's who should wear it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think like if you're in an enclosed space like a plane, it's definitely
the
like
subway.
yeah.
You know, the one thing
The
you
subway
native
was packed
Buffalonian
until
is never going to
somebody
say
out there.
is why do so many Bills fans go to Miami? Well, here's the reason. Do you ever go to a football game in Buffalo and take a look at the women? The people in Buffalo, proud
You
to
mean the
Miami.
men?
Yeah,
Everyone
the
travels
men
well
in
to
Buffalo go
Miami,
down to
but
Miami because Miami has like light years ahead of Buffalo women. Buffalo women usually are grazing somewhere.
Oh
jeez,
my goodness, Mark didn't say that.
Whoa,
Mark
whoa,
did
whoa,
not
whoa.
say
jeez.
Hey, like how you guys were saying a mixing
You know,
pot. Where you
Miami
at?
has some of the best men's in the world too, Mark. You know, the ladies come to Miami too, Mark, to see the men over here as well. Don't think it ain't that too.
That's
And
why all the
we
Bills
also
fans
have our
come.
fair share of tortas too. So
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but they're around. They're shamelessly in
Around.
Miami.
No, but you know what? Mark did say something that's about right. When COVID came out, all the masks that went out to the general public were not the same as masks that people in the hospital, um, on the front lines were wearing. Those masks that they were wearing were more dense than the ones that,
Oh yeah,
um,
they were very specific masks that were medical
right.
masks. They were like the NH9 masks or something.
N95.
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
didn't really matter what mask you were wearing though, Mr. Paul, because in reality, those masks are really created for those of you that are sick. If you're sneezing, you got allergies. Don't just be in the open public. Now you're at Publix, you're all over the vegetable aisle, you're touching an orange with your left hand, you sneezing all over everything else. You sneezing everywhere, you spraying all that sickness everywhere. But if you have a mask, and you sneeze and you sick, you're keeping that sickness in the mask. That's
Oh
fine.
no,
That's cool.
I agree. No,
That's
but
fine. I have no problem with that. But those
oh
other
no,
people that
I
just want to
agree.
wear it because they're wearing it because they're scared. Oh, they're scared. Something is in the air. Like that's that dumb mentality right there.
No, I agree with that. But what I'm saying was that Mark was right about what he was saying about the density of the mass because I read up on an article about that, during COVID about the density of the mass. No, if you're sick where you can spread your journey, yeah, wear a mask even though it may not be the same level as what you see in the hospitals. Where still wear a mask, or just stay home. If you're not sick, just stay home. If don't spread the germs.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this, Pete? Yesterday, I had a friend of mine. She needed me to help her. Her daughter is on vacation, and I helped her to go pick up her vehicle. She was sick. She had a mask on. I also masked up as well, even though I wasn't sick, because I had to ride in the vehicle with her to the location, and it was
Yeah,
like an
yeah,
hour
yeah.
and a half drive. You know what I mean?
No,
To go
but
pick up
that's
that car to
good.
drive it back for her.
That's good. That is smart. That is you doing what you needed to do. And you know what? That friend of yours is also a good friend, letting you know that they were sick, and they also wear the mask to respect you, and they weren't disrespected by you by wearing a mask because that's carried all throughout their clothes and everything. So that's smart. That's exactly how it should be. That's how it should be. Human kindness to each other with respect and boundaries, not just being in an airplane with Joe and now you're making Joe feel like he has to put on a mask because you're over here sneezing all over the place.
Well, well,
I'll,
well,
I'll,
well,
I'll say something. I'm tell you think
well,
I'll be like you
okay,
sneezy, put on a mask, you nasty. That's what
okay,
I'll tell
Pete.
that guy in the airplane.
I want your opinion about this scenario because I used to work in the schools. Now, in the schools, during certain times of the year, the principal will send out a notice letting the parents know that if your child has any kind of sickness that they can um that can be spread
Kill
in
them?
the air or is
Oh,
contagious, to stay home. but yet they still send. They still some. I know some parents can't afford for the kid to stay home, but yet they still send their kid to the schools, and now next thing you know, the whole school is infected.
That's poor parenting. That's what I call it, Mr. Pop. That is poor parenting. Because the moment you see that your child is sick, you got to do whatever it takes to get that child's care to take care of them. Now, the parent knows that that child is sick, and you're throwing that kid out to the public school, private school, whatever it is, to get other kids sick, other parents sick, and you're not the one being care of your own child when they're needing your help the most at those times. That's poor parenting, man. And then that's poor parenting to the worst, because Mr. Park, I'm really one of the parents that complain the most. That's I complain the most about that. Like I don't like that, Mr. Park. Having kids come around sick, then my kids get sick, and I don't like that. I do complain about that when it comes to the school board, by the way, as a parent.
Well, Pete, I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen it myself.
I know. That's why I complain about it. That's why I complain about it.
Students and staff and all.
That is poor parenting. I don't want to hear no excuse. Oh, I can't take no days off work. I can't do this. I can't do that. Well, then you have to, because that is your child. You know your child more than everybody else. You probably know the child's sickness. You know when he needs this medicine. This isn't your first rodeo, and if it is your first rodeo, why are you even sending them to school? You need to be sending them to the doctor. See what I'm saying?
No,
so there is no excuse. The thing is, parents get lazy. They think, oh, I'm just gonna give them medicine. Here you go, send them off to school. They get out of school, that medicine ain't kicking. Like that's not how you do it. You got to stay home, care for the kid. They could turn around, get fever any second. Now they start throwing up. Now you got to be able to be at home where they're comfortable, where they'll feel with their mom, with their dad, whoever that parent is. They got to take care of that sick child.
Yes, they do. See, and I like your whole attitude and mindset about that. You realize that we're actually on a talk show, and we're not talking football. We're actually getting along and stuff. Isn't that a good thing?
Of course, because at the end of the day, we all have a common ground. We may be
go ahead,
different teams,
just kick 'em, bro.
different parts of the country or what have you, but at the end of the day, we all have a common ground if we really take the time to get to know each other.
If Mark's on a plane next to me, I'm sneezing right on him.
And you know what's crazy, Mr. Paul?
Me too.
I guarantee you, there's every single race exactly feels what I just said. Because in every island, in every country, every human, I don't care if you're Chinese, Japanese, wherever you're from, those things, when it comes to parenting, everybody knows that. It's all mutual. There's no race in that. It's just an understanding and parenting. It's the way of parenting. It's the way of parenting, literally.
No, P, I agree with, because I'm gonna tell you something. When it came down to me and my other two brothers, especially me and my baby brother, whenever we got sick, we did not go back to school. My mom stayed home, or my dad stayed home, or aunt, uncle, or cousin. We had to go stay with them until we got well.
Mr. Pop, that was one of my excuses to not go to school. I used to lie to my mom and be like, "Mom, I'm sick."
Oh my goodness. Now, P, I'm not gonna say nothing.
I might not go to school. Yeah, you can't go to school if you're sick. I know I'm sick. I don't feel good. I'm staying at home. I'm playing PlayStation.
You gotta watch The Price is Right, eat some saltines,
She's over
and
here.
chicken
I'm
noodle
over here
soup.
acting like I'm throwing up. No, you know what? Give me that. Yeah. Make me that food. I'm just still in my room playing video games as a teenager.
Yeah, you had to get a few of those days in.
You had to. That's what I'm saying. But that was an excuse. When if you told your parent, "I'm sick," that was a light bulb to your parent as,
right,
you can't go to school. I got to take care of you.
Yeah,
Has that gone? Has that gone? Has that gone away now? Based on what Mr. Polk is saying, has that gone?
I think there was a lot more work, stay-at-home parents, 30 or 20 years ago than there are today. I think most people today, Well, no,
Well,
I
I
think
think there was
a lot
more
more families
stay-at-home
could
parents
afford
now
for.
than before.
I think a lot more families could afford for only one parent to work and one, that stays home. I think that was way more common, 20, 30 years
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
Today, usually both parents have to be working for most families, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
I
was
mean, it's hard,
funny
it's hard
when
for me to know that data without looking at it,
CCRR.
right? It might be skewed, but
It's really hard to come up with a data like that because everyone's situation is different. You
right,
see what I'm saying?
Hey,
right.
Pete, can you pull up the chat? CCRR, poor parenting.
I'm gonna
A
make
lot, a
my
lot of
13-year-old
people work from
throw in
home
his
now
left
too, which
hand.
makes it easier to have a sick kid at
Oh,
home.
CWR.
That's
Poor
awesome.
parenting is making your right-handed child throw with his left hand. That's why I told
Oh
y'all
my goodness.
that was. I know it's weird, but when we talked about that in the beginning a couple years ago, I said it makes no sense, right? It
Hey,
makes
do
no
you know the
sense. This is
backstory to that?
I think they already told us the backstory, but the way I took it as when I found out, I was like, were they punishing Tua with
No,
football?
his father. His father was
Was
the left-handed, and he didn't want to be the only one.
Oh,
I can see
So
that for
that's why he made
baseball. Like,
Tua a left-hander.
I can see trying to want to make your kid that's a pitcher a lefty because don't left-handed pitchers have like a higher success rate or make more money or something like that? But there's no like translation in football.
I don't know
In
how
fact,
I would
lefty
have like
QBs have a harder time because one, the receivers aren't used to the delivery of the ball, but two, a lot of
Yeah,
offensive.
that's why left-footed kickers, same thing.
you know what?
Left-footed punters.
Imagine his dad would have never affected his life like that, and Tua he would have just showed him everything with his natural ability on. You don't think it would have been better?
He probably would have never been a Dolphin if you go by the butterfly effect.
Here's the thing. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or anything, but now that I'm digging into it mentally, I'm thinking, right? You could do things with your natural throwing arm, meaning like you could probably throw a football without thinking about it. If you have to do it and you're switched as a teenager and you're trained how to throw with your left and you just do it, practice it, I still think you got to think about it for a second.
I don't think it's a natural motion though, throwing a football. Because like if you give like a random person a football and you say throw this, a lot of times they look like they're throwing with their non-dominant hand, even if it is their dominant arm or hand. So like I think the
Well, those
throwing
games
motion
weird.
can be learned. I think it can be learned pretty well. And some people are more ambidextrous than others. Like for whatever reason, I'm a righty in most things, but I can't throw a frisbee righty, and I can't play pool righty. Those two things I do lefty, but everything else is righty. And I'm like bad at everything else with my left hand. I don't know why.
I can't throw a frisbee as good as I can with my right, but I could throw a frisbee fairly easy with my left. And I could play tennis with my left, switch the rackets, hit it with my right as well. I don't need to just only use one hand.
well, I can drive better with my left,
But again, it's
my
almost
left
like the
hand than my
frisbee
right
thing.
hand,
I can't
even
hit
though
it
I'm
as hard
right-handed.
as I can the tennis ball back as hard as my right. See what I'm saying? But I can
Yeah, but
defend myself.
But if you start early enough, then I like you've played your whole sports career that way. I don't think there's too big of a difference. In fact, he probably looks ridiculous throwing with his right arm by this point.
Yeah, yeah, because his brother definitely is right hand, and his brother's playing in the UFL.
And why
USFL,
does he why
and he hurt,
don't we
also
never
hurt.
see him throw it right-handed? Like he having y'all know think about that for a second. For the last 6 years, not even in a practice clip, fellas, did we ever see Tua just be like, here's the right hand throw? Like, let me just throw it back to
That'd be
right hand.
insane if he could bootleg out to either side and throw with the appropriate arm.
Exactly.
But
Exactly
either
what I
way,
was
it's
trying to
suck
tell
because he
people.
can't throw it more than 10 yards.
Exactly, but this is
There's
what
your
I was
double
trying to tell.
quarterback right there, Pete.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I said. If Tua is gonna be legendary, why don't we use his right hand? We could roll him out right, he throw it with his right. We could roll him out left, he throws with his left. Like there's like really hard to shut that down. It really will be.
Yeah, but the question is, when did Tua's father encourage him to start using his left arm? When he was a kid, or
I think when he was a kid.
when he was
If
a
I'm
kid?
not mistaken, I think he was a multi-sport athlete, and I think he was like into baseball too. So
Right.
maybe it was partially like baseball. His dad wanted to be a lefty. I can't. I remember watching that documentary
But
on him.
wouldn't it make more sense to try to have him as a left-handed pitcher? Since there's
That's what I was saying. Like
versatility?
yeah. I don't. It's been a long time, and I don't really want to go back and watch Tua stuff anymore. But I remember the documentary after he got drafted, where he was like, they were saying he was like the chosen one or something like that. It was crazy.
Chosen number 5. Chosen ahead of Christian Wirfs. Chosen ahead of Jordan Love. Yes, chosen one indeed.
What?
Nope, I was just using a phrase, the chosen one. You know. Well, look at the bright side. You know, you don't have Tua. You don't have Tua any longer. Atlanta's rated as having one of the worst 5 off seasons in the NFC. So you're probably going to be better off.
Hey, does Atlanta still have that tight end from Florida?
From where?
Yeah, Kyle Pitts.
From Florida. Kyle
Yeah.
Pitts. Oh, they still got him.
They still got him.
I forgot who else they brought in. They brought in a running back, Atlanta did, behind Bijan. I forgot who it was.
I was watching a Falcons channel yesterday on YouTube, Mr. Park, and I heard the dude say, he said something like, "Oh, Darren Waller with Tua had 6 touchdowns in 6 games. Imagine what Kyle Pitts is about to do with Tua this year." Matter of fact, they already have Tua pegged in as a starter, by the way. A lot of those Falcons content creators. Tua, y'all heard Red Swarm when he came up here. Yeah, even Red Swarm, they already know.
So they added Brian Robinson,
And
there you go,
the backup.
Yeah.
They got rid of Algier.
Brian
though.
Robinson, the one that got shot in the leg.
Didn't Algiers end up in Arizona?
I think Algier was a key to Bijan's success in that offense.
Algiers in Arizona right now, and I really like Algier.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's why that pick with That's why that pick with Julian Love made no sense. You've got a team that's not even remotely close to ready to compete. You have a horrid quarterbacking situation, which I understand there was no.
Mark, you're describing why I didn't want to keep Achan around. As good as he is, I mean, we're not going to be good by the time he's aged out.
Well, Joe, you know my point. You know what I said? I said you trade.
Yeah,
I
but we're
said
not
you
honestly,
you trade it or you
the Cardinals
you
are
got
not
the
as bad as
Achan and
Mark
Brewer
is
to
making
trade
it
them.
seem, bro. Let's be honest here. The Cardinals are in good hands. They have a young descending quarterback right now that they're grooming. They have Jacoby. Jacoby Brissett is a bridge. Jacoby Brissett is a bridge.
Who are they grooming though?
And
they drafted Carson Beck.
Come on.
Carson Beck blows. That guy blows.
He's an afterthought.
He's a winner, bro. That guy was winning in
He's an
Georgia,
afterthought.
and he was winning.
Yeah,
in
he's having a
Indiana.
hard
He didn't
time
win
picking up the
title,
offense.
But he's a smart quarterback. I compare him to Chad Pennington, fellas. He's a Chad Pennington. He is a Chad Pennington.
Reminds me of
He's
Derek
smart.
Carr.
And when he picks up that offense and he's able to run the offense, maybe by late in the season, Jacoby Brissett isn't winning games because you got to think they got Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wasn't
they got
Chad
Michael
Pennington
Wilson.
kind of
They got Trey
bums
McBride.
aside from
They
the 1 year
invested
with
in
us?
their offensive line. They got 2 young running backs. Jeremiah Love and Algier is still pretty young.
And Trey
They
Benson. Don't forget about
have
Trey
an
Benson.
I
offense.
still think they have James Conner too as a running back.
Yeah, he's
Is
getting
he?
old though.
Listen,
And if they still have him, they got expertise right there alone. He could get
The Trey McBride though is I hope they can get something out of
like the
his career
Cardinals
there.
are loaded, and the Cardinals are loaded.
I got a good
Cardinals are
question
loaded for what?
I wouldn't say loaded, but they definitely have some good pieces.
Yeah,
They're like the
Elijah
Jets of the
Jenkins.
NFC West, right? They got a lot of talent.
They're the worst team in that division.
Yeah, 49ers, Rams, and freaking
Yeah.
Seattle.
Yeah, there's no hope for that division. It's the same thing with the Raiders. They're going to be sitting for a while.
Yeah.
Hey, listen,
I think
Raiders head
Marvin
coach should be on a
Harrison
hot
being
seat.
a number 1 all over again changes that offense. Because what you guys fail to realize is with Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison was almost no threat as a deep threat, and defenses knew that. Now with Jacoby,
And some of the games you saw last year, and Marvin Harrison got hurt.
Well, I think I know you going, Pete.
Jacoby was eating with Michael Wilson. This is a team that
Was
can
he?
easily win games this year. The Cardinals can win games.
Well, you know,
They're underrated. They're
Uh,
underrated.
I'm gonna pull up the schedule.
Hey, Pete, and everybody on the panel, who do y'all think is the best NFL backup quarterback right now?
The best NFL backup quarterback
in the NFL right now.
right now, I'll probably say the 49ers, Mac Jones.
What about you, Mark?
Yeah, that might be good.
Are you considering Kirk Cousins a backup because he's eventually going to be
He's the starter. He's the starter right now.
No, I'm talking about backup. Who y'all think is the best backup quarterback in the NFL right now?
Maybe Tyrod Taylor?
Nah, he's too old.
Quinn Ewers.
See, that's a tough question because ain't nobody answering it yet.
Mac Jones came in and did it.
J.J. McCarthy possibly in Minnesota or Kyler Murray.
He's not with the Bills anymore, I don't think.
Who's that? Trubisky's in Tennessee.
They got Kyle Allen as the backup, right?
Yeah, I like Trubisky. What's the other guy? Oh, I like Mariota. I kind of like Mariota.
Justin Fields in Kansas City. He's another good backup quarterback.
What about where's Mariota?
Mariota? Yeah, I think he's with the Commanders.
With the Commanders, okay.
Did Dalton retire? Andy Dalton?
No, the Panthers traded him. The Panthers traded
the Red Riders still going. What about Joe Flacco?
I forgot where the Panthers traded him to.
Yeah, it's probably Joe Flacco.
Flacco's with the Bengals. Joe Flacco is, what?
Dalton's
Joe
with the
Flacco
Eagles.
is the best backup quarterback.
I'd say
in the
Dalton
league.
or Flacco.
Flacco is the best backup quarterback in the league for sure. He's number one.
Okay.
Flacco will come in and win games for a team.
Right? I don't see why we didn't do this. Even last year as a quality backup, you know what I mean? I wasn't a fan of the Zach Wilson signing.
No, I never got on board with Wilson.
Yeah, Pupar killed me on that. He's like, oh, no, Skylar Thompson was the year before. And then I said, why didn't they bring in a better quality, someone proven?
But
I was excited with the Zach Wilson signing, but I also called out Greer and used exactly that name, Joe Flacco, on the stream. I said, how the hell is Zach Wilson a top flight backup quarterback when Joe Flacco was available? And I even said, Kirk Cousins was a better option, but we didn't have that Kirk Cousins money.
I still think we messed up Skylar Thompson.
Well, Skylar Thompson is going to go down as Malik Willis. Don't you understand, Mr. Paul? They're just not in the go look at. Remember when we were watching the Skylar Thompson college highlights at Kansas State? It was a pro style offense. Pro style. So he came to Miami and had to learn this new style, quick timing passing offense. This is what Malik Willis is going to have to do. And it kind of it kind of sucks because everything you hear, 67 million is guaranteed for him to start, and this and they're building the team around Malik. Like, first of all, no, they're not, because they would have said something different. Why are they saying Malik Willis has to come in and learn this system? Why aren't they saying we're teaching Malik Willis or we're getting him with his system? Building around Malik. Yeah, those are the differences. Other teams speak different. The Dolphins fans are speaking different. The coaching staff and saying different, and it's not aligning what the fans want. What the fans want, we always want a winner. We always want the next quarterback to be a franchise quarterback.
You've known me for what? Maybe you've known me for what? 5 years at least.
And you used to be pretty smart at football, but lately you've been pretty bad. But go ahead, Mark.
No, I just want to bring up a point. For all the time frame I've been in this program and other programs, other podcasts that I was on, I kept telling everybody that the problem with the Dolphins was Ross, Greer, and whatever flunky they had in as a head coach. I said it for years. I talked to
And
Lewis.
only,
Lewis and
you know
Lewis and I
what?
used to give
You
a
know
hot
who
tub
else
about
said
it.
it? You know who else? You know, I was the only one that used to call Greer out, and everyone used to laugh. Everyone used to laugh, and I used to be calling Greer out the most in this fan base.
And
But go
Kohler
ahead,
and I
Mark.
used to go. Kohler and I used to go at it, arm, hand over fist, and especially Lewis and I, because Lewis was a big Tua guy, and I said, "Look, I said, Chris Greer is tearing your franchise to pieces. This guy is destroying your franchises." And the first time I got worried as a Buffalo fan about the Miami Dolphins was the day that they fired Chris Greer. At that point, I said, the Miami Dolphins now have a chance of becoming a viable football team again.
But you know
Because
what?
as long as that ass clown was in the organization, you guys were destined to doom.
But you know what? I hate to say this, but I remember a little ways back. Mark did say that. It wasn't on this podcast, but it was on another podcast. But he did say those same words. So I hate to say it, I got receipts on what Mark just said.
What'd you
It's
think
true
of our hire?
because you know that saying, "Shit rolls downhill." Kind of feels like this with this franchise. It's stuck in the fucking.
Well, what I could never understand, and I could never figure out, maybe you guys could give me some insight on it, but I never understood the Miami concept of a star system. When you build a roster with 10 or 11 people, but your final 42 are not all that good, the way you build a football team is you build an offensive line, you build a defensive line, you build your roster 1 to 53, not the star system. And that was what I was screaming about with Miami, because I used to like the Bills-Dolphins rivalries back in the day when Kelly and Marino were going at it and stuff.
Oh my goodness, you came out there. I gotta admit that part.
When you have no idea when the Dolphins went to Buffalo, Buffalo went down to Miami, you had no idea who was going to win.
And I said you were wrong last time when you started talking all about this whole star system crap. Well, what do you do when you draft the stars, Mark?
You didn't draft the stars. That's the problem. If you'd have drafted the stars, that was one thing. But you didn't draft the star. Greer didn't draft the stars.
So
He kept trading for them.
your logic of having a team with stars doesn't work out, ends at that point right there. If you draft the stars, then there's no problem with having a lot of stars on the team, correct?
And you know the difference between drafting stars and trading for stars? Money. Money is the difference between your roster spots from 30 to 53, and that's where you win. By paying Armstead $15, $18 million a year, by paying Hill what they paid him, and they went across the board, Jalen Ramsey, on and on and on. They kept drafting stars, or they kept bringing on stars and bringing on stars. And I kept telling a guy like Lewis, it's not going to work. Your roster's not deep enough. When injuries are going to hit, and by the way, injuries are going to hit.
Mark, you said you kept telling a guy like Lewis. What were you telling Lewis? I don't get it.
I was telling Lewis that the system was going to be an abysmal failure. Same thing I was telling Al Cap. I was telling Color. The system will not work. You cannot buy stars. You cannot buy stars and build a roster.
Cap for life, or what cap are you talking about?
I was talking about Cap for life. I was talking about all Al Cap, the guy that runs that has another Finstock or whatever he was running.
Okay, that's who I assume you were talking about. The Finns tailgate.
Mark's right. You got to be a player away to justify.
You said you were trying to tell them these things, and what were they saying to you?
They were saying, "Oh no, you got. We have more stars than you have." I said, "Of course you have more stars. What you don't have is more wins at the end of the season, because Buffalo has three. Buffalo had you take a look at all the guys that Miami had." And their star system was so far superior to Buffalo's. What the only two things that were different is Miami was paying through the nose for the stars that they had. Buffalo was paying for one star. And that star was actually eclipsed everything that Miami could ever have at quarterback. But the bottom line was, when you pay one person, you have a lot of money left for the next 52. When you're paying 13 people and you're eating up 75% of your cap, the rest of your players are going to be substandard players. And that's when I kept telling all these guys, you cannot win with a substandard roster. You can have all the stars that you want, and they may shine all they want, and you may score 70 points against the depleted Denver Broncos, but when it comes to push come to shove, you're going to get it rammed up your ass, which is exactly what happened. And now, of course, I find it hilarious because I'm not listening to. What's that?
You know what, Mark? That's going to happen to Buffalo this year.
No, because they're still not doing the Miami thing. They're not doing the star system. They pay Josh Allen.
All I hear is the teacher from Peanuts.
Von Miller, Stephon Diggs. What do you mean they're not doing the star stuff?
They're not paying the star system. They're paying Josh Allen $55 million a year. The next highest paid on the roster is the tackle Dawkins is making like 21.
If you look at the shape we were in recently, we had 3 players taking up. I think it was like half of our salary cap.
Absolutely,
3 players.
And the thing, and I remember when the whole thing came down about Tua with the 4th year. My thing was like, do not sign that man to a new contract. Let him play his 5th year out and then make a decision. Oh no. Let's go ahead and lay that big contract out for Tua. And it's like,
I still think he got a pity contract after those head injuries.
There is no pity in the NFL. Pity of the 31 teams that don't win the Super Bowl. I'm one of them, by the way.
Never will.
I think that Stephen Ross felt like he deserved the bag because of what he has gone through as a Dolphin.
You know, of all the podcasters outside of Pete, you know who's the smartest one of all of you guys? TD. TD has it nailed.
He's comparing Malik Willis to Lamar Jackson, bro. Come on.
Right now he is, but when his first all came out,
bro, he's definitely on the Miami Dolphins
who was the
payroll now.
one Dolphin podcaster that said, "Don't take this guy. Don't do it. He's not all that good." He took a look at his games against the highest competition, and Tua was a very, very mediocre average quarterback. And
there were a lot of people that didn't want him because of the hip injury too.
But that wasn't hard to see, Mark.
Well, it sure was, because look at all the 2-and-ears that used to exist in the Dolphin fan base.
That's the thing. Those 2-and-ears, they did it for attention. That's what I kept telling people. They know Tua ain't good. They just do this for the internet to seem like they're better people than others, so they don't sound like haters. They were scared to be looked at. I guess to them, critiquing a player and calling him not so good that he won't live up to those expectations. To some people, that is looked at as a hater. But scouts get paid for that crap. So I honestly have when it comes to football evaluation. I have
a question. I was wondering about.
That's why I never cared about any of those 2-and-ear crap. Be their friends. They all lying. All they did was lie. It was a bunch of lie. I never believed them. And then some of the Buffalo guys that came around and were like, "Oh yeah, Tua's good. You guys should pay him." How did I treat you guys? I screamed at you guys too, bro. Because I said you guys want us to stick with Tua.
Remember what I told you, Pete?
It favors you guys.
I said
lying to
one of the
fan
best
base.
days in Buffalo Bills history was the day the Dolphins signed Tua to that long contract.
I know. I remember, Mark.
Yep.
I wonder if Tyreek Hill still thinks that Tua is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL.
They call that the illusory truth effect, when you lie so much that you start to believe your own lies.
Yep.
Who just said that about Tyreek Hill?
I did. Rafael, I said, I'm wondering, does Tyreek still feel the same way when he first came to the team saying, "Oh, Tua is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL"?
There was another thing I remember that I brought up. And this was this. When the Dolphins made the move for Tyreek, I said that's the wrong move to make. The guy that should have went after was Deebo Samuel, who would have actually paired up much better with Waddle than Tyreek did. Because you needed an intermediate receiver. You didn't need another burner on the outside.
I agree with you, Mark. Samuel would have been great matched up with Mike McDaniel again, too.
And remember, both of them were available at the same exact time. And I was telling the people on the Dolphin podcast, Deebo is the guy that you want. You don't want Hill. Not just for the criminal stuff, but you wanted Deebo because Deebo was the threat that you needed that was going to help you in the backfield, that was going to help you on intermediate passes, was going to be a taller receiver for Tua. And again, I swear, if you guys would have paid me to be your GM instead of Greer, Dolphins would have been in the Super Bowl.
That with Greer, Leonard Carew was a player. Easy E was supposed to be that same. Lynn Bowden, we traded with the Raiders. Those are all players that Miami tried to copy Debo Samuel-esque, and they fell miserably.
And all they had to do was trade less than what they had to pay for to go get Tyreek Hill. They would have had a smaller contract, less draft capital hits, and they'd had a better football team.
You know,
disagree, Mark.
Ezekiel signed with
When
the Eagles
the problem,
a week ago.
Mark, the problem, I
what you
disagree
said,
with the
Joe?
whole Tyreek Hill that we messed up. The problem is when they landed Tyreek Hill, which could have been one of the greatest moves ever for the Dolphins, they should have deviated off of Tua at that point. That's when they should have said, what we have here is more special than what we're trying to cover up. And that is honestly,
I don't think they knew yet, but they did have that opportunity to make that decision a few years ago.
True.
Like 2 years into Tyreek and Tua, they could have pulled the plug on the Tua part and said,
what would the Miami Dolphins have been had you simply swapped Josh Allen and Tua?
Wait.
Super Bowl?
Well, that's not fair, Mark, because there's not many Josh Allens in this league. It's not easy to get a franchise quarterback. If not, everybody would have one, right?
Was Josh Allen projected to be a franchise quarterback when he was drafted? He was some kid out of Wyoming with a lousy completion percentage and a big arm.
Where was he drafted? What was his draft position?
In California.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What round was he drafted in?
First round, seventh pick.
That's a franchise QB.
Yeah, he was like the Justin.
In the first round.
It felt like he was the Justin Herbert of that draft. Like he wasn't getting enough coverage, but he had all the intangibles. He was a freak athlete, and they were just like when they did put him on the thing, it was like almost forced. So I don't know, man. I was always high on Josh Allen. And then I remember the first Dolphins game, right? What was his stats? Was it bad? Didn't he have
the first Dolphin game the first Dolphin game they lost because the tight end that we got from you guys dropped the touchdown pass. Charles Clay dropped the touchdown pass.
Yeah,
that's insane memory, guys.
But he had like 9 completions that game. Like what was the?
I mean his stats that first game. Let me look it up. In the
he had a lot of rushing yards.
In the second game he played against Miami Dolphins, he was the NFL offensive player of the week for the first time. So the first game he played, let me look up the infamous Charles Clay game in 2019.
Well, he was drafted in 2018, right?
Listen,
I wish we'd have kept Charles Clay.
Hey Pete, did we when we had a chance to get Baker Mayfield, did we have Tyreek at that time?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, because remember that draft? That was the draft that had Baker going first, Darnold going third, and the Buffalo fans were in arms because they wanted the other Josh. They wanted Josh Rosen, which only tells you why I don't listen to Buffalo podcasts.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you guys booed Josh Allen when y'all drafted him.
They did. And I'm sitting there going, yes, that's the guy I wanted. There were 2 quarterbacks I wanted in that draft. I wanted Josh Allen or I wanted Lamar Jackson.
To be fair, nobody thought Josh Rosen would be as bad as he actually turned out to be.
Actually, I do. I totally did.
There are a lot of people that question his character and leadership, but not everyone was still saying he's such a talented QB. They were comparing
they compared that man to Aaron Rodgers because of all his back shoulder throws and the way he threw them on time. And he was able to extend plays, use his legs, everything they said. Like what they want in a quarterback. It was just his arrogance and his way.
Yeah, he didn't get along well with his teammates in college.
The first here your stats, guys.
Kid. He was a spoiled.
Josh Allen's first game against the Miami Dolphins. 18 out of 33 for 231 yards, 2 touchdowns passing, 2 interceptions, sacked twice, ran 9 times for 135.
Yep, that was the game right there. I said, wow. Buffalo has a special
135 on the ground.
135 on the ground. In the last game of the season, when Miami went up to Buffalo and got nipped 42-17, Josh Allen stats. This was his very first NFL Offensive Player of the Week. Allen was, let's see, 18 of 31. Oh, sorry. 17 of 26 for 224 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, ran 9 times for 95 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So he did 5 touchdowns in that game against Miami.
Yeah, but today he's regressing a little bit.
No, you're talking about the MVP in 2024. You're talking about. Well, I want to bring up something. Could you tell me who Buffalo's wide receivers were last year?
Shakir, Keon Coleman, Davis when y'all got him late in the season.
Right. Brandon Cooks, Khalil Shakir,
Brandon Cooks,
Elijah Moore, and Curtis Samuel. You talk about the cast that never. Talk about the cast that never was.
And y'all had Curtis Samuel for what, like 3 years now?
Oh, that was a horrible contract. 3 years, $24 million. What a waste. That guy was a hamster waiting to be popped.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like, well, see, I liked you guys when you guys drafted Uzakama. I thought Uzakama was going to be a really good player, but the guy never got off
He's on the Eagles now. He got signed by the Eagles last week.
I saw that.
Uzakama was one of the players that screamed at Tua. He was one of the first ones.
Yeah, I saw the Tua thing, and it's been documented so many times. But what would the Dolphins would have been had they turned around and drafted Wirfs at 5, drafted Jordan Love, and then drafted Jonathan Taylor instead of doing what they did?
Well, you could do that for a lot of teams, but I think
drafting
Love over Tua.
When you have 3 first-round picks and you piss them down your leg like that, that's horrid.
It was what, Tua, Austin Jackson, and Noah.
Yeah. And Noah.
Yeah.
That's a firing offense right there. I mean, that's day like Ross comes back in the second day of the draft to go, you get your fucking ass out of the fucking room.
Austin Jackson was good at the start, right? His
No,
first year.
Austin Jackson had the issue with the blood transfusion for his sister.
Austin Jackson was drafted to be our left tackle. We also took Solomon.
I thought he had a
Kenley
good season early though. Was
We took
that
Solomon Robert Hunt as well? That was part of that draft class too, I think.
And that was the problem with Greer. Why
Brandon
didn't Greer
Jones, the safety. He's over there with Denver now.
Greer's problem was it wasn't so much the bad drafts. There were some bad drafts, admittedly, but the problem was, why did you wait so long to go back and re-sign these guys? You lose Van Ginkel, who was a really good player. You lost Christian Wilkins, who was a real good player. A real pain in Buffalo's ass, by the way. You said it. You're losing Robert Hunt. You lost these guys that you should have kept.
Yeah.
It was inexcusable.
I still can't believe Hunt got paid what he got paid by the Panthers.
Yeah, but Carolina's
I
offensive
agree,
line is
Joe.
now?
I was happy that Chris Greer didn't play Robert Hunt, a guard, $100 million. Seriously?
Well, I don't know.
Wilkins.
Wait till you see how that contract leaves out.
Christian Wilkins. If we would have paid Christian Wilkins, we would have never paid Tua. So that's when we paid. That's when that hole was like, that was a pick one.
Hey, Christian Wilkins still a free agent, ain't he?
Yeah, but he's all messed up now and mentally all weird.
Hold up. I asked him.
He's still. I don't know if he's fully recovered from his injury.
I'm not considering him coming back to the Miami Dolphins. I'm just asking, is he still a free agent?
Still is a free agent.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not considering him coming back to the Dolphins.
Wait, what was it that he did in the Raiders locker room? He like kissed someone or something?
That's a good
question.
He kissed one of his teammates, bro, and he got pissed, and they reported his ass to HR
because it was a nasty, supposedly, allegedly, it was like with a lot of. It was too much. He used his tongue and stuff.
A little too much saliva.
You can't do that in the workplace. Technically, it's a workplace.
Man. Joe, don't say that, because, man, good grief. I seen, man, in the workplace, man, you definitely got to be careful what you do in the workplace.
Yeah, bro, I've lost raises joking with the supervisor, and I was like, bro, you're joking with me, and I'm joking right back. You can't dishing it out, and you can't take it. And took my fucking raise.
That's why I work for a small company. I don't know if to deal with HR.
In the workplace, you got to be careful what you say and what you do.
Sorry, bro, we're a bunch of welders. You know what I mean? I'm an ex-Marine. I fucking cuss. I say all kinds of nasty ass shit. You know what I mean? You gotta expect that.
But you don't stick your tongue in your supervisor's throat.
I would expect nothing less from a welder, to be honest. If they're not cursing and saying crazy shit, I don't trust their welding.
And then when I was in the Marines, I was a machine gunner. So, bro, you're gonna hear everything. You're gonna be like, "What did he just say?"
Here's a question for all you guys. That's a non-Dolphin, non-Bills question. Who's going to regress further in 2026, Jacksonville or New England?
I think Jacksonville.
Buffalo.
Oh, wait a minute.
I said that. I said Buffalo.
I heard you. No, it's
I'm
like
gonna say-
I think Jacksonville's another team. They had a terrible offseason. They lost Devin Lloyd. They lost ETN. I don't like what they did in signings. I don't like what they did in the draft. And I got a feeling that Jacksonville's going to regress back down to like an 8 or 7 or 8 win team.
I don't know. They're not happy with Brian Thomas either.
Tell me how that doesn't work. 6'3", 209 pounds, 87 catches for 1,286 yards and 9 touchdowns as a rookie. And then all of a sudden you get a new coaching staff in and the guy's like a ghost. Something's wrong.
So he might be a trade candidate coming up with team. You know, I would love.
What would you as a Miami Dolphin fan trade for Brian Thomas? What would you give for Brian Thomas?
I wanted to draft him when I did my mock drafts. That was who I chose.
Oh my!
I'd rather BTJ over Chop. Yeah, I wanted BTJ over Chop.
Yeah, because he drafted. He got Chop was 21 and BJT was 23. If I remember right.
Yeah, he was like a pick or two after Chop. Yep.
I never understood the Chop pick because that's a guy that's like they said, this is the next Micah Parsons, and I said, no, it's not the next Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons closes issues, and Chop doesn't. And then he had that back half of the rookie season, which was actually fairly decent, with 7 sacks, and then kind of went south. But I think one of the bigger problems that the Dolphins had was you had a really good guy in Jalen Phillips. The guy that couldn't hurt. And it was a shame because Jalen Phillips was a beast. That was a guy that every time Buffalo played him,
he gave it his all.
No tackle.
One thing about him, you see him giving it his all.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys had Chubb and Jalen Phillips on the corners, I remember the playoff game with Skyler. Skyler scored. Well, the Dolphins scored 30 or 31 in that game and lost 34-31. But you guys had 7 sacks. And they were mostly coming from Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, and going, guys.
But the thing with Jalen Phillips is when he got hurt, I think they brought him back too early.
And you never know. Chop Robinson this season could put it up.
Phillips is slow off the line. He doesn't really have any burst.
And his motor, he wasn't like 110 all the time. You can see where you take plays off.
Chop Robinson might turn around and be really good.
Yeah, but let's not forget. I think with Jalen Phillips too, when he was in college, he had issues where he almost wanted to quit playing football when he was playing with the.
I think he was an Alabama kid too, right?
No. I think he
UCLA to Miami, or the other way around.
Yeah, was it Rousseau for Buffalo and Jalen Phillips played together for 1 year at the U?
Yeah. They played together. Yeah, they played together.
Because I know Jalen Phillips came in, I think, with an 18th pick or something, and Rousseau was like 30, if I remember correctly. And as it's turned out, look at the money. Look at the money that Jalen Phillips got from Jacksonville,
Carolina,
excuse me. Yeah, Carolina got him and Devin Lloyd all in one offseason. That's a nice haul.
They paid our scraps big money,
and they already had a good defense, so they kind of upgraded their defense.
I mean,
when he got traded to
Philly, was Derek Brown missing last season?
Mm-hmm.
Hurt for the Panthers, so they get him back as well.
And they got J.C. Horn, that the corner that paid $25 million. I thought it was an overpay, to be honest with you, but still.
Their other corner that they got is pretty solid as well, and the safety Scorton.
And that's the division Tua is going to have to play in now. It's going to get sacked by Jalen Phillips.
The Panthers got a defense. They really do.
They do.
And, if you take a look at McMillan and Coker
their offense.
and
Their offense
Leggett.
funds.
Well, their offense is not going to be that bad. I mean, they have a really good. They have a good running game, a really good offensive line.
They got rid of Dowdle, didn't they?
Dowdle's
They
gone. Yeah,
did.
Dowdle went
He's
to
in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think yeah.
So
But they
who's
still
the
have
other
they
guy?
still have another running back.
I forget
That's
what
the one
that
that was
Chuba
that
So
Hubbard.
that, that
Pittsburgh, they
was
have
that
they have.
that's
So
right.
Pittsburgh has who? Dowdo and Jalen Warren.
And who's the third?
Herbert
Is it
or
still
Hubbard?
Jalen
Johnson.
Warren? Do they still have
Caleb
Jalen
Johnson is
Warren?
their third running back in Pittsburgh.
Who's their second? Jalen Warren.
Jalen Warren
Oh yeah.
and Dowdle. Yeah,
Johnson's
Pittsburgh.
the Iowa
The only
guy.
thing with Pittsburgh is they're so old defensively. I mean, that team could collapse. And the biggest problem, like I said, with the Steelers is the fact you got 4 really good outside linebackers, and the guy that's going to be the one that you should get rid of is the guy that you can't get rid of because you can't move the contract. TJ Watt should be off that football team. If Pittsburgh had any say in the matter, it would be Highsmith and Herbig, starting with Sawyer as the third.
Didn't one of Pittsburgh's linebackers request to be traded recently?
There was
I
an
think
issue
that's
because
what they're repping for
Herbig
cap.
just got $100 million from the Steelers for 4 years. He's being paid more than Highsmith. And Watt's
I think it's
making
Highsmith
41
that
to 40.
requested a
Watt's
trade from
making
the Steelers.
32 million base and 9,000 on or 9 million on bonuses. So Watt's making 41 million. The guy that I think Pittsburgh would love to get rid of is TJ Watt, but he's an institution in Pittsburgh, and nobody's going to take the contract.
Right.
I don't want to take a 31-year-old linebacker who's with diminishing skills.
How old's Patrick Queen? You're right; they are aging quite a bit.
He's around 30, and Patrick Queen's making $17 million a year. Highsmith's making $20 million a year. Cameron Hayward's making like $13 or $14 million a year. Joey Porter wants big money in Pittsburgh.
How old is Cameron Hayward? He was
37.
He was drafted in like
He
when I
played
was
for Ohio State
early
in
in
2009 championship game.
TJ
Who's-
Watt.
They had DK Metcalf,
Texas.
Michael Pittman.
Let me see.
Is Fryermuth? They still have Fryermuth.
They just paid Fryermuth and Aaron Rodgers. They just paid $22 million. I mean, $22 million for Aaron Rodgers is probably a good number.
But that's with incentives, right?
No, it's base. He goes $25 million with incentives.
Is Cameron Hayward a Hall of Famer?
Boy, I'll tell you what. If not, he's in the game of really, really damn good.
He's got four-time All-Pro.
Yes.
First team, 2-time
He's
second team.
killing
All-Pro.
Yeah, but a
tackle.
lot of
That's
that,
it.
you know what, Joe? A lot of that be popularity, right? Because
All-Pro?
if I ask you right now, right, if I tell you right now, oh, Will Anderson, the defensive end for the Texans, you think he's great?
Well, $150 million says he is.
Right? What about Thule from the Chargers? Came out in the
13
draft.
sacks last year. Yeah, they got to pay. They're going to have to pay him. But he had 13 sacks last year.
Exactly. Nobody talks about Thule, but look at them. Compare them career wise. Compare them career wise. Nobody up here would have been. Only you, Mark, probably knew who Thule was from the Chargers. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Career wise, him and Will Anderson have the similar career.
And one's getting $50 million a year, another guy's
probably
getting
some
chump
will say
change.
are better. Tilly's stats, some will say are better with pressures and stuff. But guess what? Nobody talks about Tilly, but everybody talks about how great Will Anderson is.
When you because you take the Houston defense and you put a Will Anderson on one side, and then you bring up the tackles that they have. You got the stud. You got the stud on the other
from the
side.
Vikings.
Yep, you got Danielle Hunter. Now you got good linebacking. You got Darryl Stingley Jr. You got all these guys in the secondary. Yeah, Houston's a bitch. I think Houston and the Chargers could very easily be playing in the AFC Championship game this year. It's a very viable possibility.
They need to find a real threat at running back. Who are the Texas running back?
They just got David Montgomery and Woody Marks.
They go Joe Mixon.
No, Mixon's I think done now. I think his injury was like career.
I don't know
ending.
if they still have Damian Pierce. He was a rising star, and then
Yeah, I wonder what happened to that guy because he was from Florida. He played really well, and then all of a sudden, just they got Mixon, and Mixon was the dude. And then Mixon got hurt, and then they had Woody Marks, and then they brought in David Montgomery, who's probably going to help them. It's funny, the Lions get Pacheco from Kansas City. Kansas City gets Walker from Seattle, and the Texans end up with Montgomery. The whole thing slides and shifts,
Musical chairs.
Yep.
I think Pacheco and Gibbs is going to be a nasty combination.
Could be. Because Pacheco's got that inside punch, and Gibbs is
You know, that you look at that draft that Detroit had that year. They drafted Gibbs 12th and Jack Campbell 18th. I was looking at the Bills, going, God, I want Jack Campbell. God, do I want Jack Campbell? Now he's one of the higher paid
no,
linebackers in the
I'm
league.
with you there. They don't build linebackers like him anymore.
Nope.
They better hope that Pacheco stay healthy.
Yeah, but Gibbs is special. You know, obviously, I'm not a real big believer in taking running backs all that high. I mean, you can go second round, third round, get a good running back that's going to be serviceable for you. But my God, when they took Gibbs at 12, I'm going, what the hell are you doing? Then I saw him in the field going, okay, now I know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, Gibbs ain't an every down back. He's more of a gadget, you know?
Yeah, you can't give Gibbs the ball 20 times between the tackles. That's not going to happen. But you get him outside, he gets 5 receptions for 60 yards, 12 rushes for 85. The guy's bringing up 140 yards, 2 touchdowns. It's like, son of a bitch. You know, dude's got a game.
It's dangerous because he covers the whole ground. What's wrong with that, Mark? You got to worry about the outside zone. You still got to worry about inside the tackle run with him. And you got to worry about him as a legitimate pass threat in the pass game.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's got that same guy. They got A-Chain. It's the same guy.
Exactly.
Hey.
You just wear and tear the defense. You run it to the right. You run it to the left. You run it to the right again. Then you run it up the middle.
I remember that
left,
second Buffalo game last
middle.
year in Miami. Fucking A-Chain's torn up Buffalo's ass during the entire time he's been in the league. A-Chain has not had a bad game against Buffalo yet.
You guys can't stop.
He's tearing that ass
No,
up.
we really can't. We last year, I mean, he killed the Bills.
And you know what I like about it too? Because it's like he plays with anger versus the Bills. You see how he breaks tackles? He drags your guys. He plays different versus the Bills.
I just never understood the whole Mike McDaniel use of A-Chain, because A-Chain to me is a guy that you put out on a wheel route, and who the fuck's going to stop him? What linebacker is going to cover that guy? Seriously, what linebacker in the NFL is going to cover A-Chain on a wheel route?
It forces you to kind of keep your safeties in a basically for help for that kind of thing.
Yep.
That'll
Should
open
open
up
up a
things
lot
for
more
the
at the passing
receivers.
lane.
That's why A-Chain opens up things for the receivers, Mark.
No, I agree that he does. I just think that if you have an A-Chain, and then you go ahead and you bring in the kid from Ohio State in the draft next year, and you work on developing your 2 tight ends. Because I think Kaczmarek could probably end up becoming a reasonable pass catcher. He's probably a 40 catch guy a year once they develop him.
I don't see by the time we have a QB established in probably 2028.
But what if Malik is a quarterback? What if Malik can play? What if Malik can play? But doesn't have great numbers this year. But doesn't have great numbers this year because he doesn't have a supporting cast.
It seems like you screwed in.
Well, I don't want to have to find out that you have a guy at QB by giving him the full cast. If he's good enough to make it by with trash, then we know we got a guy.
That's how Buffalo knew they were okay with Josh Allen, because
and that's how we got fooled with Tua. Because we basically
you know what, Joe? Exactly.
To get rid of the shit smell.
Exactly, Joe. That's exactly what it is. And the truth is, they need to steer away from that. Never go back to we're gonna just build around this guy. No, let's find the guy that's worth building around.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. What happened to that running back from Oregon? I think his name is Gente or something like that. What happened to him?
Austin Gente, he's with the Raiders. He went to Boise State, went to the Raiders. Behind that horrific Austin Gente. He went to the Raiders.
He's partnered up with Mike Washington now in Vegas. They drafted Mike Washington.
Yeah, and Gente, the one thing I thought about Gente is he took too many carries in college.
There's also a question mark playing at Boise State. You didn't know if he was playing against top-tier talent. And when they played in the bowl game, what was it, Alabama? I think they played. They got absolutely shit on. Or was it Georgia?
Georgia. Georgia just killed them.
Yeah.
It was like way too much against nowhere near enough.
If I'm remembering correctly, he did not have a good game against them.
I remember there was a quarterback from Hawaii a number of years ago. They ended up playing, I think it was Georgia, in a bowl game and got beat like 61-10. Tommy Chang, I think it was.
Yeah, it's either Chang or Brennan when you're talking Hawaii QBs.
Or Brennan. Yeah, Brennan set all the records.
And he went out and he was supposed to be this and that and the other. Another one was Detmer with BYU. Again, don't play against big-time competition. I always look at who you draft and what conference they came out of.
Well, that's why I was so upset about the Chris Johnson draft pick. This guy has never covered a talented receiver. How do we know?
San Diego State.
Yeah, he's never. I mean, he's basically covered me. Yeah,
that's Marshall Falk's school, ain't
this
it?
guy's got me out there running routes against him. Like we have no idea what's going to happen when he goes up against Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or any of those.
Same thing that happens to every other good corner in the league. Not good things.
Yeah.
Those guys are just.
Yeah, he's going to be chasing
the rules
cheeks
are
the
set up
entire
for
time.
offense. There's only so much stuff you can do. I would just like to see what would happen if you played under Mel.
lit, bro. Miami lit right
under
now,
Mel
bro.
Blunt's rules.
They
Or
got Giannis?
Atkinson.
Yeah, y'all got Giannis, bro. Oh shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Literally just happened like 5 minutes ago.
What was the deal?
Thanks for the breaking news.
Khalil. It was Khalil Ware, Tyler
Did they get rid
Hero.
of Tyler? Wow, man. I didn't know they get rid of Tyler.
The Miami legend Tyler
Jaime
Hero.
Jaquez, three first rounders.
Jaime Jaquez, you guys, wow. I like that guy.
And the mustache, he got rid of the mustache too?
It says
a good trade.
the Bucks are trading Giannis and Bobby Portis to the Heat for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, Kasparis Jakunis, 3 first-round picks, including the 13th pick tomorrow.
3 first-round picks?
Oh,
yeah,
that's a win now move for Giannis.
Wow.
I mean, you still got Wiggins, you still got Mitchell, you still got Bam, you still you got Norman Powell. Like this is a team that can win right now.
I hope that the NFL doesn't start trading 3 first-round picks regularly for people.
No, only for Cleveland.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. As of today, which college do you think is producing the most? How should I say the most successful running backs?
Who produces?
So you're talking about
running back? Talking about running backs at the NFL level.
Yes.
Let's see. Who's producing?
I think Texas is still. I think Texas.
Yeah, I would say Texas right now.
Pumps
What
out
about
good running
Alabama?
backs.
Texas,
Alabama, but the last few years they haven't had one, right? Alabama's running
Josh
back.
Jacobs, I think, was
when you think of recent memory, you got to think Wisconsin too, right? Jonathan Taylor, Melvin Gordon,
also Georgia.
A lot of good running backs come out of Wisconsin.
The last
low-key.
5 years, Wisconsin's been absolute cheeks.
Yeah. Penn State, besides Saquon, really nothing. Michigan.
We'll see this year with
running back.
Singleton and what's his name that got drafted. The other Penn State guy. We'll see if they can turn it up.
You talking about Price? You talking about Price?
No, but that's another good point. No, who have the
Price
other
and Singleton
running backs been? No, it wasn't. Who was next to Singleton in Penn State?
I'm sorry. I went too far back. I mean, not too far up.
Well, I think besides Saquon and these guys, it hasn't been.
Georgia been doing it for a couple seasons.
Oh, Katron Allen. That's who it was.
Because at one time Georgia had about 2 or 3 or more in one season.
Georgia had. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a running back.
Moreno, Ronnie Brown.
Oh, you talking about LSU? You talking about LSU?
No, I'm talking about running backs.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when you talk about running back, you talking about Ronnie Brown, he came out with Cadillac Williams, didn't he?
Yeah, they come on the same draft. I think Williams went to Tampa Bay at 5, and Brown went to the Dolphins at 2.
Right.
And Cedric Benson. Cedric Benson went right in between. Yeah.
Yeah, because Benson went.
That's right.
4.
That's right. Cedric Benson, Ricky Williams, Priest Holmes,
Jamal Charles.
Jamal Charles, that's another one out of Texas.
Bijan.
I don't know.
I
Sean
think you
Moreno was
gotta. I think you got to go with Georgia, because Georgia had Swift.
I mean,
Cook,
they had Sony Michelle, and there was another guy that was with him at the same time. Came out the same
Right,
year.
exactly, Mark. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah, Todd Gurley too. Don't forget.
at one time, target. But at one time, they had about 3 running backs. One season, they had 3 of them, like a 3-headed monster. Doggone Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, they had no Sean Moreno too.
Yeah.
That's right. He came out of there too. That's right.
That was a while back there. They had Zamir White. He went to the Raiders.
The Raiders.
I remember no Sean Marino, and I was like, this man is a cow. He's slow, and we
He's
picked
made of
him
glass.
up, and we picked him up. He didn't do nothing.
No, because when we picked him up, he was already dinged up, beaten up, and
Yeah, you know a running back that I thought would do
we
good with us?
get Arian Foster for some time?
Yep.
Yeah.
What about Jordan Howard from Chicago?
Crazy.
The Bears.
We ended up Reggie Bush. We've tried.
No, hold up. Now with Reggie Bush, we didn't utilize Reggie Bush like we should, and then we got rid of him.
I thought we did.
I don't think we got enough out of him like we should. I mean, what I'm saying is he had a good season with him, but we could have kept him.
Atenta Kanumpo is with the Heat, bro. Cap, get up here, bro. This is big. This is big. The Heat are players next year for being in the finals. This is big. This is big.
That's right, Florida State. Well, no, Florida State didn't put up that many running backs.
Florida State. They had Warwick Dunn. They had Mike Alstott. Didn't they have? No, Mike Alstott wasn't with. No, he was with Purdue.
Oh man, Warwick Dunn was something else. Warwick Dunn, and then you had that big.
Wait, Warwick Dunn played with Mike Alstott in college?
Wait, remember William Floyd that played for the 49ers? He was with Florida State.
Who you said, Mark?
The big running back in San Francisco got William Floyd.
Oh, okay.
I remember San Francisco, Tom Rathman.
Who remembers Kevin
Big
Barlow?
fullback.
Well, y'all, do you guys remember Garrison
I remember
Hurst?
Kevin Barlow.
Oh yeah, Garrison Hurst. Hell yeah.
Who does he kind of like remind you of? The only running back I ever after that he kind of reminded me was like Thomas Jones. I remember Thomas Jones.
Yeah, because he had a brother.
Remember Lawrence Phillips?
Thomas Jones had a brother that played in the NFL at the same time he was playing. One played north and the other played south.
Yeah, Julius Jones.
Right. Julius Jones, exactly.
Remember Parmalee?
From though?
He played at Dallas on the Cowboys.
No. I'm talking about what school did Julius Jones and his brother play at?
Fuck. Julius Jones. He played at one of those SEC schools.
No, Julius Jones played at Notre Dame, I thought.
Yeah,
I could have sworn it was Notre Dame.
So both of them came out of Notre Dame.
Well, you got the two first runners that came out this year because the kid at Seattle got.
Yeah, so one played with
Chicago. Julius Jones did go to Notre Dame. That's correct.
And it shows. Let me tell you guys something. And it shows that Seattle GM, man, he's a boss, man. Seattle's GM is a boss, man. Let me ask you guys a question. Y'all don't think what they did by letting Kenneth Walker hit free agency and replacing him with Jadarius Price is a good deal?
It's a very smart deal. You're paying a rookie contract against a $16 million a year contract with very little difference in performance.
They also drafted Charbonnet from UCLA the year before, so they already knew Walker. They were going to let him go.
Yeah, but you know how hard it must have been to do it? Because they probably did have it planned. You're right. But then the outcome is Super Bowl MVP.
And that's, you couldn't ask for anything better for your Seattle because you're going to let the guy go. Guy that's Super Bowl MVP. Yeah. You're going to go ahead and you're going to get draft pick compensation. You just drafted a running back in the first round that's going to be because it's not the running back in Seattle; it's the system in Seattle.
Charbonnet
Yeah,
was,
they did
and
do.
Kenneth Walker got
Yeah,
hurt a few times because Charbonnet
yeah, he
kept
did.
popping off.
Mm-hmm.
Until he got hurt.
Charbonnet's hurt, and he's not going to be back probably till mid-season. But still, this
Yeah,
is
he did get
smart
hurt.
football. You get the expensive marble out of the bottom of the pipe, and you put this cheap marble back in the top. And that's how you continue to win. Unless you have a Tom Brady who's going to take less money because he can, because his wife's is richer than he is.
Did they replace Tariq Woolen?
You know, Mark, you brought up Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's not a lot of Tom Bradys, and I get it. But do you believe this whole theory or this narrative that have been created that you can't win unless you have a mobile quarterback theory?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you take a mobile quarterback does certain things that creates opportunities that other quarterbacks don't have the ability to do. But Peyton Manning was far from being a mobile quarterback. Brady was not a mobile quarterback. Marino was not a mobile quarterback.
QBs in this year's Super Bowl. Right? Neither of them are considered to be.
And you pretty much named like three errors
May
right
is
there.
actually more of a mobile quarterback. May can actually move.
But I mean, what do you consider a mobile quarterback? Is this someone who
Lamar, Josh Allen, let's see, Michael Vick, that
I would not
quarterback.
classify May.
And
in that
Allen's a
group at
different
all.
quarterback than Lamar.
I
honestly.
wouldn't classify Marino as a mobile quarterback because Marino came out of college with bad knees, so he wasn't.
What's weird, Mark? What's weird, Mark, is those mobile quarterbacks, right? That this whole generation claims that you can't win without having a mobile quarterback. A lot of their downfall, what it comes down to, what the immobile quarterbacks carry is their processing. It's their accuracy. It's their timing of passing during a play. This is what the mobile quarterbacks can't get down packed. Because
I'm going to bring up a name.
I get it, but these non-mobile quarterbacks, when they do move, they're not moving to run. They're moving to throw. So they've mastered how to throw on the run in their own terms. These other quarterbacks, they scramble to run. Then they put their head up.
I'm gonna ask you
They
guys,
see somebody open at the last second. You know how hard it is to throw a pass accurately, moving that fast as a quarterback?
Yes.
And making a split-second decision and then throw it that fast accurately? It's really hard. So,
I'm going to ask you guys something here. What's the commonality between Sam Darnold and Josh Allen? What's the common theme with both of them?
Goofy motherfuckers.
Turnovers?
Nope.
Pocket passers, I guess.
Jordan Palmer.
Running quarterbacks.
Jordan Palmer was the quarterback. Was the quarterback guru that both Allen and Darnold went to.
Touched by Christian Wilkins.
No. It's the Jordan Palmer is the common link between the two of them. Jordan Palmer has a quarterback coaching school, and he taught Josh, because Josh Allen's accuracy coming into the NFL was terrible.
Carson's brother.
Yeah. Jordan Palmer is the one that actually developed both those quarterbacks, and those quarterbacks had one other thing. And I'm going to give it, and this is going to sound racist, but believe me, it's not. It's just a statistic. Did you know there are 59 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks? 13.8% of those quarterbacks are black. It's an interesting
Doug Williams is going to get mad, bro.
I don't care.
What's the point that you're making though? Because
I'm wondering what is the point? Because the African American quarterbacks are.
What is the point of that?
Warren Moon threw one of the best passes ever, and one of the best passes.
What about Randall Cunningham?
Randall Cunningham. I mean, look at Lamar. What is the common theme? Why do we only have, of all the Super Bowl 59 winning quarterbacks, why are there only 13.8% of them are African American? Why?
What about the demographic of the quarterback position just in general? Is it not about the same percentage?
Yeah, corner. Remember we had Bonner, or what's the name? Ethan Bonner.
It depends, Mark.
It depends, Mark, because
Like
wasn't
if
and
you're
I
if
don't go that
13%
far
of
back,
QBs are
but
black, then that
wasn't there a
number makes
stigma
sense. If
on
13% are
being a
winning the
black
Super Bowl.
quarterback? Like the NFL did not want black quarterbacks?
There was a time frame. I agree in
Yeah.
the
I can see
late
that.
60s and the 70s, until Doug Williams came along, there wasn't the opportunity for the African American quarterback.
Yeah.
But I do find something interesting because people harp on that statistics and they make it racist. What I really like to see is I want to go back, and I don't know if it's available to find, but I want to know what the Wonderlic average score is for the 59 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Because there is something about those quarterbacks.
What is his
Back in the year,
Wonderlic
some
score?
of it was racist. I'm sorry, it was.
Because I look at somebody like
Not, but it was.
I
Unless
want to
you
look up
walking in
I
my
want to look
shoes,
up Tom Brady's Wonderlic
can't
score
say
and
that.
Joe Montana's Wonderlic score. Because those are your
Dan
two
Marino had
predominant.
a crappy
Was
Wonderlic score.
Because it used to be a time where a good quarterback coming out of college ended up being turned into a wide receiver. Yes.
True. Does anybody remember who was truly the first black quarterback to succeed in the NFL? Remember who he was? He was a Miami Dolphin, by the way.
Can't be talking about Pat White. You can't be talking about Cleo Lemon.
Chad Pennington.
Nope. No, he was white.
You
He
care
was
about Dante
pasty, as a matter of fact.
No, it can't be called. Culpepper was, man. When we got Culpepper, he was already injured and dinged up.
Nope. Anybody remember a wide receiver from the Miami Dolphins who was the quarterback for the Denver Broncos in 1968? Threw 15 touchdown passes, had 14 picks.
Can't be Warfield.
Nope. Go on. Go backwards. Go back to the Super Bowl teams.
Oh, was his name Mike Gesicki, Mark?
No,
Earl wasn't.
His name was Marlon Briscoe. He was the other receiver on the outside with Paul Warfield.
What are I thought you were talking about quarterbacks.
I was. Marlon Briscoe was a quarterback for the Denver Broncos. He was the first black quarterback.
He was a quarterback.
They converted him to, and like the gentleman was saying,
he
was converted to a wide receiver.
With the Dolphins, though.
He ended up with the Dolphins and won 2 Super Bowls in Miami.
That was a trick question, Mark, because he was not a Dolphins QB.
No, but he was. I said he was a quarterback and then went to the Dolphins. I didn't say what position he was playing. But yeah, Marlon Briscoe in 68 for Denver had 15 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, and because he was black, they converted him to a wide receiver. Oh, Tom Brady's Wonderlic score was 33, by the way. And now let's see what Joe Montana was.
And who would think Tom
What is
Brady
Josh Allen's Wonderlic score?
ever became what he is?
36, and Herbert's was 39. Tua's was 13. That was one of the other things, and I said, and I was called a racist for it. And I says, you got Josh Allen at 36, Herbert's at 39, Tua's at 13. You tell me who can make decisions at the NFL level and who couldn't make decisions at the NFL level. Well, son of a bitch, Mark was right again.
Tua's got that Alabama education.
It is.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough,
that's another thing too.
Here's something funny. Joe Montana's Wonderlic score was 15.
Yeah, a lot of the older QBs didn't have good scores, but I have to wonder if they simply just didn't give a fuck about the test.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck. Them over. Look at Ken Stapler if you getting fucked up right before a fucking game, going to a game the night before. You know what I mean?
Dan was probably hitting. Dan Marino was probably hitting the slopes when he took that.
That was so. You know, one of the strangest sports stories.
Back in the days, there used to be football players on the sideline smoking cigarettes, bro.
Yeah.
Art Rooney of the Pittsburgh Steelers had a private detective investigate Dan Marino before the 83 draft. Or before the draft.
Pictures of him snorting coke, right?
Yeah, Marino was clean. He liked to party. He liked to drink, but he wasn't a druggie. That Pittsburgh team that he was on as a senior was 3-7 with like 5 number 1 picks. It was bizarre.
I thought he was.
And no, Marino was perfectly fine. So the draft goes on. Pittsburgh drafts a guy by the name of Gabriel Rivera, who ended up being paralyzed in a car accident in his rookie year. So Marino slides. It comes right down to the Jets pick. And everybody thought, okay, the Jets are going to go ahead and they're going to
what
take
happened?
Dan
Somebody's
Marino.
what? In Dan Marino's draft, what happened with that guy?
Yeah, Gabe Rivera
It
was
was like
he was
Tunsil,
the
but it
guy that
wasn't
was
a.
going to be the next Mean Joe Green for Pittsburgh, and that's what Pittsburgh wanted.
He
But
was a
and Brad and
lineman.
they still had Terry Bradshaw, but Bradshaw was to hurt his wrist the following year and have to retire. So they drafted Gabriel Rivera, got in a car wreck after week 6, and was
He was an
paralyzed, permanently
offensive lineman.
paralyzed. Defensive
On
tackle.
Terry Bradshaw, boy, good. I used to
Defensive
hate man,
tackle.
Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, I
Yep, he
think
was a defensive
Pittsburgh at
tackle.
that time
So what had
had
happened is
Neil O'Donnell.
This
everybody
sounds
got
like
down to the Jets
Remember
pick,
the Titans.
and
What was he
everybody
with
was
the Jets?
expecting the Jets to go ahead and take Dan Marino. And the Jets at the 26th pick go up to the board and they go, the New York Jets pick quarterback Ken O'Brien.
Ken O'Brien, my bad.
Mark, I thought I remember reading that there was like a big thing about him with drug use, and that's why he slipped in the draft.
Yeah, bro,
It
he
was the-
dropped.
it was the-
Damn
yeah, it
right,
was
that's
the-
how
that's
we
right.
able to get him.
That's
It was
how
the
he
same thing,
slipped
like-
down that far, because there was a bunch of drug use on that 3-7 Pittsburgh team that had all of these guys, Bill Fralick. They had a ton of guys that got drafted, and there was a big drug thing. And they came back with a report to Rooney, and they said, "Yeah, Dan Marino's a partier. He likes to drink a little bit, but he doesn't do drugs at all." So Rooney told him,
And
just keep that under the hat. Don't say anything. Let the rumors fly. And that's how Marino ended up in Miami.
yeah, Rooney's son wanted to draft Marino
Yes.
for Pittsburgh,
To replace
but his
Bradshaw.
dad said, no.
Yep. And that's how Marino ended up. That's how Marino ended up in Miami. And I'll always remember this because I remember watching like the '83 draft broadcast. So you know how old I am. And they were talking Dr. Z, who I think has recently passed away. Said, "Well, where's Dan Marino going to get this great coaching down in Miami?" Chris Berman goes, "Don Shula." It was just absolutely hilarious, and I loved the Marino years, especially like '84 and '85. And '85 was such, 85 really, really pissed me off because the Super Bowl game to be had that year was Miami and the Bears, and fucking you had that shitty ass rainy day in Miami, and Dolphins had like 6 turnovers. They got beat by the Patriots, a team that they would have walked over like 9 games out of every 10 that's played, and just so happened that one game was played in a shitty ass rainstorm. And the Dolphins had a ton of turnovers and lost the AFC Championship game. It wasn't 85. Was it 84? It was 85 the year that the Bears lost the one game in Miami and Marino kicked their ass.
Wasn't it? I think the quarterback for New England at that time was Tony Easton, right?
Tony Easton, who was also drafted in the same draft as
motherfucker.
Yeah, he was drafted by the Patriots in that '83 draft. And it really, really pissed me off because Miami beat the Bears. The only loss the Bears had that season in their Super Bowl championship run. Miami, all they had to do was win that damn football game at home to play the Bears in a Super Bowl. That would have been a great Super Bowl game. But New England goes out there and gets nipped 46-10.
Oh my goodness! I just remember a quarterback that used to be a headache for the Miami Dolphins. Burt Jones, that used to be with the Baltimore.
What quarterback you remember, Mr. Pop?
Burt Jones from LSU. Yep, went to the Baltimore Colts.
Man,
Poor guy. He was like one of the greatest quarterbacks in the '70s. Poor guy got hurt and got killed in Baltimore. Yes, he was. Burt Jones was the prototypical quarterback of, now he could move. He had an incredible arm. And remember Roger Carr? The one wide receiver who was white who could run.
Remember Pete Marinovich, the cocaine head? Got drafted by the
Todd
Raiders.
Marinovich, yep, the guy that
Todd Marinovich,
good old robo quarterback.
Remember?
Yep. His dad wouldn't let him have a hamburger or something.
Mic check.
Yeah, we could.
You're good.
Y'all remember when the Raiders were using that sticker?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Watching Fred Blitnikoff catching passes in the end zone, coming off it was sticking to his elbow.
There you go.
And then Todd Christensen, the tight end.
Yeah, that guy passed early. That was a terrible shame. He died, and so did Bob Chandler. Those guys passed in their early 40s. Terrible thing.
But man, back in the days, you ain't had that many rules, man. You got players that will take your head off.
Oh yeah. Some hard hitting.
Remember George Atkinson and Jack Tatum of the Raiders secondary?
Oh man, don't say Jack.
Speaking of cocaine, where's Chris Forrester now?
Good question.
I'm gonna pull it up.
He's probably starting the 30-yard line someplace.
Oh, San Francisco. Not a bad spot to go.
Might be with Adam Gates.
Yeah, he's the assistant head coach and offensive line coach for San Francisco.
Adam Gaze?
No,
Chris Forrester, the cocaine starting offensive line coach.
Gase is on a team. The Gase is with
Is he with a high school team or something?
No. He just got hired by NFL team. I forget which team it was.
Oh, Pete, I want to tell you why the Bills are going to beat Detroit in week 2.
He's alongside McDaniel in LA.
Now, guess what team signed Chris Greer?
Wait a minute, what you just said, Joe?
Adam Gase is the passing game specialist in San Diego. So it's him and McDaniel running the Chargers.
San Diego, the Chargers hired Adam Gase.
LeBron, what's his name? Bell? The running back?
Huh?
Le'Veon Bell?
Did you see that podcast with the running back Bell? And he talked about his stint in New York with the Jets, and Adam Gase was wired out of his mind. And he was telling him about.
He's a notorious liar, though, Le'Veon Bell. He says all kinds of stuff on social media that is just questionable.
Well, Le'Veon Bell ruined his own. Le'Veon Bell just ruined his own career.
Like
he would have been paid more in Pittsburgh than he got with New York, and he ended up going to New York. And that's again, the Jets are another team that keeps building. Let's go get a running back. Let's go get a wide receiver. Forgetting an offensive line, very Miami Dolphin-ish, with Chris Greer. Oh yeah, well you worry more about the offensive line than we do. Well, maybe you should have worried about the offensive line a little bit.
The Jets did the same thing. They built within the trenches. Williams, all them guys, man.
Well, now that's what the Jets have done. If you look at the Jets, what they have done is they've got 2 young, really, really talented offensive tackles. They just re-signed Joe Tippmann. They've got a couple of good guards. Now they've got a running back. They got wide receivers. They got a couple tight ends. You watch that Jets team. If Geno Smith doesn't get convicted of assault, or they find themselves a quarterback, the Jets are dangerous because the Jets have 3 number one picks next year.
I think they have New England's old draft pick. What's his name? Zappy as a backup.
Yeah,
Mark,
and they
how
also
can you
have
be so sure of this that they can go from 0 to hero like that?
Because they have players.
But
they have an offensive line that's built. They have wide receivers that are there. They have Breece Hall at running back. They've built their defense, and they have 3 number ones next year. I would be petrified of the Jets.
They still
coming
have
up.
Garrett Wilson at wide receiver.
They have Mason Taylor. They have Jason Taylor's son at tight end. They also drafted the kid out of Oregon at tight end.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
They also drafted Omar Cooper out of Indiana in the first round.
He thinks. You see, Joe, you got to think about it. He's a Bills fan. His team is aging fast, so he's worried about the Jets.
I'm worried about the Jets. I'm worried about the Jets and the Dolphins coming up in the future. Buffalo and New England are on top now. That doesn't mean they're going to be on top in 2 years. The Jets are coming fast, and if Miami does things right, they could come fast. And all of a sudden, you could have the AFC being the best division in football.
Copy the league, bro. Copycat. They're trying to do the same thing what Denver did. Take all this dead cap and try to rebuild a team and try to do something better. That's all they're trying to do, bro. It's the same thing with our GM and head coach. How many trends has Miami tried to hire first-time head coaches? First-time this. Because they're following the NFL trend of copycat. Look, they see this league do this. They see
They're
him
trying
do
to
that.
copy and paste the Packers.
Yeah.
I don't know where the biggest fault lies.
Tanking, they try to freaking tank, and they can't even do it.
Where the Dolphins failed, the first start of the Dolphin failure was when they let go Brian Flores. That was a huge ass mistake. What they needed to do with Flores, and remember the guy that was with the Colts, the offensive coordinator, who was the name of the guy that was going to be the offensive coordinator under Flores in his first year? He retired for whatever reason.
I know you're talking about
Schwartz.
He was really, really good. He was with the Colts as a head coach for a while. And he was going to be the stabilizing force as an offensive coordinator.
Jim Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell. That's what it was. If they would have been able to keep Jim Caldwell, Flores would have had the opportunity to build an offense with his mindset and his philosophy. Unfortunately, Caldwell didn't work out, and then they couldn't get a good offensive coordinator in Miami. But the mistake was getting rid of Brian Flores, because that guy can coach, and that guy's getting screwed as far as I'm concerned, as far as the league is
Yeah, I
concerned.
love that TNT mindset. Take no talent. You know what I mean? It's all do your job, show up, know your job, and then take it from there. You know what I mean? I always felt Brian Flores built a foundation, and Mike McDaniels turned around and put a fucking play yard out there for fucking players. You know what I mean?
Yep, Flores.
Speaking of,
And I don't know, and I really don't understand why Flores had so much personal character and integrity. And that's what scares a team like Buffalo. I was petrified of dealing with Brian Flores because that guy could
That's
coach.
what Buffalo lost when you guys got rid of McDermott.
It's possible, Pete. It's very possible.
I think that is the highly situated. I think you guys are just like how you see teams that go from the bottom to the top, you know, like New England. I see that with Buffalo. Buffalo's been good. I'm not gonna lie, they've been good for a while. They're getting there, but they can't get over the hump. And that window in the NFL closes
it closes
fast.
Their window's been
So
open
I
way
feel
too
like
long.
you guys losing some key players. Yeah, you did add some new players on defense, but you're coaching, man. That's where it starts first, and then it trickles down. I think you guys are gonna be at the bottom, or I mean, not at the bottom, but you guys ain't gonna see the same type of success that you guys had already because you don't see the incoming talent coming in. You know what I mean? Like, where you see a team
I'm one of the
already
people that does see the
add
incoming
stuff.
talent coming in, and that's why I have concerns. Because Buffalo had a wide window for the same reason that New England had a wide window. Every other team in that division was horrid.
Yeah.
So New England had literally two decades of 6 wins in the division, not having to play a number 1 seed in the playoffs, going on, having one less playoff game to have to play, getting to all these Super Bowls. Buffalo has always managed to lose the key game at the wrong time or come across the wrong generation when they had to deal with Patrick Mahomes at his prime. And maybe their time has passed. We really don't know, but I'm telling you, the time who's coming are the Jets.
Key wins. Look at Buffalo's key wins in playoffs. You wouldn't believe the quarterbacks that Josh Allen beat compared to the ones that he lost to. All the ones he beat are fucking not good quarterbacks.
Yeah, you
and
look at all
the good quarterbacks in the
wins.
playoffs, Josh Allen ends up losing. And then,
well, he lost to Patrick Mahomes, 3 times in the playoffs? 1, 2.
Yeah, but name all your playoff wins.
No. He lost to
Mahomes.
Mahomes. He lost to Mahomes 4 times in the playoffs. He lost to Burrow once.
And
he lost to Deshaun Watson
playoff
once.
win victories. Who were the quarterbacks that Josh Allen beat in the playoffs?
Mac Jones, Skylar Thompson, Phillip Rivers,
the GOAT, Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, I mean
Operation Skynet.
Buffalo, when you're a constant number 2, when you're a 2 seed, when you're a 2 seed, you play 7 seeds. 7 seeds have lesser quarterbacks. When Buffalo had to move up to get into the better quarterbacks, they got just dick slapped by Joe Burrow, and Mahomes beat him 4 times. You know, you lose.
It sucks, right? But Mark, let me ask you. Let's say the Josh Allen's tenure ends. That's it. The career's over.
Okay.
Based on what you went through as a Josh Allen fan and as a Bills fan, it was fun. It was a fun ride, right? It was fun.
Yes, it was. I would rather take that and maybe not get a Super Bowl. It was very Dan Marino-esque.
Marino did make it to the Super Bowl.
He did.
Just saying.
They made it with the 84 team.
Can see
they should have made it. They should have made the 85 Super Bowl
even
team.
Harder, Mark. He teased it a bit harder.
You know, Marino was there. Marino was there for 16 years in Miami. Got to the 1 Super Bowl. Should have went to 2 easily. And what unfortunately happened to Dan Marino, and this is a fluky thing. If you don't have the USFL, maybe the Dolphins go to 3 or 4 more AFC Championship games.
Yeah.
Maybe go to a couple more Super Bowls, but the fluke happens. The USFL happens all of a sudden. The USFL happens. Kelly, Kent Hull, Steve Tasker, et cetera, all come into that Buffalo team. And then what happens? is where Miami made the biggest mistake is they didn't draft Thurman Thomas. Thurman Thomas was the difference between the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins in that whole block of time.
I don't know.
Thurman
You guys
Thomas
had a pretty
killed you.
solid
Thurman Thomas
defense. Your
killed you
your
guys.
front seven, bro. You come on, man. You guys had decent. John Talley, he was no average linebacker, bro. He was decent. You know what I mean? You had stud fucking nose tackles, and then you guys
we had Bruce
one
Smith and
decent
Cornelius
end.
Bennett. That certainly helps.
Yeah, Cornelius Bennett too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You guys, and then you add in Bruce Smith. You know what I mean? And then you had Tasker on the back end. You know, you
Well,
guys.
you got Andre Reed. You got James Lofton.
Right.
Yeah. But the guy who beat
Lofton
you
was on the back end, but he was still good. You know what I mean?
But the guy who beat you was Thurman Thomas.
Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly.
Thurman Thomas did the Dolphins because Marino was a better quarterback than Kelly.
Kelly, yeah, but Kelly was more like a game manager. He could make the throws.
The two offensive Richmond Webb and Sims, they came into Miami at the same time. And actually, if you remember, Bruce Smith was pretty much stymied most of the time. But when they played Miami, the guy that the Dolphins couldn't stop was Thurman Thomas. And you had a chance to draft Thurman Thomas in the 87 draft or in the 88 draft, and you passed him up.
And I hated playing the Jets with Curtis Martin. Curtis Martin was
Curtis Martin. Yeah, but he went New England and Jets, so we saw him more than we should have.
Yeah, it was that set of draft when you guys drafted John Bosa and you drafted a linebacker. I forget what the hell his name was. And you never got that. Yeah, I mean, you kept trying for running backs. You got Sammy Smith, and you tried with a bunch of different running backs.
Smith.
Yeah, I mean, you tried, but you never could quite get the player. The problem with the Dolphins and Marino ended up being the fact that you were never bad enough to get the player that you really, really needed.
Miami kept on having a lot of one-year hits on the running backs. You know, you had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar 1 year.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
Sammy Smith. You know, Lamar Smith. You know, you
Mark Higgs, remember Mark Higgs?
Yeah, Mark Higgs got in trouble. Yeah.
Bernie Parmalee.
Yep.
You know, that dude was working for UPS, and he turned around and freaking 1,000 yards for the Dolphins.
I thought Marino never had 1,000-yard rusher.
I think he did 1 year. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was one. I think Sammy Smith. No, not Sammy Smith. No, maybe it was Sammy Smith.
You know what Dolphin team should have went to the Super Bowl was the 81 Dolphins. Remember, you had the game against the Chargers. You came back from 24-0 down. You made that unbelievable hook and ladder play. You guys remember that? To get the title when it was 24-10, Strock threw it, hook and lateral for the touchdown to make it 24-17. And you had the game wrapped up, and Audra Franklin fumbled. And the Chargers got the ball back, tied the game, and ended up winning it in overtime. That 81 team would have went to the Super Bowl. I think would have went to the Super Bowl had they won that game. That was the Kellen Winslow game with the 13 catches, 166 yards, 2 blocked field goals.
Another great tight end from the past. Kellen Winslow.
Yeah, and his son is a criminal rapist in jail.
Okay,
and that kind of happens.
We can put the former Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback in that line as well. He should have been in jail.
Yeah,
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You mean to say Rapesel?
Yeah, he had that cop. He had that cop fucking help him.
Yeah, you take a look at things, at quirky things that happen, in the league, and if Buffalo doesn't get all those players, all of a sudden, all that came in at the same time, Miami possibly goes to, like I said, 2 or 3 more Super Bowl games. It just doesn't happen because of weird things that happen.
Oh, it's just good quarterbacks and then a division. Of course, some people are not going to win. It's just like with Michael Jordan in his era. You know how many good players didn't win a championship because of Michael Jordan?
Stockton,
Similar thing in that period of time. We were
Yeah.
spoiled with great quarterback play compared to now, where everyone's like, "Oh, this is great. This is great." And I'm like,
And you know
nah.
the funny thing that kind of played out as far as the Super Bowls were concerned. When did Denver start winning? What was the cause for Denver to start winning Super Bowls?
John
Think about
Elway.
Yeah, but it wasn't until Elway's later
John
end of the
Elway.
career.
It was Terrell Davis.
How many seasons did Elway get with the Broncos before he started winning?
A lot, bro.
Yeah, no, he
Lot
came
before
in.
he
No. Elway was actually in the playoffs his second year, or first
but
year
he
he
didn't
was in
win
the
shit.
playoff. He didn't win shit, but he went. He went to the
He didn't
Super
win shit
Bowl.
till the end
He
of
was
his fucking
drafted in
career, bro.
'83. He went to the Super Bowl in '86. He went to the Super Bowl, I think, in they lost. Yeah, they lost to the Giants 39-20.
They got mollywopped
killed
by the
Washington. They
Niners.
got mollywopped by Washington 42-10. They got mollywopped by San Francisco 55-10. Then they came back and they got to 2 more Super Bowls and they beat Atlanta 31-19 and they beat Green Bay.
Yeah, the dirty bird Jamal Anderson.
Yep.
Yeah, man, that was.
But the difference between Elway and Marino was the fact that Denver ended up getting Terrell Davis, and that was the hammer that got Denver to the Super Bowls.
And then they had a backup run back behind Terrell Davis. That wasn't too bad.
And they had Shannon Sharp at tight end, and then his brother was playing for Green Bay. Sterling Sharp.
Sterling and Shannon.
Yeah.
Yep, the Sharp brothers, the Barber brothers, the Jones.
Yeah, you really look at this stuff, and it's you look at all the things that happened. But then what ruined Miami was hiring Chris Greer. They brought Chris Greer in 2000. And in 2000, he was a player, a pro personnel.
I don't know. The way I see Mike McDaniel, he wasn't all that bad. There were some times it was bad. Now, look nowadays, this new generation, right? You got what is this, fucking Apple? You have the Apple fucking center where everyone's working and then you can play basketball inside. It's a different type of fucking generation. It's not where your dad's coming over there with the fucking belt beating the shit out of you. You know what I mean? To tell you what you can and can't do. This generation is different. It's a lot. So I could see how they wanted that type of mindset with their coach and which way they wanted to go. Moving away from the old era of Brian Flores. You know what I mean? Grabbing your fucking face mask, telling you to go run because you fucked up instead of, oh, you know what? Maybe you'll learn next time. You don't have to run. Just make sure you understand that you messed up and need to learn. No, Brian Flores, get the fuck out of here. Go run a lap, motherfucker. Maybe that'll make you remember next time.
Well, you take a guy, but would you have direct violators of team rules? And this was brought up multiple times, especially in the last year and a half. Guys who are coming late to meetings, not giving a shit. All these things. And there's zero accountability. I would much rather have a Brian Flores. Because you know how long it would have been for Tyreek Hill and Brian Flores to get into it. Probably sometime about the first practice.
Well, Mark,
who do you think would win? Who do you think would win?
The problem is the player would have won instead of the coach, and the coach should have won instead of the player.
But see, here's the thing, Mark. I don't think Flores would have brought Tyreek into the team.
I don't think he would have either, because I think he would have thrown a fucking fit.
With the cheese. So he wouldn't. I don't think he would have bothered with Tyreek.
When you have a guy like Brian Flores who's winning 10 games with the personnel that he had,
yeah,
and then you take a Mike McDaniel who has much better personnel
in line to follow the fucking process, and that person will end up learning how to fucking eat their pride. You know what I mean? But you would.
Or what he would have done is he would have got him. He wouldn't have said anything, and he would have moved him, and he would have gotten more than his fair share of compensation. If he wasn't going to perform, he wouldn't have said jack shit.
I don't think Brian Flores would have did what they did to Jarvis Landry with Adam Gase.
Right.
I don't think that would have happened with Brian Flores.
Yeah.
And I think, when teams were looking for coaches this offseason, I kept wondering, hire Brian Flores. Somebody's going to hire Brian Flores. Really? Cleveland. Somebody go. I'll tell you what. This is just a supposition, but I'm going to give you a concept question. If Brian Flores was the head coach in Buffalo, would Buffalo have won a Super Bowl by now? I think they would have.
I would have think that, yeah.
I agree.
When everything was going out and McDermott got fired, my first thought in my mind was go to Minnesota, go hire Brian Flores yesterday. Keep Joe Brady as offensive coordinator, bring in Flores, let him build that defense, and let him build that attitude that they're lacking. Because there's now it's not just a player thing in Buffalo. There's an attitude thing in Buffalo. They're a little soft, and there's no way that's the case with Flores.
You're getting players are getting paid like pros now. Okay, so some of these kids are going to come into the NFL. You know what I mean? They're already entitled in a way because they know their skill set. You know what I mean? They've been in the spotlight for a while, and then you add on that NIL money on top of it.
Sure.
You know, so some of these kids are gonna be like, nah, you know, or
in other words, you think
young adults. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Look at the guy in Jacksonville, Hunter. He wants to play offense and defense. They let him do it. Now they're saying you're only gonna play defense.
Yeah,
you know, where's Shedeur Sanders gonna go? Is he gonna be the starter, or are they gonna let Watson lose it? Or
why do you think Brian?
Are they gonna end up
Hunter wants to
cutting
play offense
Watson
and
and
defense?
taking a dead cap?
Why do you think Hunter wants to play both offense and defense? And it's a very simple answer.
We going, boys.
He wants to be the next Bo Jackson.
No, he wants to be paid. He wants to get two contracts. One is an offensive player, one is a defensive player.
How's it going, everybody?
You
It's been a long time.
What's up, JC?
Not much.
What's going on, bro?
Just making some food. I've been sick. I've been sick for
who's
like
the
the past
second
2
player?
days.
I know it's Caleb Williams polishes nails. Who's the other one?
Oh! It's not an NFL player, but it's that kid. God, what teams he play for? OKC. Jared McCain.
All right.
And he's got his own app, and it's crazy because he's got his own. Oh no! You know what? Ryan Williams, that wide receiver at Alabama, has an ideal company with a nail polish thing. Dude, it's fucking gay. I don't care what anybody says. Like I don't want to be mean and say like, but it's so crazy that we're feminizing men.
Yeah, that's sad.
I got to tell you, I was at work yesterday. A guy comes up. He's like about 6'3", about 230, 240 poundish, kind of really heavy set. And I could see underneath his shirt that he had on, and he had a bra on underneath, and he had a little mouse he was on.
Good.
Yeah, I said,
Damn, Mark, I fucking know the guys like that, bro. I make sure I not go around you.
no, just don't come into Best Buy in a time frame when the LGBTQ people are roving around and about.
What the hell is in New Mexico, bro?
It's something in the water.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding.
Like, okay.
I got some good friends in New Mexico, bro.
You know, how do you? And the thing that's so difficult is how do you even enunciate yourself to these people? And his name was like Dennis McQuillan or something, something like that. And I'm going, and I'm looking at bra straps and mouse ears, and I'm going, okay, yeah.
This world is so crazy now. Remember when Michael Sam was coming into the league and we didn't even accept him?
Oh, yeah.
They just kicked him right out, and then
the Raiders defensive end too.
Yeah. No, what's
out?
his name? Yeah. He came out as the first. He came out as like the first one, but then he was out of the league within like another 2 years or a year.
And then the other player from Missouri.
That was Michael Sam from Missouri.
Michael Sam,
yeah.
They tried to push now we're okay with this, so they put Nassib's jersey in the Hall of Fame. But he never was like anything crazy as a player, though. Like he wasn't.
He was back up a practice squad level player. That's all he was.
Yeah.
But of course, he got the big push because he was, quote, gay.
But did you see the what is it, the deluxe edition and cover of Madden this year? They got Caleb. He's swinging his fingers around in the photo, which is kind of.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I always wonder about something. We have Gay Pride Month, and I don't denigrate anybody who's chosen to have that orientation. I mean, I'm a Christian, but still, I have a whole thought process.
It's sports. It has nothing to do with sexuality, and that's where I believe they're fucking up. You want to use your platform? Go ahead. But
You know, and
not
I'm looking at various months and everything, and I kind of see everything. Where is the white, or where is the Caucasian law-abiding tax-paying citizens day? I'm still waiting for that one, by the way.
Did you guys see the thing that happened in York, Pennsylvania?
What was that?
I think it was like over this weekend. They have it's not minor league baseball team. They tried to force the team to wear LBGT
I
jerseys,
seen that.
and they
And they
refused.
forfeited the game.
Yeah, they counted as a reigning game. That is crazy because
And they probably play the weather. They probably play the Weather Girl song. It's raining men.
No, it's their
right.
unis. Their uniforms were towards the LGBTQ fucking community,
Well, it was on the
and
sleeves.
they
Yeah,
refused to wear it.
the sleeves were full. The sleeves are full of rainbows. I seen the jerseys.
What was it? San Francisco Giants had two players that actually started writing Christian verses on their ball caps.
Yeah, and then you saw what happened to Jackson Dart, him and the whole Trump thing.
Oh yeah, Jackson Dart, and it's getting.
Yeah,
you know, if you're a quarterback, you got to stay out of controversy. You got to keep your head straight.
I don't know, but I felt like it hurt.
I don't know. Jim McMahon would think otherwise, bro.
No, I felt like that hurt. What's it called? More than it ever hurt Jackson Dart.
In the late 70s and early 80s, so it's a little different thing.
Well, no, Mark, I felt like it hurt Abdul Carter more than it hurt Jackson Dart. He was the one getting all the backlash. It wasn't even Jackson, because everybody should have free will. Believe in what they want to believe in.
I'm inherently a conservative, but I don't vote people. I vote policy. But something I did notice. Did you happen to notice on Friday when we didn't have the great signing of the peace treaty between Iran and the United States, that CNN, MSNBC, regular news stations, everybody had that on? You know what they had on Fox News? They had on the effect of somebody impacting Trump's reflection pool. And that's when that's when you really got to look at this thing and how politicized is this country when you can't even have the media tell the freaking truth.
How bad is our country, though? Did you see what just happened in the UK?
What's that?
They literally lit it,
bro. It happens all the time, bro. Look, when I was in the Marines, I came out in the newspaper in California, bro. And if you read the article, it's not what it was.
They had that mentally ill guy get. They're not even charging him. They already released him after throwing a literal. I think it was a 3-year-old child into an alligator pit in the UK. And they released him already.
What was the cause? Let's see. You must be mentally deranged.
Mental health.
Yeah, we're gonna blame mental illness. Yeah.
No, but here's the thing: mental health is a big issue, and it's very a great.
It is. It's not a joke about, but the fact that
it's misdiagnosed.
People have been literally arrested and went to prison in the UK over text messages that they've made, and this guy gets let go.
One of the problems, there are like some huge problems in society, in my opinion. Attention deficit disorder was a way to get our kids starting to take, chemicalizing our kids. Then you're having everybody knows.
Yeah, bro. I used to run a teenager group home, bro, and it was.
I know what you're saying. We need to change the subject, y'all.
There was a speech that Ronald Reagan made in 1964 called. I think it was like not free to choose, but it was something comparable to that. But he started talking about the Democrats in this case finding kind of help society. What they were going to do is they were going to solve the youth problem. And what they did is they put together a youth camp for 16, 17, 18-year-old kids that costs $4,700 a year to run. They could go to Harvard for $2,700 a year. The things have gotten so far out of whack.
I did corrections for adults, bro, and I fucking hated that. When I worked as in a teenager group home for adult, depending on which home I was at, either the all females or the all males tenants, you know what I mean? They're all teenagers. You know what I mean? A lot of these kids, it's all on their parents. A lot of them sometimes in gangs, bro, and that's all they know. You know what I mean? And then all they're doing is trying to survive. And a lot of these kids are misdiagnosed with so many different freaking diagnoses, bro. And I would go to the juvenile hall to pick kids up, bro. And some kids would get scared, bro.
Can
You know
I
what
can
I
I
mean?
tell you something? I never took another medication after being put. I was put on Ritalin and Adderall as a kid, and I ended up getting
Ritalin and Adderall.
a heart arrhythmia, and I never trusted another doctor. I take my insulin, which I have to take, but that's it.
Yeah, but see, these kids are going to drug and alcohol counseling. You know what I mean? You name it, bro. We would usher them
Oh, we
from
know
home to
about me
school.
using drugs.
I'm going to tell you a true story, guys. I got diagnosed. I got up to 340 pounds in my life. I was type 2 diabetic. They didn't properly diagnose a urinary retention problem, and I ended up having to be in a Foley catheter for almost 8 years. I came to New Mexico. I moved out of California, and what I did is I focused on my health. I started eating properly, started exercising. I weigh 172 pounds today. I have no more type 2 diabetes. I got rid of the catheter. All these medical people want to do is they want to keep you medicated. They want to keep you on drugs, and they want to keep you just not fixing the problem. I got here to New Mexico. The doctor says, "How long have you had this catheter in your system?" I said, 6.5 years. They took a look. They said, "Yeah, you have an enlarged prostate. They could have corrected this at the time that you were in the hospital."
Well, we all know I've done drugs. I've done literally cocaine on Peach Stream. Let me just point that out there real quick.
I'm just saying that the whole medical industry is just so out of whack. The doctors and the pharmaceutical industries are tied together. They are poisoning the American people. It's a sick thing. Gentlemen, I'm going to go. Pete, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for the forum. You guys have a great night, okay?
All right,
Mark. Thank you for
Take
your
care.
time, fellas. I'm gonna end this
Assalamu
show as
alaikum.
well.
Okay.
Thank you guys all. Have a good night. You guys made this stream last as this long.
You getting on, Pete?
Awesome.
Yeah, Mark, JC.
Hopefully you guys were entertaining, enjoyed the show. Shout out
Dude,
to
I
all
just
of you guys.
came in. Dude, I seen you were on earlier, but I didn't. I just joined. I'm like, shit, Pete's still on. I didn't know if it was a rebroadcast or what.
Salute to you, Rafa, Mark, Mr. Paul, JC.
I'm just waiting, dude. I'm just waiting for football season. I'm. That's when I'll start being around more.
That's what it's about, man. Hey, we're done over here. Fins up, Buffalo's going down, JC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.